but half the country disagreed with us, and he won, and this is the okay. And Joe Rogan believes in dragons. And Joe Rogan believes in dragons. Joe Rogan believes in dragons. 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 Dragons.
You gotta explain to the freezer guy that you're sorry to be the one to tell him this, but we truly live in hell. I feel that in my bones. And he's surely going to want to get back in that freezer thing, but he can't. So instead he slices his own head off. Just a little scenario to think about. How the hell did we get here? It could have been great, but, well, you guys know how the universe works. We're all just flying down an endless series of alternate realities inside a vast multiverse. And you can't really control which branch of those realities you are going to live in. And, well, our wonderful reality is the one in which this guy was able to be crowned both the king of comedy and the king of broadcasting. And I was sitting here watching this clip of this insane, resentful, angry, and unfunny old man basically ranting and raving about his belief in dragons.
It's all a illusion. It's all a illusion. All of them, when convenient, have said the exact same things. Dragons are real.
While his personally curated group of friends, who he's pretty much hired to hang out with him, sit around subserviently laughing at his terrible attempts at jokes, nodding along as he continues to spout the literal dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, and putting on a master class on the warning signs of early onset dementia.
Climate change. Wake up. No, it's arson, you fucking idiots.
I think to myself, there's no way anybody listens to this. I check the podcast chart. It's number 1. No, 2. And it's listed as comedy. Oh God. It suddenly all hit me how messed up this all is. And how this whole shit era of comedy kind of snuck up on all of us like boiling a frog or whatever. And I don't know if I'm just crazy, but I think this is actually bad. So I started thinking, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Just trying to figure out, how did we even get here? And where are we going? And does it really have to be this shitty? Was it ever even not shitty? Like, what the hell is even going on here? And just like that, I realized it.
I was at the airport one time, and I went to a Starbucks to get some coffee.
Stand-up comedy is fucking stupid. And I don't even mean this current shit era. I mean the whole thing. The whole art form, like the whole idea of it. It sucks. And it's worse than stupid, really. It's disgusting. And it should be illegal, maybe. It just keeps getting weirder and weirder and further away from anything I ever thought was good. Yeah, this shit era of comedy is way past its expiration date. It's been fermented, fully soured, and is now completely putrefied. How else can I describe this? We are way past the tail end of it. We are dancing around in the steam pile of shit that fell out of its ass. We've talked about this before, but everything has its cycle. You get that right? Come on, a guy like you? I mean, there are guys out there who have already been talking about cycles better than I can.
Intelligent human beings should realize that everything has their cycle. They have their season.
I agree with this guy.
They have their beginning. They have their end.
Yep.
They have cycles.
I think I agree with everything he says.
About to be recycled.
Good. Do it.
On the threshold of the end of this civilization, because it's about to be recycled.
Right.
Your only
I understand
chance to evacuate is to leave with us.
All right. Our lives have cycles. History has cycles. It has cycles. Culture, ecosystems. You see it everywhere, eh? It's just obvious. You're telling me you don't see it? What, are you drunk? Like all the time? Well, it's also obvious that this current shit era of comedy has reached its end. And wouldn't it be great if that next era could get started? Well, unfortunately, there are incredibly powerful forces keeping this bloated comedy carcass on life support artificially sustained, and they won't allow it to die off and renew like it's supposed to. Disgusting. This whole shit era was really ushered in by Dame Cook, who was one of the first guys to figure out the scheme of using social media to get famous. This new technology shifted reality, opening up a new branch of the multiverse in which talent, like being funny, became secondary to how well you could market yourself online. Or Maybe I'm wrong and he's actually brilliant. I don't know. Who can be sure?
You ever wish you were a snake?
Not
No. Cool to travel around.
You know, there was a few guys that I saw that were like no-brainers. Dane was one. Like the shit that he gets to, the level that guy was killing. Dude, he put the fear in God in guys that have been doing it for 20 years. We used to do Dick Doherty, rest his soul, his comedy clubs. And Dane would have the headliner like pacing in the back.
Damn.
Killing that hard. And he would be like, I shouldn't have to follow that. There's no jokes here. It's like, well, listen to the crowd. There's something going on here.
So instead of wasting their energy on writing good jokes, guys began focusing on how well they could promote themselves on the internet. And then people started making these new things called podcasts too. And given the potential payoff, the low cost and low effort required to do all this crap was irresistible.
Oh, I like MySpace.
Especially for these lazy comedian guys whose greatest motivation in life is the fear of ever having to get a real job. And that marked the official beginning of the comedy podcast shit entanglement era, in which we are currently festering. Congratulations. Of course, nobody struck gold bigger than this genius, Joe Rogan. There he is. I never had an original idea in his life. He really doesn't know anything about anything, but he does know how to copy a guy who already did a thing.
Trans women are women. How about most? You gotta leave room for crazy.
Believe women, right?
All of them? How about almost all?
How about you believe like 88%? The last 12% that's out of their minds? I think that's a fair percentage, wouldn't you?
You gotta leave room for crazy.
That's what he does with stand-up, and that's what he did to start his podcast, which he stole the idea for from Tom Green.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. It is 8:01. You're watching Tom Green Live. Roll the
Tom had the brains and the balls to start his own talk show, broadcasting live on the internet from his own home. And it was great. It was funny, chaotic, and it never took itself seriously.
Let's get loose. Play something real quick, okay? All right.
I'm on Tom Green Live, hooray!
All right, cool.
Awesome.
It was unpredictable, and stuff went wrong all the time.
We can't see the on-air feed right now, so the live feed's not coming through together. We figure we're sitting right.
This guy's scaring me. Are we up on the computers?
He'd get mad at his production staff as a bit.
I want to see a laptop right now with it on the feed. Can I see it? Bring me a laptop right now.
Instead of whatever this is,
No. It's like a.
it's weird. It's weird.
It's sort of like an Olympic.
Sorry. Sometimes he'd get bombarded with prank calls, and because Tom has an actual sense of humor and a fully functioning brain, he could play along with them.
Tom Green, can you do a barrel roll for me?
A barrel roll.
Yeah, a barrel roll.
I like that guy. That guy's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry about that.
Hey, man, I just wanted to tell you.
Oh, you're on the air.
Instead of whatever this is,
I am really into rock, paper, scissors.
How into it are you?
I'm undefeated.
How's that possible?
But whenever they wanted anything, I would be like, rock, paper, scissors. If you win, you could do that. If I win, and then I would like pick the thing that was like their sort of deepest fear,
We play right now?
If I win, I do the programming on your show for a week.
No. That's worth a lot of money. You can fuck off.
You were so confident. And
No.
just not,
No.
take a month, few months off.
That's all right. Sounds like someone's scared to lose at rock, paper, scissors.
That sounds
No, you're asking me for something that's ridiculous.
look how mad it
You don't have it as.
is. The #1 comedy podcast in the world.
Friends was a fun show. Joe, you were great on Friends. No, I wasn't on Friends.
Hey, stop joking.
No.
But is this
Yeah,
all going to
everybody's
be
done it.
huge?
It's such a fun podcast. Such a fun time.
Need to beat Russia? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Fun.
Are you serious? Do you know how big that place is? Do you know how much military force is behind Putin? What are you talking about?
What are you talking
What are you talking about? Like, what if he decides to go nuclear?
Oh God, shut up.
Brings down your whole regime.
Oh, that's
Tom Green in the black limousine.
Oh, hell yeah. God, can you imagine that parallel universe where Tom became the #1 podcast guy instead of Joe? A fun place to be. That's where we're all supposed to be, if anything made any fucking sense in a stupid world. But it doesn't. And sadly, guys, we are all forced to live in this very shitty branch of the multiverse.
Exiled from the group.
This is the branch where Stu and Joe stole Tom Green's idea, made a much shittier version of it, and slowly took over mainstream media, comedy, and the the U.S. government, as he continues to spread his wonderful mental herpes to all his listeners week after week.
Genetic proud.
I'm proud to be your friend.
Proud of you as well. Proud of you, Joe, man.
I love you too,
Thank you for your time, bro.
Oh yeah, thanks. Almost forgot to thank him today. You can watch in real time the moment Joe realizes there might be gold in these podcast hills. Oh, hell yeah. God, can you imagine that parallel universe where Tom became the #1 podcast guy?
Can we play right now?
If I win, I do the programming on your show for a week.
No. That's worth a lot of money. You can fuck off.
Confident.
No.
Just not.
No.
Take a month, a few months off.
That's right. Sounds like someone's scared to lose at rock, paper, scissors.
It sounds like someone else is scared to lose.
No, you're asking me for something that's ridiculous.
Look how mad it
You
gets.
don't have it in us. Fuck off.
The #1 comedy podcast in the world.
Friends was a fun show. Joe, you were great on Friends. No, I wasn't on Friends.
Hey, stop joking.
No.
But is this
Hey,
one going to
everybody's
be
done it.
huge? Huge?
It's such a fun podcast. Such a fun time.
Need to beat Russia? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Fun.
Are you serious? Do you know how big that place is? Do you know how much military force is behind Putin? What are you talking about?
What are you talking
about? Like, what if he just decides to go nuclear?
Oh God, shut up. Oh, that's good. Oh, hell yeah. God, can you imagine that parallel universe where Tom became the #1 podcast guy instead of... That's where we're all supposed to be, if anything made any fucking sense in this stupid world. But it doesn't. And sadly, guys, we are all forced to live in this very shitty branch of the multiverse.
Exiled from the group.
This is the branch where Stu and Joe stole Tom Green's idea, made a much shittier version of it, and slowly took over mainstream media, comedy, and the U.S. government. As he continues to spread his wonderful mental herpes to all his listeners week after week.
Genetic proud.
I'm proud to be your friend.
Proud of you as well. Proud of you, Joe, man.
I love you too,
Thank you for your time, bro.
Oh yeah, thanks. Almost forgot to thank him today. You can watch in real time the moment Joe realizes there might be gold in these podcast hills.
I think this is awesome.
Thank you, man. See, no, I mean,
This is the craziest thing ever.
it really is different, you know, than television.
This is way better.
He gets rock hard, praising its lack of corporate interests and griping about how advertising and money ruin anything good about
It's
entertainment.
not corporate pressures.
Yeah.
The thing that picks up television,
Watch the lab, Mike.
picks up entertainment
Idiot.
is money.
Oh, really?
Selling advertising, and that's all. And that fucks up everything. It doesn't make anything good.
A belief he abandons literally within seconds once he realizes that he could be the sole beneficiary of this potential new advertising revenue stream.
We need to figure out how you make money from this.
Yeah. I think we
I thought
create
money ruined everything.
a national interweb, we call it, and then create a mass traffic
Like a portal.
gauge,
Watch right here. You can see the wheels turning inside his brain as he quickly flip-flops.
like a portal into the advertising revenue
Yeah.
stream, you know?
Yeah. So he just copied Tom Green and he shitcast experiment, and just for being an early adopter of casting, he was able to become the biggest and most mainstream establishment media figure on the planet. There he goes, stealing Joe. Yeah, this visionary genius is comedy's George Carmack. Who's George Carmack? Well, he's the guy who found that first piece of gold in the Yukon, which started the whole Klondike Gold Rush. There was nothing special about George Carmack. He was just some guy. He was just lucky enough to get a tip from this other guy, Robert Henderson, saying there might be some gold up there in the Yukon. So George just went up there and he found some. And after that, loads of guys swarmed up to the Klondike there and ruined the place as they all tried to copy what Carmack did. And just like Henderson tipped off Carmack, Tom Green tipped off Joe, giving Joe the idea to start a DIY podcast. And he did. And he struck gold and caused a stampede of comedians trying to copy his blueprint, turning everything to shit in the process. Like a plague of locusts. Shit locusts. And guys, please don't hold that against Tom, alright? There's no way he could have predicted the consequences of that tip. And Tom's a wonderful man. And actually, just like Joe Rogan, all his riches were never enough for George Carmack. He was always questing for more and more gold, never satisfied. He, like Joe, must have had some kind of dad-shaped hole in his soul that he tried to fill with money and fame, but it never really worked.
What are you saying?
George dropped dead at age 61 while working yet another new claim. I'm just saying. So Joe struck gold, and as we all know, became the godfather king of both comedy and podcasting, and helped to restore faith that we are still living in a meritocracy-based society. And we love him and we thank him each and every day of our lives. Along the way, Joe spawned a slew of copycat shows trying to coattails his success, to the point where every single comedian now has their own podcast, literally every single one. And so many of them were built on the same premise of what goes on inside a comedian's twisted mind, what really happens backstage in that green room.
The green room's amazing.
No,
I know it looks bad.
no,
It doesn't.
can't believe it. Well, we all found out pretty quick that most of them are just sick, twisted. No,
I know it looks bad.
no,
It doesn't.
can't believe it. Well, we all found out pretty quick that most of them are just sick, twisted perverts and dangerous, mentally ill narcissists, predators, abusers, all those kinds of guys, farting around in that stupid green room in one big depraved circle jerk.
As long as you paid 100, that girl spend my dick, give me coke from Chewy. You think I'm fucking kidding you? Yeah, you gonna say my nigga in the belly. I'm making the call for you. That's the fucking gateway into coming to Hollywood. But everybody knows that. How many girls did you have to that? Oh, 20 of them. Yeah, I got the Hollywood girl. She was beautiful. And when she left, she had dirty fucking, the nails were dirty. And a year later, she wrote me a letter to the comedy store. You can love it. You wrote me. And shooting sperm balls in a fucking ball.
That actually makes me want to start believing in the death penalty. Send him right to Sparky. Anyways, on and on it went, and they just kept making these podcasts. They just won't stop. Pumping them out. And then a pandemic happened, and people were alone, and so desperate not to listen to the thoughts inside their own heads. So they put on these podcasts as mental screensavers and escape into the friendship simulation that these podcasts provide. And the numbers went up, and more guys made more and more podcasts, always trying to outcompete each other by making everything as fast, cheap, and low effort as possible. And then it's just a matter of reading ads for pills or nicotine mouthwash or whatever.
Brain nourishing.
Oh, it's not good. These lazy stand-up guys got into comedy because it was the easiest thing they could do to avoid getting a real job. But then podcasting came along, and suddenly they had an even easier way to make even more money.
Podcast.
And then pretty soon the podcast eclipsed the stand-up, and now all these so-called comedians are really just zero-effort podcasters selling shitty products again and again and again.
Back with the interview. Give me 1 minute. First, want to talk to you about the sponsors of today's episode, AG1.
We take AG1 to stay healthy.
And you're looking great there, bud. Jesus Christ. They really have become indistinguishable from those infomercials you used to see on TV late at night when you couldn't sleep. And you turn that thing on out of desperation just to maybe hear another voice. You might even see an interesting product, who knows?
Arthritis, depression.
Those are podcasts now.
iRestore, the clinically proven, game-changing hair growth device. iRestore. This show is brought to you by DraftKings.
They're just places these fools can hog supplements and get free advertising for their own branded crap.
I love this.
And they all follow that original blueprint from the godfather of podcasting, Joe Rogan.
My brain is real. It's a real thing.
He's alpha brain.
What is it? Can I take it? I'm breastfeeding.
Alpha brain is a nootropic that my company Anna makes. And I'm not saying this because it's my company.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
actually a very anxious person.
I have a friend whose daughter was on ADHD medication, and she's getting off of it, and he started giving her alpha brain.
Very cool.
He said it helped her.
Respect for the daughter. Wow.
What is it?
He's become the new establishment, cutting deals with big pharma and backed by massive corporations like Spotify. And the big N.
The thing that fucks with entertainment in general is money. That fucks up everything. It doesn't make good.
So Joe was getting more and more popular. But with that success came a whole new level of public criticism that Joe was not prepared for and was too weak and frankly lazy to handle. See, one of the core problems with this Joe Rogan guy is the fact that he has that dad-shaped hole in his soul that we alluded to earlier. He grew up with this terrible guy for a dad.
And my big memory from my childhood is my mother coming home with hamburger meat and my father being upset that it was hamburger that she had brought home for dinner, and he beat the shit out of her. And we left.
And do you think that somehow or another that put that in you?
Yeah, unquestionably. Yeah. Like, I thought my dad was this great guy. You know, when you're a kid, your dad's your hero. Right. And all of a sudden, I realized when I was 5 years old, very clearly, that my dad was a douchebag. You know, just that feeling that you can't trust anybody.
And after doing all that emotional damage, Joe's dad abandoned him. But he left him with a lifetime gift, a dark black hole inside his soul he might not even be aware of, and if he is entirely incapable of fixing or even acknowledging crippling fear. Now this black hole produces incredibly powerful emotional gravity. His fears, insecurities, self-loathing coalesce around that dad hole. And over these 68 years of Joe's life, this swirling concoction of negativity has formed around the hole. And that's stressful, man. It's a real bind. And it's actually a big reason why Joe became a comedian in the first place.
Why else did you get into being a comedian?
I don't know. I got talked into home yet. No, I wasn't really very funny. I got talked into doing stand-up by my friends from martial arts.
Stop laughing. It's not funny.
I was very insecure. And I got bullied.
It's a sad thing.
I wasn't big. I was a small kid.
Better music.
And I was really nervous. And I did not feel at all. Yeah, I went to an open mic night. Amateurs try it. Like, most of them don't know what they're doing. They're terrible. Like, people who really suck inspire you to do it because they lower the bar of expectation.
And do you still do your stand-up?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That is the emperor of comedy you're talking to. See, there are two main strains of comedian. The first kind are the people that are creative artists that have weird brains and maybe even have a triple-digit IQ, and they're driven to create. They're compelled by the muses or whatever, and it makes sense that they're comedians.
I like an escalator, man, because an escalator can never break. It can only become stairs.
Oh, jokes. I remember those. The other kind of strain of comic, and this is almost all of them these days, are sad people with black holes inside their soul who get into comedy to try and get external validation from audiences, and to indulge in the delusion of power that they feel when standing alone on stage with an amplified microphone where nobody else is allowed to speak. Probably they should lock their phones in a bag too. And now I'm trying to think about who else stood on stage with a microphone trying to fill a hole, vying for attention and power. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, for this type of guy, stand-up comedy is a dream. They're sad little guys who seek power and external validation. It's classic Hitler stuff. And it's scary, psychotic stuff.
Free speech. That's all I'm fighting. That's all I'm fighting.
Fuck, it's Dave.
When I'm on that stage, I'm there to dictate your emotions. Dictator at that point.
He admits it.
That's all we're fighting for, is free speech.
It's this weird power fantasy where, if they're lucky, they can find enough other dumb sad guys in an audience who will give them the laughter and applause they need so badly.
Would you rather be happy and a lot of people not see your art?
I wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be happy. I can already answer that before you even finish that question. I couldn't be happy if people absorbed the art of mine.
That sounds familiar.
Why do you think that is?
Because I'm addicted to it now. I'm addicted to that feeling of
validation.
Gratification, instant gratification, validation, all of it.
And this shit era of comedy is all built around guys like this, whose entire scheme is simply pandering to the most easily entertained brain-dead audience imaginable to get that quick, self-soothing dopamine hit. And at no point are they funny. And that's the real issue. And they're just too lazy and stupid and driven by urges other than the pursuit of...
Jeremy did it!
Wait, what's this?
1,000 years
What is
ago,
this?
I did a show called Entourage. Can you imagine if we tried to reboot that today in this climate? So we used to have billboards everywhere. Just those billboards today. 5 straight, white, focused men coming straight at me. People would be like, is that a documentary about January 6th?
Yeah. That is really good stuff. It actually changed my mind. This era of comedy rules. This era of comedy rules. So yeah, comedy copers. That's the kind of comedian Joe is. And it's sad. He'd love to shrink the size of that dark amalgam that haunts him, but he can't because he doesn't seem to realize, or maybe it's too painful to think about, that he's only chained to that swirling mass of negativity because of the emotional gravity of that dad hole. Address the trauma of that dad hole and the rest floats away into the void. But he can't, and he won't. And because of that, he's stuck with that black hole inside, and the dark amalgam that surrounds it, which, in 2020, was about to grow to terrifying and unimaginable proportions.
Hello, everybody. I have an announcement. The podcast
podcast is moving to Spotify. Thanks.
Joe made a big boy business deal with the partly Chinese Communist Party-owned Spotify Corporation. And after that, he started getting in a lot more trouble for making up stuff on his show and like ruining society and things like that. And at first he had to keep apologizing when he got caught lying, which is crazy to think about now. But it was a different era back then.
Historic fires are ripping through 3 western states.
Hello, everybody. I need to make an apology and a retraction. I said something on the podcast about people getting arrested for lighting fires. And I got duped. It's wrong. And I said it without looking into it. It's very irresponsible. And I'm sorry if I duped you as well. I know it feels very irresponsible of me. I don't take it lightly. I'm very upset with myself. And I apologize to you as well. Sorry.
The guy was in way over his head. His inability to distinguish reality from fiction was starting to stress him out. Knowing how much he was bound to keep screwing up and how much trouble he'd keep getting in.
Sorry.
And if that wasn't that enough, his best friend humiliated him for apologizing.
He's what do you think about our money for the apology?
Sorry.
Oh, see,
Rogan, so he got a fat
Yeah.
Poor Joe Rogan, he put the apology up. Sorry. They would tell him go. He was. That's hard for my dog. My heart goes out to him. He had to put an apology up. Sorry.
I guess he.
Things look good when he was. Things look good in the basement, dog. Once you take that Spotify money, you gotta start apologizing. Make you believe you can. Guy. That's what happens when you get that money. You cash that big check. You gotta watch what you say. You see him.
This marked the start of the apology era, which would end up being way too much adversity for Joe to handle. And to get out of this bind, Joe was about to embark on a transformation that will surely be studied by psychologists for the rest of time.
How serious is this? Is this something that we need to be terrified of?
So, long story short, a pandemic started. Joe couldn't handle it, and he went and had a panic attack in the sauna.
Well, I was scared out of my mind at the beginning. When everybody's shutting down at the beginning and people are stockpiling food, I was worried about people I knew getting really sick and dying. And then I was convinced that I had it. At one point in time, I was like, God, I do feel like I'm breathing heavy. I felt it with my breath. My breath is coming short. I did. I had psychosomatic issues thinking about it.
Guy had a panic attack sitting on fucking 12 elk. You had a panic attack.
In
And
the sauna.
then you felt bad about yourself, and then you attack people with masks. That's how it works. That's how the hatred starts.
And that really was when the hatred was unleashed. Soon after, Joe kept talking about shooting homeless guys.
I mean, nobody does anything about violent crime in LA anymore. Maybe we should just go and shoot homeless people. I like your ideas.
Yeah. This pandemic stuff was way too stressful. Then he started frantically scrolling Twitter, found a new group of guys to hang out with. And these guys allowed Joe to believe that everything was actually okay. And so Joe felt relieved and safe with them, and transformed his inner anxiety into outward rage, an emotion he was more accustomed to dealing with on account of that bad dad. The group of guys and all the stuff they and Joe were talking about was getting Joe a lot of negative attention, and that made even more anxiety bubble up. And again, Joe transformed that anxiety into an even bigger rage. And I mean, this guy was getting pissed.
This evening, Joe Rogan, an extremely popular podcaster, announced on social media today that he has
anyone got a lighter?
mentioned ivermectin is something more often used to de-wound horses.
I can afford people medicine. This is ivermectin. You got to sit right here. Somebody gave.
Oh, this is amazing.
Look, they put a little filter on me too. Oh, okay, good. I look like shit. There. See, do you know that?
You look good. His mind just completely shattered.
I don't think I'm Jim.
He had to defend this new guy he'd started becoming, and all his beliefs, which were the only thing invading his rampant anxiety. And now he was way too invested in this stuff to ever turn back.
5'3". I think this is really important. One of the problems that I've had, me personally, I've had with any idea is that once I have an original idea, or once I start looking at something a certain way, I become married to it. And I've had real problems with that. And the problem with saying this happened and happened, which I used to do all the time, is that you don't fucking know. You don't know. You don't know. But until you do know, when you say you know and you might be wrong, it becomes an ego thing. If I wasn't doing this fucking podcast, okay, if I was just a regular comedian and that's what I did for a living, and I didn't pay much attention to alternative media and podcasts, I would be just like people I know who I used to be friends with, who now hate me and are angry at me and talk shit about me online.
Now, you might have noticed that Joe is on the verge of tears there, struggling very hard not to break down and cry. And that's because the real Joe is inside there somewhere dying, desperately trying to be heard. But Joe won't allow it. He's committed to being the new guy, and he puts in major effort in order to keep the old guy beneath the surface, basically torturing him into submission.
And I'm taking the lid off that cold plunge. As I'm taking it off, don't do it, don't do it. I'm like, shut the fuck up. And I climb right in. And because I get through it every day, I start the day off with a win. I beat the inner bitch. I conquered the inner bitch. I got in there.
If I start my day with a win, then how can I be a loser? Well, despite winning so hard at life from sitting in that tub, he was still pretty messed up from all the backlash he was getting from all his major whoopsies.
I would have been like them if I didn't have the access to the kind of conversations that I've had, if I didn't have the kind of mindset that I have.
The mindset.
My personality.
Personality.
Is just immune to bullshit.
Got it all.
When bullshit hits me, I'll go, oh, I know what this is. I grew up without a dad. Daddy, I don't trust people. And the people that haven't experienced that, I can understand why they formed the conclusions that they did. Because I could have been them. I 100% could have been them.
Well, thank God Joe's mommy bought Hamburger that fateful night. Or Joe could have ended up a guy with the biggest mainstream media platform on earth, being easily used and exploited by weird billionaires and grifters, and allowing it to happen because he's just so desperate for love and validation on account of that dad hole. It's crazy to think there's a multiverse thing out there where a #1 comedy podcast doesn't have guests like some comic book villain evil rich guy, all these nutjob beliefs, and like a guy literally from the CIA that's on like once a month for some reason, and also like the entire government basically. Could any of these people have tried to influence the way he thinks? Nah, man, he grew up without a dad, so you don't even have to take that question into consideration. And say sorry. Like, would it kill you to just apologize for no reason? Anyway, yeah, the manipulation of Joe. I thank the Lord each day of my life that didn't happen. Right, Duncan? Remember you warned Joe? Thank you so much for saving our dad. I mean, Joe. Thank God he's got friends that still tell him the truth and don't tell him part of the truth and then walk it back a little bit out of fear of disrupting his delusions, stressing him out, and then being cut out of his inner circle. That would be spineless and, would make it obvious that all your peace and love and honesty stuff was just a load of crap all along.
If you're not careful, folks from deep, dark wells of perspective are going to infiltrate your shit.
Listen to me. All those people that are organized, they can come hang out with us. Give me a hug.
You don't want to give them a hug?
Relax.
Why?
Just relax. Now, all those people are just people, man.
Like a white supremacist?
They're lost.
But you have to watch out, because people are going to try to exploit you. That's the main thing. It's like people recognizing what you are, who have political agendas, will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world, right? That's a fear. But like, dude, I do worry about you sometimes, man, because it's like you now have a platform that is unlike any platform that's happened, because you're doing like a comedy podcast, radio show style thing, but you're also interviewing people about really heavy duty shit. Then you start thinking like, man, I've got this podcast that lots of people listen to. Has it ever happened where maybe some really intelligent person has manipulated me in an attempt to get me to disseminate some kind of information out into the world?
Good luck manipulating.
Riconosce che c'è la commercio la niente fuori.
It seemed like it was a close shot. The venue is such that there's a force that
If you let me, Duncan Trussell, I'm an American.
Yeah,
Okay?
but you wouldn't even know. That's the thing. You wouldn't even.
Oh, I wouldn't know. How would I not know? These people are people.
What?
They're gonna be like, if someone is so good at manipulating people, they can manipulate me.
Yeah.
Change the way I think about them.
Yeah.
Well then, good luck.
So Joe got attached to all this COVID stuff, and everyone was either yelling at him and calling him a dangerous idiot, or they were showering him with praise for widely broadcasting all their favorite ideas about what reality might be, and making them feel validated. So, if you're a fearful, self-loathing, and external validation-seeking guy like Joe, which side would you embrace? Well, instead of posting more apology videos, he opted to fully dive into a wonderful new safe space. He tapped he'd been searching for all his life, a source of constant praise and affirmation. And the guys doing all the praising were happy to have found a powerful ally in the new mainstream media. And as if that wasn't enough, Joe also found an endless parade of charlatans willing to juice his rod like he's some kind of god king for access to his wonderful platform, a chance to milk him for their own fame and fortune.
Well, I want to give you the gifts I got you, bro. You got 5 of them. Okay, the letter to the right is the Warren Commission. Then you got the autograph of Lee Harvey Oswald, and you got the autograph of John F. Kennedy.
Wow, 5th place golf tournament prize.
So I hope you like it.
It's wonderful.
Welcome.
So, this was work. Okay. This is with the what do you call it when you're doing
whoa, yeah, it's called a BPSRJ, a blatant public sycophantic rod juicing. And Joe just laps it all up, swallowing the praise and plugging it into that hole. His bad dad left in his soul.
You're a very important guy.
Here we go. Finish him
I have a
off.
lot of respect for you.
Talk to me, baby.
Admiration for you.
Don't stop.
There's true love for you.
Harder.
There's true protection for you.
Too hard.
Protection when it comes up to a street fight.
Perfect.
How to fight and take care of yourself.
Feels good.
In his words. And by the way, my book is coming out in December.
And these raw juicings just felt so good. And they relieved Joe of the anxiety he was feeling from all that criticism he was getting. And on top of that, all those instances of Joe transforming his fear into rage compounded on each other, and through neuronic muscle began to default to the fear rage switch innately. And whether Joe meant to do this or not, I don't know, no free will, he actually became a whole new guy.
I've never voted right wing in my life. I'm very pro-choice. I'm very women's rights, civil rights, gay rights, trans rights. I'm even universal health care. See this thing that Trump's doing with children that were born in other countries and then brought over here as children, and then they're talking about deporting them. That drives me crazy. The hard right version of that is despicable. January 6th thing is important, and one of the reasons why I think it's important because it highlights the reasons why a guy like Donald Trump is so dangerous.
Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump.
Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that
Here we go. Becoming a new guy is a very effective way of slipping out of the shackles of judgment anxiety. Simply identify a crowd that you want to belong with, and then reconfigure your entire personality in order to fit in with that group.
It's like, you remember when Madonna had a fake English accent? And everybody's like, bitch, you're from Brooklyn, or where the fuck you're from.
Yeah.
You're not from England.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Yes, they all jumped in the back of the U-Haul truck together. There has never been a thing that I've ever seen where almost immediately I was like those are feds. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing that I've ever seen. I mean, look, some people barely holding on to reality. You're right. Barely. You're right. All they need is one smack. One.
If you adopt all their beliefs and then convince yourself that they're the only group whose opinion matters, then you never have to worry about being judged and criticized ever again. What a relief. This rap guy, Machine Gun Boy, he too became a new guy recently by employing the new body, new guy technique himself.
I'm in a new body. I literally am in a new body. Like, I covered everything on my arms and my body. I left windows to it, but just like there's windows to my old work, but I'm a new person. So the evolution has led me from a caterpillar to a butterfly now.
Whoa, that was kind of deep. Transition into a new guy is very difficult, and it takes many years to become fully immersed in a self-delusion. But upon reaching the maximal delusion saturation point, your simulated self becomes more real than your original classical self. And the transition into a new guy is completed. And after years of waffling on the fence, as we enter the year 2025, Joe's transition into this new guy appears to finally be complete. Well done.
Yeah, I remember that they were probably messed up. The reason they're doing what they're doing is because something happened to them earlier on. There was an aggressive, teacher, uncle, somebody at the jail.
A dad?
The dad was drunk.
Yep.
There's stuff that pushes them in that direction to be expressive, controlling, and wanting to be acknowledged and do it exactly my way because I was powerless as a child.
And when you said I beat up kids, I beat up other women. Your husband was when you farted in your house, they knew next door. How could I get away with that?
Yeah, for sure, right? And then that's the thing you see with actors too, and they finally get some success, and then finally you're the man. Like, oh, look, it's Mike. Your bagel's ready, Mike. Your trailer's ready. And then Mike is, get me a fucking coffee. Like, oh, Mike, anything for you. And people act in this disproportionate, very insane way. You know what I'm suffering? Jamie, this coffee sucks. Water. I don't know what happened, but you made it it's literally almost like water. Can we get some more? We're going to talk about this. This is the worst coffee I've ever had.
The exponential here, by the way, is OpenAI or whoever makes the next model.
Jamie, this is still super watered down.
I just put the water.
I'm telling you, dog.
There's a ton of coffee. Get me a set of stable materials.
Coffee's terrible. I'm sorry right now. Jamie, this is terrible.
Hey, look what it is. What's going on, girl?
Bullshit.
He looks like
terrible.
And it really makes you wonder, like how many times
Yo,
has
in
done
the
this?
dream, girl. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm literally still in class.
You're at school. Is that cool? Is that true? You're at school? I understand if you're in class. Boy, you've got courage to be on Discord in school. Very cool. Well, shout out to you. Shout out to your school. Shout out to you doing big things. I saw you were in here earlier, but I was asleep because that's what I do. I'm up late and I sleep late. I hope you're doing well, though. You're an amazing person and you've got a really big future. You may not realize it. I know you're in class. I know. So you can't talk, is what you're saying. I get it. All right. Well, that's cool.
No.
All right. Well, you're in algebra. All right. Do you use ChatGPT?
When I'm getting 40.
How much longer? Your
I'm
time.
tired.
Well, just a little bit of time. You can go home and sleep.
New guys has he transformed into over the years in order to avoid actually facing the dad hole head on? And who is the real Joe Rogan underneath all of those guys? And do the old guys still exist somewhere? Or do they float away to die in some astral plane? Oh, or maybe one of those other branches of the multiverse. I don't know, but it's all very friggin' cerebral. So just a quick recap, we're exploring how did comedy get so shit? And surely you know the end of this shit cycle is coming any day now. You're all aware of the ever-growing industry of guys pointing out how shit the shit era is. People are catching on, guys. Don't wait for the rest of the rats to start jumping off the Rogan shit ship. Be that rat yourself and fucking jump already. It's time to leave Daddy's house. I mean, would you rather be at the forefront of the great post-Rogan comedy rebuild? Or would you prefer to face a jury of your peers at Comedy Nuremberg? Sorry. So King Joe became a new guy. It's fucking insane, but he did it. He's the mainstream king. And this new guy he's become has allowed to make a massive power grab within the U.S. government, cementing his position within the establishment. He's the comedy czar. And I honestly can't even tell if he's aware of the fact that he's become the unofficial podcast of the U.S. government. He's got a direct line to the president.
He's definitely hated in Canada right now. Oh, yes. They're how kids kick Canada's ass. Sorry, Canada. In Canada.
Excuse me.
Not good, because that's their fucking sport.
Oh, really, dude?
Shit. All right, sorry. What were we talking about?
Talk about turning Canada into a 51st century.
Oh, yeah.
He's serious. He told me on the phone he was serious. Yeah. Well, first I was joking around, but I was thinking maybe it's not a bad idea.
It's so fun.
He's become comedy goibles. Jobles. Just kidding. But if you think that's slanderous, you must have missed Joe's best friend's announcement that comedy is legal now.
So the
Yay.
left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Yeah, you can't make fun of anything. So it was like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy.
Yeah.
Legalize comedy.
But now it's 2025, and Joe's the only guy on Earth still ranting and raving about the pandemic. Wants his bread and butter. And,
why are you just accepting this? It's a noble thing.
Addicted to something that pissed him off like 4 years ago. Addicted to the whining. He looks for stuff to whine about like a pathetic cigarette junkie, scouring the sidewalk for butt remnants to smoke, because that's all that's available. And you gotta take what you can get.
That Tim Walz sucker, if that guy got into power, that weirdo puts tampons in the boys' room. And
so this new guy experiment is fucking insane, but it actually kind of worked out for Joe. But Joe wasn't gonna stop there. I mean, say what you want about Joe, but this guy can overcommit to stuff at a pathological level. Becoming a new guy was not enough. Though more secure in his delusion than ever before, the flimsy tent poles holding up the belief in this new guy were always threatened by critics and like just regular normal people calling him stupid and stuff. So it was still kind of stressful. Now Joe is putting in efforts to normalize the whole concept of becoming a new guy in order to legitimize his own transition. And now Joe has gifted the world a brand new blueprint to copy. It's the new guy blueprint, and guys are already getting into it. We just saw Mark Zuckerberg show up to the shitcast to unveil his new guy.
We're also lucky that you got into jiu-jitsu, because I think you look different. When you walked in here today, you look thicker. You look like a different guy.
It just turned on like a part of my brain that I was like this was a piece of the puzzle that should have been there, and I'm glad it now is.
Now Mark maybe wasn't quite ready to unveil the new guy, but sometimes we get a little bit too excited about our new guy, and we unveil them before they're really ready.
I like racing. And I feel like all these activities, grilling meats, racing cars, are probably two of the most fun things that you can do.
Oh yeah, hunting too. Yeah, same damn thing. So you've done a lot of that as well.
Yeah, well, my favorite is bow and arrow.
Joe's already dubious. He's worried that Mark's going to bungle the new guy unveiling here and undo all the hard put into normalizing new guy transitioning. But at the same time, Joe the gatekeeper can't help but become activated to defend the holy hobby of hunting.
And that's, I think, like the most, that feels like the most kind of sporting.
What kind of bow do you have?
Gosh.
Whoopsie.
Do you know the company that makes it?
Not off the top of my head.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh.
Yeah, no, this is embarrassing.
Yeah. Joe was to see someone else try and follow his path.
I saw your neck. I'm like, his neck's bigger. Your neck is bigger.
Good.
Are you using iron neck?
Sorry, I got to cut it off before it goes into infomercial mode again. So Mark got Joe's support for his new guy, but missed a shop. Yeah, he wasn't buying it. Brendan saw right through Mark's new guy transition and refused to recognize it.
You had Zuckerberg on, and he goes, I hunt. Oh no. I would like this. Yes.
Joe's not having it and jumps in to defend Mark and his new guy.
Do you? No, what kind of bow do you use? I think he did. He just forgot his bow. Oh, he forgot the name.
Zuckerberg 2.0, and I love it.
And of course, Brian defends the new guy transition as well to appease his lord. It's all kind of coming together for Joe, I guess. All these guys are becoming new guys all over the place, using Joe's blueprint as a guide. Back before he completed his transition, Joe was dreaming about all of this happening. And since he knows how difficult it can be, navigating society as a new guy, and all the criticism you get for transitioning, he started envisioning a new world for all the new guys to go. And he checked his bank account, and there was like $1 billion in there from his work with Big Pharma. And so Joe thought, well, what if I create a special place for anyone that wants to be a new guy? And we'll all be new guys, and we'll support each other's guys. And if we come together and bind all of our new guy copes together, we'll be stronger in our belief. And if a guy can become any kind of guy he wants anytime, then maybe reality itself can be changed just the same. And then nobody can break the delusion, and we'll finally be able to relax forever. And reality can be whatever we want it to be. And there's only one place where we can do it.
Mean that anytime you are joyful and happy, on the other hand, you should have that fear. The Lord tells us, Rabbi asked Abaye, why are you so joyful? It says in the pasuk, you have to be fearful. He says, don't worry about it. I'm wearing tefillin. I'm wearing tefillin, that will keep me in check. Similar story. Sarah said, for Yirmiyah, I believe I'm trying to allow myself to say this. This is probably the most famous passage. It's sad. It's sad. He's not something Hasidim would say about the bottom you see from the passage should be fearful of Hashem. Don't run around laughing and being joyful. He says, Reb Zera, I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day.
Connect with a financial advisor in person or online at thrivent.com. The Joe Rogan The Joe Rogan
Hey,
Experience.
Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
It was very funny. You brought a box of your stuff, and one of them immediately started going off like it's an alarm. What is that?
Hell, isn't it?
FedEx box?
Yeah. It's like a commercial that runs for late night Viagra Seattle. So it says, hey, we'll send you your Cialis Viagra in unmarked white envelopes. And I was like, fuck that. I went just the opposite. I want my neighbors to know I'm getting late. I want my neighbors to know I have a hard exit. There's a whistle. My dick's hard. My dick is, yeah. It's engineering.
We were just talking about it the other night at the comedy club. We were like, he owns props. Like, you can't do props now. When I was a kid, when I first started doing stand-up, and I'm sure you too, there were prop comics. There was a bunch of guys. Yeah, there was quite a few guys that were really good. They were prop comics, but you became so successful as a prop comic, you kind of stole the market. Yeah, no young comics coming up.
Nobody wants to be a character. That is what it is. Like, yeah, shit, I still get. So
you got shit for a long time.
I don't think you get shit. Not as much. But we still get the aftermath of it. Like, just on the planet today. Like, I don't care. What are you doing? Joe Rogan. I don't care what everybody else says. You're funny. Like, who's everybody else? Yeah, well, I get that a lot. You know, I personally think you're funny.
Oh, yeah. I'm one of the rare.
Yeah.
I'm one of the rare ones that think you're good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can't, I just begged my mom to come. She didn't want to come.
Yeah, it's such a weird line. We talked about that the last time. Like, I think you took way too much shit from comedians, and I never understood it. The weird thing that comedians do where they hate on other comedians, like, good Lord, we live in a world that is filled with war and famine and disease and pollution and garbage and chaos and corruption. And you want to concentrate on prop comedy? Is that really what the problem is in this world? Other comics? Yeah, and it's almost always comics that are doing that with you.
Yeah, I think we tried breaking it down last time as to why, and I think it was only because I think I did get successful, and it wasn't quick. It was quicker than maybe most. Like, because I hit the scene right at the right time. I had the act that was, it was a good act for television, right? It's visuals, and I got a little success, and I think people were like, you know what, they would ask Jay, why do you have Carrot Top on like every month? And Jay was like, but I do remember the comedy, the evening at the Improv, and I played mostly that in the other Laugh Factory, the Cheesecake Factory, it was, and then the Comedy Store was more. Betsy loved me, but I never really played there a lot. So Bud loved me. One night I came in, I said, I have my backline for improv, sorry. Yeah. And I have my box and stuff. And he always loved me. He says, oh man, this spot's tonight. And I said, I drug it all the way, fine. He's like, let me, I'll see if I can get you in somewhere. So the Tonight Show, bookers were there that night. They were Jim McCall, and these people were there to watch comics and pick them for the Tonight Show. So he's like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna slide you in. They're gonna love you. So I go up, and I had the best set I've ever had. It was just a magical night. And I don't know, it was just, I knew they were there. Every comic was coming around. Jesus, dude, fucking, I leveled it, right? And Jim McCall walks up, and he says, that was amazing. I said, oh, thanks. I said, you booked the Tonight Show. You think that maybe I could get on? And he said, not a chance in hell. And I was like, I had just killed. I go, well, why? He says, you're not, John would never book you. And I said, why? I said, you booked the show, right? He goes, he would never allow it. I said, why? Yeah. I said, why? He says, he hates variety. What a weird. And I stopped in the middle of my, and I'm like, the whole fucking Tonight Show's variety. Yeah, Karnak throwing the hatchets, every fucking thing they do. Right. Ed McMahon's a fucking prop, right? The whole thing is animals. Animals. You think I'm kidding, right? So I'm like, well, okay. And then finally, I'm talking like 2 weeks after Johnny left, I was on
Okay. And it was just like literally the weird part about it was it's still the same studio because they had the gold stuff. Stars, you're standing right where Johnny was, and the same like Ed Cordova was still in the booth, and everyone was still like there. Yeah, it felt like it was the Tonight Show. But how weird is that? Like now, like, and then I would get singled out. I would do Leno so many times. I'd ask if I could do Letterman. They said, "No, you're Team Leno." I'm like, I'm not. It's like the Twilight movie. You're Team fucking whatever. Two teams.
Thank God that doesn't exist in podcast. Exhausting fucking thing where if you were on one person's side, you're the enemy.
Yeah.
Probably Leno. How stupid is that? This is what I like, I guess. Well, it was such family thinking back then because there was only a certain amount of shows.
People that thing on straight.
Is it weird that like women wear wigs? No problem at all. The man wears a wig. It's
you're a loser.
The man with a hair.
Nice hairpiece.
Yeah.
Or implants. When I lived in LA, this is true. I lived in LA. I go
together, which is amazing. More than shot is that she asked that
team fucking whatever. There's two teams.
greater than anybody.
I'm talking like
over person, not
2 weeks after Johnny Love was on with Jay. And it was just like, the weird part about it was it still was the same studio. The blue studio, the gold stars, you're standing right where Johnny was. And the same like Ed Cordova was still in the booth, and everyone was still like there.
Yeah.
So it felt like it was the Tonight Show. But how weird is that? Like now I had to, doing variety, and then I would get singled out because I would do Leno so many times. I'd ask if I could do Letterman. They said, "No, you're Team Leno." I'm like, I'm not. It's like the Twilight movie. I'm a team fucking whatever. There's two teams.
Thank God that doesn't exist in podcast. That disgusting fucking thing where if you were on one person's side, you're the enemy.
Yeah.
Probably Leno. How stupid is that? This is what I love. Well, it was such fast thinking back then because there was only a certain amount of shows.
People have that thing on straight.
I said, where the women wear wigs? No problem at all. A man wears a wig. It's
you're a loser.
Yeah, a man with a hairpiece. Yeah.
Or implants. When I lived in LA, this is true. I lived in LA. I go to Gold's Gym. And my hair was getting more out of control. I had big ass hair.
Yeah, you have a giant throat,
one fucking arms, and these ladies were behind me. They're like, "Oh my God, that woman's arms." Makeup and the whole 9 yards. They were just amazed, and they came over. They said, "How do you get your arms that big?" And I turned around and said, "I don't know. Arm workout." And she's like, "Oh," and I could see their face turn like, "What's a dude?" But I was kind of, pretty then. I was like, the younger, a lot of hair and makeup, so. And then that same gym one day, I'm working out. This guy said, "Nice arms." And I said, "Thanks." He's like, who did the work, right? And I thought he's making it. I said, "I didn't. I put in the fucking work. It works out for me." He's like, "No. I mean, implants, right?" I'm like, I'm in LA, would you have someone in the gym walk up and say, "Oh yeah, implants? Yeah, I have implants." You fucking go to the gym, you got the gym, you do curls.
Assuming someone has implants is pretty wild.
But I don't have that thing of fun. This guy thought,
that's how gross LA is.
Yeah.
That's like the default assumption is that everything's fake.
Yeah, no matter what.
Or change your butt. Change your butt. Where'd you get your nose done? Yeah, it's always Saturday.
No, it's true.
No one wants to believe your butt. Yeah, no one wants to believe you're natural.
It's weird. I just had a guy today at the airport. He said, "Hey, you still working out?" And I'm like, "You're supposed to say, I see you're still working out, right? You don't ask him if you're still working out. You don't look like you're working out."
Well, I think he's just trying to start a conversation with you.
Yeah, and I did. I said, "You mean I see you're still?" And he goes, "Yeah, what I said, you said you still working out."
Yeah, that was the answer. He said yes.
I said, no, I'm not feeling well.
I'm dying.
You didn't hear? Like,
well, it's radiation, of course.
Yeah.
Therefore, he got kicked.
Something happened.
Otherwise, it's a
they would say he lifts light. That too in the gym, like, let's lift light.
The house is
I don't know. I guess I don't lift.
I don't do weights. I don't do heavy weights. I don't have spotters. I just do cables and do some dumbbells. But people always say, you always work light. Heavy for me. There's a lot of people that just don't know what to say. They'll treat someone famous and they don't know what to say. They just get weird. They do. And then afterwards, they probably don't even know why the fuck did I say that. Jesus Christ, I feel so stupid. I tell that.
I only give you your guidance, your
famous people act like an idiot. Whatever. Shit. So I'm trying to give people grace. They're true that, but you still let them like, oh, I'm not gonna fucking really. Do you get a lot of people coming to your shows that are famous? Yeah. We had an guy there, Chris Jericho was at the show. He's at the side. The wrestlers are, oh, cool, real nice guy. You got the looks from how long ago? 19, coming up on 20. That's crazy. You probably have the longest residency of anybody in Vegas. Other than like Penn and Miller. They don't count because one only talks. So they've been there forever. They've been there forever. I remember I saw them there in 94.
We say the famous person of the
98. I saw them in 98.
What does it mean by
yeah, they're still at the Rio. Back at the Rio. Nice. Yeah, right now it's like
6 options how to learn the words that you know. One is Techilo. It's a lotion of persistent, or Yached, which is a lotion of nether. A person needs somebody else to annul it. Who said, I need Moshe Rabbeinu to annul my nether that I'm going to destroy Klal Yisrael. Or Melashon Cholo. Cholo is a body, a dead person. Moshe Rabbeinu said, I'm willing to give up my life for Klal Yisrael. Or it's Lashon of Chal, to rest. The Midas Harachamim should rest in Klal Yisrael. Or it's Lashon of Chulin, sacrilegious. Moshe Rabbeinu is telling Hakadosh Baruch Hu, it doesn't make sense that you should act in such a way. And finally, a Lashon of Beichilu is a disease that heats up the bones. Moshe Rabbeinu said he davened so much that he got sick. It says in the pasuk, Hakadosh Baruch Hu swore bach in yourself. What does that mean? Had Hakadosh Baruch Hu sworn in the heaven and the earth, just like the heaven and the earth, he could destroy that shvuah. But since he swore in himself, just like he himself, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is going to last forever. So too is shvuah to Klal Yisrael that they're going to be K'Koychei Shomayim. It's going to last forever. But the very interesting thoughts. It starts off Moshe Rabbeinu speaking, and then all of a sudden it switches off to the Torah speaking. Which one is it? It says that the very that's Moshe Rabbeinu, and then it says the says Sharamarti. Baruch Hu is the one that swore, not Moshe Rabbeinu. So either you can learn that the pasuk in the blue is Moshe Rabbeinu and the red is Baruch Hu, or you learn that the entire pasuk is Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu said, I repeated over the Klal Yisrael what you told me to say, that you're going to give them the land, so you have to keep your word. It says in the pasuk, build the Yichadas Hashem. It's a Lashon Nekeva, says the Gemara, that Moshe Rabbeinu said, the nations are going to sit like a woman. You're able to protect Klal Yisrael against one nation, the Mitzrayim, one king. He didn't wish him. Besides the center, but against 32 nations, you can't protect them. Says Rabbi Rothschild, at the end of the day, you're right. That's what the Muslim are going to say. Solachti Kidbarecha, that's what they're going to say. And while the Talmud, who is a Rebbe, agrees with him. When a person davens first, he should give a shvach HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then ask for what he needs. Tefillah is more important, more powerful than good deeds, because no one is greater than Moshe Rabbeinu when it comes to good deeds. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him, Aleilu, this is going to go here to Israel because of his tefillah. Kindness is more powerful than tzedakah, because the kindness you do with your own body, and tzedakah with your money. And the tefillah, although it comes to replace korbanos, has a more powerful. A kohen who killed somebody, that's the information in that pasuk. A kohen who killed another individual can no longer Yochanan can't do Nasi's compliance the rest of his life, even if he did tshuva. Once the Skorban Abayas, the gates of tefillah were locked, they could be opened, but it's difficult. Before put a mechitza, a barzel, an iron wall between us and himself. However, the gates of tears are never locked. As Rashi points out, Hashem always sees the tears. He doesn't break tefillah. He sees tears. You just have to be able to be makabel those tears. Rava never made a time on a day that was cloudy, said cloud, stopped the tefillah. If a person lengthens his tefillah, as long as it's not ma'ayin, as long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something and has to give him what he has, then his tefillah will be in his kabel. But if he believes that his tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must answer him, he's ma'ayin in his tefillah, then he's going to end up with a heartache. And what does he have to do if he has a heartache? He has to learn Torah. If a person's tefillah wasn't answered, he should repeat his tefillah. As it says twice, Kaveh El Hashem, Kaveh El Hashem. There are 4 things that a person has to strengthen himself in. Torah, tefillah, Maaseh Tovim. This one is interesting. In your job, in your profession, you have to strengthen yourself. It says in the pasuk about Hashem Shechifani. Hashem forgot about Hashem. Even if a person adds another wife, he'll never forget his original wife. So we rebelled against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do you forget about us? Says HaKadosh Baruch Hu, are you crazy? I never forgot about us. There are 3.6 billion times 300 million stars in the sky. I don't know, 16 zeros, but billions of stars. And they're all for your sake. You think I forgot about you? It says in the pasuk, well, can a woman forget about her own child? The Bible says, I'll never forget about your oilos, I'll never forget about your korbanos. However, I do sometimes lose my memory when it comes to Averis, like the Egel. I'll forget that, but I won't forget the good deeds by Sinai. The Hasidim Rishon in the Mishnah says, would prepare themselves an hour before davening. The Gemara tells us that they also prepare themselves an hour after davening, and davening took them an hour. So that's 3 hours for each tefillah. There's 3 tefillahs a day, that's 9 hours. When did they have time to chazer? They had to say after Shemaya that they didn't forget to learning that they learned before they became Hasidim Rishon. They had to say after Shemaya that their parnasa came with just doing very minimal. And finally for today, if you're a Milish Shemon and you see a king says something to you, you don't answer him. That's the Jewish king. The Jewish king you do answer. But if you see a king coming, the Jewish king, and you're able to finish Shemon Esrei quick, say quickly and run. Have a wonderful day.
On the other side of this, in Colorado, these 2 students shot at a Denver area high school. No connection, obviously, other than the timing of the violence. So we continue to cover this story throughout the course of the day. John's obviously going to have the latest information when he comes along here at the top of the hour.
Brachas Daf Lamed Gimel, the Gemara tells us a story. There was a chassid davening Shemon Esrei, and a non-Shabbat said hello to him, and he refused to answer because he was in the middle of Shemon Esrei. Says the officer, Reika, you're a boor. In your own Torah it says, you have to watch your soul. I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She said, give me a moment to explain it to you. If you yourself were talking to a king and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do to you? The guy says, he cut my head off. Okay, Kamal Chaimer. I'm talking to Melech Malchei Amlach HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How can I stop? We learned in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps himself around somebody's leg while he's down Shemon Esrei, you don't stop Shemon Esrei. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shemon Esrei. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're thrown into a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead because lions don't always attack unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're davening Shemon Esrei, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 100 feet, 50 amma, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there because there's a saying Aramaic. If you see a bull, run to the roof and take the ladder with you because a bull will attack. He's unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull in Nisan time and a black bull because there's so much food around that he goes crazy. The famous story with Reb Chanina ben Doisa and the Aroid, some call it an Arvad. There's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a toad. And if it bites a human being, there's a race who can get to the water first. If the human gets first, then the Aroid dies. If the Aroid gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there was a Aroid causing a lot of trouble. They went to Reb Chanina ben Doisa. He said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroid bit him. And a nace happened that there was a ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water, and he got to the water first, and he killed Aroid. He took Aroid, put him on his shoulders, and brought him to the Beis HaMikdash, and he said, Ein Aroid Meimus. The Aroid doesn't kill. It's our sins that cause us to die. And then the people said, wow, we fed this Aroid that bumped into Reb Chanina ben Doisa. It says in the Mishnah, we say, Mashav Ruach, where? In the Brach of Mechaya Mesim, because rain is the same thing as Tiyas HaMeisim, it's the same power, it's the same nace. And we say the same Talmud Matal Bracha in the Birkas Hashanim, that's the Bracha of Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the Bracha of Chonin Adas. You need that, you need Seichel to differentiate between Chodesh and Chol, Tomei and Tar. And Chum say it's because it's the first Bracha that you say in the weekdays. So you say 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas then, but the first bracha of the weekday is at the Chonin. It says in the Gemara there are 3 themes, words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Deah, Seichel. So it's a great thing to have Seichel, to use Seichel. In fact, if you don't, the person that doesn't use Seichel, we don't have Rachmanas on it. The Beis HaMikdash, Mikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name, also great. The person that uses Seichel, it's as if he built the Beis HaMikdash. Nekama, revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. Gemara says no, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Lezer say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted into At Chonin. Rabbi Kiva says it's its own bracha by itself, it's the 4th bracha Shemona Esrei. Rabbi Lezer says you insert it in Ma'adim. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make Havdalah every single month of Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? You just look at what Anshe Knesset Gleila says. The answer is because there were 3 akadas from Anshe Knesset Gleila and Chachamim, and therefore there's a lot of confusion. The first akana was to say Havdalah in Shul in Shemona Esrei, because Klal Yisrael didn't have money then to buy wine and say it over wine. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said no more Shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor, so they had to change it. And they said, let's, instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one takana. We'll say it in Shul and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can't afford it will be Yaitza with Shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, because the first takana was to say it on Shemona Esrei. But what if the reverse? A person said Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, does he repeat it at home? And we know the answer, we repeat it. But there's a brisa that says you don't repeat it because it's shame l'shav. It's a bracha levatala. You don't say Hashem's names for no reason. It says Leisisa. It's Issa Deraisa. But according to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's the halacha. And this brings us stomach pains. You can ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats 1 kazais of bread, it will be mechayev him in 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, then he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. But what if he ate a kazais of bread before he made the Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemona Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemona Esrei, plus he has to make Birkas Hamazon, that's 24 brachas. A Motzei Shabbos that falls out on Yom Tov, there's no At Chonin, so where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. According to Rabbi Lezer, it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachas, or in Ma'adim. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and there's 3 Lashonos of Rabbi Yochanan, either the Lashon of Ma'adim, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Eliezer, or the Lashon of Ma'adim, that we lean towards Rabbi Eliezer. We don't tell people in public that some of those places they insert that Havdalah. And the final Lashon is Nira. Conceivably as a source. In other words, we don't tell not a public, we don't classify that for an individual, but if an individual said Havdalah by himself in Ma'adim, we don't make him repeat.
Every time I walk in, it's spectacular to see them.
According to Rabbi Yosef,
I'm obsessed by
we
Egypt.
say,
So for me,
we say, in the middle at the Bechatana, we stop to say that the
hotel. I'd stay there every time.
and we are grateful that the Lord is giving us and differentiating between Shabbos and Yom Tov, Shabbos is greater than Yom Tov.
Yeah,
It says in Mishnah, if somebody tries to give a Shabbos and says, well, even our Rachmanis on birds, either because that's going to create jealousy between other animals and birds, or because you think you understand that Hashem's way.
touring,
and you do a little touring now. Understand the logic behind it.
It's only when I did
The person says Ma'adim, and he says that he's going to get a Ma'adim, it looks as if he's talking to different entities, and we tell him to be quiet. The person says, I recall Hashem's great chesed all the
star.
The band, say, Big
venue and there's a sound check and there's
was a person that was sitting in front of
we have
Rosalina.
the deluxe, but not like
And he started saying,
people hanging out on
okay,
the bus.
I got the like people down
Hey,
there.
you fucked my
Those are
mom.
what we said, but he had it. But he's a small etc.
Fuck me now.
That's what you have. That's what you got. In the Torah it says only three.
His grandpa blew me.
And Ezra only said three.
Let's get this straight.
And Ezra said, no, we're talking three. So say three.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it says if you are believing in your Baruch, that's that much more. It's like saying a person that has that much gold and you say, oh, he has a lot of silver. You know that everything's in the hands of heaven besides Yerushalayim.
I mostly just
And
work
what
my
everybody
program.
says, what does Hashem want from you? Only to know a little bit of Yerushalayim. It seems like it's very easy.
The traveling
It's very
tiredness
difficult.
is horrible.
And
you realize
see
how
that
bad it
Baruch
is
all he has in his answer, all he has is Yerushalayim. In other words, limits Yerushalayim.
My house.
And that's really Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yerushalayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else.
That's
So he considered it a small
because the road
thing.
is wonderful, but like I said, there's the ups and there's pluses and minuses of it. It's fun. You're in a rock. You're a rock band. You know.
There's pluses and minuses, but for me, this is the first time in my life where I haven't toured.
Yeah.
The last few years, last 3-4 years.
It's nice.
Well, I guess 3 years ago I was touring still. Like 2 years, last 2 years, I've just since the club opened, I just stopped. And it's been amazing. I love it. You know, all my friends are doing arenas. They said, yeah, fine. I don't want to do it. I really want to get out there. I probably will once I make a new hour. Because right now I'm at like 40-something minutes. Once I get a full new hour, I'll probably do some tour days just for the fuck of it. But being at home has giant advantages. It's you don't realize like how much you're destroying your body until you stop doing it. You know,
having the show is nice for that reason too. I mean, you have a normal day. Yeah. I had a dog for big dog. Then go to work, come home.
The second time you start getting your
Sports
club to
Center.
go, and the third time you go.
Do you feel weird living in Vegas? Vegas is an odd place.
When they ask you to
It's like you have to find.
Well, I live in the Summerlin area where it's like
Very nice.
yeah,
Suburban. But then you go to work inside the devil's
Then I go
balls.
inside the devil's ball. That's a good way to put it. And and I leave down the shaft back to Summerlin.
It spits right out the tip.
Yeah, the tip is on. That was help. I mean, I find it funny. There's a college there, and a big college, UNLV. I find that funny because you imagine asking your parents, like, hey, I want to go to college. I'm like, oh, right on, where are you going to go? Michigan, Iowa? You're like, I'm thinking about Vegas.
It's college,
You're fucking not going to Vegas for college.
My buddy Sam Triplett went there.
Yeah.
It's a good
It's a
college.
good college. It is weird. For the joke purposes.
Well, it seems like Vegas has become more of a community now, right? They have the Raiders now. Aren't they getting a major league?
Golden Knights.
Yeah, what's the Golden Knights?
Hockey.
Hockey. Right, that's right. They got a hockey team now. Always have fights. Fights.
Oh, yeah.
Almost every
yeah, right.
Somebody got a boxing or UFC event or something.
And they're talking about building a baseball stadium, I think.
Yeah. That's nice. What's going to be the Vegas A's? That's going to be weird.
I guess, yeah, I don't know.
Is it the Vegas Raiders? Is that what they call themselves?
Yeah, Las Vegas Raiders. That's weird. Yeah. When they open to their dad, Oakland Raiders, you can't, yeah. It takes a long time. People say Washington Redskins, calling for left, the Redskins,
what do they call themselves now, Redskins?
The Commanders. And you're talking about that's pretty good. I'm like a sports guy. Commanders.
Yeah, Redskins is a weird promotion. Commanders. That was problematic.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of, I guess, there's some article someone did that was really great. You broke down everything that could be. Like the Braves, the thing, they're going to do all these different things. We have to get rid of everything. Notre Dame left was like the Dolphins. It's a dolphin. You can't get rid of a dolphin. Yeah, but then there's dolphins in captivity. Right, gross here. Capitalizing on dolphins in captivity.
There was a lot of people who were upset about the Notre Dame using the Fighting Irish, using that little leprechaun guy.
Yeah, right. I think they're gonna have a problem with everything. I mean, it's all it is.
You ever get protested?
No. She's shocked. No, I haven't, but I thought I had a nightmare one night that I did. Like, it just, it just be people outside the Luxor just mad about something. No, but I thought about that because I know people have been. Have you been? Oh, yeah. Oh, what, see, that's so strange.
Yeah, what minor, just a bunch of people like mad about something.
So, guys.
It's always, it's whatever it is. You just get upset. It's always a small group of people because it's actually maxed by actual humans versus like these crowdfunded ones where like they show up on tour buses and they're all professional designs and handed to them. They're all getting paid. That's one weird thing is they're doing these. That didn't exist when I was a kid. Like paid protesters.
I don't think so.
I was watching a documentary on YouTube the other day that was they followed this woman who was a professional paid protester, and she goes from free Palestine to this to that. She's been doing it for years. And she goes from one protest to the next.
That's her job.
That's her job. Yeah, and she makes X amount of $100 a day, and they fly around.
I think
that kind of should be illegal.
Yeah, it kind of.
Yeah, because it's kind of a lie. It's kind of
broad.
It's beyond broad. Yeah.
And the guy who's funding it is right.
Yeah. It's usually NGOs, government organizations that get taxpayer money, unfortunately. But it's a weird thing where people are outraged, but they really just want a sandwich.
You see them all the time. Yeah, people don't know they're real, right? They don't know they're not real.
No, but
until
they
someone
get
points out, like you just did, and then they get exposed, and then be like, no. No, you're just listening to the hype of it when you call it. You know, when they say something, propaganda or the other one, they're like, oh, that's just, the world's flat and that kind of the conspiracy theories. So I love those because with my dad working at NASA, I would always ask people like, what do you think?
What'd your dad do at NASA?
He was an engineer. He trained the astronauts in the.
Was he involved in
Nice. Yes. I wish my dad was alive. He'd punch you. Oh yeah. My dad. Well, not. Yeah. No, because we just had a discussion backstage. A couple days ago. I don't know what. Something happened with flag. It was something about flag.
Flag waving on the moon.
No, it was something about flag, like burning flag, something. And I said, my friend said, that's an interesting question. I wonder if the flag is still on the moon. And I said, that's a great question. Like, it's one of the you got to break it down, right?
Yeah.
So I said, well, my dad would know, and I guess I'm not the brightest guy, but I would like an engineer that would break it down. But there's not, there's no wind on the moon. There might be cosmic something wind up there. It's not right. So, and there's nothing that's going to deteriorate the flag. So it's probably still there.
Unless you got hit by a micrometeorite
or something. Other than that, it would be right.
Because there's no atmosphere on the moon, so we're a very, very thin atmosphere, so it gets pelted all the time.
Right. That's what it's right. Unless how deep but my dad trained him to drive that rover. So the joke I was going to put in the show, I said, NASA can now, they're good, they can zoom in and look at it. So here's the NASA zoom in on the moon. You see the flag, see the fucking moon, it's still there. And then we pan over, and there's the Land Rover, but it's up on blocks, and they've looted it, taken all the wheels off of it. I said, see, the fucking thing, they've already stole it. They've already
They did take photos. I think it was India. Was it India or China? One of the satellites that they had hovering the moon took appropriately blurry, ambiguous photos of what they claim was the landing site, like where the lunar module was, where the buggy is.
Well, that would be the punch at the end. You go, Ford's is still there in some sound stage in LA,
I think the soundstage is probably in Vegas. I think it was out in the
might be their house.
I think it's out where they film, where they do like UFO back engineering. That's another weird thing. Right where the Luxor is right across the street from where those guys take off.
Yeah, my brother flew those. Really? Whoa. It was a crazy thing. My brother was Air Force, and so he retired Air Force.
planes. And the weird thing is, I'm in the Luxor. When I first got the gig, and I was in my room, it was at the top of the light. That'd be a horrible room to be. The light on it? Yeah, my room was just the light on it.
People that don't know, there's a giant top light above. They had it toned down.
Yeah,
because it was interfering with flights.
It was.
Yeah.
There's three things you can see from outer space, by the way: the Great Wall of China, the Luxor Light, and my cock. Thank you. I'm here all week. I'm actually here all week. So, what was it? So I'm looking out the window, right? Every morning I would look out and I'd see the planes, and I didn't know they were. I thought they were some private guy, the big billionaire that has all these jets out there. They're blue. So I thought, there's another billionaire red jet. And so then there's 4 channels on my TV. It was like when I was a kid, right? And the Luxor was just the Luxor channel, and then, so the Luxor channel would have on a loop every day this goddamn thing about the red striped planes. And this is real, right? So I'm watching it, like, no one in the world knows where these red striped planes are. They fly out of a secret location. I swear to God, in West, at the window, like, they're fucking right there. And it's someone known for years, people tried to discover where the red planes fly in and out of. And like, this is a joke. So I called my brother. I said, if he flies, this thing says that you're like top secret. You don't fly anywhere. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever they can't tell me, he wouldn't tell me. I just thought that was so crazy. I mean, there's a whole show saying there's no red planes, and there's a mystery that if you can find them. And I'm like, they're right there. Just zoom in and take a picture.
That's ridiculous. Everybody literally knows where they are. Yeah, you can see them from Mandalay Bay.
Unless they are fake ones. They're the ones. The decoy. Yeah, just like the 747. And then they have the other 747.
Yeah, when Bob Lazar was working on back engineering UFOs, allegedly, that's where he used to fly out of. They'd pick him up there, and he'd fly over to Area S4. Quick little flight out to the middle of Groom Lake.
Quick layover and come
get out, and they'd say, figure this thing out.
Jeez.
Allegedly. Yeah, supposedly it was like that. That one right there.
Right. I thought that was a symbol of AC/DC's album.
Yeah. It looks a little bit like that. No, that's the sport model. That's what Bob supposedly was working on in Area 21. Yeah. Who knows? It's fun.
Yeah,
fun thing about space. You're looking at those actual planes. I like to talk to one of those guys. They tell you they're fun.
Oh yeah, like my brother's like, what are you talking about? He would not. He's out there. Working in and out. He flew this planes. Tell me more.
He wouldn't tell you nothing. No. Even if you put the phones down and go for a walk. Nothing. Your own brother. Yep. If you're my brother, I'd tell you.
Would you?
Fuck yeah.
I would too. I can't keep a secret.
That's probably why I was like,
that's why I'm good. Are you?
People always ask me, like, does anybody ever tell you, like, top secret information? Like, no, I have a big fucking mouth. Like,
Exactly.
If they told people that UFOs are real, I'd be like, look, I'm sorry, maybe they're gonna put me in jail, but I have to tell you.
I always have that question too, honestly, about people that have had some security clearances and then they revoke them. My biggest, I take the
those are not worth. They start working something about your hair, those things. Let's just go ahead.
Oh my God. The struggle. Can I take my pants off too?
Take your pants off.
This is a pants free zone. No headphone, no pant wearing zone.
You probably have extra pants in there anyway.
I know probably. I know.
How do you structure your show, or do you just like reach into the show?
The show is structured, but when I come and do like little things, there's not at all. There's nothing's zero.
Do you ever do guest sets like at a comic club? Or
I used to make it a thing.
Do you do it these days?
No. I mean, they kind of do like this one I'm doing today with Tony. I bring a little
Tony Love. Last time he did it. It was very fun. I saw some clips.
Yeah, he said to me, I really want props. I want to talk. I want to be, not carrot top pieces, but that's what I want. I want you to be that. And he was right. Because it was really, he was right. Because a lot of it was both right. Yeah, it was fun to talk, be funny without doing props, and then go on and show some stuff. And he was beside himself. He's like, that's what I do.
I'm here
stay and their livelihood. They made a good living.
tonight.
I'm sure they're one man. Shit, I wouldn't say. It'd be fun if you.
Oh, that would be awesome. Oh, man, I would have done that in a heartbeat.
Another time. You'll be back.
Yeah.
Next time we'll plan on that.
Yeah, that would be fun. Awesome. Absolutely. Yeah. I just had Ron White come up on stage just last Friday.
Oh, he was in Vegas.
He was in Vegas, and he came out, and you know, Ron just, he says, he comes in, and I said, you know, what I said, well, I love it, you know, what do you want me to do? I said, you just do, what are you, know, don't come out and do 20 minutes. Just poke your head out. I have a bit in my act where I talk about my dad working at NASA training astronauts, and it's just like Neil Armstrong and John Glenn, and all these pictures come up, and Katy Perry, and everybody goes, and I said, if my dad was alive, you could hear him right now. What the fuck? And I got Ron White to do the voice for it, right? So the crowd, they already know it. You just hear his voice, what the fuck? And everybody's like, Ron White. So I said, that sounds like Ron White. I said, fucking sounds a lot like Ron White. And he walks out and he goes, well, no shit, Sherlock. And the crowd loses it, right? And he's telling me, I was going to come out here and say something, but you're fucking, I was having a good set. Fucking blowing the real fucking place. He says, you still want it? I said, that dude, a joke? All right, I'll do it. And he did some joke. And it was because I'm watching the whole show. My men need heroes in life. He's sitting there watching the show, but then he's gone for like, I don't know, his bit's coming up. I don't know where he is. And you could smell pop with the whole theater. It's not a joke. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I hope it's, I mean, Ron, you can't, like, smoke weed in here. So I go off, and he comes out, and he says, it comes. So I said, all right, I'm going for Ron White. And I said, so I said, if you smell weed, it's probably, he's back, he goes back in my dress. And there's another show back down there, all these stripper girls. And they're all like, hey, I didn't know you partied. I'm like, what? Like, I haven't been in 19 years. I'm like, I'm a party. They're like, no, that's my friend Ron. He's smoking weed. They're like, holy shit, he's got good shit. I mean, it was just developed the whole lobby out into the lobby.
Yeah, he can go hard.
Oh, he goes.
I smoked weed with him and then done a set, but oh my god, what am I talking about?
No, he was so belligerent. And then he left his weed and his wallet in my dressing room.
Oh no, just his wallet.
Yeah, I guess I'll swallow it. And his weed.
You also make a chocolate.
He's here.
People
He lives here. He does. I know. He's here. He said he might surprise me.
Oh, nice.
And you come.
I do shows with him every week.
Every week. It's not great. He's just
he's one of the main reasons why I moved here.
Right now, that's edible. What roughly is
when he moved here in 2000, I think 17 or 18, I think 18. And I was like, wait, where are you? He's like, I moved back to Austin. I fucking love it. It's in the middle of the country. I can fly here from everywhere. It's like 3 hours no matter where you go. 3 hours to New York, 3 hours to LA. Perfectly centrally located. People are nice. Food's great. I was like, all right. He's right. You got me thinking about Austin. And then when the pandemic hit, I was like, well, if I move to Austin, at the very least, Ron's going to be there. Like, there's a good comedy club there. But the comic club had already closed. I'm like, but at least Ron's there. You know, I'll have a friend. I just had to get out of LA. And she was just raving about, come on down, man. Austin's fucking awesome. He's also the one that talked me into opening up a club.
Awesome.
In addition to that,
it was totally Ron. He had dates. It's a really funny story. He hadn't done stand up in like 8 months. I'm fucking retired. Pandemic, you're on the chaos. I'm fucking retired. I'm done. I got plenty of money. I'm just going to laugh and this. I'm like, okay, come on. Really? I'm like, you're so funny. I just can't believe that. And so then Tony put on a show at the Vulcan. Tony had done like 1 or 2 shows indoors. Like, which is crazy. I'm like, I'm doing shows indoors in 2020. This is madness. And in LA, people were freaking out. You're killing me. Yeah, exactly. And so Ron was like, oh, I don't even know if I'm going to do a set. And then he decided to go on stage. He went on stage. The audience went fucking bananas. He got a huge standing ovation. The moment he went on stage, murdered for 15 minutes. And then he came on stage and he grabbed me by my shoulders. And he goes, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're going to keep doing this. You got to open that club. I'm like, okay, that's great. That was the beginning of the Comedy Mothership. It was Tom White. Yeah, he was the original. He was the Christopher Columbus, but that's a bad example because that guy was a real piece of shit. He was the original pioneer. He came here.
If this is softened, I'll go over Ron White story. It's just incredible. We go out to this fancy, like one of these posh little bars down somewhere in the fancy hotel. And I even said, where do we go? And they said, this is kind of like, little bar. And he said, let's go to the one at the area or whatever. So we go, and it's real fancy. And we sit down, and wait, just there's three of us. The wife, his girlfriend, me, and I sit down. Oh, let's Crown the Rocks, a glass of wine. And as I look over his wife, I said, you're like a damn smoking weed. And Ron is literally, he looks at me, he's like, well, no fucking shit. And I go, Ron, you can't smoke pot in here. He goes, the hell can't. Who the hell's gonna throw Ron White carrot top out of a fucking bar? And within seconds, Metro was standing there going, you guys get the fuck out of here. And Ron's like, you gotta be fucking shit. I said, Ron, you can't, like, the cops are there. And he said, well, they're good. They're good. I said, no, we're not good. We gotta go. He just thought, who's gonna, he did that in my backstage this last week. I said, you can't smoke pot back here. He said, it's your fucking dressing room. What does that mean? Is that how it looks? Because I've got the other people, the girls, the show. The next show, there are other people back. What is the next show? I can't do. The next show is like strippers on fantasy. Yeah. It's like my, it's like a lot like my show, except it's funnier and there's naked people. So, what is it? It's just a girls dancing radio show. They used to have something like that. It was called Quick Girls. Yeah. It was like comedians would host it. Yeah. It was kind of like this one. They would have a comic in the middle. And the girls. Yeah. It's a good show. It's for people that want excuses to see strippers, but they don't want to go to a strip club. Right. So they take a date to a show. Right. Season 10. Yes, exactly. That's smart, isn't it? Well, he wouldn't go to a strip club. He went to a fancy titty bar. Vegas is such an odd place. There's nothing like that place. It's so strange. It's just got such a history. First of all, the beginning of it, right? It's founded by the mob. Like, they literally want a place where they didn't get gambling. And then in order to have legal gambling, there's probably some sort of deal where they're going to blow nukes off and kill the mountains. So there's spots out there where you really can't even visit, because they detonated 50, 60 nukes. It's just great. That's what killed John Wayne. Vegas. John Wayne was doing a movie in Nevada about Genghis Khan. It's a terrible movie. And he did that movie, and a giant percentage of the people that worked on the movie got cancer from it. Because they were literally like right down the road from one of the test sites. That's crazy. It's fucked, right? Yeah. I always thought that's probably one of the reasons why they allowed them to do gambling thing there. They probably made some sort of a deal. Like, yeah, you can have gambling, but this is what we want to do. And we want to blow off nukes. Jesus. I feel like it's sometimes when I'm on stage at Luxor, if something comes down, and then the crowd can see it, just part of the whole thing. It's always like, it's fine, some asbestos, it's not nukes. Luxor now built like the early 2000s. Yeah, what was that place built? Yeah, something like that. 2000 or something like that. Because when we filmed Fear Factor, yeah, 2000, we were there 20 episodes, yes, 2000. Yeah, so I don't think they use asbestos, but it's just such a weird place. Oh, wow. Oh, shit, we're way I work there. Not too far off, 10 years. The wait
is over. 2 pound for pound kings. One epic showdown. Canelo versus Crawford going toe-to-toe at last. And DraftKings Sportsbook is in your corner from the opening bell to the final blow. From the opening bell to the judge's final call, DraftKings has you covered with odds on knockouts, total rounds, method of victory, and more. Never bet on a fight before? Easy. Open the app, look for something simple like who will win, and make your pick. And it's not just fight night. Football is on tap this Sunday, too. One app, all the action. New customers, this one's for you. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you sign up today. DraftKings Sportsbook is the home for fight fans and football Sundays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boonville Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Fees may apply in Illinois, Boyd, and Ontario. Bonus bets expire days after issuance. For additional terms, responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, it's still phenomenal. You walk inside, it's just breathtaking.
I was there recently. I went to see you walk in.
You walk in, it's like, I should do a joke like this. Yeah, I had sex on a really hot chick. They found anything man in the body exhibit or something.
That bodies exhibit is fucking creepy.
Do you know the story behind that place?
I mean, yeah, kind of.
They're mostly, well, they don't really know like where they're getting the bodies, but they do know that a lot of them are political prisoners. Yeah, so it's basically like people that ran afoul of the Chinese government, so they whack them and turn them into statues.
That's creepy. Yeah, that's right outside my theater.
Yeah, well, a lot of them they call like unidentified bodies. But then the real problem is, like, to be an unidentified body, you have to be unidentified for 30 days. But then in order to do the plastination process, where they turn you into a statue, it has to take place within 48 hours of death. So, someone's lying. Yeah. Someone's
It makes a
lying.
lot more sense than
A lot of my bullet holes.
What a great place to have a comedy club right next to like the Titanic Museum and dead fucking bodies. Right?
Yeah.
I think you're more in the mood for a show.
That's what I too. The Titanic Museum.
Yeah, Titanic Museum.
It's pretty dope. They actually have a big chunk of the Titanic on display there. What a wild time where people would just get on a fucking boat and travel across the ocean with no YouTube, no GPS, hope they didn't hit an iceberg. And that was like super fancy, high-tech travel. Imagine the people that traveled 30, 40 years before that. Wooden boats, not having any idea, just going on a promise that you had a job waiting on the other side of the fucking ocean.
Right.
Yeah. So my grandparents got it.
There are probably comics on those cruise ships.
Terrible comics on those cruise ships. That's the worst job in comedy
Ever, right? Ever. I did one. It's not only one.
It's one of those things where a guy, there's some guys that like it. Like, I know Alonzo Bowden does jazz cruises. Like, Alonzo Bowden he's a great comic, but he's also like a giant jazz fan. He loves jazz music. So he'll go on jazz cruises. It's probably perfect for him, because like it's like if I went on an MMA cruise, I could talk about you can talk about subjects that most people in regular crowd like, what the fuck is he talking about? You're talking about obscure jazz music. I had a lot of friends love cruise ships. Have you heard what they're doing with AI music? Speaking of jazz, they did 50 cents today. They took 50 cents, Many Men, and made it like a soulful song, but it seems like it's from the 50s or 60s. Have you heard that?
No, but I've heard a few other ones, not the 50 Cent one.
Dude, you want to listen to it?
Yeah.
It's so fucking good. I said it to Brian Simpson, and he said, that is the best fucking
thing you've ever sent me.
And they just did that.
Yes, through AI. It's not even a real human being's voice. And it's fucking good, dude. It's good where you're like, woo! Listen to this. It seems weird hearing these lyrics with this kind of singing, you know, because it's hardcore gangster rap music, but with, listen to this though. It's kind of crazy that they're doing.
Many men wish death upon me.
Pizza that has prompts that are less than precise. If you can see that these prompts come from bread, they are bread.
Wow. What I'm destined to be.
That they are bread.
And niggas trying to take my life away.
Isn't that great?
So she gets there.
I put a hole in a neck.
Other things.
For fucking with me.
And only in that situation do you think is that. But
my back on the wall. Now you go see.
Then even without binding together, it's
better watch how you talk.
Something called
when you talk about me.
People that are it's a very ubiquity.
Cause I take your life away.
Great. How incredible.
Nobody sings lyrics like that with those kind of lyrics. It's gangster rap with an incredible voice. AI is fucking scary, man. That's so good. If that was a dude who sang that, I was like, who's this guy? You know, I'm like, this guy is fire.
That's the kind of stuff we're going to be.
Another shot is Indian bread.
And the first time I heard about it was Randy Travis had a song out, and I love Randy Travis, so I was like, he has a new album out. He's like, oh, well, you know, he hasn't known.
That's right. They used AI, but that was his decision, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he wrote the music.
Yeah, I think he did. But it just blew me away. I had a whole fight with my girl. Like, it's AI. It's not fucking AI. It's AI. And then they came back and they said it right. But they said it was.
Like, this is not a real person's voice. It's probably a conglomeration of multiple different singers' voices. At least I guess.
I'm looking actually. I don't know where this started, but I'm looking at the one that I'm looking at. They are trying to sell this like it's they tried to make it seem like 50 Cent covered this song from some guy named Shifty Brand.
Oh yeah, but they do that stuff. They did that with the Chris Rock thing. When Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith, they tried to pretend that it was an old television show, and they did an AI version of this old television show where a guy goes on stage and slaps the comedian. It's really funny. It's AI is so squirrely.
Yeah.
They're probably just trying to make money. That's why they did it. But goddamn, it's good. It's his voice. So I don't think so. No, it is. So what they do is like it's my voice too. Like they use AI with my. There's a whole podcast with me and Steve Jobs. I never met Steve. A whole podcast that somebody made with AI. AI because you have Steve Jobs' voice and you have my voice. Thousands and thousands of hours. Every sound that I can make with my voice has already been made. So all the computer has to do, but all the computer has to do is just take a giant amount of your voice and then apply it differently, emotionally, slowly, somberly, angrily. And you can just put it all together.
They just had one with me.
Yeah.
It was like, what the? And it was me doing something, you know.
They do ransom phone calls.
Yeah, that's all it was. It was hey, it's me, it's Kirk up. If you could help me out, I need, and it was like I was broke, and I was down and out, I needed the money.
And they said, stop sucking my dick. Send money. Yeah, it's real weird because it's super good now. In the beginning, when we first started hearing it, it was kind of obvious because the inflections were off. Like the way you would say something. Like the inflections in that song was insane, you know? And I'll take your life. Watch how you talk about me. Wow! Take your life. That's great. Oh, you hear it like, damn. So that means that we associate with a soulful, incredibly creative person with an amazing God-given talent of a voice, but it's not. That's what's crazy. Like they nailed, even though I know it's fake,
I love it.
Yeah.
You did too. Like, we're listening, like, this is great, but we know it's fake. That's kind of crazy. The Randy Travis thing is different because what they just did is he wrote it, and then he can't sing anymore, but they have thousands of hours of him singing. So they take that and then just turn it into him singing. So it is him singing. It's actually his voice. It's just not coming out of his mouth. It's coming out of technology, but it is his voice. And it's his right. Right? So it's like, it really is a Randy Travis album. It's just Randy Travis. Like, you can enjoy someone that can't do it anymore, but is still alive. You know? Like, that guy had so many great songs. Oh my God. That guy
could go on forever and ever.
Well, you have to have.
No, he's got so many. I love that. That was my first big country. This is Kenny Rogers. My dad would go see Kenny Rogers every concert my dad went to was Kenny Rogers.
Really? That's hilarious.
He goes, I forgot. Yeah, I feel more animated. This is weird. So you guys do see Kenny Rogers, and I'm studying 12 or something. He says, you want to go? So my dad said, I'll go to the first concert with Kenny Rogers. It's like huge, playing like arenas. It was him and Kenny Wynette. It was great. Well, right, all the hits. Let me go. Yeah, and then the second concert I go to was Kenny Rogers, right? So like, he's all right. I don't think there's anything else but Kenny Rogers, right? Third time I go to this fucking thing, I'm like, Dad, dude, can we go to like Alabama? Can we go to another concert? He loved Alabama. He loved this. No, Kenny Rogers is good. So then I meet Kenny Rogers in an elevator in LA. Like, it's just the weirdest thing. Ding, doors open. He's standing, he gets on. I said, oh man, all the heroes. Legend. He's like, thank you. I said, you know the first concert I ever went to? He says, when they say me, I said, yep. That's awesome. I said, you know the second concert I went to? He says, no. I said, you. He says, wow, that's awesome. I said, you are the third? He goes, oh, fuck off. He goes, fuck off, I'm going to this. I said, my dad took me to your concert 3 times in a row. But Kenny goes, well, you have a great dad. And it was just kind of awkward. It was just, I kind of ran out exactly what we were talking about. Yeah, and I did right. And we're just looking at the numbers going up. And I said, oh, you know what? You have great chicken. And I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know what else to say. And he did have great chicken monsters thing. And that's what I said. And he was like, he looked at me like, fuck off. I said, no, and the sides are great too. The chicken.
That song, The Gambler, how many people did that turn into gambler junkies? Right. Romanticized gambling, you made it seem so out of nowhere. I do, I know what. But you gotta let it go. I know what. They made a TV movie about that? Was there? Yeah, a TV movie called The Gambler. What was The Gambler? I think there's a TV movie called The Gambler. Yeah.
We'll find out in seconds.
Yep. There's something about music that was created before the internet. There you go. What yours is There's something about stuff that was created before the internet. It's like an archaeological dig. You know? Like, this is
that's just great. Like, that looks great, doesn't it? It's like, you want to watch that?
Can I say it? Because it's like an archaeological dig. Like, you're looking at like the way people used to behave and talk before the internet. Right. You know, it's weird. It's like oddly fake. You know? It's like oddly
interesting how you analyze that way. Now I want to see what you're talking about.
Yeah, like I'm an amateur archaeologist here. This is a different time. Human beings from 1980 were like a different thing. Everybody would just leave the house. Everyone had a key. Nobody knew where anybody was at any given time. You left the house, you were gone. We didn't have answering machines yet. People were basically wild animals who lived in houses. And they only knew how to behave from movies and TV. Give me some of this. Oh, is it still playing the music? Oh, okay. Is this the theme song? I want it. Yeah.
That's great. That's so funny.
Look at even at the way it looks. The way it looks so cornball. It's just kind of amazing. You know? people just kind of accepted.
I love the fact of how you put it. There was not even having something answer sheets. They were just gone.
We were wild animals. People in 1980 were essentially wild animals. They were wild animals who had children. No one knew what was going on in the world. Everybody was completely uninformed. Yeah, it's crazy. We were all worried that Russia was going to blow us up. That was every day. Everybody's worried about Russia. And no one knew what was going on. And everybody lived in bliss. And you only knew the people in your neighborhood. You didn't know anybody else. No. You didn't know, like, there wasn't even 1/100th of the amount of famous people back then. There was a tiny amount of famous people. There was Elvis and a few other folks. There's a few rock stars, a few comics. There's like Richard Pryor. Yeah, TV shows that you find with animals. We were looking at Kenny Rogers. These are wild animals that have just been introduced to technology, and they're hating what it's like to be a grown-up. Like, they're just figuring it out. And now here we are. We're like the teenagers. We're the adolescents of civilization. So we realize that's kind of silly. And everything but there's stuff from them that's better than stuff that from whatever weird reason. There's some music back then because like. You realize like how special this really, like Prince, for instance. Like, I remember the first time I listened to Prince, I listened to I was delivering newspapers at the time, and I listened to I Want to Be Your Lover, and I was like, who the fuck is this guy, man? Like, this guy was coming out of nowhere. He was like completely androgynous, like. He was a beautiful man with this long flowing hair, and the first album is him with his shirt off, just staring at you. What the fuck is going on? And then I Want to Be Your Lover. I heard that. I was like, oh my god, this guy's talented. But he was like out of nowhere talented. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck was like that guy before him? Right? He was completely different than anybody that came before.
I want to think that would people compare with Michael Jackson because of
he's very different. Very different too.
Right. Because I know when Prince came out, I'm like, oh, he's trying to be Michael Jackson. But he could be what?
What year is this?
Before.
Oh, this is not true. Let me hear some.
Very thin. You do so because you want to take. There you go. There's your song.
What a song.
Says if you have,
look at him.
It's so funny. This video, if you took the sound off this and you put it like Cinderella, it would probably match his Aerosmith. But look at how he's doing it.
Right.
Right.
He took the phone. Oh, he was so compelling. He was so compelling.
Put it on the stove.
All I ever wanted to do. And then women were so confused why they wanted to fuck him. They wanted to fuck him. Like, he cracked the code. He figured something out. Like, you're a 5'3" dude with an insane amount of talent, and you're wearing stiletto heels on stage, and everybody wants to fuck him. Because he was that fucking talented. He was that talented. And then there's also his music was so wild. Like that song Head. I remember that song. That was like, what year was Head? Was that like 86 or something like that? Like, what year was that? I know the thing. 80? Wow, 1980. So this was before I was in high school, son. This is before I was in high school. They had a song about blowjobs. Morning, noon, and night, I'll give you a head. Till you burn it up, head. Do you love his red head? Love you till you're dead. Ow!
You know, Prince reached out to our people one night and asked if they could come to the show when he was at the Rio.
Whoa.
And we said, well, fuck yeah. What do you mean? Of course we would. And they said there's only one caveat. I said, what's that? He can't curse.
Prince hates cursing?
Yeah. For real. Well, yeah. So
maybe he just wanted to fuck with you. How much power do I have?
Yeah, I can tell him. Well, I don't know. I was like,
I want to hear swear.
I would tell my my I said, hold on a second. He's telling me I can't curse? I said, yeah, that's the only thing. I said, but he has a song called Cream, Get Off. Cream, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Oh, he became a devoted Jehovah's Witness, and as a result, started using profanity, even implementing a cash swear jar in his Paisley Park studio to enforce his no swearing policy. Witnesses believe that using blasphemous or foul language is a sin, and Prince adhered to this tenet by removing swear words from his music and charging people for any foul language spoken at his compound. Well,
I'm already down like 200. I'm already fined
That's amazing. He has the guy.
Fined $200 today, I think.
As much as I love that guy, I would not visit him. I would be like, I can't do that.
No, that's what I don't want to do. That's what I said.
Maybe I would. Maybe I visit him once. Maybe I talk to him once. I would just like if I'm gonna go talk to him, swear. Right. I'm gonna probably try to be nice.
Yeah.
But like at a certain point in time, like I don't want to perpetuate this really stupid idea that different sounds that you make with your mouth are uniquely offensive.
Everybody holds it.
It's what you're saying. It's supposed to be a sound that I make so you know what I'm thinking. And if you have words that you can substitute for these thoughts that are, if you have a thought that is only expressed through fuck you, right? Like we know what fuck you means, and everybody says fuck you. For you to say that you can't say that anymore, you're manipulating language to make it have less nuance. That's never good. Like it's already not nuanced enough. Like still doesn't quite grasp exactly what you're thinking or what you're saying. And the worst case scenario of it is when someone writes down what you're saying instead of like hearing you say it in context with the conversation that you're having, right? So it's like anybody who says don't use certain words, like stop being a baby. Stop being a baby. These are just noises you make so that we can understand. All that shit is nonsense. It's stupid. It's stupid, and it was mostly created, I think, first of all, right? Television, you had advertising, and that was the only place where there was advertising. And so that was the only place that had a proven audience. But to keep that proven audience on NBC and CBS, you had to institute laws where you literally would get fined like a serious amount of money if you swore on TV. And then cable came along, and everybody, Sam Kinison was like HBO, right? Like, and you're like, what? This is way better. Like, why can't we just talk? Right? But again, this is cave people. Kinison on HBO was 86. Right? No one knew what the fuck was going on, dude. No one knew what the fuck was going on prior. Yeah. When I was a kid, I was at my friend Jimmy Lawless's house, and we watched Eddie Murphy Delirious. I think we were all like, what year was that? 80. I want to say I was 15, maybe.
Delirious, 86.
I want to say I was like 15 or 16. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I was like, this is insane.
Oh, no.
He's talking about the honeymooners fucking each other in the ass? Like, what? Jackie Gleason is fucking Ed Norton in the ass? I've been looking at him. Like, this is insane. How is this on TV?
86. 83. 83?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that makes, you're right. That makes me like 15. Fucking crazy. It was so good, dude. And it was new. It was like all of a sudden you're hearing someone just swearing on TV. Like, this is crazy. How am I even watching this?
That's it was a big change in everything.
Yeah,
the cable.
Well, cable and then view testing. We can go and like you can rent Delirious. Right, rent it. Right. Yeah, you go home and put it in. Get the popcorn out. You gotta watch Delirious. We were cave people. We were cave people. We were telling stories by the fire.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. Like that was our form of entertainment.
It's so weird. You think back about that. Keep bringing this up. It's that weird because I'm about your age, and that we didn't have like you said, we didn't have an answer machine.
We had nothing. We had nothing. I think we are the perfect. We're the perfect people
to like really understand the change that society's gone through and how spectacular that change is, because we were there when there was none, when there was nothing. Where walkie-talkies were crazy. Someone had a walkie-talkie that was nuts. You could talk to your friend. Bro, what's going on over? You guys are like reasonably close. It was the craziest thing in the world to be talking to a walkie-talkie. Or I knew a dude who had a CB in his car. He could just have random conversations with people. Well, they would just start talking about stuff. Breaker 1, what you up to? Yeah. They would just have conversations, and people would meet people.
Like a lot of that, the Smokey the Bandit. That was the time you're talking about too. They were CBs, but they're also like keys, and they were just
But you were the cool guy if you had a CB in your truck. If you had a CB in your truck, you were cool. Didn't Burt Reynolds have a CB in his Trans Am? Did he? Yeah. Burt Reynolds Trans Am.
Yeah, he said, hey, big what's up, bro? We're gonna pull over there and feed their dog, bro.
That is the ultimate cool guy. He's got a walkie-talkie in his Trans Am with a cowboy hat on.
By the way, it is one of my only movies that I own on my iPod.
Bro, it is another archaeological site. It's a dig that's dug down to another time beings where this is the coolest guy in the world. A guy who runs from the cops in a Trans Am with a Firebird on the fucking hood, and he's talking on a CB with a cowboy hat on.
And that was the first movie.
It's like great theater.
The first movie they broke the camera. The third, what do you call it? Where they look at
the third wall?
Yeah.
That was the first wall. What's the wall?
Before we retain.
Fourth wall.
Remember he's first being chased. Yeah, he's going down the. He was in the alley in the very beginning, chasing. And he's going like he's backing in like this, and he's just counting. It's like that was fucking awesome. Like he just gave that look.
Oh, Burt Reynolds had so much charisma. He was so good.
And the fucking sheriff. I mean, damn, how great is that? You know what's really great? Give me a dabble sandwich and Dr. Pepper, make quick. I'm in a goddamn hurry. Where are you at? Who's chasing you? No one's chasing me. I'm Sheriff Buford. No one's chasing me. Stay here and you think about it, but go. Yeah, this kid's in the dark. Dude, Jack Nicholson was amazing in that. That's an attention getter. Yeah, he was so good as keys. That's called attention getter.
Do you remember Burt Reynolds in Deliverance?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That was an insane role. That was insane. That was where you get to see him as an actual actor. You're like, oh, this guy was good. He was a good actor, right? You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't just Smokey and the Bandit.
Sure, no.
The guy having a good time, super charming, great mustache, smiling at the camera. It was fun, man. Like, in Deliverance, it was like right out of him, right when he was done playing football. That's right, he kills a guy with a bow. Yeah, man, that was a good movie.
Child only has a
that was a good movie.
I got to meet him. He used to call him.
That's great.
He had a pie fight.
That's how we
had a pie fight with Burt Reynolds.
No, I was on the Tonight Show. Burt Reynolds, this is crazy. Burt Reynolds was a kid, was the lead guest. He came out and talked about being married like 9 times. Mark Summers, who hosted the game show, whatever it was. Mark Summers, he came out. Moves down to the second chair, and Mark's here's Jay, and he puts his back to Burt, and he starts telling stuff like being, I've only been married once, and Burt's over there, kind of getting a little. First, he's got his back to him. Then he takes the cup, the mug, and he says, we went to take it. He says, is this mine? He says, I don't give a shit. He says, well, you've been married 5 times. I don't want to. He's trying to be funny. Like, I don't drink after you've been married 5 times. They got, oh, here it is. Now, here's the best part. I'm watching. Whoa. Oh, no, this is real shit. I'm going to guess. I'm going to throw a drink on him. Yeah. Is this planned? No. Mark Summers. And who's Mark Summers?
By benching, instead of benching,
watch how angry Burt is. Watch they didn't have this plan, by the way. He hits him hard.
Yo.
It's one of 5 things that you
That
can say in
hurt.
any language.
Look at the torque you got in that right hand. I want you to watch this again. Bro, he got hip into that.
He was
He got his right shoulder.
At the end, if you're watching, you'll go, hey, Carrot Top will be here tomorrow night. At the end,
Look at this frame by frame.
well, he's a fucking football player, too. Look at that.
Oh, bro,
Nevertheless,
lock that dude. Look at his face. Look at that freeze frame. That guy should be ashamed of that look for the rest of his life. How dare you? How dare that face? Right there is scary. Yeah. If I was friends with that dude, I'd be like, dude, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna kill you, bro. Look at the torque he got in there.
Yeah, well, say he's a football player.
Bro, that was like,
and I'm backstage going, I'm like, going on? They're like, no, we're gonna cut you.
Actually, I just tell him, I said, that guy's got a great chin. Wow. Yeah, he better smile. He just got bitch slapped. He took a great shot, I want to say.
He says, we'll be right back with kick. No, tomorrow now, that kid doesn't it.
That was salt and pepper, Jay.
Yeah,
Another guy took way too much shit. They gave him so much of a hard time. It's just like when Larry Holmes became the heavyweight champion of the world after Muhammad Ali. Everybody hated Larry Holmes. When Jay Leno took over after Johnny Carson, there's a bunch of
he got a lot of grief
for no reason.
And
He's a super nice guy.
The writing was great.
Never a dick.
No,
I always had a good time talking to him.
Yeah,
he's a nice guy, and he like what he should do all along is really what he's doing now. This is car shows. It's like that guy. If you talk to him about cars, he's so entertaining. He loves cars. He loves them. I mean, he knows more about cars than anybody I've ever met in my life. He's got an insane collection. He likes everything. He likes everything.
He's in a fire truck.
He's just like a genuine fan of automobiles, and the way he talks about it is so entertaining.
Yeah, no,
because that's really what he wants to do.
And he's also crazy, right? Because he's unstoppable. So he fell off that cliff or whatever the fuck it was, right? You heard about this?
Yeah, what happened?
I just talked to him in Vegas, and he went and saw him. And I said, "How you doing?" He goes, I said, "You can still see like a little bit of bruising." It was about 2 weeks after he had the fall.
Oh Jesus, he was out and about 2 weeks later.
What do you mean? He did the show that night. What? Yes, he fell.
Did he get a concussion?
He says there was a Golden Corral next to the, La Quinta. I said, first thing I said to him, I said, are you okay? I said, my question, what the fuck are you staying at La Quinta? And he goes, we all can't have it before the end. I said, no, but really, what happened? He said, he walked down to La Quinta, and there was a little hill, like not even, like, he went hiking.
With like slippery shoes on, probably.
He said, the Golden Corral.
He's probably wearing dress shoes.
Right. And his denim. And so he went, he just, it looked a little deeper than he thought. And he slipped, fell, and hit his eye, right in the thing where it's at. So he went and got his Golden Corral. And he didn't have to think anything. Got his food, went to the club. And went on stage.
That's so great.
And I said, what do you say?
Show us, come on.
I just held the mic with his hand. I'm a married guy. And I'm like, it's just amazing to me. He tripped my nail like canceled.
He told this insane show. Insane story, rather, of a show that he had to do with a priest and a mob guy. Where the mob guy was yelling at the priest and swearing, and Jay's like yelling and swearing, like doing the thing, like saying what the mob guy said. It's like seeing Jay Leno talk like that was like, what?
Right.
Tonight show. He was talking like that. What are you gonna do? Oh yeah, he was doing this like super hyper violent Italian mob guy, like screaming obscenities at this priest, and Jay Leno's yelling it out. It's a fucking amazing story.
And was it a show?
Yeah, it was a show that he was doing, like, before he made it. It was like back in the day. He did some sort of a show where I think it was like a benefit or something like that, where there was a priest involved, and then the mob guy got mad at the priest and was yelling at him. It was a fucking hilarious story. That guy doesn't spend any of his night show on it. Yeah. He lives all entirely off the stand-up, which is crazy. Right. So he's just stockpiling it all at
Lucky that's right. Like, someone needs to tell them, like, money's fun coupons. You shouldn't be just throwing it away. But people that started out poor, which is like basically most comics, once you start making money, it's hard to believe that you're never going to keep making money. You start panicking. You're like, oh my God, I gotta save this. I gotta save it. And then if you carry that into your 70s and 80s, somebody should sit you down that with feeling, I'm your financial advisor, and now's the time to go crazy. Yeah, you're me looking into cocaine. You should probably buy more cars. Like, let's spend some of that shit as your fun. I think, as your buy the drug habit, buy some drug shit. Let's get you a nice car. Let's do something. You need to start buying stuff. You should have way more cars.
How much you have to take
That's
out?
great. You're right. So what are you saving up for, bro? This is the end times. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I don't family. You know that. Like, I know a lot of people that have a lot of kids and a lot that you save up for them. Because you know them, like, giving kids like a ton of money. Giving kids a ton of money is not necessarily good for them. You know, like, if you look historically at people that got trust funds, it's a weird road to go down and not have any ambition or not have to have any ambition. Maybe you do have it, like, inherently, but for a lot of them, it's like they don't have to make it. They don't have, and I think that's, unfortunately, in this society that we live in, that doesn't seem to work. Like, in this society, it's very difficult to not be self-sustainable, not be able to take care of yourself. And if you can't take care of yourself, you gotta kind of learn how to do it. You can't just be constantly relying on other people, because I think your growth as a person, absolutely. I mean, I think it, like, fucks with you. Like, every guy that I've ever met that comes from a family that, like, gives a ton, not every guy, but a lot of guys that I've met that come, I've met some cool ones. They come from a family with a lot of money, and they've never had to worry, and they have trust funds, and they never really have had a job. They're all weird. Yeah. They're all weird. It's like cement that didn't get the amount of water that it needs. It's always, like, weird. Yeah. It seems like weird now, I know, too. Every comic or artist, whatever, they're all their stories are the same. They came from nothing, and that's it. If you think about it, almost every comic and artist I know, they weren't in that money. Yeah, but it's not mutually exclusive. No, right. It's not. There are people that have come from great families and great backgrounds that just have it funny. Right. It's a weird thing, man. Like, talent is an odd thing. Really is. It's a very weird thing. Like, there's certain universal truths, like, you're going to find more talent probably in harder communities. Like, you're going to have better rock and roll in, like, the dingy fucking outskirts of town. Like, those guys are going to be Nirvana, right? I love hearing, like, a Billy Joel story where you can relate to it. Like, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. I'm like, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. I literally, nowadays, kids don't do it. And I'm like, yeah, I did that. Billy Joel was office buildings, and I did everything, He's a boxer. Yeah, Billy Joel was a boxer. Yeah. I don't know how many fights did he have. I think he lost. Are you being funny? Really? Billy Joel was a boxer. Billy Joel was a boxer. Yeah. I think he was good. I think he was pretty good. I mean, I think it was a good amateur level. 22 and 3. Was that professional? Gold glove. So amateur level. So, yeah, legit boxer. I just know that. How about that? I did not know that. No. He's a guy whose music changed radically. Like, if you go back and listen to Captain Jack, it's like from Captain Jack to Uptown Girl. It's like, it's like it's great music. It was a huge hit, but it's a different vibe. It's like your guy who's in love now, and he's got a supermodel for a wife. He's worth $1 billion. Captain Jack was his gritty, low island story. Yeah, it's like, fuck, that's a good song. That's a great song. You're right. You can see it. How their life changes and their music changes. So you said now he's got a up, down, girl. Yeah, you got money. I got it. You ever heard the song Billy the Kid? He's got some great fucking songs. Well, the one that made it special I just saw was that Billy the Kid? Is that the name of that song?
before and
It's a great
special for the entertainer. I thought that was he was ripping on.
Yeah,
he was ripping on show business.
Yeah, the Ballad of Million. That is a great fucking song. My parents had that album on vinyl when I was a kid. I listened to what year was that? 73, son. I listened to that and I was like, this is an archaeological dig, you know? Like going to like the beginnings of certain genres of music and certain kinds of music. And back then, that's how you got it. You heard it on the radio, you went out and bought an album, and you sat there and looked at it, and the needle goes over the thing.
Read the paper. Yeah, weird. But the entertainment one was interesting because the record label had asked him to come up with a hit.
That's why you wrote it that way?
No, I don't know. They just I just watched. I remember exactly how it went down, but he said, yeah, you know, they were saying they need to hit off this album and make this big hit. So he wrote that. And when they played it to them, they're like, fuck you.
In other words,
So they got rid of him. The label dropped him because he's all about that. It's the money, they take all your money and they don't care about you. And I'm like, that's ballsy, right? They want to hit you. Basically say how much, you know, like the Luxor says, 20 years, can you do something special for me? And I have this big roast and how horrible the Luxor is and how much they just shit. They're like, what? That is the real album, that real song. And they were like, no, you're done.
They should have just took it on the chin. Look, the guy became huge after that, dude.
We'll see.
You fucking dumbasses. You got rid of him.
Now they say that.
You got rid of him. He sold a million albums. He's got some great fucking... Just the piano. Great.
That one song alone is great.
Oh, how about Scenes from an Italian Restaurant? Oh my god. That is a fantastic song. It's a story. It's a story of people's lives. And it's relatable. It's like it's real. And again, so like a window into the bottle of red. And I was just to make a joke about that my show. And bottle of red. This is bottles of white. So apparently he didn't like red as much as white. So he has plural. He said bottle of red. Bottles of white. Yeah. And I'm like, he must have had more white wine. And that's how I pick up shit. Like, are you sure that's the lyrics, or did you just say, no, I think it's this bottle of red, bottles of white. You know, you gotta look at it. I thought you said a bottle of white. Whatever kind of movie you're into. Oh, fuck, I don't know. I do anytime you want. At a restaurant. Maybe I could be wrong. Fuck, that is a great fucking song. That's a great song. Oh, red. Bottle of whites. Right, a bottle of whites. Interesting. See, I know it's a bottle of white. Right. That's a weird way to write. A bottle of whites. Wine, so people do kinds of white wine in one bottle. Jimmy I mean, what if you're saying so a blend without a bottle of whites? So I come to something there, right? Because I used to sing it and go, why are you saying that? And then funny that some people don't like their grapes mixed. Don't you dare serve me a blend. Some people don't want to blend. It's not blend. Cabernet and Merlot, you fucking high. That's Syrah, you goddamn blend. I'm gonna give you a little bit of this bird, a little bit of that bird. Okay, fuck off. So to blend. People that like get super down with wine. I got a buddy who's a wine, a legit wine connoisseur. My buddy Matt. So I could call him up out of nowhere, like at the restaurant, and then send him a picture of the wine list. Tell him what to get. He'd look at it for like 3 seconds. He'd be like, "This is great. What are you guys eating? Steak? Get this." He'll tell you how to do it. But he got scammed. Well, he didn't get scammed, but there was a guy that he was friends with that was a gigantic scammer. And I don't think this guy ever got him. But what this guy was doing was, they were all these wine connoisseurs, and this guy was selling really rare wine that was counterfeit. It was fake. So he'd infiltrated this thing, this like wine group. And he was a con man, and what he was doing was taking a bunch of different wines and mixing them and then trying to sell it as this like 1970 impossible bottle from Bordeaux. Right? Like, and so he would age the paper
burn the bottles and shit. Like, and they raided his house. They found empty bottles everywhere. He was taking labels off of things and copying them and printing them. And
I had that with Luke.
You would have to make a broth.
you gotta get the real stuff. It's hard. You gotta get it from Portugal.
My house, Jesus Christ.
But this document really highlighted, in my eyes, at least for some of those people, that it's kind of bullshit. Like, all this, you think you know the difference between really good old wine, but this just tricked you. Yeah, he tricked a lot of them. A couple guys did trick. There was one guy in particular. This guy was like, "This is trash." Yeah, one guy was like, "This is trash." But the other guy was just raving about it. All of a sudden, his opinion, he questioned it. What? I just thought this was great. I thought it was great. Like, no, this is terrible. Like, it was weird.
That's crazy.
But it's like the wine.
What was that wine?
Well, this was a wine documentary called South
The guy used it. No more fucking.
Oh, yes, that one. What was that?
Yo.
That's right. That's right.
That guy came to my show.
Fucking
That guy came to our show. He's a brilliantly nice, sweet guy.
Oh, that's awesome.
A great guy. Just like in the movies. Just so nice. And he came with Kieran Culkin.
Oh, brother, he's great in succession.
Great. They were filming an Audi commercial or something.
What's that guy's name?
Yeah, Paul Giamatti. He's so nice. He came back.
He's amazing in everything.
I said, would you, no, they want a drink. They don't want a drink. And they're like, yeah, I'll take whatever you got. So we have a whole bar. I said, you want a Merlot? I'm going to have a Merlot. And just his face, it was so funny. He's like, I just said it, but I didn't say it like I was trying to be funny. I said, this we have Merlot. And he's like, I said, oh, I'm just fucking. He said, no. So we did a video together. I said, I'm trying to see if I can find it. Sure, Merlot. And he pans over to him. He's like, not fucking hell. It was such a great guy.
They said he was great in that Howard Stern movie.
He was, but yeah.
Private Parts.
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was really good. I'm saying it, NBC, NBC. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Very sad.
Great guy.
Merlot got a bad name after that movie. If I was in the Lopez, it's not these motherfuckers, they're downplaying Merlot. I was like Merlot, then all of a sudden I had a shady opinion of it.
They did that with me on South Park. You know? Like,
in a roundabout. South Park.
Everyone's parodying me. There's always been something stupid. Like, it's just amazing how long. Casino, and it said like Karen Scalp, time playing it. That show.
Who says that?
Like, it was in like Simpsons or Family Guy.
Just for jokes. South Park's been around longer than anything ever that's still good.
Yeah.
Like, how do they do it?
I don't know. Brian.
It's just weird that they're still so on top of it. They're so driven to like still push the boundaries and make it really funny.
Yeah.
And it's been going on since
shit. How many years?
Like the first video I think was 95 or 96 or something like that. The one that they were passing around, the VHS one with Brian Boitano. Yeah. What year was that?
That's talking about. But when it comes to wine,
I think it was 95 or 96. Because I remember people on news radio were passing it around. And we were like, what the fuck is this? This is great.
It doesn't matter. Everybody could have meaning.
Yeah. Everybody was passing around. We're like, this is insanity. This is so insane. And I don't think it had a home yet. I don't think it was on Comedy Central yet. Whoa. Which one was that? Which one was that? Which is the Brian Boitano? Which would Brian Boitano do? That's what everybody would say. We'd be walking around the news radio set going, what would Brian Boitano do? It's fucking Jesus is there. It's so ridiculous.
That was actually the first movie I decided.
The Brian Boitano thing?
That was in the South Park bigger, longer, uncut.
Really? So what was the 95 one or the 94 one?
So they made fun of Brian Boitano and the Spirit of Christmas.
So that came out in 99? So that was like the last year of news radio. I don't even know if I have a false memory now.
How could one person make a brother? The answer is
That was the one that was used for Santa fighting.
That's the knife. That's the first one.
Yeah.
There's no Brian Boitano in that one?
He says, what would Brian Boitano do in that, but that's not the song isn't until later.
Oh, right. But that's what when he says, okay. I thought it was going crazy.
Hilarious still.
I thought I had a fake memory.
Yeah, Dan Martin says, what would Brian Boitano do if Jesus battle Santa?
That's right.
Why is that?
Okay. You had me thinking I was crazy.
The song was way bigger.
Right. But the show, where he says it was on the show. So that was the first. I was like, am I losing my fucking mind? Like, no, I know it was on the first one. But it was just so groundbreaking. And the brilliance of it was that you don't have to have it look realistic. So you can get away with so much more. Like when he stuffs, what's her face up his ass? Paris Hilton, all right. When he had a slut off, he stuffs Paris Hilton up his ass. It's like, you can do that, right, if it doesn't look real. Like if it's like super realistic in 3D, you can't do that. It has to look South Park. Yeah. They can get away with so much. They can kill kids. They kill Kenny every week. Nobody complains. Yeah. 4 fuckers dies every week. No, it's like, imagine if this is like a graphic 3D video, that looks so hyper realistic. You can't do it. It has to look like complete nonsense, and then we'll let you get away with almost anything.
That's probably how they sold it that way.
Well, if you think about it,
bought it that way.
There's like levels of realism that will allow you to get away with more if it's like less realistic, right? Like that's why we used to allow like Roadrunner, like in a Wile E. Coyote, and Roadrunner would like drop dynamite on him. Yeah, shit was always happening. He was always getting fucked up.
Don't bring a ride from Rabbi.
That was okay because it was cartoons, right? But you couldn't have blood, like blood all over the place. But if you make them look so goofy that their head's just a big circle, and they have like a stick on, then you get blood all over the place, and nobody complains. Weird, right? It's kind of weird. It's like the less realistic, but we know what it is. They killed the kid. Like, you killed Kenny, you bastards, and no one has a problem with it, which is because it's unrealistic. It's kind of weird, right?
I think it's kind of unrealistic.
It's a perfect cheat code. It makes everything more funny because you never feel guilty laughing. And no matter what. When Cartman was in bed with Saddam Hussein, or when Satan rather was in bed, not doing that. There's just so many scenes where you're like, there's no way to do this unless you have cartoons. It's brilliant. Because you would never be able to get away with it. No. Like the one when they skirted around drawing Muhammad. They kind of skirted around. They never drew him. They like drew this. There was just like, oh, there's a truck. He's inside the truck. And a bear suit. You can do things in cartoons like the realm. It's a perfect game for comedy. And you can keep the kids young forever, right? You know, they're always going to be in high school. Like, nobody questions the fact they've been in high school for 40 years, right? It's just they're in high school. That's how it goes. That's true. They don't have to grow up. Shut the fuck up. Why do they have to grow up?
Even though it's a really
what they did, make a commercial, they aged too. They finally like that, yeah, I know, but you're going to see what they always look good.
It'll be sad. You can't have a fucking loser in a trailer park. It's fun when he's the way he is now, right? He's like a little kid. It's fun. I like getting thrown hissy fits. It's fun. He's still a little kid. You know, you don't want to. There's certain people you don't want to see them when they get full grown, or when they're over the other side of it. Right, the wheels start falling off. You know,
that's what I mean. For the special, their end episode, they should do it.
Yes.
When it's all done, this is the final. They're all aged, and they didn't have the voice.
What they should do is do a 3D, like hyper realistic version of the show. Like just do it all through AI for the last episode, and have the most violent, most ridiculous. And see how people deal with it. Like, bro, this is exactly what we've been showing you for 40 years.
That will be,
They would be allowed to.
Coffee.
Yeah, have some. Daddy, coffee.
But what happened was, Papa, passing like Priscilla. It's like,
cheers to you.
Thank you for having me. I'm looking
forward to seeing that until it's going to be really fun.
Yeah, so last time I did it once.
Did you do it at the club or did you do it at the big place? At the club. Nice.
Yeah, it was fun and it was loud and intimate. And it was just, I told him before I did, I said, I'm not into critiquing people because I've been shit on my whole career. I don't want to tell these guys what they're doing right or wrong. Coming from me, really, he said, no, that's not how it works. You just play, just be you, just be yourself. And it was great because I could just, if there was something specific that I thought was kind of wrong or off, I'd say it in a very nice way. But most of them they're good. These guys come out, they got their minutes, they pop them out. Yeah, of course you see a couple. But the first 10 seconds in, you're like, okay. It's already not funny, or they're just so nervous. They're just their mic shaking, Does someone have really quality written jokes?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of fun, really people out there. And there's also, because of Kill Tony, people realize that if they can put together a minute, it can change their whole fucking life. Your whole fucking life. Look at Cam Patterson, just got Saturday Night Live. I mean, look at these guys. They're killing it. William Montgomery's killing it.
There was a couple there on that night that they were really good.
Yeah.
And I think Tony tapped me on the chair for one. He's the next guy, He came out and I was like, oh shit, he was solid.
Yeah. Ari's killing it. There's a lot of these guys that do that show. They do 1 minute. And then they go, we'd love to have you back. And then they come back, they do another minute, the crowd remembers them from the old show. They have like 25,000 Instagram followers, then it's 100, then it's 150. Like, these things start rolling. It's like, oh, you have a real pathway. If you work hard, if you really fucking focus, really dial it in, really work on your material, do as many sets around town as you can, you might be able to do this for a living. And if you can, it's the greatest fucking job in the world.
So there's already a couple that I've been watching there.
There's more now than ever before. It used to be, it was like, there was a bunch of like bad people, and every now and then someone would come up with a promise.
Bread is the main food. Mishnah tells us that there's an exception to the rule. Peiros Yinoisa. These are extremely sweet fruit that are found in Eretz Yisrael. So when you eat them, they're so sweet you have to add salt to diminish the taste, and you eat a little bread with it. That bread is a tuffle, and you don't make a bracha on that bread. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Rothschild loved these fruit very much. And his Talmidim would bring him 1,000 of these fruits at a time. And they would eat them all, and he would swear that he's not even satiated. But he would eat them until the fly that would land on his forehead would slide right off from the oil. Rabbi and Rabasi would eat so many of these that they would have hair loss. Their hair would simply fall out of their head. Rish Lakish would eat so many of them that it would become delirious, it would become sugar. Rabbi Yochanan had to call the authorities to have them drive him home. The Gemara tells us about Eretz Yisrael. Yana had a city that had so many figs that he needed that many employees to pick the figs that they needed 1,000 bowls of tuna. Yana had a tree that had so many birds in it that you take 3 times a month 40 saw of chicklings out of the tree. There's a city called Bufnis that had 80 pairs of Kohanim that married 80 twin Kohanim girls. The Gemara says it's so rare that only happened once. The Rav Chizda's twin daughters, and he was a Kohen, married 2 brothers who were Israelim, which were Rami Bar Chama and Hukma Bar Chama. A meal without salt is not considered a meal. A meal without soup is not considered a meal. Says the Mishnah. We will hold that when you eat Shivas Haminim, you have to make a Krikas Hamazon. You have to bench. Why? Because the pasuk of Shivas Haminim comes 2 seconds before V'chamta v'savata v'irach, with the pasuk about Krikas Hamazon. Chacham say yes, but there's a pasuk in between, and that separates it. That says that when you eat Shivas Haminim, you only have to make Ala Michya. Gamliel says the pasuk in between comes to eat shoe. Wheat, you don't bench on that. If you drink water because you're thirsty, Karban says you make a shahakal and you make a boirei nefashis. You're going to see soon whether you make at all bracha froina on water. The ala michya on fruit, very similar to how we do it today. There are a few variations, very minor variations. Ala eis al breitz. Baltus asala there's comes to Chava. We say sure it's over here. The Gemara does it. Shenchad alav yisenu lecham b'piyah, but it's boy metuva. Rachem Hashem alikeinu Yisrael amecha. וירושלים ירחב על מזבחך וסבני ירושלים יקדשך במהר ויאמר ועלינו זבח זמכנו פה ואתה טוב ובית אל הכל. And on the 5 meaning of grain, ala micha hakol anuz atzada, ala oretz ala micha. You know the Rosh Chodesh, finish of the bracha, B'Kadesh Yisrael, Shver Rosh Chodesh Chodesh. We say the same thing. We say two things in ala micha. For instance, according to Rav Chisda, in the Chutz La'aretz we say ala oretz b'al perisel.
Now it seems to me to be more slanted towards people that are It's like it's a high level or a high percentage of people that I was there. They were really good. Yeah. A lot of them were really good. And it's, again, there's a pathway.
There was one that came out, I said, and it was kind of funny how the microphone was up high because the guy before him was like 6'5" or something. This guy comes out and he's like 4 feet. So it's already funny because they bring it out and he goes to grab the mic and he takes it and puts it behind him and takes the mic and goes into his bed. And I'm like, so I got on and he said, I said, it was great. I said, the only thing I would have done in the beginning, you already had a laugh. The microphone was, so reference it, at least reference it, don't you know, to do a thing. He said, that'd be a prop. And I said, no, it's already a fucking prop. It's not, you didn't bring it, you didn't make it, it's there. It's a prop that's usable. Maybe every comic uses it for the, everything from a guitar, short change on the beach, every comic golf, everything. So I said, no, you don't have to make a prop joke. I said, just reference it. You should at least reference it, like this is already not going well in something. And because the crowd was waiting for something and he didn't do it. And after the show, he said, I'm going to use that. That's good. I said, well, you have to follow a tall guy every time for it to work.
Yeah, don't set the microphone right high for my best joke.
That's what I said. Yeah, it only worked because it was improv. It happened.
Right.
And I told him, I said, you don't do it unless it happens. You know what? It happen.
You should swallow.
Prop joke. I said, just reference it. You should at least reference it, like this is already not going well in something. And because the crowd was waiting for something and he didn't do it. And then after the show, he said, I'm going to use that. That's good. I said, well, you have to follow a tall guy every time for it to work.
Yeah, don't set the microphone right high for my best joke.
That's what I said. Yeah, and it only worked because it was improv. It happened.
Right.
And he goes, and I told him, I said, you don't do it unless it happens. You don't want to have it set that way, right? And it's done.
Well, I think for some people, they don't know how to start, and they're doing something like that.
The starting is hard for everybody.
It's not just that, it's like this overwhelming anxiety of 1 minute, and you can't believe you're on a stage in front of this. A lot of us, their first show. Some of them, first show, Madison Square Garden.
Oh, Jesus.
Imagine first time on stage, Madison Square Garden, and your mom.
Yeah, I know they do that same thing with Madison Square Garden.
It's 100% random. People have tried to get people on. Tony won't do it. It's not how it works. What we do is everybody just signs up, and I reach into that bucket and I pull out names. And geez, you can't rig it. You can't rig it. And so
I knew that part of it, but I didn't know they did it in Madison Square Garden.
They do it that way everywhere. In Madison Square, well, one thing they do in Madison Square Garden is they have like a legends bucket. So they have a bunch of people backstage. Days like Jim Norton, I know Big J. Okerson, a lot of people did it when I was there. David Tell, and to pull it out, then David Tell come up and do a minute of stand-up. Right? It was crazy, or 5 minutes or whatever. But he makes so that even if someone is terrible for the first time, it's only a minute, and then you have Shane Gillis and whoever else next to him making fun of it for the next 15-20 minutes. It'd be fucking hilarious. And it's also, you get to see, like, oh, this is a crazy thing to do. Like, this idea, you're just going to stand up in front of people and talk, and hopefully it'll be entertaining. Yeah. Sometimes it just goes horribly wrong. And everybody's like, boo.
Yeah, that's not very I was there, everyone was pretty cordial, but I could see it going.
Those New Yorkers don't fuck around, man. You start bombing a little bit, they smell blood.
Yeah, no. I did. My very first time ever in New York City was at Catch a Rising Star. It was old school. I go there and I had, it was pouring down rain, or snowy, sleety snow rain. I remember I took my truck in a taxi and I
Or the waiter.
I've never been to New York City in a club. And I go in, there's like 8 people. And, oh, fuck. And so the guy's like, yeah, what do you want to bring me up? I wheel my shit up. I go,
how much does a person have to eat in order
it's not even bombing. It's worse than bombing. It's just like, never have nothing from a laugh. Nothing. Really? Yeah. And I'm doing like my A shit. You know? I promise to God. I've got like, you know, ice trick levels, you know, and it kills everywhere. Nothing. Fucking nothing. And I just go, all right. I think my open line was I had more props than people, which I did. So that got a little laugh, but not even. Right? But yeah, I've got more props than 5 people here. Nothing. I get done. I didn't do. I'm shaking so bad. They said just. There was no comic, so I just went, all right, to the next comic. I put the guy that I don't want mic on the thing, because I had that. Anyway, I'm like, just careful walking. I wasn't going to leave the shit. I'm going to get out of business, right? I'm not going to go into comedy. This guy walks by, he goes, no. Leave your shit there, it's good. He goes up, and he, like you said, murders, you know, just absolutely murders. 8 people. It was like a stadium of people laughing. And I'm like watching this, I'm like, holy fuck, there's Dennis Leary. And he leveled 8 people. I couldn't believe it. I walked off, and he walked off, and he said, hey man, I said,
3 people get
that was unbelievable. Because, no, that shit, that fits. It's fucking amazing. The thing was, he was serious. He said, whatever, you know, cowboy book, the kickstand, fuck, that's great, whatever it was I was doing. And I'm like, see, like, fuck on me, because I ate shit. And he was like, no. But I've never gotten to tell them that again. If Dennis Leary watches this show, that was the most coolest thing a comic ever did. Just give me a big hug. You were fucking great. That crowd sucked. I said, the crowd didn't suck. You just murdered them. They didn't like me.
Well, it's a small sample.
You were great. You were 8 people.
You're bombing in front of 8 people.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to bomb in front of 8 people. It's horrible.
It happens. That was one of the great things about the store, is that you could get those 8 people crowd sometimes. The early days of the store, you could go up, you know, if you got like a 11:30 spot on Tuesday night, you might go up in front of 8 people. That can happen. Yeah. Because you probably won't really get on at 11:30 because a bunch of people stop in and do sets. So by the time you get up, probably closer to 1. It happens. Yeah. But those shows show you what's bullshit. They show you. There's something about a small crowd that shows you what you're saying is nonsense. You know, like sometimes you have to like figure it out. You have to. The brutal thing about comedy is you kind of really have to figure it out in front of people with the openness of feeling, right? Like here's the thing. It's like one of the things about jiu-jitsu, when you learn jiu-jitsu, it's really important to not be afraid to tap. Because if you can just open your game up and not be afraid to tap, you can learn more. Because you don't do it tense, and you do it more playfully, and it doesn't mean as much to you when you get tapped. It sounds totally negative, but if you can just not use your ego, not try to win every session, just try to figure out why you're getting caught and figure out how to avoid it, but don't be worried about tapping. Just tap whenever you get caught, and then just let your ego deal with it, and then learn and move on. But you have to experience that. You have to get tapped. You have to get dominated. Like you have to figure out what's good and what's bad. And I think that's the same thing kind of, there's an element of that in comedy too. You gotta like possibly fail with this idea. You know? Like I'm gonna throw this out, this is half cooked. This is a weird idea that I have. Like, am I crazy? Like, do you think, is this where we're going as a society? Is this where we're going as human beings? And there's something there, and I'm trying to find it. Yeah. But I gotta risk not finding it. That's the only way you find it. Because there's writing on stage that you only get, there's certain lines that only come to you when you're willing to step out on stage. But you might fucking bomb. You might eat shit. You might have to transfer out of that. Like it's like you have to. It's a balancing act. This bit might not work at all, and then you might have to immediately figure out how to segue into something guaranteed to get it back. I do the same. But I don't watch it.
think it's full cooked. I think I'm out there. This is good. This has been marinating for a while. And then when you eat shit, you're like, fuck, yeah, that was a good bit. Damn it. For me, it's one night worked right the next night. I just did a joke last night that I killed the night before. Nothing. So like, it was the same.
Did you say it the same way? You record yourself.
Yeah, I never listened to it.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
I said it a little differently.
I fucked up before, but I didn't realize I fucked up, but I said something wrong. I didn't realize I said it wrong until I listened to the recording. I'm like, because I'll fuck words up sometimes. Just like I totally do. I talk way too much, so my brain is just like on autopilot talking sometimes. And
well, I know it's different if I don't say it right. I'm saying if I say it the same one night, it gets a great laugh. Some next I did. I didn't do anything different. Example, I didn't say is like you gotta listen to it. You gotta listen to it to really hear. Because there's a lot of times where you'll say something just slightly different, and that slightly different makes all the fucking. Well, but then I had one last week. It's a brand new joke. There's a big billboard in Vegas. And it's for the Sahara pool. And it's got this beautiful woman on it. This big, beautiful hot chick, and it says, "Meet me at the pool." So I put it up on the big screen. I said, "This is my favorite billboard. Look at this. Meet me at the pool, this hot girl." And I said, then you get there, and it changes to a big gay pool party. There's like 75,000 dudes in it. It's a great picture. So I did it last night. Got a laugh, but not like, should have gotten more. Because it's like, then you get there, and they're like, Ava? Is it Ava? Have you seen? No, she was here earlier. She's probably buried under all that cotton or something. Last night, it just killed. I mean, almost for a minute, they're still laughing and applauding. I'm like, I didn't do anything different. It was just the mood of that audience.
That does happen too. Maybe it was like you were doing better before that, so you had more momentum.
Maybe. I'm just. I don't have any momentum.
Just going up. I've seen your show. Your show at Luxor was really fun. I saw it. It's been a few years. I gotta check it out now. I've had a bunch of my friends come to Vegas and see your show. It's very fun.
It's fun. Thank you. Tuesdays I do it in Spanish at 6.
Oh, do you really? You speak Spanish?
Tom Segura does that. Top Tuesday night is Spanish night. I come right in at 6.
Tom Segura, who looks totally white, speaks fluent Spanish and does stand-up in Spanish.
I'm going to see him. I'm going to see him.
How many dates did he do? Where he did, you had to your mom's house?
Yeah.
His podcast. Or Two Bears, One Cave. Which one you doing?
I'm doing it
with his wife. Oh, yeah, that's your mom's house.
Yeah,
they're both real fun. Bird's a great example. Bird's a great example of what we were talking about. One time we were at the Improv, and Bird did this new joke. The first set, it fucking killed. And the second set, it didn't do nearly as well. And he was confused. I'd seen both sets. And I said, oh no, it's because in the first set, he said, like, was at the, excuse me, he was at the supermarket. Those are, special shit. I wouldn't say it. It was like, he was at the supermarket, and he was standing there talking to his wife. He's like, God, it's so cold in here. And she looks at him, and she goes, you are so fat. And he's like, what? She goes, your dick is hanging out. Like, he didn't realize that his fly was open. He goes raw dog everywhere. He goes raw dog, he had no underwear on, and his zipper's undone. It was like, but the joke was, the way it was, like, she'd said it that way. Right. Like, you are so fat. Like, you can't see your dick. The first show, he nailed it. He nailed the cadence. But the second show, like, something was off, and he forgot to say one part of it, and I remembered it.
Workers, they say Bnei Yerushalayim as part of our art. So that's 2 brachas are actually 1. So if it's only 2 people, they only have 2 brachas. They have a Zana Soilam, and they have Haaretz. If they're benching the Zimun, you add 1 more because the Zimun is considered a bracha. The second brachas of Rav Nachman would say is talking about regular people. And regular people say Bnei Yerushalayim, that's a bracha. So either you have 3 brachas when you're benching just by yourself, or 4 brachas if you add Zimun to it. According to Rav Sheshes, Zimun goes all the way through Azan Salam all the way to night. Therefore, the machlokes between the brises is whether or not the final bracha of Atzeva Meitiv is the Rabbanon deraisa. We can be granted up until this point that it's the Rabbanon deraisa. And therefore, the first deraisa was as the Rabbanon. So people are benching. You have only 2 brothers.
For sure. It's weird. You know, you gotta listen. You gotta listen because it's painful. You hate listening to your own voice. It's gross. You already know the jokes. You're like, shut up, man. Shut up. You're so tired of listening to you talk. But you listen to it because you know you're not gonna figure out how to do it the best way you can. You know?
I think that's a great.
But there's a lot of people funny that don't do it that way.
I never want to see myself again.
Everybody's got their own process. So I know some guys who are really funny that don't record any of their shows and they don't write at all. They just go up a lot and they have ideas and they work them out on stage. They're really, really funny.
Yeah. I'm kind of in that more my stand-up than the prop shit I do. But the stand-up, I kind of just, I have like a little bullet point. I don't write it down.
When you do prop stuff, like, how do you even come up with ideas? Like, what do you like sit down with like a whiteboard? What can we do?
No, I've never written, I've never sat down and said, I'm going to write today.
So how do the gags
they come just like a lot of them happen by just in a conversation or a story or something. Sometimes I'll see a prop or a prop meeting. It's not a prop yet, it's just a thing. Totally see. Or I'll see a thing and I'll go, there's something funny about that, you know. And I think about it and I go, oh. I was at a Home Depot. I mean, I made this like yesterday. I haven't even done it. I've never tried this yet. I might do it tonight. I've never done it ever. I think it's funny. Guys get drunk and they punch walls all the time, right? I had a friend backstage. I said, "What happened to your hand?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, fuck." I said, "What did you do?" He's like, "Punched a wall." I said, "You punched a wall?" I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I just thought, I said, I thought there should be a stud finder, like, because he was, so I said there should be a beer with a stud finder. So you can find that before you're drunk, you fucking bitch. And you, yeah. So I made it, so it looks incredible, but it's so silly, but it will be a crowd pleaser. It goes beep, beep, beep. You fucking bitch. Wait, she had to hesitate. But sometimes it's that way. Sometimes I just, it'll come to me. I don't know. I was watching a cartoon, I think, years ago. There was these paper cups and string. And a telephone, and they were in a tree. Hey, Susie, and she's like, what's going on, Bobby? And I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is an old version of the cups. We need a new version, right? Because that's just 2 cups. So I said, we have to have another cup that comes out for call waiting. And it was like, that was my free bird. I mean, I did that. I came up with, it was my closing bit. And I'd hold someone in the front row. What's your name? And they go, And I said, you seem so close, you know, the strings. And she's holding it. And what's your name? And she said her name. And I said, hold on, I have another call. And I got to call you back. I'm talking to Tracy. And it would just murder. No one expected, call waiting to come out. It was, right when call waiting came out. So you had a second cup. And then I had a 3 cup for conference call. And it came out of that. So it was like boom, boom. Conference calling. And I'd throw it. I'd say call forwarding. I'd throw it. And then I had a clear cup that was for caller ID. I said, I know you're there. Pick up. I can see you. So it was like a bam, 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 bam. It was a really good prop. It turned into like a routine.
It would be funny if you tried to say those things today. People are like, what?
No. That's like, that's a kid classic. I call it. Sort of like, I do things sometimes in the show where I do pure classics.
Yeah.
This is stuff for people that grew up with me in the 90s. You'll remember some of these. And I do like the ice tray. It has a level. And it's great. The biggest laugh comes when I go, after I know what a fucking ice tray is. I mean, that gets the biggest laugh because no one has an ice tray. But the thing's still funny. They're like, oh, I get this clever.
Don't people still have ice trays?
Well, if you live in like a trailer.
No, regular houses.
Like an ice tray.
Yeah,
well, they might have the ones now with the big cube ones.
Yeah, if you don't want an ice machine in your freezer thing, you can just.
So maybe that joke's still relevant.
I think it's. I have fucking ice trays.
I have ice trays too.
I use them. Sometimes I
But
think.
see, when you put it back in, you gotta leave it.
Yeah. But there's certain things that people just like pagers, make a pager joke today. Like, what?
That's great.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I technological jokes, like if you think about like jokes about technology, when you date them, it's so weird. I used to have a joke about texting. Like, why are you making me read? Like, call me. You're on a phone. It's the best way to communicate.
But you would have said in the name of when people sitting around and eating, you don't eat until the person that cuts the bread eats. Rav Sacher screamed out, that's not what he said. He said until the person that cuts the bread tastes. Now, tasting and eating are the same thing. The Gemara teaches us that when you repeat something in the name of your Rebbe, you should say exactly the same word that your Rebbe used. The Gemara teaches us proper dinner etiquette. If two people are sitting around the table and eating, and one of them gets up to get a drink, the second person should wait until the first person gets back from the drink. But if you have three people and one gets up to get a drink, the two don't have to wait. Or the one, the person that cuts the bread, he should start the meal, he should dip into the dips first, unless he wants to honor somebody that's greater than him. Allah Ma'isa, when you cut the cow on Shabbos, do not start cutting until everybody says Amen. Now you don't have to wait for somebody who's saying exceptionally long Amen, so it's not proper to say an exceptionally long Amen. The Gemara teaches us. There's Amen Yisayma, Amen Chatufa, and Amen Ketufa. Amen Yisayma is where somebody says Amen without even hearing the source. He says Amen because people around him are saying Amen. Katufa is that you don't say what comments under the aleph, you say a shva under that. So you don't say Amen, you say Ime. Ketufa is you don't pronounce the nun at the end of the word, you say Amen instead of Amen. All these three things can cause a person to lose light. Yet if a person, for as long as his Amen says it's properly, that will actually give him additional days.
Like, why are you making me fucking read? This is so weird. I'm going to text you 4 presses to get an S. Because that was back when people sent you a text message.
Right, but yeah.
I know, a flip phone rather.
Yeah, we had to make a 7 upside down and a pager. Hello.
It was the most annoying people that would want to text.
So great. Why are you making it? Why are we doing this?
So dumb. But I would just call him back. You couldn't text Joey Diaz, he'd yell at you. He would fucking scream. He'll text you now. But dude, for like 7, 8 years, Joey would fucking yell at you. Joey was the last one to get a cell phone.
I was the last one to get a phone. I didn't either.
Joey had a pager until like the year 2000.
Right. I was a little more than that.
He fucking kept that pager forever, man. And you have to call his fucking pager.
That's great.
He was a wild boy. He was fun. He was just such a fun dude. But if you did not call him, he would get angry. He goes, I'm insecure. I want to hear your fucking voice, cocksucker. Why are you fucking reading text messages? Like, you fucking texting like a little girl. What are you doing? You and Red Band would get into it because Red Band loves texting. So Red Band was like one of the first guys to text. He'd text you back in the days.
Yeah.
You know, when you press it 4 times to get an S. And then I remember people got those sidekicks. Remember, you're the coolest.
Yeah,
sidekick is on a keyboard. Remember that? And some of the sidekicks got hacked. Right? Didn't like Paris Hilton again? Didn't some cooter pictures pop up because her sidekick got hacked? Something along those lines. Probably from that. Or something happened where people like stole their sidekick. Something happened. Wasn't there something about that? Some sort of privacy concern with the sidekicks back in the day? Yeah. There was like strategic releases of stuff back then, like when they would accidentally have a photographer looking at their vagina as they got out of the car. Like, you don't notice that photographer on his knees with the camera pointing up. That's so crazy. Nobody has a camera pointing up here. Yeah, like, come on. That guy would go to jail. That's probably illegal. Probably. And meanwhile, you don't have any underwear on? That seems crazy. Like, why do they have pictures of your pussy on the internet on purpose? Did you do that on purpose? You did, but it's smart. Yeah, I mean, if you want to market yourself and just get more popular so more people know your name, it worked.
Right.
We're talking about them right now. That was like a brief moment. People don't remember Pussygate.
Because there was a time where these high-level celebrity type people were accidentally showing their pussy. Whoopsies. Here's my pussy. It's just out there in the breeze. Just nothing but a curtain over raw pussy. Out there in the wild. At clubs, at fucking award shows. Wild pussy.
See, I never seen that word on stage. Remember?
Pussy? Yeah. Because of Prince. Out of respect. Out of respect for Prince.
I just never have. And I think it was last night, not last night, for last. I don't know what. The crowd was just, I don't know, they were crazy. And someone yelled something out, and I said, "Boy, I've got." I said, "I'm gonna just do." I did a horrible problem. It was a Bud Light bottle. The metal ones. And I had these legs. I said, and it's hilarious looking. I said, I made it like some guys will drink it again. It's just, and the guy was like, someone yelled, I don't get it. And I said, it's pussy. Like, how do you not get the joke? It's two legs spread. The beer goes like this. I said, see, you're gonna get pussy. And it was just like, the crowd was like, hey, Carrot Top can't say pussy. Like, what? And he just did it. Like, I said, no, it's okay. I said, but are there kids in the crowd? Don't say it again. No.
Don't say it again.
No, I said, no. They're thinking, don't say it again. I said, no, they can say it. I said, now that I've said that, though. I'm right, you can't top it. Once you say pussy, you can't top it. So they're like, no, they laugh. They're like, no, fuck's nothing. I said, pussy, so we've reached the plateau of raunchy at the show, Carrot Top show, because it's more silly. I mean, there's an edge, but there's an edge to it.
But you swear whenever you feel like it.
Yeah. I don't need to. Yeah, I do for some parts that I don't need to. No, but I never say pussy.
Fun. Swearing's fun. People that don't want you to swear, that always makes me. That was like the Bill Cosby thing. He was always angry at people swearing.
I remember that Richard Eddie Murphy.
That's one of the greatest bits.
He says,
take the people out. Yeah. You get paid. Tell Bill to have a coconut smile and shut the fuck up. Because you can hear it in Pryor's voice.
No, you know? Right. He's brilliant, right? Pryor.
Oh my God. Just brilliant. Oh my God. My parents took me to see him live in the Sunset Strip when I was in the movie theater. I was like 15, 16 years old. It was incredible. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I will never forget this. It was the first moment where I realized like what stand-up can do. Because this guy was on stage and just talking. It was the funniest thing I'd ever heard in my life. Ever. I thought about all the movies that I had seen that were really funny movies, and I was like, there's nothing that's this funny. And this guy's just talking.
Yeah.
I was looking around the theater. I'll never forget this, man. And there was people just going like this, just throwing their body up and down while they're laughing, holding their body. Like, oh my God, oh my God, just dying laughing. I was like, this is incredible. He's just talking. It's incredible how funny this is.
That's groundbreaking. Special.
Yeah, when you're 15, you're like, no way!
You're right. You're right. And seeing people, like you said,
dying,
laughing, like
falling down,
dying,
like they couldn't handle it.
I did open for Steve Harvey one time in Birmingham, Alabama, and I get there and set up all my stuff. I'd never met him. This is years and years ago. I had like a drum. I didn't have. I had like 30 props and.
These are very, very
a third of them were really good. You know, I kind of I get there and I do the first thing, and Steve says to me, you ever worked a black crowd? I was like, no, like an all black crowd. I said, no. Performing in front of black people. He said, no, all black crowd. I said, well, it'll be all black crowd. He said, oh yeah, all black crowd. I didn't know. They would go one way or the other. He just said, if they stand up and they start going like they're not leaving, they're standing up when they laugh. And I was like, anyway, I go out there and I did okay for a bit, and then I did one, I don't know what it was, but they all got up, and they were like, it looked like they were leading, but that's how they were, like you said, they were just rejoicing, and I I couldn't believe it. I came off and he had a nice set, and I'm like, that was so much fun. They were into the show, and I said, I don't know how I was going to follow that because I did really good. It's really good. I thought to myself, he's not going to matter. That fucker, that guy, you know, well, Steve is sure. I know it was his crowd, but he was peeling off the club. It was so loud. It was so piercing loud. And it's another again. I thought I'm not in comedy. Whatever I'm in, I'm not in that.
When he did Kings of Comedy with Bernie Mac, I was like, Bernie Mac is his pride.
Bernie Mac, brilliant. Oh, I love Bernie Mac.
Bernie Mac was so fun. He was so powerful on stage. Just like, sometimes you see someone perform things like that.
Yeah, everything. His eyes alone, his punchlines, charisma. Yeah,
He just was fun. There's some dudes that just know how to just hit it just right. Yeah, God, it was so fun. I mean, that whole era tour, it's kind of interesting, you know, when it's done that since, right? There's been like King's Comedy and Collar. There haven't been really a lot of those tours like that.
There hasn't been.
Because they were tours and then they made films. Right. Kings of Comedy, how many films did they make? They made at least one, right?
Yeah.
How many
Kings of Comedy
specials did Kings of Comedy make? So then Blue Collar did a couple, right? Two, or how many did they do? They did quite a few specials. Yeah, they toured like crazy. But they did specials. And they all went on to tour too.
Yeah.
But there hasn't been like one like that. No. Interesting. It's funny. But it's also like everybody's already doing it. It's just like there's more people doing arenas now than I think have ever.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
It's what we're talking about.
Joe Rogan came to my show about a month ago.
Joe Coy's killing it.
Which I can't, he just said to me, his family, and he said, casually, he said, what are you doing on, February or something? I said, I'm probably working. He goes, since I become SoFi, because I'm like, what's going on SoFi? He said,
yeah.
I said, what are you going there for? He's like, me, like to perform. It just blew me away. I'm like, you're playing SoFi? He's like, yeah, he's been doing it. Yeah, it's already sold out. Yeah. I'm like, he's so casual. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to SoFi. Like, he's going to go see the Stones. He's like, no, I'm going to see me.
Name our guys, he's another one like that. He's doing arenas everywhere. Yeah. He's just super normal, casual. Hang out with us. Which one's doing the football stadium? Yeah. Oh, that's a great 1-2 combination.
Yeah.
That's a great one, too. Yeah, you can't go wrong. Fluffy does LA by himself, right? Doesn't he do the Dodger Stadium by himself? Yeah, so insane. Yeah, Fluffy is a giant following. I remember when we were at the Ice House, he had the record for the most amount of shows sold out in a row. And like that black on the wall. There, look at these guys. Holy shit. SoFi Stadium. God damn. Jesus. That's nuts. Yeah, man. They're killing it.
I'll be playing some crackers on that.
There's Shane Gillis is killing it like that. Tony's killing it like that.
Notre Dame Stadium last night.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's incredible. Holy shit.
First thing we see for our season is the
Brian at Notre Dame.
Oh my god. Oh god. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Either because women
Notre Dame Stadium last night.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's incredible. Holy shit. Woo. It's fun time. Fun time for comedy. Bird's doing giant places. Surfer's doing giant places. It's really wild. It's wild to say.
Yeah, I'm going to meet him like Monday.
Which one? Tuesday. Tar. Oh, you never met him?
So.
Oh.
I don't think so.
You'll love him.
I don't know.
He's like 187 pounds now. Dude, he was at the club. Did you see him?
Just from the photos.
Dude, he's great. He looks great. He was at the club the other night. I'm like, dude, you look fucking great. Like, what do you wait?
187.
Therefore, I learned the
He has been 187 since he was like in high school.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, but he's like healthy. He's not like Ozempic.
Yeah, this had a good joke. Gaffigan, he makes me laugh. I don't like meet and greet, and my fan said to me, "Oh, you look, are you okay?" And I get done, I say, "Oh, okay. Yeah, you okay?" He says, "Yeah, fine. Why?" He says, "You look sick." He's like, "No, I just lost weight." "Oh, Ozempic?" He goes, "No, not Ozempic. I'm on the other one." But it's like if you have muscles, you're on steroids. If you're skinny, you're on Ozempic. Can anyone be happy with anybody? Just look at it. You know,
no one. No one's happy with.
God, you look good. What are you on? No, I'm not nothing.
The only time you're gonna find people that are happy when you're doing good is they're doing good. So if they're really good, then they get to say, "Hey, Terrence, you're looking great, man. You're looking great," because they don't feel threatened. You look good. So some people do. They feel threatened by other people doing well, so they don't. They want Ozempic. Yeah, doing Ozempic.
I mean, I would die if I did this.
It's not funky way. That guy has the willpower to lose that weight.
Right? Yeah.
He's pussy. And then they feel better. They feel better about themselves because their life's interesting. That's a lot of people. That's a giant chunk of the population. That's
I
why
just
that's
find that
what's
real
social
funny.
media.
Like, I hear my friends say, I'm like, yeah, look at her. Yeah, she's got to be on. I said, maybe she's just taking care of herself. Maybe she's eating apples and doing yoga.
Yeah. Also, some people, it's really going to help them. You know, if you're 600 pounds, it's probably a good idea. My friend was telling me, my friend Brigham was telling me, who actually runs a farm team, he's like, the issue is the dosage. First of all, that people are getting these enormous doses, and, you know, variable by body weight, they should probably be getting a much lower dose. And he's saying they're showing now that if you mix it with certain peptides, I think it was IGF-1, is that what he said? I think he said IGF-1, that if you mix it with certain peptides, it eliminates the muscle loss and the bone loss. And so what you do is if you get on one of these things, if you're overweight, you're really struggling, and you just need something to just get you back on track, the idea is that you can get on this and then use it as like a kickstart to a healthy lifestyle. Okay, now you've dropped 30 pounds, you feel much better, right? Okay, you've been eating really good, right? Now let's get off this fucking nonsense that you're on that's making you lose your appetite, and let's now just maintain your body weight and just keep eating healthy, and it'll go off. Like, if you just do it the right way, you'll continue to progress. You know, you don't have to stay on that stuff, because long term is kind of sketchy. Like, I don't know what are you doing? It's like, what is the actual GLP-1 chemical? Or whatever you want to call it, medication, what does it actually do? What does this peptide actually do that makes you lose your appetite? Because that's essentially what it's doing.
It's supposed to just curb your appetite, right?
Which is the last thing I ever want to hear about. I fucking love appetite. I am appetite.
Yeah. We got in the airport here, I told people that my sister said, where's the best barbecue place?
Yeah, I don't want to hear anything about lose my appetite. You can go fuck yourself. I love appetite. So it regulates appetite by acting on the brain's hypothalamus to promote feelings of fullness and satiety. And by slowing down the rate at which food leaves the stomach, asterisk emptying. It also influences the brain system, reduces cravings for high-calorie food, and dampening the motivation to eat. These combined effects contribute to a reduced overall energy intake and a longer-lasting feeling of fullness after meals. I think it's like everything else, man. Like, you could probably use it responsibly, and it could probably help you if you're really obese. But I think there's way too many people that are hopping on it that just need a little discipline, right? Just get a little discipline. Like, that doesn't mean that some people shouldn't use it, right? And if they can figure out how to do it right with like peptides, then okay, maybe it's a healthy way for you to get into a good lifestyle. But the real thing is get healthy. That's the real thing, right?
Because it's not predominantly made for people with diabetes, I think, but then they found out that it would help people that were obese. It's like you said, and it's a huge money maker. Oh, it's kidding me. Making some money off. I just eat and throw up. That's what I do.
But see, that's one that I don't have a problem with people making money off of. It's like, I don't have a problem with them making money off of any of them. Let me be real clear. But this
ones, like maybe like overall benefit if done correctly. For people, there's so many people out there that are fucked, man. They're 500 fucking pounds and they don't know how to stop. And they go to counseling.
See the shows they have.
Think about getting their stomach stapled. It is an addiction, just like gambling, just like anything else. You need some help sometimes. And maybe that's what they need. Just something to fucking get you out of this terrible state and move you into a place of health. And then you'll feel better. This is a problem. You'll think better. You'll be nicer. You'll have a better life. You'll have more energy to do the things you like to do. There's no downsides to being healthy. There's zero downsides. You know, the only downside is it sucks. It's a lot of hard work. But once you get there, the feeling of satisfaction of having accomplished something, like getting your body into a condition where it's like healthy and you can do stuff. You can, take a fucking yoga class. You can do CrossFit. You can do stuff. It's physical. It works well.
Or just get implants like I do.
There was this one guy who got like the most implants.
Oh, I know. I've seen that.
You seen that guy?
Yeah. No, that's really creepy, isn't it?
Talked to him a long time ago. Mike, whatever you do, I slow like down. Like, you look crazy. I don't know if you have a mirror in your fucking house.
Yeah, no, goddamn.
But that's the thing with people who start doing that kind of stuff. They don't know when to stop. You know? And it becomes addictive. You know? Just like eating becomes addictive or gambling. You get addicted to just fucking with your friend. That guy. There he is. He's got a back implant. $21,000 to do a back implant? It does look like he's got crazy lats. I feel like that guy must be a rock climber. Right? If you saw that, that guy's jacked. Look how jacked he is. All the way down to his wrists. And you're like, hey, why are those wrists on that body? That's crazy. Something's wrong with this. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it looks great for like whatever it is. The boobs are on. But there's some part of your brain is like, what is going on? Does he have fake abs too? Those are great fake abs. If those are fake abs, let me see that again. There, it looks real. That looks normal. But one of the ones that you just showed earlier, look, like, okay, are those his real abs? Because if you could get those abs, if those are real, like, you could have done the whole thing. You could have done the whole thing, fella. Like, if somebody lifted weights, right? You didn't ever do that. Oh, no, he totally admits to it, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, I think that's his whole thing. Yeah, he's letting everybody know. It's not like he's like, no, God just keeps blessing you.
Under the knife more than 190 times.
Oh, that's normal. Well, that seems totally sane. Just how? What is it like? What kind of damage are you doing to your body just going under 190 times? 190 times going under? Wow. See out of the house. Fuck you, mom and dad.
Got orange cones.
I'm getting lats.
I'm getting lats.
Fucking lats.
He doesn't, but he looks like he's a small frame guy.
Exactly. I get down to his wrist, so like that guy's in his wrist. This is insane.
The wrist was weird.
Yeah. Like,
Building apps, saying he did everything else.
Oh. Okay, well, if that's true, and it may be true, they might not be able to do apps back then. I think they do. I know they do apps. I know they do that sculpting thing. Yeah, where they sculpt the fat away and it makes it look more.
Abs look like they don't look like that guy's abs.
I have a guy, those are pretty good.
But that other guy.
Oh, that's that crazy guy. That guy's had a lot of those things too. So that's fake abs. Yeah, those look real. But that, like I'm saying, like if somebody just talked that dude into lifting weights, hooked on the look. What is it? I think those are his real abs, which are pretty good. Like he could have got a tight swimmer's body instead of what he did. Jesus Christ, that sculpting thing, which they massage them, you know, but they're like right out. Yeah, they cut all the fat away, so it exposes more of the abdominal area, abdominal sculpting. I think I had the tomorrow before, or tight. You're gonna have to get drained though. We're gonna have to have these
Yeah,
Tubes
tubes coming out of the sides.
leaking pus.
Yeah.
Because you just had a wound. Cut your fat away. Because you want to look better.
Yeah, no. I like that. Yeah, no.
All I have to do is just work out. Jesus Christ, people.
Do a crunch.
Your body is who you are, right? If you have like a little bit of a gut, it's because you've been fucking off. That's just it. You show it to the world. This is who you are. Let it go.
You're a little gut. You got a little gut.
If you don't like it, lose weight. Yeah. I just don't know if you need Ozempic. Somebody does.
I like you said, some other really obese probably would help.
Dude, we're just about 4 or 5 years away from them being able to genetically engineer you anyway. They're going to be able to like eliminate all obesity. Obesity is going to be out the window probably. Well, at least with people who have the money for the procedure, they'll probably just fucking lay paste around your body. Fat will burn away, and you'll fucking go down look like Chris Evans on Captain America. That's gonna happen, dude. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, it will.
They're already doing weird stuff that's beneficial to people. They're already figuring out how to splice genes and turn off like gene expressions and cause certain diseases. They're getting involved in some really wild research when it comes to like manipulating your genome. And once it really gets good, once they really start, curing certain diseases, and figuring stuff out, and they can ratchet up, and they can start, they'll start going, who wants to be good looking? Who wants a giant dick? Who wants the biggest ass? Right. Yeah, it's just gonna, 100% people are gonna all look like cartoons. We're all gonna be cartoons.
Yeah, and we'll all look like that.
We're all gonna look like Thor, and the woman will look like Prime Jennifer. That's it. Fun times. Fun times. Everybody gets to play. Everybody's how much it must suck to just unfortunately be born really attractive. You know, like there's people that get a terrible roll of the dice in life. You know, you got weird, shitty kids. You're a normal-looking guy, dude. You're a normal-looking guy who's done some stuff. But this normal-looking people like you and I, like elephantitis, man. That guy, remember that guy? Yeah. Imagine something like that, where you could just completely change it and all of a sudden it looks like Ken. Yeah. Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't everybody get a chance to be hot? What's it gonna be like if everybody's hot? Fun. It's gonna be fucking fun, dude. It's gonna be awesome.
Everybody gets to play.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Everybody's hot. It's gonna be great. And what if they figure out what's wrong with people's brains? Like, oh, we thought that you just had to go let people experience life and figure out their issues and make mistakes and maybe go to jail and then get out. No. We can just rewire brains. Rewire everybody's brain so everybody's like really calm and peaceful and kind and compassionate. And you have to sign up for it. It's a compassionate program, and everybody has to get the updated software.
That's great.
And we'll all be super sweet to each other. We're gonna have to do it. Yeah, and everyone's gonna be hot. And everyone's gonna be hot, and everyone's gonna be nice. It's gonna be
everyone's gonna have all their hair, they're gonna have muscles.
And then all inventions will cease instantaneously. It will never invent a single thing after that. There will be no more music. Everyone's gonna be hot. There's gonna be no motivation ever for you to ever like be like Prince, right? You know, like Prince became Prince because he was 5'3", and that was the way to get women to love him. He's so fucking talented that like that people just are blown away. And you're acting like a woman. They don't understand it, but they're so hot for you. Like he hacked the system. You're not gonna get that.
I met Prince a couple times. One time I met him, he was still cursing because I was on the Tonight Show and I was back in the hallway getting my makeup done. But I already came in makeup, so I don't know what, I was always ready. So I just walk out the makeup thing and Prince was on the show. His door's right there and mine is down here. So I walked over to Jay and I said, you walk in here? I said, could you introduce me to Prince? He's weird. You're in the film. It's going on. I said, well, no, I protocol rather than you walk me in to Prince and just say, hey. He said, I haven't even said hi to him yet. He said, come with me. So he said, well, go after this. He goes through his makeup. I'm just standing there. Prince comes out of his dressing room. He says, where's my fucking key? I'm like, What's that? He's my fucking tea. And I was like, oh, I'll go get it. And he closed the door, and Jay's right there in the thing. I said, where's Prince's fucking tea? And she's like, what? I said, he just yelled at me to get his fucking tea. He's like, he doesn't know on the show. He probably doesn't know you're on the show. So I got tea, and I walked in, knocked on the door, and he opened it, and his assistant opened the door. I said, this is Prince's tea. He said, he doesn't drink tea. I was like, okay, no. And Prince is looking at me, he's like, close the door. To the thing. What the fuck was that? I where's my fucking tea? I go get tea. But listen, that seems insane. That's insane. But it was just awkward. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. And so the next time I'm in Vegas, I'm going to my own room.
You didn't talk to him at all after that?
No, we were on the show together. No, he did his thing. I came in. Jay brings us all on at the end. This is everything Prince on Carrot Top and that. And Prince declined to go out. But the closer you can see it, you see Jesus. We have to Prince. Can't.
Do you think he was embarrassed that he told you to get his tea?
No, I think he should have his mom. No, maybe he thought, oh shit, I have to know. But he would have said thank you for my tea. The girl's like, he doesn't want tea. I'm like, he just asked me for time.
That follows along with my theory about that kind of talent. I always think you have to be at least somewhat insane or have a relationship. You have to have a relationship with insanity, which is probably why he joined Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
And decided to stop swearing. It's like he wanted some structure, right? He's probably had a relationship with insanity.
Probably. I mean,
yeah,
he definitely had a. I mean, he had a trouble. You know, we all know that.
Somebody has bad breath because they ate a lot of garlic.
But
more garlic.
That's one of those going by the room with the damn Jim Brandon. Sweets, I would call it. It's after the show, when they have the little girls at the end of the, check you in at the top. Morning, Mr. Jones. How was your show? Awful. And I start walking down and there's this big black guy just standing right in the center of the hallway. So I'm walking towards him and I'm like, you know, I'm getting closer to him, so I said, hey, how's it going? And I saw him go like, you know, I can't go by him. So I said, oh, I'm sorry. I need you to go away. He said, you can't go past here. He said,
one that's made out of wine.
I'm gonna have to go to my room. He says, you're not gonna buy me. It wasn't mean about it, but he says, you're not gonna go buy me. And I made a joke. I said, I can probably get by you. You're being funny. I said, I can probably get by you pretty quick. Didn't laugh. So I said, all right. I went back to the girl in the front down. I said, is that guy working? She's like, I said, the guy in the hallway. Okay. I said, that guy. No, I said, well, then what if you want me to go buy him? She's like, no, I'll go with you. She walks with me. I said, I brought back up. I get this old lady. Right? I brought back up. We're getting through you. And he's like, sir, he needs to go to his room. He said, I'm sorry, you can't come by me. And I just kind of, I figured there's got to be something behind him. And I kind of just do one of these like, well, I just got to get. And it's Prince, and he's standing, he's only, you know, he's this guy's 3 times his size, and Prince is standing behind him. So I see Prince, and he goes, hey, I said, can I go to my room? He goes, yeah. I said, can you tell him? And he goes, to who? I said, the guy. Like he's not with him, right? And he said, yeah, let Carrot Top go to his room. And he goes, well, he's not walking by me. He says, Prince is sitting against the guy in the hall. Like, I don't know what he was doing. He was just standing there. He was just standing.
Probably writing a new song in his head.
He was writing, I don't know, it was just weird. And he just said, hey, and I said, thanks, Prince. He said, no problem. He's a weird guy.
That's so good.
Yeah, I just never forget that. I was like,
I don't think anybody gets that good without being really out of the mind. Yeah, no. You gotta be out there.
He's standing there behind this guy. It wasn't
It's
like
a funny thing to do. That's a funny thing to do. Stand out there with a giant piece of
maybe he's waiting on a girl to come out of the room. That's all I could think of.
Maybe he just felt like he was just standing there.
And I look back and thanks, Prince. There's no problem.
Probably how to use a symbol because he had the rights to use his name regularly. That's so insane. You go back to Billy Joel's song, I Am the Entertainer. Like, this is that too. It's the same thing. Music business. Fucking with one of the all-time greats.
Reading about Billy Joel's first record deal, he almost fucked everything up. He signed everything away for 15 years.
Oh my God.
Yeah, 1970. That guy saw him perform that song you're talking about. He's like, I gotta figure this out.
Wow, Captain Jack again. Oh, wow. Captain Jack is a great fucking song. Have you ever seen him do it live? Oh, yeah. God damn. See if you can find an old version. God, can I play it and, like, cut it out? Yeah, let's play and cut it out. Find an old version of him doing it live from, like, the 1970s. If you can, if it's possible.
Yeah, there's a whole thing in the documentary right now about Billy Joel.
Look at this. How quick is this? 1976, Captain Jack. From Connecticut, live, 1976. We'll come back. Now we're back.
We talked about music earlier.
How comes that song?
So I'm saying though, we have this. I'm sure everyone has the same discussion about music, and you know, these songs and everything from that area, the 60s, 70s, 80s, is still relevant and amazing. But there's, it's hard to find. I don't know if they just don't play it too.
It's, you gotta find the artists, man. You gotta find the artists. There's a lot of artists.
So listen to, you know.
Yeah, but there's great guys right now, man. You know, there's Jelly Roll right now.
Amazing.
He's Oliver Anthony. He's amazing. Teddy Swims. That dude. Do you know who that guy is? Oh my God. Play the Door by Teddy Swims. What's that? Just like, we'll cut it out. We'll cut it out. We'll cut it out. Sorry. But I just want you to listen.
Here's you fuck with your crowd. You say, okay, now here, this is one of the best songs I've ever heard. Check this out.
Yeah, but you come back and listen to it.
You come back, you go, right? And it's like,
listen to this song.
That's great.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. See, they're out there, man.
Yeah, no, I just gotta find out. I guess when I'm old like me, I just get stubborn. I go, oh my God, John.
Billy Joel, like, what the fuck? I'll give you some shit to listen to. There's some great shit out there.
I try to. I just get so, I'm old. So let's go.
You listen to Zach Bryan?
I love Zach Brown. Yeah,
Zach Bryan. I love Zach Brown too, but Zach Bryan.
Oh, Zach Bryan.
He's the guy that was at the arena with Shane Gillis. You know what I am?
No,
oh my God,
do I not
he's
know?
phenomenal. He's phenomenal. Phenomenal. And another one of those guys is just like super talented, incredible voice. He was in the military, man. He was making songs on like TikTok in the military. One of those things, like Vine or something like that. And that's how he popped. Just like right out of nowhere.
That's crazy.
Let him out of the army, like, you're gonna be a fucking star, superstar. He was in the Navy. What arena were they at?
Notre Dame.
Football stadium. How many people's in that? On a weekday. Is there a picture of them on stage?
A lot, yeah.
I want to see a picture of them on stage. That's so surreal.
Yeah,
those numbers are so surreal. Like, look at the size of that. That's so crazy. It's like the Luxor. That's a different basement. It's the same. What's the biggest show you've ever done?
Stadium in Florida.
What's that?
But that was for it was for their homecoming. It wasn't a Carrot Top show. I was the headliner, but it was a look at that.
That's crazy.
Wow.
First, I can't wait.
Oh, I can imagine.
How did you not?
My thing with the stadium is, you know, they do a soundtrack there. The stadium's empty, and it is, you know, 100,000 people. This side was going to be the alumni. This side was the kids. You know, all ages. Now they had rules. You can't say, you couldn't curse. You couldn't, definitely couldn't do anything sexual. So my guy brought all this stupid shit, which is meant for college. Is a bong with, you know, right. The open guy goes out. His first joke is like, yeah, this chick out, right? My guy, I'm like, dude, my wife's like, his opening line was, I mean, this girl. I said, no. He goes, yeah. I'm like, well, second guy goes out, same thing. He's just, they're beyond rotten, gross, dirty, right? And I'm getting ready to go up, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna eat shit now because they're, they went here. But the crowd wanted Goofy. They had heard all this. It was actually worked in my advantage. They did all this horrible, dirty stuff.
Brother is not from
The crowd was kind of like, let's
only
get
has
Carrot
one
Top.
cup of wine and he has to have Abdullah, and he wants to eat a meal and do same what you do. Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Abdullah. He uses one cup of wine to both Birkas Hamazon and Abdullah. What is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does Birkas Hamazon, then he does Ner, then he does Summon, and finally he does Havdalah. Who does this go? This goes according to the Shama. How do we know?
Sound check it.
Oh, this is a big machlokes between the remainder. What is the machlokes between Basil and Bisham?
I'm from Florida. So I was like, oh, Florida,
Not to be too confusing. Everybody agrees that Abdullah is all the way at the end.
Oh shit!
And everybody agrees that Ner is first. The machlokes between Bisham and Basil is in the middle. Do you say Birkas Hamazon and then Musamman, or do you say Musamman then Birkas Hamazon? And in review, though, everybody agrees that Birkas Hamazon is first. Machlokes is only is Ner before Musamman or Musamman before Ner. Now, if you look at this list over here, where we see that Birkas Hamazon comes first, then comes Ner, then comes Musamman, then Abdullah. Like we said in the Brisa, the only one that says that is Bishamai, according to Yehuda. Issue is see, Abdullah is all the way to the end. Abdullah is equal to Kiddush. And in the mission of Bishami Hole, that first you do Kiddush on Friday night, and then on the wine. And over here is the opposite. First the wine, then Kiddush.
I remember when I used to work at Greenwoods Center for
bringing
the
in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When you bring some Shabbos, you want to make it as early as possible, so you make Kiddush first, and then Bar Priya go. But when Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make Bar Priya go first, and afterwards you do Havdalah.
Like there was like an inside space. It was open air. There was a roof over it, and it was all covered. And then there was a lawn area. And they sold tickets for the lawn.
Says specifically that
you couldn't hear the show inside the roof area. Because once it got out, all the echo fucked it up so bad when it made it out to the lawn. You couldn't understand what the word was. You had to get there where the speakers were. And so everyone was furious. They were all
possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine
to see if you can hear someone talk.
It says the Mishnah that he makes a bracha on the cup of wine. It's possible that he just takes a little bit, put it in without touching it, without breaking the rest of the cup, and he tasted it, and then he refilled the cup, and then he's able to be
backstage when Dangerfield would do shows. He would get high as fuck.
Now we're going to go into a
take off all his clothes, and he'd put a robe on. That's how you go on stage with a bathrobe on, just raw dick in a bathrobe, and with slippers on. And he fucking murdered. I guess I was 19 years old when I was working there. And he went up there, and I was not even thinking about this comedy yet. So I was just loving it, just as a pure fan. I was like, I can't believe Ronnie Dangerfield just hanging out with a bathrobe on.
That agent is known for it. Everything is around the casino.
I saw it. I didn't see his dick, but I saw him in a bathrobe, and I saw him go on stage in a bathrobe. But that was his move.
No, I saw it. He walked.
And it has the power only the Rabbana to be Thomas something else to make that a shame. Therefore, they have a conflict in our Mishnah.
I said, Rodney, it's my mom.
Wash your hands on the Tzilas Yadayim.
Hey, Mom.
And then before the cup of wine, then you wash your hands.
Crazy. And he meant to. He was like, looking at me like, how am I doing? I'm like, great. She's like,
that the cup will become hummus.
In our dressing room at the club,
Shaman holds that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside of it is coming
from the appearance of the slideshow. So it's his handwritten notes, they're all framed
if your hands
with a photo of
humming, not washed,
it's pretty cool.
Perhaps they will
One of the things I loved about him, man, is that he introduced the world to a lot of other great comics. He introduced the world to Kinnison, Hicks, Tom Herrera, Jerry Seinfeld, a lot of comics did.
But we still say you're allowed to use a cup that the outside is
HBO, Young
My concern is that your hands are going to be closed. You're not allowed to eat with clean hands. That's why we watch the
comics.
So if the cup is coming, you wash your hands, you have moisture on your
right.
A lot of
hands.
shows have.
So that moisture in the cup will
No, I mean,
make your hands a shiny, and that's a problem.
person behind it.
Listen, people were gonna have podcasts with their ideas.
Now, we're not concerned that your
Like,
hands are
come
going
on,
to touch
you got me on here.
because
You know,
not make hands
other
touch.
shows like
You need the water
late night shows
between your
don't have comics anymore. They
and
don't. That's
hands without water
also
cannot
they
make
just
a
have
touch
hampered
either.
anyway.
It's a shame he doesn't make a distinction.
Because it's all. The whole show was
Another method you learned in the mission.
late night shows because some of our fun.
When you wipe your hands on a towel, what do you do with the towel?
It's publicity
Put it
for
on
a
the
bunch of
table,
stuff,
or they put it
right?
next to
So
you on
if
the
someone's
couch,
coming on
push
to
it.
promote an album,
Well,
someone's coming on to promote a
According to
movie.
Vasila,
Nothing wrong with
the
that, right?
table is
But
a
the
shape,
problem is it's not
and the
what the
cushion is a
host is
shape.
interested in,
So
right?
there should be a difference, but there is
I
a difference.
think
If you put it
the
on
way
the table,
that
on
those
the
shows
table,
are,
so
you're
the
handicapped in a
moisture
way.
in the towel
Where you have to
will
get
make
on the
other
famous
foods
people.
come in.
You have to get
Will
on the
make other foods
Rockstar.
in the table.
You can't just have weird people come on. You
I'm
can't
not
have someone
concerned
that
that my
works
hands
for the
will be
CIA come
because
on
that
and
is
tell
not
you about
something that we find
aliens.
as
This is what I know so far.
That would be the
rest of the
better
time.
guess, like third middle guess.
Because the shade has an
You can't do it.
You're trying to say
First of all, you only
different.
have 10
I'm
minutes.
concerned that your
Each
hands
cast is
will
like
come.
in and out real
Therefore,
quick.
put
You've barely enough time to
towel
scratch the
on the
surface of
table.
like
Not
one
be
or two
ashamed
stories.
of it.
You know,
You're not allowed to use the
you
table.
I just like this what I used to do. I used to do it. I did it. I don't know how many times
Not
I did
on your
it.
cushion.
It was always I never was promoting anything. In fact, the only time I had something to actually promote, they didn't want to put me on. I started trying to promote chairman of the board. This movie,
Wash
like,
that's
you know,
yeah. Clear the table.
One time you wanted to
I
have
really wanted. No, I did. I have this
Are you allowed to
movie
use
coming out.
shower?
Yeah, they're like,
Then I'm already doesn't know about lots of
I got a movie, Jay. I got a, you know, I got a movie.
the shaman
Now the weirdest one.
are allowed
I would
to
ask you though.
It's
because
not what the host is interested in.
you're allowed to use shaman. I'm artist.
The way that
concerned
those shows
that
are, you're
you might
handicapped in a
like
way.
pieces and
Where you
the water
have to
from
get
your
on
friend
famous
will
people,
slip
you have to get on the
those
Rockstar, you have to.
So
You can't just have weird people
not
come on.
concerned
You can't have somebody that works for the CIA come on and tell you about aliens.
Right.
This is what I know so
Allah
far.
That would be
is like the
the
shaman.
better guess, like
Unless
the
you
third
switch
middle
the
guess.
shit,
They have
Do that,
say that
though.
what
You
the
can't
shaman
do it.
says.
First of all, you only have 10
Therefore,
minutes. Each
entire
cast is
mission,
like in
entire
and out
power,
real quick.
all the
You have
levels will
barely
be
enough time to
like
scratch the
this
surface
still.
of like one or two stories. You don't get
Well,
it.
like this.
What I used to do, I did it. I did it. I don't know how many times I did it.
According to Rabbi,
It was always, I never was promoting anything. In fact, the only time I had something to actually promote, they didn't want to put me on. I started trying to promote chairman of the board.
Whatever it means, right now he's creative.
That's hilarious.
Or perhaps it also means,
One time you
and
wanted
then
to
that's
really
also
did.
like the shaman
No, I did. I have this
According to
movie
Rabbi,
coming out.
Yeah, I remember
that can be,
They're
I say give it to her,
I'm like,
who
I got a movie, Jay. I got a, you know, I got a movie.
She's made rich.
Now the weirdest
Therefore
one,
says,
I would
there's
ask you
everybody
those
wants to say
first to see
butter.
it.
Like this is,
It's the
the word
strangest,
ma'oris,
strange guess
ma'oris
everything
means
that
that
you
light.
have to do
How many
in front of
even colors does fire have?
I'll tell you
According
my
to
book, so I
Shaman
was on the Tonight Show.
Concealer has
Dick Cheney was on
red.
it.
You don't say ma'or, you say
And I
red
mean,
because it has
I
red,
think
yellow,
it's just
and
like sulfur.
green, or whatever that
well,
other.
I had 5,
The halacha is that
maybe 6
candle
pop.
you're not allowed to use
on
the
purpose
light
because
for Havdalah because he did this with it.
I had like 3 just because
amazing.
I'm
He did it from Allah on Shabbos.
topical all the time.
Use it
So
for
I never, I already have them in my
Now
show
they
with them.
use
They
it
said,
coming
Dick, you're
off
going
of
to be
some
on.
sort of big party.
Dick Cheney, I said,
Most of the party
can I do it? And so I started writing more.
Wonderful day.
So I had like 6, and I opened with them, right? So, but the weird part was I get there, or rehearse Secret Service, everybody's there. They, you know, I can't get to my room. Princess guys, you can't go by again. No. So I felt like rehearsed it, and they're like, the people are like, you know, he's going to be a guest. I said, well, no, it's just what I'm doing it, right? And they're like, she's like, you know, I don't know. I said, well,
Bracha is definitely given.
You know,
Today we're going to be discussing
very topical.
the Havdalah candle.
I think it's funny that
The
he's
candle that was
there,
lit
right?
on Shabbos.
So
Like the heter,
this is
or a
right
woman who's
from
giving birth,
He
or
said,
a sick person.
You're
You're allowed to use it for
stay,
Havdalah.
or is he going to leave?
A candle that was lit before Shabbos that burned through Shabbos, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a good and used on Shabbos for Isurim, for the good, you're not allowed to use it after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos a goy lights a candle from a Jew, or a Jew lights a candle from a goy, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other side, if you take a candle on Shabbos from one domain and place it in another domain, you are chayv because you're taking the old flame and moving the old flame into the new domain. So why is it that it's also to use a flame that's goy lit? That's just the tzibur that you might use the goy's candle right after Shabbos.
I said, I looked over and said,
There's
hey,
a concept that the flame was
just find your
light. and not for any other purpose such as
probably can find this
and
and
cooking.
pull it out. And I have
Therefore,
a Dick Cheney
if
gun.
one sees a very large flame coming out of a furnace,
The thing goes
well,
this
it
way.
depends.
Get
If
a shot.
you get the process
And I mean, it's
of
already
heating
like
up stones
right?
for
Hey,
lime,
I
then
found your
you'll
gun.
make a rough on it.
Oh,
But
sorry,
at the end of the process, when they're using that light, that fire for light, then
It
it's
didn't know
smoker.
at first because they're all
What if I didn't
looking
know?
at him.
Very much depends.
And
If they lit up a candle
you know,
in honor of an important person, then you can't use
yes,
it for
right.
alcohol.
So
If it's there for the caretaker, even though there's an
I
important
go,
person,
right,
the
I do
caretaker
another one.
needs
I had
some
an
light,
operation
you couldn't
game.
make a
You know,
rough
the
on it.
operation
And
had
if it's a full moon,
his
if the
face on
caretaker
it.
doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, not use it for Abdullah.
Book where the thing, it was just
If
like
they
5
brought
or
the
6
candle into
pictures.
Abdullah,
Finally,
Muhammad says everyone should say rough for themselves.
You're not gonna have
Because if one person makes the rough for everybody,
killed here.
that causes a
And
big
you just,
fight.
I mean,
Just like if
now
somebody
they're not
sneezes
really
a little
getting
bit,
enough.
you don't say,
how many more
bless
fucking,
you, because that's
he even says, how many
it's
more?
hard to
I
argue
said, I
and
got
say,
one more.
one person should make the rough for
So I
everybody
do
because
one more
the
Cheney joke.
right arm had smell
Now
it.
he's
One
kinda-
person makes kidneys
he's
for
kinda
everybody,
laughing,
lights for
but still
everybody.
kinda like
Better than one
staggering.
person
Then I
lights
go and I do
everybody. A candle that was lit for the dead
piggy bank for
depends.
gay guys.
If they would light that candle during the day in his honor, then you cannot use it for alcohol.
Asshole
But
instead
if
of the
it's
top
lighting
of
it,
the thing,
either
right?
way,
Great price.
then you do make a
It's
rough
piggy
on
bank
it.
for gay guys. Nice.
Perfume, a fragrance for the dead to counteract the bad smell, or for the bathroom, or for your hands.
I walk
Do
over,
not
sit
make a rough
down,
on it.
and
But if a person has
like
perfume in a store because he wants to attract customers,
like Secret
then
Service,
you
something
make a
with the
rough on it.
writers, the producers, and Jay
A city
comes up and he's
that
like,
is
I'm
mostly
Cheney.
Gallian, and a
Lane
nice
comes up and
fragrance
she
comes
says,
out
"Oh
of that
God,
city.
that was
Do not make a rough on it, it's
the
private
best thing
desire.
you've ever done." I said,
Therefore,
"Thank
if you have a
Tracy."
city,
She said,
and the minority of the women that are Jewish use the fragrance for
where do you
source
find all this? I said, no,
and
I
a
make
minority
it.
of the Jewish
Found
women
all
use
this.
it
No, I make it. Where do you find all this stuff? I said, I
doesn't
made it.
count for
You
alcohol.
made that.
And you have a minority that are
His
so
dog
the total amount could be a majority of smell that's not
and
for
apparently
Abdullah.
all those Dick Cheney jokes were fine.
If a person
when I did
smelled
the
a nice
piggy
fragrance
bank,
that comes from a
she
Benjara
lost her
and
mind.
decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it,
No, I don't know.
that is not
she
there.
did that.
Lost her mind like
There's two conditions when it comes to the
really
flame of
mad
Abdullah. First,
that I did
you must
a
flame
piggy bank joke
and you must benefit from it.
on the show. Forget I just
Seeing the
did
flame
5
means
jokes
it
about
cannot be
father, so
behind a bend behind a
everyone
corner.
to take
And
her out of
benefiting
this
is not
vehicle.
focus. Rav says you don't have to
Losing
physically
her,
benefit.
screaming,
Stand
and
at a
so
distance
they
as
took
long
her
as you
out
could
of the
possibly benefit
studio.
from it, and it's not dimming out.
Yeah, it was like I
Like
can't
the
believe
noise
that
with the
you
olive.
like that.
But Rava
in
says
front
no,
of my
you must
father,
stand
and I
right
thought
next
you
to
were
it.
making
And you
fun
should
of
be
me
able to
for doing
differentiate
Dick
from the
Cheney.
light.
I shot your dad. The gay piggy bank? What's that? It was the gay piggy bank.
Rav says that you don't have to search for a candle in the shop, like you would search for an
I don't know.
estrogen.
That's why I think it might
If
have
it comes to
been
you
coming to.
easy,
Just two.
great. If
One of
not,
the daughters. Let's just say
one of the mission
one
of
of
the
the
person forgot to
daughters.
say
I don't
something
think it was
and he walked away from the kitchen. One day before he doesn't have to go back. According to Shami, he doesn't have to go back. Little
Dick
admit to
Cheney's
Shami
daughter
that did it on
Liz
purpose. He
are
walked away.
both staunchly against Donald
Amazing.
Trump,
He must
despite
go.
against
What tells us?
Wire, Liz, and
Tell me,
Mary
was not
feuding
like the
over
Shami. He
same-sex
forgot.
marriage.
He walked away, but he came
How
back.
are they feuding over that? Let's
He was
find out.
rewarded with a pocket full of golden coins. Basila, on the other Talmud, on the other hand, did like Basila, but on the Mazid part.
I know you're
He
trying to
walked
have
away
it now.
on purpose and
Like what
benched
is
far away.
a year ago?
He was eaten by a lion.
A
What
year
else is the
ago,
amazing
someone's
story about
upset
Rabbi
about
Rothschild?
same-sex marriage. What do they
He's on a
say?
trip, and he stopped to eat, and he ate, but he forgot to bend. He got back on, and he continued on. He said himself, if I tell them that I forgot to bend, they'll laugh at me and they'll say, that's right here. Hashem is
Right,
everywhere.
but what is
So he lied to them. He said, hey, I forgot at the rest stop a golden dog. Please go back. So he went back, and
People
he
are still
benched.
arguing about that.
Gemara says that he found a golden dog.
Okay, and they believe in
Why he
same-sex
used
marriage, the
a
other one
dog
doesn't?
is because Klal Yisrael is neutral to a dog. One says a dog is right. One says
We don't know. I don't know which daughter.
Tradition tells us that as long as the food digested, because I'm
Maybe it's
just
just
like
like
it
two
says,
daughters. Just
I'm not hungry from that meal.
well, I
It's still
don't
better
think
to
you
flush
should
this
get.
I had
If
another one that
you
was kind
walk
of strange
4
because
parts of
it was a dumb
the
joke.
time
I think
of
he
4
said
parts to
same-sex
72
marriage, so
minutes away,
gay
then
marriage
became legal
more than
in
that.
certain states.
And that's if you eat a very large meal. If you eat a small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty.
And I say, hey, gay marriage is not legal.
Then you could bet.
And this is a map to show people.
The mission tells us that if a person heard
states
part
where
of a bracha,
penises on
you can
springs,
answer
whatever.
So the Gemara obviously is not trying to be guilty to this white seed or kiddush or whatever it is. Because if you only heard part of it, that's not enough. It's saying is that since you heard part of it, you're allowed to say amen. Typically, you're not allowed to say amen if you don't hear a bracha. Since you heard part of it, you know what bracha is referring to. You say amen. The machlokes is what is that? Is it preferable to
I think it's silly enough.
or is it preferable to answer this? One of my numbers
I would always fight with her.
in fact,
She
it
said, no,
says you get Sachar before the
if I
person
come up
that
with a
says.
different idea,
And the other
can
no,
I do it?
it's like a war.
She
You
said,
send
yeah.
in the lesser soldiers first, and then you send in the elite group to clean up. So the Haman is more important.
Guys back there at the Tonight Show.
Children that
Ryan
are
Seacrest's
taught to
face
say a bracha, so they repeat the bracha over and over. Do not say anything that bracha. But a child who's leaning or reading the Torah, you can say Amen to his bracha. The Gemara tells us very interesting names. Rabbi he says that a person that's used to washing his hands should not bend until he washes his hands. Says Rabbi Zivai, that's not true. You don't have to be careful with that. Comes along Rabbi Zivai and says that hands that are Mizrah, meaning they are dirty hands, one should wash them, otherwise it's not. Says Rabbi Nachman in this lesson. I don't know Zivai, I don't know all I know about is the Bryce. The Bryce that says, and here I learned that you should do my Machine, and my Machrez. And then when the husband says, very protective of us, oil on your hands. And he Hashem teaches us better
You put like, you want me to put like I said, like, Richard Nixon dicks or something. He said, no, just get rid of this, get rid of the junk. I said, it's funny. Fuck.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with, having editorial access to someone's act when they're doing a Tonight Show set. It should be like, no. It should be like, look, if you want fucking Black Rose to play, they sing their song, you know what the song is, you know what the lyric, that's fine. But with a comic,
First one,
you can't tell them they can't do something.
Well, I had 40 other problems.
Like you're even swearing. Like, what are you doing? You're being silly. It's silly. Like, come on.
I did break the law with him once.
What'd you do?
I built a podium for Bill Clinton. It was the closing bit, and I would do the stupid voice like I did not. And it was this presidential seal on this podium. And had a true false buzzer button. It was just so stupid. Like I did not have any hit the button. I did not have any. I will not raise the I thought ding 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 something. I read the joke now, but the closing punch of the whole thing was right after I'm doing the podium. That would kill. I just stop at that. I had a foot pedal where Monica Lewinsky's head would come up like a little on a beret. It was great. It took took engineering to do this. And so I go, I did not, and then I hit the foot pedal, and the brake would come up, and I go, not now. That's all, it's just not now. In the rehearsal, it was the best thing you've ever brought here. My God. And I said, yeah, right. It was my lady. They're doing bad. And I said, oh, fuck. She goes, everything was good. Standards are practice. I said, oh, and I give her a hug. I said, this is the first time I've come and everything got approved. And she says, yeah. I went back to my church now. I can't believe I get to do this. My closing bit fucking right before, in a minute before I come in, she walks in. She's like, okay, you can do the podium, but you can't put her head down. And I said, why? You can't use your hand to force her head down. That's just, it can't. It can come up. You just can't force it down. I run the prop department. I said, is there a way you can? Because they don't know they're looking like, I don't know. Is there a way I can release and go down without me touching it? And they're like, I don't know. They looked at it. I'm under 5 minutes. I said, fuck it. So I do the whole thing. I said, I did not. And the head comes up, and I said, not now. And I use my elbow. And of course the crowd get killed, and it wouldn't have been if I did this, but I said, not now. I get done, I come over, and I can see her fucking feeling. She comes running over me, because they always come and say, what a great set. Oh, you did so good. Tracy Fisk did. She said, that was phenomenal. And I said, Jay's like, how did I get that? And I said, stands are practice, let it come over. Fuck. I'm in trouble. She's like,
from a wild camel, and also the other day she was very thirsty in a river underneath the street. So every time he passed that place,
show's over. Thank you, tomorrow night, and then she comes over. Okay, I get fired. I get fired at the show. No, they've already bleeped it out on the West Coast, the East Coast, live. I said, bleep that line. You can't force her head. I said, I didn't force it. I didn't use my hand. I used my elbow. She just looked at me like, you fucking like so clever. I said, well, you said don't use my hand. So everything was fine after that, but it did get bleeped out, and it went, you know, fuck the joke up, it went, I did not, and then it, you know, edited right to this, good night, let's go to that punchline.
Yeah.
Well, you ever get in trouble for something like that? No. Well, this is when I got in trouble. I got banned from Fox, I think for life, for this. And this is for something else. This is really weird, yeah. I was in the country Billboard Music Awards, and they asked me to do a little bit with Chris Rock. It's Chris Rock and me, and he you know, it was such great together. It's like, you know, top, you know, and then I'm out there because it's stupid, and Chris Rock is, you know. See, I go out to a rehearsal, and I had like 4 props or something, and the guy came over like in a panic, right middle of the show. It's already happened. Our bit's coming up in about 40 minutes. He says, I need you guys to go longer. And Chris Rock's like, bye. What do you want? He said, just come up with something. I said, well, I can have my guy go back to the MGM and grab a few more props. That'd be awesome. Chris is like, yeah, perfect. You know, we'll kill the time without having to change too much. But I can just pull out more shit. I go and I tell my guy, go, TV clean. Get like this, get.
When you see the amount of salt from, that's a disaster. So you don't say a nice broth, you say Baruch dynamics. What you say is Baruch Zucker, that's something that anyone who Baruch was upset, man, angry. He was able to remember something in the same light, says the Gemara, there are 4 say Goimel. The Lashon of the Gemara is Goimel L'chasadim Plevim. We, based on different Shainut, we say Hagoimel L'chasadim Plevim, Shimon L'chasadim. That is, the people that cross the desert, the ocean, or a sick person who is healed, or somebody came out of jail, they say, Goimel, you need 10 people, and 2 out of the 10 must be Rabbanan. Rabbi Yehuda, says Gemara, was sick, and he was healed. Rav Chana and 9 other Rabbi Chacham came to visit him, and they told him, we mentioned Baruch Hu, you're giving you to us, instead of giving you to the ground. And he said Amen, and he said, because I said Amen, I no longer believe in Goimel. There are 3 that need special protection. And they are people that have bad mazel. A sick person, a woman who just gave birth, and some say even somebody that's in mourning, and other. And there are 3 people that have, because of jealousy of Shadim, they are in danger. That's Chassan and Kala, and some say even a Chacham. And finally, there are 3 people that are zut to longevity, because they do something at length. And that is, they have a long davening, and we'll explain tomorrow, or they have a very long meal. They have a lot of company, a lot of poor people as company, or they spend a lot of time in the bathroom for medicinal reasons. Have a wonderful day.
The thing, the towel with the misspelled thing, and then the seat, the toilet seats. So I added. It was a great joke. It was a toilet seat with a seat belt, so you need a Taco Bell, right? You sit on it, I put it on, and the sound effect of the show is a Houston Man, probably it's a great, stupid little bit. But there's about 20 toilet seats leading up to that one. I was like, oh, I'm not kidding. 30 toilet seats. I had one that held women's hair when they throw up. I had one that legs up. I had one with spikes on it. It was semi. So the last one was the seatbelt, right? So it's very clean, right? It does great. I walk back, and I'm thinking they're going to come high-five me because we just saved the show. We had a time they needed. The guy's like,
But we said they go to the bathroom.
They banned me because I said Taco Bell because it was sponsored by Taco Bell. How the fuck am I supposed to know it's sponsored by Taco Bell? That's real shit. Yeah. I'm like, well, I didn't say fuck. They said, no, you said Taco Bell.
Oh my god, that's
How do I
so
get fired?
funny.
They thought you're banned for life. That's hilarious. Because I said Taco Bell. I didn't know. I mean, I'm not the guy. They should have come to me and said, don't do anything with Taco Bell.
Yes. 100%, that's all I do. That's a normal.
Joe, we had a time they needed. The guy's like, they banned me because I said Taco Bell because it was sponsored by Taco Bell. How the fuck am I supposed to know it's sponsored by Taco Bell? That's real shit. Yeah. I'm like, well, I didn't say fuck. They said, no, you said Taco Bell. I'm like,
oh my god, that's
how do I
so
get fired?
funny.
They thought you're banned for life. That's hilarious. Because I said Taco Bell. I didn't know. I mean, I'm not the guy. They should have come to me and said, don't do anything with Taco Bell.
Yes. 100%, that's all I do. That's a normal reference for a guy. That's funny.
Yeah, not funny, really. I mean, funny now.
They would have been pumped if you said Del Taco.
Right.
Yeah.
But if they told me that, I would have.
Yeah.
Easily done that.
Hey, brother, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Thank you. It was a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to seeing you on Kill Tony. And anybody who wants to check him out, Carrot Top is at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada on a regular basis. What's the best way to find out what
just text me, yeah. It's Las Vegas. I mean, carrottop.com or Las Vegas. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure you're not going to sell hell? You're sure you weren't in the shadow of Hashem when you heard this? How did you come up with this yourself? This Chachma. He knew how to take the letters that the Baruch used to create the world. The Tzir of Isaias. Baruch gives wisdom to people that have wisdom. And here comes the milk dreams, a very lengthy sugya. Rav Hizda says numerous quotes regarding dreams. First of all, the worst dream a person can have is when he's dreaming that he is in a fast, he's fasting. A dream that nobody deciphered is great. It's like a letter that hasn't been opened. Once you open it, then the problems start. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100% as you dream them. A bad dream is better than a good dream. When a person has a bad dream and he's sad about it, that sadness is actually a horror. It does away with the dream. First, if a person has a good dream, feels good about himself, that actually takes away from his sakhan. The bad dream is the worst than getting malchus. We learn from Yisrael Tzaddik that not everything comes true because he's talking in his dream about his mother dying and his mother wasn't alive anymore. And you learn from Yisrael Tzaddik that sometimes it takes 2 years for a good dream to come true. A tzaddik such as David HaMelech never dreams of a good dream, and a Rosh Hashanah never dreams of a bad dream. It says in the Pasuk, "Shemina lecha ra." When it's possible that even if a tzaddik dreams of a dream, he'll forget about praying, and therefore it's not a dream. And when the Pasuk says, "But negative lo yikra ba'alecha," it's referring to when a person comes back from a long trip, he should not find his wife in a state of a safek midah. Any person that doesn't dream any dream at all for 7 days, he's considered bad. The person is really worried about his dream. He should go in front of 3 people that they should do hatovas chalayim. They should make his chalayim better. They should tell them, I saw a really good dream. And they tell him, heavy, it's a great dream, it should be good. And Baruch should seal it with 7 seals, 7 zeros that it's good. And they should say 3 psukim that are in the reverse, 3 about redemption, 3 are like we say to be eaten. The Lord tells us, to be friends. He said, why don't we each say a statement that others have never heard? So the first one got up and he said, if you don't know what the dream means and you're worried about the dream, so you should talk about, you should say the Yiratzayim when the Rebbe Skehanim, and that's what we do today, it's the Yiratzayim that says, I'm yours, my dreams are yours, etc. Very long Yiratzayim, and you're supposed to finish all that Yiratzayim with everybody as you're saying Amen. But if you missed the boat and they don't say Amen on your Yiratzayim, so then you're supposed to say The second one gets up and said, whoever is afraid of an ayin hara should take his thumbs and go so, grab the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, I'm complaining, I'm so and so. Yosef, I'm a descendant of Yosef. Even if you're not a direct descendant, you probably have some Yosef blood in you, and therefore Yosef Tzaddik, his descendants don't have ayin hara. If you're worried about your own ayin hara, try to steer at your left nostril. And then gets up and says, a sick person comes and tell everybody the disease on the first day. But after that, he should, so that people should down to him and be healed through their doubting. And his Rabbah was once sick, and he told his Gabbai, don't tell anybody the first day. But after that, he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rabbah should daven for Rabbah, and whoever hates Rabbah should be happy that Rabbah is sick, because when an enemy is happy that somebody's sick, that disease disappears. Shmuel says that when he had a bad dream, he would say the pasuk, they're nothing. On the other hand, when he had a good dream, he'd say to them in question, Chalomis are nothing. And in fact, it says in the pasuk, you should consider dreams. I had the contradiction. You consider dreams of Chalomis Shavi Daberu. I said, well, if the dream comes from a malach, then you know it's true. If it comes from a shade, you know it's false. Rabbi Rothschild says, in Yerushalayim, there were 24 people that knew how to be placed for Chalomis. They knew how to decipher dreams, and he went to them, and each one gave different opinions about the dream, 24 different ones, and all 24 came true, and will continue with dreams. Tomorrow, Be'ez Hashem, have a wonderful day. Started a surge called Operation Big Wave Blitz. Hundreds of demonstrators gathered in downtown Chicago last night to dismantle it. Bracha is Dafim Vav. We're continuing with an amazing sugya of dreams. Behind me is a mural that a Rabbi Yeshua Pesach drew himself and gave me as a gift. It takes all the dreams of today and tomorrow's daf. Gemara tells us that whatever you think during the day, that's what you dream at night. Gemara tells us through stories where Goyim came to Jews and said, if you're so smart, what are we going to dream tonight? The Jews inserted something in their mind about it, and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said, you're going to be captured by the Persians, and you're going to use a golden staff to graze the sheep. That's what happened. Or you're going to use a golden grinder to grind date pits. Gemara tells us about Bar Hedia. Bar Hedia was a dream interpreter. Depending, if you paid him, he gave you a good interpretation, and if you didn't pay him, he gave you a bad interpretation. Abaye and Rava had 22 dreams. We're not going to go into all of that. But the bottom line is that whatever he interpreted to Rava in the negative, he interpreted Abaye in the positive. He told Rava, your wife is going to die, your children are going to die, your business is going to do terrible. The king is going to accuse you of breaking into his palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rava of breaking into his palace. Then he told him, you're going to get whacked on the head by 2 clubs. In fact, Rava walking to the shul and he saw 2 blind people fighting, and he tried to break the fight and he got hit twice. We're about to hit again. And Rava said, stop. I only dreamt that I'm going to get hit twice. He interpreted Rava's dream that he's going to divorce his wives. 2 pigeons flying away is a symbol of divorcing a wife. And finally, when Rava paid him, he told Rava that the fact that the wall is falling down means that you're going to have unlimited amount of properties. Abaye's household down. Now all of a sudden he throws Abaye under the bus, even though Abaye paid him. He said, Abaye's going to die. You're going to take all of Abaye's talmidim. My house is falling. Your Torah is going to go everywhere. And Rava says, I saw my dream that my head split open, my brain fell out. No, that's just the feathers out of your pillow. And finally he tells him, I dreamt that they're saying Hallel of Mitzrayim, meaning the regular Hallel. So he tells him that means you're going to have these. The Gemara says both Bar Hedia and Rava were about to embark on a ship, and Bar Hedia remembered that Rava's going to have an ace. He said, why should I be on a boat with Rava? If the boat sinks, he'll have an ace, I'll die. So he jumps off the boat. In his hurry to jump off, his book dropped, and Rava peeked in his book and saw it says, all dreams are interpreted based on the interpretation. Rava looks at Bar Hedia and says, Rasha, why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife, my children, and my business. I forgive you for everything. I cannot forgive you for killing the daughter of Rav Chizda, my wife. And he gives him a curse that his head should split open and his brain should fall out. Now that's a very difficult thing to happen. Our head, you said, "Oh, it cursed me. I better do tshuva. Let me go to Golos." Goes to Rome, and he opened up a shop in Rome. And sure enough, a customer comes. He's the head of the treasury, and says, "I dreamt that a needle is in my finger." He says, "Bar head, you pay me, and I'll tell you the interpretation." Says the treasurer, "No." He says, "I won't interpret." The next day he comes to him and says, "I dreamt that I have worms through my fingers. Pay me." "No." The following day he says, "My entire hand is wormy." Says Bar head, "You don't have to pay me. I'll tell you what's going on. The king's clothing are wormy. You're in charge of watching it. You should know they're wormy." In fact, that's what happened. They took the treasurer out to kill him, and the treasurer says, "Well, Bar head, you knew about this, and he didn't tell me." They took Bar head, they tied his two legs, the two cedars, let the cedars down, tied his legs, let cedars go, and Bar head's body, his brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also knew how to interpret dreams. Ardoma came to him and said, "My two jaws fell." Says Shmuel, "Don't worry. That means that the two Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell off." So that means that the anger of HaKadosh Baruch Hu fell away. My hands fell off. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means you're not going to need parnas anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I dreamt that I'm going to die in Adar, and I'm not going to make it to Nisan. He says, "No, that means you're going to die with honor, and you're not going to have Nisayan, the notion of Nisan. Nisayan." The Gemara tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shas, Stuki, that came to Rabbi Shmuel and says, "I dreamt that I was pouring oil on top of olives." Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means that you had relations with your own mother. "I dreamt that I grabbed a star." That means that you kidnapped a Jew. "And I swallowed a star." That means you sold the Jew and you already used the golden. "My eyes are touching one another." That means you had relations with your own sister. "I kissed the moon." That means you had relations with Aisha. "I stepped on the side of a shadow of a hadas." That means your relations with a naira amorosa. "I saw a shadow above me, but it was under me." That means that you had relations the wrong way. "I saw ravens around my bed." That means you were the top of many women. "I grabbed onto 2 pigeons, they flew away." "Sent away your 2 wives without giving them again." "I peeled an egg." That means you steal the bodies. Says the Stuki, unbelievable. "I agree to everything. I did all of those things I mentioned, but I did not steal from the dead." In that moment, a woman comes and says, "That coat that you're wearing, you stole off the dead." And finally, this is incredible. Why would Rabbi Shmuel help him? I'm not sure. He tells Rabbi Shmuel, "I dreamt and my father said he left me money in Kaput." He says that means that he left me money in the 10th beam in your ceiling. In fact, there's money there. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of either peace or of Torah, and Rabbi says of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pot, it's a sign of peace, as long as the pot doesn't have any meat in it. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down, and we can't get into it because it's very lengthy, but each one you have to say a specific pasuk, and not a different pasuk that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, a bird, about a pot, about grapes, he's supposed to say special psukim. About a shoy for a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or not. If a person dreams of me, he should anticipate chachma. If he dreams about beads, plural, he should anticipate to understand. If a person dreams about boards, hearts upon wax, it's very good dream. Boards are dreamt only by people that have Yerusha Mike. There are 5 things about an ox. If you eat its meat, you become wealthy. If it bores you, your kids will be great in learning. If it bites you, you'll have Yisurim. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long journey ahead of you. And if you ride it, that means you're going to climb to greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. If you dream about a donkey, you should be waiting for Yeshua. If you dream about a cat and cat, if they call the cat Shura, then you'll have a nice song. If it's called in your city Shimra with the Yud, then you'll have something bad will change. If you dream about white grapes, it's a good sign. Black grapes, it's a great time, it's a great sign. If it's not in the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, it's a great sign. A red horse, depends if it's moving nicely, that's a great sign. If it's galloping, that's a bad sign. And finally, if you see a Yishmaeli, an Arab, that's the son of Avram, Shmuel, then you should know that your philo will be dream is skabel, but if you see a camel in a dream, that's a really bad sign. Have a wonderful day. We're continuing with dreams. Since we have over 150 different dreams to interpret, we are going to go over the 8-minute allocation. If a person sees a camel, that means he was supposed to die, but he's going to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's a great thing. And if he sees 2 elephants, it's even better. If a person dreams the name written down, Uno with 1 nun, he'll see a nest. If he sees names with 2 nuns, like Chanina Yochanan, he'll have multiple mitzvah. If a person sees the word Hesped, that means he will be Rahmanas on him, and they will redeem him from Shemai. The person sees himself saying Yehi Shmei Rab, he's promised to have Olam Haba. The person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's Roy to have the Shekhinah on him, but his generation is the cause that it's not. If a person sees Tefillin, then that means he'll grow in godless. If a person sees that he's davening and he didn't finish the davening, that's a great sign. There's a certain illicit relation a person dreams of on condition that he didn't think about these people before and didn't know these people. Of his sister or his mother, he knew them, but he never thought about them. If he dreams about them, his sister is Chachma, his mother is Bina, Naira, Murasa, is Torah, Ashes Ish. He'll be a Ben Olam Haba. When a person dreams of the Shivas Aminim, he dreams of wheat, is peace. Barley is Lemony Averis. A person dreams of grapes, that means his wife won't miss her. Grape branch is Mashiach. A fig means that this Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big, his business will expand or grow. If it's split, then he's Tam Chacham. It's a sign of Torah. If he's Amar, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, that's the light of Torah. If a person sees a date, he won't have any averas. If a person dreams of a goat, he'll have a great year. 2 goats will have 2 good years or more. If he sees Hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll inherit one. If a person sees an Esrig, now we're going to the Arba Minim. If a person sees an Esrig, that means that Baruch Hu thinks he has he's beautiful in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a Lulav, that means he's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a goose, sign of Chachma, and if he has relations with the goose, that's a sign that will become a Rosh Hashiva, like Rav Ashi said he dreamt. If a person sees a chicken, it's a sign of having a Ben Zachar, multiple chickens, multiple Ben Zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means he'll have a beautiful garden and simcha in his life. If a person sees eggs, or any round thing that's closed, like a nut, or a glass cleat, or a cucumber, that means that his request is suspended, but if it breaks open, then his request will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into a city, his things will be taken care of. If he dreams that he's shaving, that's a good sign. And if he's shaving his beard as well, that's a sign that good things will happen to his family as well. If a person is sitting on a small boat on top of the waves, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he is in a very large boat, his family will have a great name as well. If a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow. If he goes down, that means he's going to be the opposite. Rabbi and Abai say no. Once you go up, even if you come down, you're still going to be great. If a person is ripping his clothing in his dream, that means currently Xar did. If a person is naked in Chutz La'aretz, that means he's stripped from all averas. Or if he's naked in Eretz Yisrael, that means he's stripped himself of all the mitzvahs. If the cops grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they chain him up, he'll have double protection. If a person sees himself in a marsh, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. If he sees himself in a forest, he will be the head of the Rosh Kala. If a person sees himself with a snake, that's a great sign. That means they'll have parnasa. The snakes don't have to work for their food. If the snake bites him, he'll have double parnasa. And if he kills the snake, that means he won't have parnasa, even though Rav Shesha said that his parnasa will double. That's because Rav Shesha dreamt it and he wanted to give a good interpretation for himself. All liquids are a great sign besides wine, which if he's a Talmid Chacham is a great sign. If he's not a Talmid Chacham, it depends, so there's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says, if this person sees Sefer Malachim in his dream, that means he'll rise to greatness. If he sees Yecheskel, that means he'll have Chachma. Yeshaya is an Achama, Yirmiyah is Puranos. The person sees Tehillim, Shir Hashirim, David HaMelech, Ben Azai, that's a sign of Chasidus. The person sees Mishlik Helish and Rebbe Ben Zoyma, that's a sign of Chachma. The person sees Iyov, Kinois, Achav, and Shmuel Ben Elisha, that's all a sign of Puranos. If he sees Megillas Esther, Yonah Dayoima, that is a sign that will have a nace. If you see Rebbe Loz Ben Azariah, that's a sign of wealth. If a person sees metals in his dream, that's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude if he sees a hoe, a mattock, and an axe with a handle. Those are all items that you can do great damage with, so it's a bad sign. All fruits are a great sign, besides dates that are not. All vegetables are a good sign. Instead of turnips, which resemble a club like we had the other day, Robert got hit with a club. All colors are great, besides the color blue, which if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad medical sign. There are three things that go into the body and you don't benefit from them. Cherries, inferior dates, and unripe dates. There are three things that don't go into the body and the body benefits from it. That's bathing and anointing oneself and going to the bathroom. There are three things that have resemblance to Olam Haba, and that's Shabbos, the sun, and the bathroom. There are three things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, or a good voice, Rashi brings, of a woman, and good sightings, like nice pictures, buildings, and good smell. There are three things that expand a person's mind, and that is a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, and beautiful vessels. There are five things that are 1 of 60. Fire is 1/60th of Gehenna. Honey is 1/60th of the Mon. Shabbos is 1/60th of Olam Haba. Sleeping is 1/60th of death, and a dream is 1/60th of a Nevuah. There are 6 things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, carry, sleeping, and dreams. 6 things will heal a sick person, and that is cabbage, the womb, and intestines, diaphragm. Some people say small fish, beets, and dry penny royal. 10 things will cause a person to become sick again, and even worse. That is, if you eat the meat of an ox and a bird, if you eat roasted meat or an egg, if you shave or you eat cress, milk, or bathe, nuts, and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like swords, but that's large cucumbers. Small cucumbers, the Gemara always says that Rebbe Antoninus always had small cucumbers on their table. They were very wealthy, even in the summer, even in the winter. If a person dreams about a dead person in his own house, that means it's a sign of peace. If the dead person is eating or drinking, it's a good sign. If the dead person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything he removes is good besides shoes. Anything he gives you in the dream, that's good besides if he gives you dirt and mustard. If a person sees Avodah Zarah, the Gemara mentions Markulis, he should say, Hashem has Rahmanas even to those who do against his will. If you pass by a place that Avodah Zarah was uprooted in Eretz Yisrael, you should say, just like this Avodah was uprooted, came to Oker, Michol, Mekamis Yisrael, from all over Yisrael, and you should return the hearts of these people to do tshuva. The Tanakh says you don't say that because they are mostly goyim. Or Shmuel says even chutzlars, since all the goyim are going to become gerim, let's say you should say that there as well. Have a wonderful day. Racha is definitely fast when the first bubble and cursed his neighbors. Oiler Russia, when he cursed Shemroin, blessed his neighbors. Just like every human face looks differently, so too every human mind thinks differently. Therefore, you see 600,000 Jews who make a special bracha for Chazan. Jibor who knows exactly what's going on in each and every one of those 600,000 minds. When you see 600,000 guys, you say Oishin Imcha. When Ben Zoma saw 600,000 up La Lila Regal, he added a different another bracha. Baruch Kolpelu Shamsheni. He created all these people to serve me. Other Rishon, when he wanted to eat a loaf of bread, he had to perform 11 different functions. He had to plow the field, he had to seed, etc. When he wanted to wear clothing, he had to perform 7 different functions. I could just walk into the store and buy a loaf of bread from all these people that created, and clothing from all these people that created. It's different between a good guest and a bad guest. A good guest mentions the type of food you serve them. Thank you for the great meat, wine, rolls, and I know you did this all for me. A bad guest doesn't mention the food. He just says, thanks for the peace, for the drink. And you didn't do it for me, you did it for yourself. But Ramel's father, Yishai, when he came in with 600,000. When he left 600,000 people. When he spoke to 600,000 people. But in Chutz La'aretz, we don't make the bracha of Chacham or Roz. When you see a gadol, Chacham in Yisrael, you make a special bracha. When you see a Chacham or a guy, you say Baruch Shenosam Mechachmasai L'Basar. When you see a Jewish king, you say Baruch Shechal Mechoydei L'Reyav. And not a Jewish king, you say Baruch Shenosam Mechoydei L'Basar. Rabbi Rothschild says a person should always try to see Jewish kings, non-Jewish kings, so he can compare them to when Mashiach comes. Rav Sheshes, the Gemara tells us the story was blind. He went to see him, and then Tzduki came to make fun of him. He said, "You can't see anyways. What are you doing here?" He says, "Look, I'll show you. I understand more than you do." So the first troops walked by, and there's a lot of noise. The Tzduki said, "Oh, here comes the king." Says Rav Sheshes, "Not yet." The second troops come. Here comes the king. Not yet. The third troops came, and it was complete silence. Says Rav Sheshes, "Here comes the king." Because that's how it goes with the Kodesh Baruch Hu. When the Baruch Hu comes, it's complete silence. Before he comes, there's a lot of wind, there's earthquakes. But when he comes, complete silence. Then the king came and he said, the bracha. Says the Tzduki, why are you making the bracha? You can't even see it. Says the Gemara, either Tzduki's friends poked Tzduki's eyes out, or Rav Sheshes looked at Tzduki and he turned into a heap of bones. Another great story. Rav Shela gave Malchus to a Jew who was a Baal, a Goya. So the Jew went to the king and snitched on Rav Shela. The king summoned Rav Shela. He said, "Why did you take things into your own hands?" He says, "Rav Shela, because he was Baal, a donkey." Says the king, "So you should kill it." He says, "No. Once we left Israel, we're in Golas, we don't kill people anymore." And he said, "Do you have a witness?" He says, "Yeah." But the Yanavi came, and this guy indeed was Baal, a donkey. Says the Gemara, that while all this was going on, Rav Shela still about Gura. Says the king, "What are you whispering?" He says, "I'm thanking Hashem for giving us such a great king who knows how to do great judgment." Says the king, "Oh, you love the kingdom? Take this back, take the stick, and do for yourself. Wait out." Says the Gemara, they were leaving the palace, and this snitch tells Rav Shela, "What if Baruch Hu sends witnesses for lies?" Says Rav Shela, "It wasn't a lie. You weren't Baal Hamar. That's considered a Hamar." And Rav Shela noticed the guy was turning around to snitch on him once again. He said that the Bible called Hamar. So he took the stick and he killed him. Because he was a rider. Mora says, since he was saved by this pasuk of the Chashim HaGdula, say Darshan. The Chashim HaGdula means Ma'aser Bereishis. Rabbi Kiva says it's referring to the Yam Suf. Ba'Gura, Rav Shela says it's Rabbi Kiva says it's not B'chayr. Matan Peres is the sun that stood still for Yeshua, and Rabbi Kiva says Matan Peres. Netzach is the wall of Rome, and Rabbi Kiva says it's Yerushalayim. V'Aloy is the war of Arnoin. He says that it's the Migdash. Yehovah Shamayim is Sisrael. Chashim HaMelech. This is all Shela, who says Reb Shela is Gog and in the future. B'chol L'Reish, that even the head of irrigation, that should be his job. If you see houses of Klal Yisrael that are settled, you say the bracha Baruch Matzil Kulam Mana. If they are in a rubble, you say Baruch Dynamis. If they're Goysha houses, you say Base Game Yisach. In other words, they should be uprooted, and with the Churban, you say Kel Nekom. Says the Gemara, a story. Ruler Rav Chizda were walking by the rubbles of the house of Rav Chana bar Hanilai, and Rav Chizda let out a sigh. Says, how can you sigh? It's going to ruin your body. So Rav Chizda, how can I not sigh? In this house, there were 60 bakers day and night, 24/7, giving out food to all the poor people. There were 4 doors, but people coming from all over. Rav Chana had his hand in his pocket, so that if somebody asked for money, he didn't have to be embarrassed for those few seconds that it takes to stick your hand in the pocket. He put wheat and barley on the outside of the house in the days of famine, so nobody should be embarrassed. They can take it at night. How should I not sigh? So we'll try to console him, and he said, since the Churban, the houses of Tzadikim were destroyed, or Rabbi says the houses of Tzadikim are going to be rebuilt. He wasn't consoled. So he said, listen, you know better. You're just a servant of Kodesh Baruch Hu. And Kodesh Baruch Hu's home, the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed, so too yours. Says the Gemara, if a person sees a caver, a cemetery, or just a grave of someone from Klal Yisrael, you say this long bracha. Baruch atah Hashem, sheyotzu esrim b'din, v'zon esrim b'din, v'kilkel esrim b'din, v'osav esrim b'din, v'osav lakim b'din. Reb Nachman used to say, and we end off, we say, see, Goysha grave, you say, Goysha Infa. Reb Shimon says, if you see a friend that you haven't seen in 30 days, you should say Shechiyanu. It's more than 12 months, you should say Mechaya Mesim. As Rabbi would say, it takes 12 months to forget about the dead. We should prove that nowadays, we don't really say this bracha. But one of the son of Rabbi Shmuel Rav, another great story. They were walking and they bumped into Chanina Breder Avigo. It was a big oven. So they said two brachas on him. First of all, Shechiyanu, they haven't seen him in 30 days. Second of all, they said, said Chanina, let me do one more than you. I'll say a third bracha. Let me say Chacham Rosa because you are equal to 600,000 people. Look at him, 600,000 people. What are you so smart? You made something up. They looked at him and he died. Said in the Mishnah, you see different types of people. So one of the says the Gemara, if you see a Bahankin, somebody that has major freckles, discolored face, you say Mishana Habriyas, special bracha. That's if he was born like that. But if it happened later on in his life, you say Dayina Emes. You see a Kushi or a white person, very white, or a very heavy or elongated face, a warty face, you say Baruch Mishana Es Habriyas. If a person doesn't have hands and have feet, or he's blind, or he has hair that's matted, it's one piece, then you say Baruch Dayan Emes. The person sees an elephant, a monkey, or an owl, you say Baruch Mishana Es Habriyas. You see beautiful creations, you see beautiful trees, you say Baruch Shekafalei Bari Lavai. We learned in the Mishnah Zikin. What's a Zikin? It's a Shabbat. Some say it's a comet, a flying star. Says Shmuel, I know all the paths in heaven, like I know the streets here in Aradoi. I just don't understand this Shabbat. If this Shabbat is sealed, then the world will be destroyed. But the fact is, we see that it goes by sealed. That's just its glow. That's one shot. Another shot is there's a curtain that's torn and you see through it. Or the shot is when Shabbat comes this way and another star comes towards it, that other star backs up. But for us, it looks as if Shabbat is continuing, and that's why it seems like it's going there, but it doesn't. Have a wonderful day. We are gearing up for brand new Masechta Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have to watch the full 45-minute daf, whether it's on YouTube or they downloaded our app or they receive a WhatsApp. I guarantee you there's a lot more smiling, there's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute daf. The Gemara tells us that there are two constellations, Ash and Kima. And when Baruch wanted to make a Mabel in this world, he removed 2 stars from Kima. And in order to stop the Mabel, he replaced the 2 stars they took out of Kima with 2 stars from Ash. The question is, why did he just replace it with 2 stars that he removed? It says the Gemara, there's a concept that you cannot fill up a pit. You take dirt out of a pit, try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt missing. Or,
this girl
prosecutor, something that
is
the Mabel cannot stop the Mabel, cannot become a defender. He said in the Mishnah that when you see an earthquake, you have to make a bracha. It says in the Gemara story, Rabbi Rothschild was walking by. Oiv is a person who converses with the dead through bones. And he said, I wonder if the Oiv knows why we just had an earthquake. He says, the Oiv, of course I know. So when the Baruch thinks about Klal Yisrael and Golas, he sheds 2 tears. And those 2 tears create the earthquake. It says, Rav Katina, that's not true. He's lying. Then there should be 2 earthquakes. It says the Gemara, the reason why Rav Katina said he's lying is because they didn't want people to follow this Oiv. But in fact, Rav Katina knew he was right. And there are 2 earthquakes. Thunder is created, says the Gemara, it's going to be Misholim either through clouds that bump into each other, or when clouds pour water one into another, or Abacha says it's when the lightning strikes the hail in the cloud, and that creates the sound of thunder for them. It rains. The Gemara says we like this pshat the best. But another pshat says the Gemara is when the wind goes through a hollow cloud, similar to when wind goes above a barrel, it creates that sound. Mishnah says see winds, very strong winds like tornadoes and hurricanes, you make a bracha. Says Abaya, we have a tradition that hurricanes do not start at night, give people a chance to escape. They could start in the day and go into the night, and they also don't last for 2 hours straight. There's always some sort of break in between them. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, you say, Rabbi says there are certain lightnings that are terrible and one should daven. That is, if it's a single lightning, if it's a white or yellow lightning, and if there's a cloud that comes from Myrav and comes around to the north, or two clouds that seem like they're going to bump into each other, that's the time you're meant to daven. Rabbi Shlomo Levi says the reason why God created thunder is to scare people and to take out their crookedness in their heart. When you see a rainbow, you should not bow to it because it looks as if you're bowing to the rainbow. Rather, you say, Baruch Zoyter HaBris, Baruch who made a bris with us that's not going to give us another mabel. And then when we're the times and Amorah. Abaya says that when there are winds and lightning and thunder, mountains, rivers, all those, you make two brachas. Rabbi said that when you see lightning and thunder, you make either or. But when you see mountains, you can only say, my separations. You can't say Shekhanti Gross Malay because it's this particular mountain is not in the entire world, whereas lightning exists in the entire world. There's a concept called the clear sky. It's a fire that happens after it rains the entire night and then comes the wind. And according to Yeshua Levi, you say, my separations. But Jesus says the one is a different place on Mikdash. There's no such thing as a clear sky. The Gemara says, when you see the sun as it was created at Sheshis and Bereshis. In other words, the sun was created, according to this Madomar, on Wednesday, Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. The only time that the sun will be back at that position is every...
Still tilting. Says it will take a while to clean it out.
New study suggests ultra-processed foods may harm male reproductive health. Published in Self Metabolism, the research found the sperm quality declined in men on high-processed diets. Even with calorie intake matched healthier diets, scientists also detected higher levels of plastic-related chemicals known to disrupt hormones. We are going to check B210.
Let's talk about prize gigs. If you enjoy watching sports, you'll enjoy even more with prize gigs. You pick 4 or more players, and then you have to decide more or less than their projection. And they offer some massive discounts as well on some players. For instance, September 14th, Travis Wilson will be again more than a half the yard as a receiver or reception, I would say. So there's a lot of radical discounts. You pick 2 more players, and then you have to say yes, more or less than the projection. And you get all right with some a lot of money. So you have to download the app. It's very simple to do, obviously. You go to your favorite app store, and then you download Pride. Use the promo code TOM, COA, WAY, and then you're going to get $50 with free lineup after you play your first $5 play. That's a good deal. That's a good deal. So you can be watching sports anywhere over the weekend. Might as well join the big ball and be one of those guys that's sitting on the edge of the couch at the end of the game. You know what I mean? Drive and promo code Conway. Drive and run your game.
Sunlit weather from Camp 5. It's going to be warm out there, but cooling off slightly this evening. Right now, it's in the low 80s in Metro LA and OC. 75 in Mission Viejo, 83 in Melinda. Let's go to Crash on the 210 in Monrovia.
This one is along the eastbound side, and it's making your way toward Myrtle. It just crash out of lanes, but the slowing still served up
How are you most well known person on Kick? I've had an account before. Saying you're not real, but I was trying to figure out. Yeah, it says Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild. And there's been a lot of Rothschilds going through our Kick trying to get you to go through this one.
I love this one.
Taped in front of a live studio audience, the following program is brought to you by Swiffer Sweet and Mop Deluxe. Your father's gonna be home in 3 hours. Anthony, hold the towel! Angela, I need you to clean the kitchen floor. I'm gonna go pick up the key. Angela, would you get off your phone? Look at me. Look at me. Okay, first, use this. Okay, then use these. It turns just like this. When you're done, we don't want them to think we live like animals. And do a good job. Okay, because oh no, you good? All right. That's it. Okay, you got it. I'll just know you'll thank me when you're doing this in college and you know how to do it right. This is why we set gross. It's easy. See, it's just gross. Even your father can do it. Ange, what are you wearing for Mayor? Is it me or is this week just flying by? Right? Oh, I barely got the sand out of my car. Please, let alone my ass up. 1,000,001 things to do for the game on Thursday. 1,000,001. Okay. Oh, I'm so freaking excited. I could throw up. Okay. But really, only because Rob's feeding me those big claws on Labor Day or something. What? So, white claws, big claws. Same difference. I'm running to the supermarket right now. Yeah. I put on my face. God forbid I run into somebody I know.
Let's go to a crash the 5 and win our
So, details, but at last check, was reportedly blocking the two left lanes. We see it now 250 over KFI traffic. We're also at the drive live as far as delays are concerned. Not slowing up on that over by leaving leaving Jeffrey Road all the way to Harvard Line. And then we're crowded ahead and going hard. That's Beach Boulevard staying heavy all the way to Roseby. Let's also check out the 60 eastbound heading into Diamond Fire on the brakes leaving no balance as you continue to the 57 northbound outside as well out of just about Brea, leaving it through on the highway to the 60 for Southern California. So down here traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
If you grew up drinking out of a garden hose, rain could fall on the street, and not coming home until the streetlights came on, it's time to focus on brain health. Let's keep those memories alive. Visit AlzheimersLA.org to learn how. That's AlzheimersLA.org.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Now, vaccine. I know you like to do your own mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation. Sorry, Bill. Lost curiosity, religion, lying to you. And thirst into me.
Join Nazi Files as she tries to solve big mysteries.
We discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You wanted to find Riley before the sheriff and watched us.
This is entirely your problem to fix. It's not my problem.
I don't want to search something much worse than happened.
Why does it have to be you?
Because as we discovered, you don't know who to trust. Riley! Pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, Next Files again for Radio App. The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too long to drive. What if you've had just 1 too late to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation and Council of the Station.
Your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go. Beyond the iPhone and
Please don't let your arm. He's just trying to get the nose right. She can see David. She downstairs. Oh, that's his David. Please don't let your dad. He's just trying to get the nose right.
stream and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content on iHeartRadio. Everywhere you want to listen, including in the car, through Waze, on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Differently surface in central Mississippi, clouds are beginning to find a burnt orange. It's called gassy clay. There's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything barren. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever touched before. You never get used to it. Over the years, gassy clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi's secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a new one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state center. And all this may question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? Mississippi has secrets as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered? The story is much more complicated and nuanced than ever. I'm Larissa Campbell, and this is Under Gassy Clay. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now. AM640, more stimulating talk.
Every 4 years, since the year is 365 days and a quarter, divided by 4 for the 4 seasons. Each season is 91 days, 7.5 hours. In order for the sun to be at its position at 6 p.m., that can happen only every 4 years. But to happen at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday or Tuesday night, early Wednesday, that only happens every 28 years. You have to wait for 28 years at the same time that Saturn, which was also created at 6 p.m. on Tuesday night, Wednesday evening, it has to be at that exact time that Saturn was created at 6 p.m. And that's when we said it the following morning, so that everybody gets together and says it. But that's because Hashem, that's when Hashem created the sun. The same, the Gemara says, you say, today we don't. On the stars, the moon, Amazolis, the zodiac, but he said, gracious. Rabbi says, on the great ocean, whether it's the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, say a special bracha when you see it at least after 30 days. You have to wait at least 30 days. You say a bracha she'asa es hayam hagam. You also make a bracha on the 4 rivers mentioned in the Torah if there were no human intervention. Once humans diverted the river, you can no longer say a bracha on the river. You see grass by the Euphrates, by the bridge, so you can say the bracha from the bridge and upriver, but not downriver. At a certain time, the place when they diverted the Euphrates, you can no longer say a bracha. Chidekal is an intriguing of Chadin Mekalim. There are lighter waters, easier to drink, and cleaner. Kras means Harim Rabim. And it says Rabbi, the people of Chayza, they're very sharp because they drink the water of the rivers. The reason why their faces are red is because they're shamish bayai, and their eyes wander because they live in the darkness. If there's a lot of rain, you say Ataydamet, and the rule is, anytime that the rain or anything is good for multiple people, there's a partnership. Even other farmers that own fields, not own a field, then you say long bracha. Says Rabbi Rothschild, people we think about Shirat, and they say, all the way until Tishtachah, and they say, when you say Shechiyanu, only when something happens to you and only to you alone. But if you have a son, you say Atev Amedin because your wife is also happy. When there's an inheritance and you have brothers, so you say first dynamics, but afterwards you say Atev Amedin on the inheritance. And when you drink an additional wine during the meal, you say Atev Amedin, if there are other people joining the meal, have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf according to everybody. If you buy random clothing or any vessel, flea, make a shachiyot. The question is, what if you already have that exactly, and this is the second round that you're buying it? Well, it depends. If you bought it for the second time, according to the first lashon, you don't make a bracha at all. If you had it because you inherited it, so now there's something new by you buying it, so according to Rabbi Rothschild, you don't make a bracha, and according to Rabbi Rothschild, you do make a bracha. But according to the second lashon, if you had this clean, you had this garment already from inheritance, and this is the first time you were buying it, even Rabbi Rothschild agrees, you make a bracha. Even Rabbi Rothschild is whether you make a bracha if this is the second time around that you're buying it. According to Rabbi Rothschild, you don't make a bracha. Even in such a case, make a shachiyot. If you have a situation where something bad happened, but it also includes something good, for instance, your crop was ruined from a flood, but the flood is good for next year, for the next crop. You still make 9 MS, even though it includes something good. And the same thing in reverse. What if you have something really good that happened, but it includes something bad? For instance, you found a metzia, you found something in the street, but it's possible that it's bad because the king will find out about it, will come and take it from you, and that will cause you great aggravation. Nevertheless, you say, Atev related to the Mishnah, if a person's wife is pregnant, it's a tefillah shov, it's cruel to just daven and say, I wish it's a boy, it's already too late. What about the fact that Leah davened and she switched her baby to be Dina from a boy to a girl? That's a nace, we don't discuss this. It's also possible within 40 days, and within 40 days you could daven, as we learned. Within the first 3 days of pregnancy, you daven that it should be a pregnancy. For 3 days. So 40, you can daven that it should be a zohar. From 40 days to 3 months, you daven that the baby should be squashed by another. From 3 months to 6 months, you daven that you can miss that. 6 months. So the end of the pregnancy, you daven good. Now we learn
So if you remember that the same way, how could I forget signing an autograph for Jamie Lee Curtis? She had a show on ABC the same time that I did. When I first got started, her show was called Anything But Love. I remember after I signed the autograph for her, though, I only knew her as the lady with the Trading Places. That's when I ran over and told my dad, like, yeah, I just signed an autograph for the lady with the big boobies from Trading Places. Where? Now with my mom sitting there. Jamie Lee Curtis was a smoke show in Trading Places. If your parents wanted to go to the movies in the 80s and it was a rated R movie, they didn't babysit, they took you.
A person should constantly be in fear. So you didn't understand the pasuk. The pasuk is talking about Torah. You should always be fearful that you're going to forget your Torah, therefore you should review Chazer your Torah over and over. We learned in the Mishnah that the Nazi says if you go into a dangerous city, you should make 4 brachas. One of the 4 brachas. When you walk in, right before you walk in, say, Hashem Elikai. You should bring me into the city in peace. Once he gets into the city, he says, thank you for bringing me in peace. When he's about to leave, he says, I should leave in peace. Once he's out, he says, just like you took me out in peace, like we say, Gemara says, this is in a place that there's no judge, there's no court system. But in a place that there's a court system, there's reason to daven, everything will go according to the law, as long as you keep the law. Says Gemara, no, or you can say, but perhaps even in a place that there's a law and court system, nevertheless you should daven, perhaps you find someone to testify for you. In those days, the bathhouse was a very dangerous place. The only way to heat up the water was to suspend water on an upper level and have fire underneath that floor. And occasionally it would collapse. So you had to say a special davening that included the vidu. Believe it or not, should say, Yerotzim Lefanecha. Hashem Elokai gave us that save me from this and others like it. And nothing bad should happen to me. And if something really bad happens to me, maybe because basically Abai says, you should never open your mouth and say something negative like that. And when a person leaves the bathhouse in one piece, he should say, "Tani in the word that you saved me from the fire." The Gemara says the story about in the bathhouse and the floor fell out from under him, and with a nace he was saved. He held on to one of the beams, and he was able to save 101 people by them holding on to him. If you go into bloodletting, you say, this business that I'm doing here should be for medicine reasons. After Baini can kill, your healing is whole. Gemara understood that one should not try to heal himself. One should just doubt it. It says Abaya, but that's not true. The pasuk says, that the Torah gave us permission to use doctors and medicine. When a person leaves the bloodline, should say, in those days, we go to the bathroom, you tell them Allah that accompany a person, you say, you guys wait out here for me. And they say, the Shur says that we don't do that since it's haughtiness, as if we go with our Allah. Abaye says, don't tell them Allah to wait outside, perhaps they'll leave you and they'll leave you for good. So you say, Shamruni, Shamruni, watch me, Azruni, help me. Samkuni, Ampinuli, wait for me. And when he goes out, or brings the whole language of Asher Yotzar, as we know. And at night you say Kriyash Malamita, as we know. You say Antil Bahayim Shemaya. And then you say the bracha of Amakol Chavli Shaina. When the person wakes up, in the time of the Gemara, you say all the brachas that we say in one shot, you say it as you perform another function. So when you wake up, you say like Kai. The Shama Shanasata be, that's that. When you hear the rooster, you say Asher Nasan Lasechvi, which is referring to the rooster, or the mind that knows how to differentiate. When you open up your eyes, you say Okay, Achibrim. When you sit in your bed, you say Matar Surim. When you wear your clothing, you say Malbish Harumim. When you stand up, you say Zayit Kufim. When you get onto the floor, you say Break Al Alamoim. When you start stepping, you say Amejim and Zadigover. When you tie your shoes, you say Shal Silikon Sarkim. You put on your belt, you say Bezei Yisrael Bikura. You put covering on your head, you say Bezei Yisrael Bikura. When you say Risater B'tzitzis. When you're wearing tefillin, Shalyad, you say with honey after the comments. When you put your Rosh on, you say Mitzvahs Tefillin. There are those who say only one bracha. When you wash your hands, you say Al Gezedayim. When you wash your face, you say Amad Rashem Ma'eva. You still have a point, and then you say Yiratzah Shtar Yilei Mitzvah Risecha. Baruch Hu should make us used to learning Torah.
Oh yeah.
Risecha. Mitzvahs. Baruch Hashem. Going up without a hate. Going up Chasod Torah Yisrael. A person must make a bracha on the bad, just like we for the good. Meaning should always be this simple, should be happy. Kiva says this more famous story. He used to say everything Apple Corporate does is for the good. And he once went to a place and nobody would invite him in. They said a rooster, a candle, and the donkey. The rooster was his alarm clock. So tomorrow in the middle of the night, the wind came and blew out the candle. Then a cat came and ate his rooster. And then a lion came and ate his donkey, and he said, everything's for the best. And in fact, soldiers came, took everybody captive, and he was saying, had a wonderful day. As few words as possible. It says it says in the pasuk by Yitzer with two yuds. It means that God created man with two Yitzer, the Sahara and Yitzer Toiv, two inclinations. It says if so, how do animals create destruction and bite people and all that stuff? They don't have a Yitzer. Therefore, the two yuds, one comes to talk about Rabbi Rothschild, you should fear him and you should fear your Yitzer. Rabbi Rothschild says that other Rishon was created with two faces. In other words, Chava was back to back with other Rishon, and God separated them. Like this Rav and Shmuel. When it says in the pasuk, Selah doesn't mean the side, meaning Chava was back to back with other words, doesn't mean Adam Rishon's tail, he snipped off his tail and created Chava. Says the Gemara, a beautiful thing, like Baruch Hu in the beginning wanted to create Adam and Chava like the animals, individuals, and then he decided to make them one. Should explain like this: a husband and wife have a connection that a mother and a child don't even have. They always yearn to be together. Rabbi Ami says that it says in the pasuk Ochor Bekedim Sartani, which is a contradiction. The Lord created man last and first, meaning he created man last, but man is first for destruction, for Uranus. By the Mabul, he destroyed the humans before he destroyed the animals. It says in the pasuk Yizgor Bosher Tachteno, according to the Matan Omer, that says that it was a tail. The explanation is that Baruch Hu had to just heal that wound where the tail was. If we were back to back, then it was a real surgery. There's a lot of flesh that Baruch Hu had to fit in there. Vayiven, he built, meaning, according to the Matan Omer, it was only a tail. What did he build? He built a chava. He did her hair, he braided her hair, he did her makeup, perfume, and then he presented her moderation. According to Rav Chisda, means that he created her like a storage, for storage to hold a baby, wide on the bottom, on top. By the Yel Adam, Baruch became Shushan, he became their best man, so to speak. He created happiness and simcha at their wedding. You learn from here their parents, even though it's below Baruch's dignity, nevertheless, it was necessary at the time, so he did so. We have halacha. You're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to a chet. And even if it's his wife, it's also. And if he finds himself by the woman, he should put himself to her side. So from here we see that if Adam and Chava were connected, Adam went in front, as not to be in the back of her. The halacha is, if a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has Torah Massive claim like Moshe Rabbeinu, he's not going to be saved. Benayah, who was Shimshon's father, one man says he was an Amaretz because it says that he went behind his wife. It says the Gemara, well, wait a minute. Elisha also says he went behind his wife. And over there, the shot is that he went with his wife's advice. So too, Menayah went with his wife's advice. Rabbi has to say, walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman, so you don't come to the chet. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind the Zara, and you should come to the chet. And walk behind the Zara rather than walking behind the shul that people are doubting, because that's disrespectful to the unless, of course, you have a great reason. You're carrying something heavy, you're on a donkey, there's another opening to the shul, you're running like the Gemara says in the beginning of the Sefta. We have a picture in our mind what the Yitzhahara looks like. The Gemara says, no, the Yitzhahara looks like a fly. And it sits at the two openings of a human's heart. A human being has two kidneys. One to give him good advice on the right, and the left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart understands, the tongue articulates, and the mouth finishes off the words. The esophagus brings in and out food. The windpipe is to speak and to sing. The lung absorbs liquids. The liver gets angry, where the gall throws it in a drop into the liver and calms the liver down. The spleen laughs. The intestines sleep. The gizzard grinds, and the nose wakes up like a big reverse. The intestines with the nose, where the intestines with the person with the nose goes to sleep, will have big problems. If both the intestines and the nose go to sleep, or they both wake up a person, the person dies immediately. The Yetzer Toiv controls tzaddikim and tzadara, controls the Rishayim, and mediocre people are controlled by both. Says Rabbi, we are mediocre. Says Abaye, if you are mediocre, how can anybody survive? Says Rabbi, the world wasn't created only for the worst of the worst or the best of the best. The big Rishayim, the big tzaddikim, only they could completely appreciate this world. Otherwise, you won't appreciate it completely. And a person needs to know whether or not he's a complete tzaddik. Says Rab, excuse me, this world was only created for people like Nachman the Rothschild or tzaddikim like Rabbi ben Daisel. The pasuk says, "B'chol nafshecha," you should love a good word with your entire soul. Meaning that's for people that love their body more than money. But people that love their money more than their body, so that the pasuk says, "B'chol nafshecha," you should give up your body. If Baruch Hu declares something, and that means you must give up your body. Says Gemara's story, the kingdom of Rome decided no more Torah. Rabbi Akiva stood in public and was mad at the people and said he gave drushes and Torah. Says, Papas, aren't you worried? Says Rabbi Akiva, what should I be worried about? I'll give you a mashal. The fish were worried they're going to be caught in a in a trap. Says the fox, come onto the land. Also, you say the fish. You're a smart one. We can barely survive in the water. How are we going to survive out of the water? How are we going to survive without Torah? Torah is our life. You want me to stop learning Torah? I'll be like a fish out of the water. Both of them were caught by the Romans. It says, it's beautiful that you were caught for the right thing and I was caught for nothing. Gemara tells us that Rabbi Kiva went through a very painful death. They took metal combs and they combed his flesh. And as they were combing his flesh, he would say, how can you be mechaben when you're in such pain? Says Rabbi Kiva, what do you mean? My entire life I was waiting for this moment. I always wanted to know. I was wishing for this moment that I should be able to have the Shem Shemayim dying in the Shem. But the question is, it says, David HaMelech says, I wish I could die peacefully in my bed. The Malach HaMatzah Baruch Hu Torah Sfara. This is what happens though. A human being that learns Torah his whole life. Rabbi Kiva, one of the greatest human beings that ever lived, Shmuel said, Rabbi Kiva is invited into Olam Haba. We learned in the mission that a person should not be lightheaded and use Kalas Roish in front of Kodesh Kodashim, opposite the Kodesh Kodashim. It says in the Gemara that's dafka from a place that you can see the Kodesh Kodashim. There's no fence, and at the time with Shkina, Shara, and the Mizan. According to Rabbi Kiva, one is not allowed to use the bathroom when he's facing Yerushalayim, even if he's in Chutz La'aretz, even in our days. According to Yehuda, depends. In the time of Beis Hamikdash, it's also anywhere, but not in the time of Beis Hamikdash, it's okay. According to Tanakama, in Eretz Yehuda, you're not allowed to use the bathroom if you're using from Erev, which means you're facing Yerushalayim. In the Goal, you're not allowed to use the bathroom that's also facing Yerushalayim. I'm saying that if you are at an angle, you're allowed of the Beis Hamikdash. It's also, according to the first Raisa, in a place that you can see the Beis Hamikdash in Yerushalayim, and there's no fence. And after the Churban, you are allowed to use the bathroom anywhere you want. And according to the second Raisa, in a place that you can see Yerushalayim, it's also in a place you can't see Yerushalayim. It's Yipotter, and you wonder if Bracha is Daf Samach Beis. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Kiva snuck into the bathroom with his Rebbe Shua, and he learned 3 halachas. You don't face the Beis Hamikdash. You reveal yourself in a sitting position. And when using toilet paper, you use your left hand, not your right hand. Because the Torah was giving with the Baruch's right hand, put on tefillin with your right hand. Your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. You show the signals of the timing of the drop to the Torah with your right hand. And you write the Torah with your right hand. Says Banazik to Rabbi Kiva, isn't that Azos by going to the bathroom with your Rebbe? Says Rabbi Kiva, Torah I need to learn the halachas. In fact, Ben Azai was the Talmud of Rabbi Kiva, snuck into the bathroom with Rabbi Kiva, but didn't learn anything new. The same halachas that Rabbi Kiva told him over. The Gemara says a famous story. Rav Kahana hid underneath Rab's bed, and he heard Rab first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally doing his strachim. And Rabbi Kahana screams out from underneath the bed, Rebbe, it's a mashal to somebody that's starving. Says Rab, is that you, Kahana? What are you doing here? Get out. It's not their Eretz. Says Rav Kahana, Torah, in fact, we learn halachas from Rav Kahana. Observe. Person who uses tznius in the bathroom will be saved from snakes, scorpions, and shadim, and some say even from bad dreams. There was a famous bathroom in Tveria that had a very bad reputation. Even if 2 people went in there together, they would be damaged from the masikim. Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, that they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of tznius and they were quiet in the bathroom. Yisurim can be overcome with shtika, meaning a person who doesn't complain and accepts the yisurim upon himself and davens for the yisurim. The Gemara tells us that this woman brought a small sheep to go into the bathroom to accompany Abaye that would be damaged by the shadim. And the reason why she didn't give him a goat is because there are shadim that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with the goat. Before Rava became the Rosh Hashiva, the Gemara calls him a melech, his wife used a bell to scare away the shadim. One became a Rosh Hashiva, he was more susceptible to the shaitan, so she created his wife, who was the daughter of her, she created a window and she put her hand on Rava's head. If there's a fence, one is allowed to relieve himself right beyond the fence, even though other people might hear him. And if it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. Another lashon of the Gemara is that if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And if they can see him, he must distance himself all the way till they can't see him. There's a halacha about people who watch oil and fruits for the haras that Ameharetz shouldn't come and touch them. And the Gemara tells us, since they have to be nearby so nobody comes to touch, they made a kula and they said they could relieve themselves right beyond the fence or in a place where they could watch the oil as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. Or there's a story, there was a person who gave a hesped in a eulogy, and he said on that person, he said, wow, he was such a tsanua. He's very modest. He says, how can you say that? Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's where you can tell if a person is a tsanua. Now, why was Rabbi so makbid on the hesped? Says the Gemara, because if you lie in your hesped about the dead, they punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, is this guy really that good? They punish him and they punish the people that hear the hesped and the person that gives the hesped. As long as the people agree with the hesped, they get punished. The Gemara tells us a person should use sneeze at night when he goes to the bathroom the same way he does during the day. If he uses a corner, he goes to the corner during the day, he should use the same corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance to the field as he does. The Gemara says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early mornings and evenings when nobody's around, rather than going during the day when he has to go out really far to the bathroom. In those days, they would manipulate the opening before they went to the bathroom. The Gemara says they can cause great damage of kishuv. So one should do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position. And if he does it in a sitting position, you should say this whole thing of loyli, tachtim, mehani, etc. But as he says, a person should not sleep on the ground. Some explain that means without clothing. He should not sit on a beam because he might fall. Sleeping and relieving oneself in the bathroom is great when done by Agudah Shachar. Our Kapar would sell words and sayings. But one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink, you're hungry and thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel that you need to go to the bathroom, and don't wait too long. And sell your figs when you hear that bell, even if it's not your figs, even if it's your father's figs, we want you to sell it. Very interesting. Notice it says, Harner the Raimi. They were talking about Corona in Rome. Abaya says, when he told his Talmidim, when you go out into the fields, for whatever reason, be careful not to look to the sides. It might be women, or some say men, that are relieving themselves on the sides, and it's not their parents. So look. There was a story of Abba went to the bathroom, and he made a snorting noise, as if to ask the person in the bathroom, who was Rav Safra, is somebody in there? Rav Safra said, come on in. So Rabbi afterwards told Rav Safra, why did you talk? You're not allowed to talk in the bathroom. The Gemara says Rav Safra thought Rav Abba had an emergency, and it was very important to have him come in. Another story, Rabbi Elazar was in the bathroom, and a Roman pushed him out. In fact, the Gemara says a snake came and took out his insides and killed him. There's a pasuk. Instead of you could also read it as a Roman. The Gemara says about Shaul, he went into the cave, and David had an opportunity to kill him, and he didn't. And the Gemara says, the pasuk says, but it's talking about a third person, not David HaMelech, and the answer is that Baruch Hu had Rahman on Shaul, because Shaul used extreme measures of tznius when he went to the bathroom. He'd go a cave within a cave, a fence after a fence, and he would make a sukkah, he would surround himself with a tent of clothing in order to be tzanua. All David HaMelech did was he cut his coat. Then he was punished because he embarrassed his mevaza clothing. So later on, when he was really old and they tried to warm him up with clothing, it didn't work. Hashem said, David HaMelech said to Hashem, he says, if Hashem is 6 foot, Hashem stripped you. So Hashem punished David HaMelech and stripped up David. Everybody knows that when you count Klal Yisrael, you have to count with points. David HaMelech didn't count Klal Yisrael like that. And what happened was the Mageifa, 70,000 people died. How long did it last? Just a few hours. From the morning when you shed the Talmud until Tzrikas Adav the Talmud. Rabbi says it's Chatzais. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told the Malach, give me the best of them. And in fact, he took Avishai ben Tzruya, he killed him. The Torah says, Vayinochem. David says, Vayinochem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was calm. What calmed HaKadosh Baruch Hu down, so to speak? Machlokes Rav says that Shmuel quoted by Yaakov Avinu. Shmuel says that Shmuel quoted by Yitzchak. Rabbi Nachman says it was the Kesef Kippur. Rabbi says he quoted about the Beis Hamikdash, and that comes down. We learned in the Mishnah a person should not make the Beis Hamikdash a kapandria, a shortcut. Some say Adam Akifna, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes into a shul not in order to make it a shortcut or to daven, that's okay. If there was a shortcut where the shul was built, we learned in the Mishnah that you're not allowed to spit in the Beis Hamikdash. Halvachaim for the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Beis Hamikdash. You're not allowed to spit in our days on Harabayas, and if you do, it's as if you're spitting in the eye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Well, it says, but in a shul you're allowed to spit, because if you're in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes and spit. So too in a shul. Have a wonderful day.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Rochis have some of Gimel. In the Beis Hamikdash itself, they didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Elikei Yisrael Min Ha'olam V'ad Ha'olam. In the times of the Tzukim, they added the word V'ad Ha'olam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rava says this following pasuk you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis Las Hashem, and Feir Torah Secha, referring to Rishon that are doing Averis. If they do Averis, then it's Eis Las Hashem. It's time to stick up for Hashem. Or you can say the referring to tzaddikim. And very there are Iber and Divrei Torah. If they do an Aveira sometime, in order for Eis L'Asleis Hashem, says the Gemara, Hillel Zaken would say, in a generation where people are gathering, they're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an Anam. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over. If they despise Torah, it's better to keep to yourself rather than having a design of Torah. Like Kapara says, also referring to Torah, you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. Says Abaya, if there is a man, in other words, there's a gadol that's paskening, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right pasking. If only for the following statement, we learned the entire Masechta, it would have been worth it. Like Kapara says, it says in the pasuk, meaning, in every mundane step of our daily life, you can insert HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You can eat a slice of pizza, and you mean to fill your stomach. You can take a nice nap just for your enjoyment. You can do the same exact action and just stick HaKadosh Baruch Hu into it, and you get sechar rather than not getting sechar at all. You say, I'm eating this slice of pizza to have energy. I'm sleeping to have energy to be Ma'aved Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son an easy, clean parnasa. Gemara gives an example, like teach him how to sew. Rebbe says it's not a good idea to have too many friends because at the end you're going to come to fight with one of them. You should not appoint a man in charge of your house because look what happened to Aisha Sweetifar. She was almost over on his nose. The reason why Parshas Nazir, refraining from wine, is close to the Parsha of Saita, because the Saita was nishal because she overdrank. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become a Nazir. The Rebbe says the reason why Parsha Saita is close to the Parsha of Trumas Amaisrim is that you have to give over a tenth of everything you earn. It's because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come onto the Kayan to deal with your wife, the Saita. And you might need to come on to Maisers. You'll be so poor, you'll have to accept Maiser on it. If you give Maiser, you're promised that you're
like a week or two.
Well,
did you know you can buy a 16-foot roll of the
well,
exact same
says
thing
has
at the
the
exact same price?
rather
I
than
got
clean
24 of
things
these for
that
17 bucks. This is what 24 looks like on
promise
this
that
one. And I still, I mean, it doesn't even look like I touched this
person
one. But it doesn't this one day, and this
takes
comes out
his
to
foot
like
off the gas pedal when it comes to learning
watches.
and
They're
it's
the
even
exact
one
same
mitzvah.
price as this one,
When
except
he needs
you got
help, when it comes to
this one.
the day of Tsar, won't be able to stand up against it. This is the more amazing story. Anina, who was the son of the brother of Yeshua. He went to Jerusalem and he had a community. And he started doing Kibbur Hashanah. He started saying, this year we're going to have 2 others. And Allah says, you only do something that's Yeshua, not a Chutzlah. So they sent messengers. They sent Rabbi Yosef ben Kippur and the grandson of Zechariah ben Kippur, who were Meshamish the Beis Hamikdash.
Hanina was really excited. He said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "We came to learn Torah from you." So he announced in public. He says, "These two are Gedolei Hador." Once they got that Haskama, everything Hanina said, they said out. He said Torah, they said Tameh, he said Mutter, they said Asur. He says, "What are you doing?" And he said, "We're here because of Rabbi Rothschild." He told everybody, "These guys are nobodies. They're fake. They're liars." He says, "It's too late. You can't tell that to people because you already announced that we're Gedolei Hador." And then they told everybody, said, "Listen, either you come with us or you denounce HaKadosh Baruch Hu." And they told Hanina, "If you don't listen to us, we're going to put you in Cherem." Why would they so much? Because it says in the pasuk that Chodesh is only in Eretz Yisrael, as it says, only from Yerushalayim. What kind of tumah? How are they able to say on something that's tumah that it's tar? Because they realize if they don't, people might go with Hanina. When Rabbi Seinu went into Kerem B'Yavna, he went to Galus. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Nechemia, Rabbi Lezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda, who was always the first to speak in learning, he said that the oil moed was 12 mil out of the mafna, and it says, anybody that yearns to see HaKadosh Baruch Hu, would go to that. He says, if 12 mil is considered a Mevakesh Hashem, so certainly the Chachamim will go from city to city or from country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil. When the pasuk says, "Panim al panim," HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe, "I would like to discuss the discourse of Torah and Halach with you. With panim, let's be joyous with each other." And he says, "Moshe Rabbeinu, I want you to return to Oil Moed, and if not, it's not good that me and you should both be angry. Please return it. If not, I'm going to have Yeshua be instead of you." And in fact, even though Moshe Rabbeinu returned it, Yeshua, it says in the pasuk of Sharetz, Moshe became the Moshe. We want to discuss the word Haskes Mishma. 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. It says the Gemara, because every single zero is as if today, and do to us every day. And if you don't do it, it's as if you never did. The other pshat is haskes. You should learn in groups of people. Do not learn by yourself. You learn by yourself, you'll deserve the sword. It's a chet, and it makes you dumber. Another pshat, haskes. You should pain yourself in Torah. Shlomo says, Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he kills himself over it. Another pshat, has means be quiet, listen first, and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rava says, first you have to know the whole Torah, and then you can delve in deeper. Also says, whoever vomits up milk, his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream from the top. Will be able to pass an halachas. And if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, and you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between Dam Tar and Dam Tameh. If he does it a second time and you don't answer, then you'll be able to be great in Pini Mamonot, which the Gemara says there's nothing greater than Kotos Mamonot. It says in the pasuk, if you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, it's going to uplift you. And in Kumanto, if you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, good up that. But when people come to ask you halachas, you'll be quiet. You won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day.
In which the burglars have already left the scene. The LAPD had to analyze its staffing needs and other issues in order to improve the system. Officials reported Monday that 75 containers have fallen from a cargo ship and 25 are being submerged in the water. Port CEO Mario Rivera says
Bracha is Daf Samach Dalet. Yes, it's the last Daf of Masechtas Bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment to finish the first Masechtas Shas. You should putting aside 2 minutes to make a commitment. You're going to learn Masechta Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style. You're going to love it. If you're not part of a shir, you're looking for a shir, you can check us out online. There are over 2,000 people that watch the shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Ramat Hashem Yomi. We have an app, 8 Min Daf, and we are on Torah anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went into Yavna, first Rabbi Yehuda spoke about the importance of thanking the host, and then we had Rabbi Nechemia and Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the pasuk, like, decide, don't despise that, don't mean the mitzvah. Why not? Don't forget all the evil that Mitzrayim did to us, yet we have to have our first attack. So too says the Gemara, if you invited on to your home and you give your money, certainly your both will love you. So that's the son of you. He says, touch the aura. And he died. Try to touch it. Another is very scared. So he took the aura and put it on his house. What did I do? He took it off. He dusted it off once in a while. There's a Torah saying that most of my Yibbar Hashem gave me brachas. Certainly, they care about Chacham, feed him and drink. Certainly, I could Baruch will pay you back. What bracha that he both gave David? His wife Hamoitz. She had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had 6 couplets. They had 6 children in one shot. For a total of 62 with David's 8 children. She had 62 to tzai. The Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force anything. For instance, the Gemara says Rabbi Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew all the prices. Rabba was a baker hard. He was very sharp. When they were looking for a Rosh Yeshiva, they decided we need a Sinai. Anyone knows everything, all the prices. He teaches Klal Yisrael all of the Torah. They asked Rabbi Yosef to be the Rosh Yeshiva and refused because the Star Gazers told him that he will die after being Rosh Yeshiva for 2 years. He pushed it off. Rabba was Rosh Yeshiva for 2 years. Rabba was lifted. Rabbi Yosef took over for 2.5 years. Then he was lifted. You see that not pushing it, taking things when they're supposed to come, you don't lose out. In fact, you even gained a half a year. The Gemara tells us the unbelievable humility that Rabbi Yosef had. Although he was supposed to be the Rosh Yeshiva, but for the first 22 years when Rabbi was the Rosh Yeshiva, he acted with humility to the point where instead of the blood letter coming to his house to make his dam, he used to go to him. The pasuk Yancha Hashem Sarah. Hashem will answer you in the day of distress. Yisagevcha will strengthen you. Shem Elokei Yaakov. The name of Yaakov. Why does it say the name of Abraham Yitzchak? Says the Gemara of a concept. Balkoira, the one who owns the beam, he has to carry the most weight. His friends are helping him carry it, but he has most of the lifting. Yaakov Avinu, who bore the 12 Shvatim, he raised them. He did most of the lifting. He has to take care of them. The Gemara tells us that if a person benefits from a Suda Al-Khalaf, it's as if he benefited from the Zira Shemina. A person who says goodbye to his friend, he shouldn't say Leif Bishal with the base, but rather Leif Bishal. Then, Marsh was dead, he says the death is Leif Bishal, rather Bishal. No, told his son Absalom, Leif Bishal, and Absalom was dying. And Yisrael said, Moshe Rabbeinu, Leif Bishal. Rabbeinu went up to the highest hill. The person goes out of the shul. Take the base measures to learn Torah. There will be Zoycha to receive the Shema. It says in the Pasuk Yechum that Chayil, one step to the higher step. The Gemara does that. Chacham doesn't have peace and rest in this world and not in the world to come. So he's constantly climbing Madrigas, can't rest. Famous ending, which is brought down in 4 different sections, and the simon is Banayah, Brachos, Nazir, Yuvamis. Omer Lazar Tanino, Hamid Hacham, Marib Sham Baila, Muhammad increased peace in this world. Shaneva, Banayah, Hamid Hashem, Rachel Banayah, Hatik, Banayah, the builders, and Hashem was on with regards to Shalayim. And with that, we finish there for Raya, and we finish the second Brachos. I have to ask myself again if we become a generation of social media. And then I think about the 90s, and I think about these enough, man. How's everybody doing? Welcome. Some days. Word tells us that if a person is faced with an Avera and he controls himself and doesn't do the Avera, this is the greatest mitzvah a person can do, says Rashi. The greatest mitzvah. In fact, the Gemara brings 3 stories. One with Rabbi Hanina, the other with Rabbi Tzadok, the Rav Kahana. All 3 of them faced a situation where a woman invited them to do an Avera. Rabbi Hanina jumped into a bathhouse, even though there's Nazikim, and he was safe. Rabbi Tzadok jumped into an oven in order not to be over down here. And Rabbi Kahana actually jumped off the roof, where Eliyahu Hanavi came and saved him. And because of Eliyahu Hanavi, the reason why I got into this to begin with is because I was selling baskets to women, and it's because I'm poor. So Eliyahu Hanavi gave him money. It is that when a person saves himself from doing an Avera, it's a tremendous thing, and Baruch later on does need to be such a person. The famous Mishnah, even Baruch Shalom B'Cher Sem B'El Mazed, I'm against the Ramah. The Gemara wonders, why isn't Shiluch HaKen one of the mitzvahs in the Mishnah? Shiluch HaKen, as the Torah says, Get a Riki Shiyami, Get a Mazed, Get a Ramah. And the answer is because the Mishnah is only good things that is good with the Rebbeinu Shalom and with the fellow Jew. You don't keep it ever hang. You don't do this chesed, etc. Shiluch HaKen is the Rebbeinu Shalom. The Gemara tells us that a mitzvah has dividends. Hashem pays more than the actual value of the mitzvah. Whereas in Avera, Hashem pays exactly as that Avera is. There's one exception. The person does an Avera where other people learn from him. He's an important person. And other people do that Avera because he did it. Now that Avera is other people are making him, and therefore will receive a punishment for the dividends that he has. It says in the pasuk of Cheshvei Shemon that a mitzvah which Baruch was Nitzarev, Machshava L'Maisa. The person thinks about doing a mitzvah, and then he has some sort of kindness and he can't do it, Hashem will give him the Sachar. But in Avera, typically speaking, when a person thinks about doing an Avera and he doesn't do that Avera, he doesn't get an Oynesh, unless it's one of the following exceptions. If he followed through his Machshava, he had a Machshava, then he did an Avera, he gets punished for the Machshava. Or if he had a Machshava of Avodah Zarah, even though he didn't do the Avodah Zarah, as we had yesterday, he gets an Oynesh. And also, if a person does the same Avera, only to the point where I'm so used to it, he thinks that it's mutter. It's as if it's mutter. So just thinking about that Avera, even though he didn't follow through, you see it's valid. Before it tells us it's better for a person to do an Avera in hiding, where there's no Chil Hashem, rather than do it in public. A person controls the Yetzer, who does that Avera in hiding, and that's a big slap in the face of Yaakov and Rebbeinu Shalom. So now he disappears in Rebbeinu Shalom. According to Rabbi, it's referring to the Isser of looking at. When it comes to Chil Hashem, the Baruch Hu doesn't wait. It doesn't let the person build up the credit system. Baruch Hu takes care of that Avera very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, the person has 50% of Averas, 50% mitzvahs. Then Baruch Hu will use that Avera of Chil Hashem and tip the scale in the wrong direction. The Lord gives us a person should view himself or the world as if they're 50-50. So anytime he does a mitzvah, he's tipping the scale in his favor, in the world's favor. And if Chas V'Shalom does an Avera, he's tipping the scale in the wrong direction. A person who feels bad for the mitzvahs that he's done in the past, or the Averas he's done, he erases those mitzvahs and he erases those Averas. It's a tremendous insight. A person goes his entire life doing mitzvahs, and the last minute he feels bad for everything that he did. It's great. Brand new Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that a person who has these 3 things, he learns Chumash, he learns Mishnah, and he has their teretz, he won't be choyt so quick. He won't sin that quick. When a tzaddik has Yisroel, it's as if he's a tree that's in a Makom Sahara, where its branches go to a Makom Tuma. And when you take off the branches from the Makom Tuma, everything, the entire tree remains in a Makom Sahara. So Yisroel, a tzaddik is complete Tahara, but he has a little bit of travel, a little bit of tumah, which then chops off that place so that completely is called. When it comes to Rishon, it's the opposite. They're completely in tumah. They have a little bit of Tahara, so Hashem gets rid of their Tahara, this world, gives them some Sachar, so that when they come to Ilm Emes, they don't have. Harvin held that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Nimnu B'Gabru. The Rabbanim came together, I know you came together, and they said, I'll take a Kiva. That Torah is greater, because Torah brings a person to do mitzvahs. And therefore you have both. You have Talmud Torah and the mitzvahs. Even that Torah came 40 years before Challah, 54 years before Zabaisus, 61 years for Shemitah, and 103 years for Yovel. That's the Shabbos at the beginning. And when a person goes up to Shemayim, the first thing they take care of, the first business they take care of is, have you learned Torah? How much Torah? Why did you learn Torah? And the first Sachar they give is for Torah. Why? Because Torah comes before myself. A person who doesn't have these three things, Mikra, Mishnah, their parents, that he's not Naishu, doesn't belong in this world. He's just like a person who eats in the marketplace in public, similar to a dog. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day.
His family, let me be clear, political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act. We all must work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence. A lot of these social media posted before it was confirmed.
What was Rabbi Rothschild regarding the secretary of religion? I used to get it. So the Gemara said, offering the person to marry a wife out seeing her before, making her appearance, bothering him, that's nice to be prepared for the way that happened to that point. Therefore, the result, got the vote to send a shia to do the religion for him. The woman doesn't have this problem. She's not worried that something with the kid that will bother him. The lady's happy. Whatever appearance for him, trying to marry him, he's happy. Now, still in the says, she should get married on their own is better than being a shia. I love my you do something on your own. If there's food on your own, if there's food on your own, you get more rewards, or it's better than the body of the mitzvah. The concept of mitzvah, what is it? Better food on your own. If the shia says it's happy, it's great. It's not himself today. Like, you see on the right, also, not himself. And being a mitzvah on their own, you get the time. No, hold on. That's not for that. Now, we're going to talk about the very self-determined. Another thing in the business, the father can see water either on the total with the shia, and the water is nine. Here we go, even with the father, it's able to carry off this water. Well, old enough to say I want to bring the person who's older than married her off, then she's not. So you can say that.
To have some Janet go to have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
Says, oh no, if you make a shliach by touching, like the woman can make a shliach, and you know that this almost wins the job, it's not win the job. Like over Pesach, somebody wins the clothes, alabaster is what they are like. So one person checks the other, He's dead. The Gemara says from together, from touching, and you know, also, the question is, why do they feel right? So there's two accidents. One accident, got the shot makes the car. That's where the person is still in the break. It was both of them. It was on pull out with 50% because she got 14. It was basically, yeah. Now, there's an opinion that
extremely happy with the results. 800 cc's, Dr. Don Rivas in Florida. The reason I got them done again is because I wanted them larger. And so I had like 1 finger gap between them, and that's fine, but I wanted them super close together.
Wash.
I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it. I asked her what she looks like hands.
Kiddushin Daf Membeis, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. It's Erev Yom Kippur right now, just a few hours before Yom Kippur. I want to wish everybody a year of health, of nachas, parnasa, and all the best things. A year full of Torahs. We're Elvis Sugya of Shlichus. Shliach Shalom from Moisa. A person sends an agent to halakha as if he himself did that action. According to Rabbi Rothschild, that learns from the pasuk in her Pesach, the Shachar, that the pasuk is going to say not the idea of Shliach, but Klal Yisrael to be yotzei for one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person kazayit. So how did they know the idea of Shliach when it comes to korbanos? That it's not shulted to give the other korbanos. The other difference is he said twice by her facing the idea of Shliach. Now we know throughout John, you made an was that they didn't I can't use this pasuk here. They already have another pasuk. Let me use it for something else for other korbanos. The fact that the Torah says ish lefi he learns ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, he can have in mind, let me be zoich on this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But if Chacham cannot do something, it says ish, an adult. The pasuk says that from each shaven, they appointed a nasi, a prince, to take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezin could appoint an apotropos for these Shomer. So let's say there's three brothers who lost their father, Rahman al-Islam. Then Bezin appoints an apotropos for each one of the three boys.
Look at this.
Divide up inheritance the original. Even though they intend for the good of that child that they're representing, nevertheless, it's possible that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if they made a mistake, the ruchos in the side, in other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited from his mother previously a field. Now, the apotropos gave from the father's field, he gave from a different town. Now, even though it's the exact same value as his brother's field, it's not good because he wanted two fields to be close to each other. So it's a mistake to ruchos inside. That's something that he can go back and annul. According to Rabbi Rothschild, you can never annul anything. Why? Because of the idea it came like Bezin Yachid. What power are you giving Bezin? Bezin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yet, if they made a mistake of value, they gave another person. So let's say the case was you have somebody that borrowed money, and Bezin said he has to pay back, and he runs away. Bezin can take the life of his property, sell it off, and pay the lender. If they made a mistake in a shtus, which is a sixth, Rabbi Rothschild himself says that sale is off. But you just said that Bezin has power. Well, that's because they made a mistake. By Yisrael, they didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. Just one of the Yisrael didn't like it. So that's things. Rava says, I don't think it's real, that when Bezin make a mistake, the sale or the division is good. It's a good division. It's kind. Even if they made a mistake in more than a shtus, where typically, when a purchaser, you would annul the sale. Rabbi says that brothers divide up property, they have a halacha like a purchaser. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an object for more than a sixth of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to give back that sixth. And if it's less than a sixth, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, that's exactly what the halacha is. Besides, if one of the brothers sent an agent, then you can say, no, even if it's less than a shtos, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent, I said, you good for me and not the harvey. Another very interesting halacha is that anytime you divide up a property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even a count, 100 tissues for a bat, a dozen eggs, then the mekach is bottled even less than a shtos. There's no mechila on something like that. Even in real estate, where typically there's no halachas of enough. If you sold something with a measuring stick, you divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, you have to give back the carpet. Lord tells us halacha that in shliach l'karpet. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to pay. Because there's no shliach concept. Divrei harav, divrei talmud, divrei mishayim. When you're at the level, Baruch Hu said to do one thing, but somebody else wanted to do the other thing. Of course, you're going to listen to Baruch Hu. Therefore, the person doing the act that's wrong, he has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions. One is Mikila. When a person uses money from the Beis Hamikdash unknowingly, he's chayav. If he sends a messenger to it, then the messenger is not chayav. The one that sent him is chayav. So why don't we learn the whole prayer from Mikila? Because it's not just Mikila, it's somewhere else. It's Shlichus Yad as well. I'll explain what that is. But before we explain, once you have Mikila and Shlichus Yad, it's Shnei Ksuvim. It's two Ksuvim that say the same thing. You can't learn out the rest of the term. What's Shlichus Yad? Shlichus Yad means if I get an object for somebody to watch, he becomes a shomer, a watcher, and he's called from Neva and Aveda unless he uses that object without permission. Not only that, if he sends an agent to use that object, then the shomer, the original shomer, he's responsible for Neva and Aveda. So you see, it's like only two places, Megillah and Shlichus Yad. According to Bishami though, they say Chayiv in Shlichus Yad, the word devar, that you're Chayiv even thinking about using that object. So now you can't use Shlichus Yad at the same time. They learn from here, and that is If a person steals an animal and he goes ahead and he shechs the animal or he sells the animal, he's chayav 4 times that animal or 5 times the animal, depending if it's a sheep or not. If he sends somebody to shech or to sell for him, he's chayav, not the shoichet or the seller, and that's the second pasuk. But hey, Milavdim, Rabbi Rothschild, a wonderful day. Have a very beautiful Yom Kippur. Bezer Hashem, we'll see you after Yom Kippur. Kedusha Dachman, people, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Daf. Since today we have Yom Kippur, have a good Bob of the year. Rabbi Rothschild, Bill Studio of Shalom Rothschild. I appoint Shliach, an agent. He just fits right in as if I did it. More assistively speaking, I cannot send somebody who not married. There are exceptions. And one of them is, that we said yesterday, they were talking about that is, if a person steals a sheep or an ox, and then he goes ahead after he steals it and he sells it, or he shechs it, he's chayav 4 or 5, depending if it's an ox, it's 5, if it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. The halacha is that a person who sends a shliach, you shech this ox for me. The shliach doesn't have to pay. The ganav has to pay. Why? Because it's just like material. When you sell something, already two parties. You need a purchaser, you need a seller, so to buy tefillah. But here's the concept of yesh shliach. Here's a case where I send a messenger and the sender has to. Shammai holds. Say a lashon, I'm going to explain it. If a person sends somebody, he hires a hitman to kill somebody. The one that hires is chayav. What is it called chayav? So one shot is Shammai will hold that shnitz mabon kachad in the lambi. Typically speaking, when we have two that's in the same halacha, we don't allow that. But in this case, Shammai will hold it and the lambi. Yeah, you can say the same halacha that yesh shliach b'varei, and we learn for the rest of our yesh shliach b'varei. Problem is, there's another classification, of course. If you take carbon, instead of shechting in the Beis Hamikdash, you shechted outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are the sender. The sender is not chayav. The guy that does it is chayav. Why? Aim shliach b'varei. You have on this side, on the right side. You have one on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shammai won't learn from Shliach because they don't dash the word. What do they do with that? They say, well, people shut the same animal, they hold on to the same knife. They shut the animal outside the same goes, they're potter. Also, they say that shoygig oinus or a mistake, potter. You can also explain what Shammai say is that yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is high. It's a special halacha by murder. It says by David Abela, he said he's in the front line. And also, I know they accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder him. David Abela didn't murder him. Especially murdered him. Also, Iraq through the murder. According to Chachamim, David is not chayav at all because Uri Achita was a lawyer. He used a lashon of Adoni, not for the king. Not for the king. He said Adoni, my master, it's somebody else. So with that alone, he's chayav. He saw some David Abela is potter for killing Uri Achita. Another shot is, but Shammai meant that if somebody else was chayav. What does it mean chayav? They show mine. So what does Hill say? Potter, obviously not. Hill would say, chayav, it's not for murder. Chayav for something else. Chayav for Ramadan murder. Shammai says, no, get up to Shemayim, they're going to dine you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong. Lord tells us, even if you say, that according to Shammai, that if somebody sends a messenger to an agent to do something, it goes back to the center. That would work in old Averos, like Shabbos, not for Naveiro, like Arayos and Caleb. Because we never found anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an Aveira and somebody else pays for it. So there's a sheep in the Gemara that according to Silo, if somebody sends 3 people to be Kaddish a woman, they cannot be able to. It's a sugya of Shliach Natzah, and an agent brings Kedusha to be Kaddish a woman. The day to testify, yes, this woman received Kedusha. Yes, this malva was paid back by you, by myself. Could a shliach become an There's another shita in Beisil that says no, that a shliach could become an Bottom line is, we pass it shliach nasa. We know that Beisil, you always pass by Beisil. So either way you put it, you're going to have to say that Beisil holds shliach nasa. They said shliach nasa. And Rav also, obviously not going to argue on Beisil ever, also holds shliach nasa. Figure as it, the same halacha applies to distribution. That shliach becomes an eighth, and the same halacha applies by a loy and a malva. At the end of the day, there's a new concept we haven't had in a while called shvuah assessment. And that is, in addition to the regular shvuah, where a person admits a partial claim against the shvuah, the Chachamim Sakin, even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make a shvuah assessment. Therefore, an agent who brings money to a malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave to the malva, we don't believe him because he's biased. Because if you say that he gave back to the loiva will invoke the shvuah assessment. Now, the person doesn't want to make a shvuah. He might be a ganav, but he never wants to make a shvuah. He'll always say that he gave to the malva, and the malva can invoke, cannot invoke the shvuah assessment. Therefore, he's biased, and now we don't. There, Haggav, Rashi says this comes from the halacha of Tenbri Al-Kupas. And that is, a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells the store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them this salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with you. The one that owes me is the boss. So they go to the boss, both of them make a shvuah. The store owner and the employees make a shvuah, and the boss has to pay both of them. Now, the same idea by us, that the agents and at the end of the day, the loiva they have to pay. Chachamim hold by a get of a naira Rabbi and that is, if there's a girl who's either a tana, and even a naira who's between 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only engaged, not completely married, first stage of marriage, naira Rabbi. So Chachamim hold she could receive the get, in addition to her father receiving the get for her. Even though she's in her father's domain, she can still receive her get. Rothschild takes that a step further and says, just like you say, she receive a get, she can also receive her kedusha because kedusha she didn't understand. Lots of a so whatever you do by get, you do by kedusha, whatever you do by kedusha, you do by get. According to Rabbi Rothschild, there's a distinction between kiddushin and kedushin. That by kedushin, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept kedushin. Why? Because this kedushin takes her out of the father's domain and he doesn't allow the daughter to receive the kedushin. Another halacha in the Gemara, that any girl who's that young keeps on going back to her husband after a divorce, you can't divorce her. It's mishal tov b'hidach mizeres. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. Places hold that if the father's able to prevent her from coming back, that's considered mishal tov b'hidach mizeres, and it does work. Rabbi Rothschild have a wonderful day.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts. Only one. Discover a new podcast from our library as a good time.
Kedushin Daf Mem Daled, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Amen Daf. So in the middle of a machlokes, halacha is by get that if your father has a young daughter, Dana, and she's married, not only does he receive a get for her, but she can also receive it. So we had a machlokes yesterday. What about kedushin? Rothschild says kedushin in marriage, like say, just like she receives the get, kedushin, the says the difference. What if she's engaged? She received kedushin, her father's kedushin, and then her husband or cousin dies without children. So she becomes a Yavama. She calls even the other brother. She goes one of the brothers and wants to give her a ring. That's called Maimer because it only is effective in the Rabbanon by Yavama. For that, you need the consent of the father. But if she's a Nara, already 12 years old, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why is it different? because Midaraisa, she's Skuta. Skuta means is a bond, she's attached to the Yavim somewhat. The Yavim is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Even if you do that, he argues on Chacham, like we said before. He argues on Chacham that the girl cannot receive it. Actually, this girl could receive the Bible, but she's already in school. Some say that according to Chacham, a Naira doesn't need the das of father Maimer because consider Maimer something that could be done even forcefully by partner. Why? Because Rebbe holds that he compares Maimer to the regular act of evil. Just like evil doesn't need the consent of the evil. So too, the act of evil, even though it belongs to the Rabbanan, still can be done by partner. And Chacham, on the other hand, no, the act of Maimer is like a regular act of pollution, a regular woman for that. With your consent, so too Maimer. The Gemara goes on to tell us that our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah, is Reb Shimon, based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have as after Vav. You see, this Machlokes, not on Vav, but it's very similar to Vav. Just going back to the original Machlokes. The person takes 5 collateral and he swears. Not that if he swore to one person, he was found to be a liar, he has to bring the other. Or maybe he swears to all 5, and he lies to them. Is it considered 1 shpua or 5? It's not like it's Reb Shimon. In order for it to be considered 5 different shpuas, he has to say the word shpua l'cha, shpua l'cha, shpua l'cha. That's it. And according to laws, as long as they say shpua all at the end, according to Tanakama, say shpua in the beginning. I asked an hour person. The person tells a woman, I want to be Kaddish you with this fruit, and I want to be Kaddish you with this fruit. So they're not mitzvah. The value of the two of them is they said Lashon. Exactly what it seemed to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. The word tells us Shimon, however, also holds over Yehuda. Yehuda, which you mentioned, holds that a girl cannot receive Kedusha by herself. Only the father receives Kedusha born. Now it says in our Mishnah, Ish Kaddish, B'toy Nailas. Mashma from our Mishnah that only the Ish, only the father can be Kaddish, not the daughter. At the end of the day, the Gemara tells us the halacha of the good. How do we know this? Because Robin came out of the Bismarck and he said, in the Bismarck, everybody passing like a and Rosh Hashanah stood up there and he screamed like a parade. He was screaming, the Yatz of a Haisa, you have to compare Kedushin to Gerushin. Nobody cared. In other words, come to Kedushin, only the father receives the Kedushin, not the daughter. The Gemara goes on to tell us that when it comes to a get, a Nara, the girl who's 12 years old, is like the extension of the father's head. She's not a chatzar, she's a yad. Why? Because if it's a chatzar, it only works if the person, the girl, is sleeping, tied up, and you watch him like you have by a slave. And obviously the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chatzar. Must be she's accepting again as a yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shtiyah. Because the hand doesn't have the ability to make a shtiyah. You need das to make a shtiyah. We have a sugi that we're going to go into tomorrow's daf. A minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged, she became Kadeshas on her own. So the Lord tells us, yes, because perhaps the father was here with this condition. And she also needs something called a meal. She needs to refuse this condition because maybe she didn't accept it. So she didn't accept the condition. Why does she have to? Or, I'm sorry, the father didn't accept it. The answer is because this act of meal shows that it's not a real condition. It's only the Rabbana. And we want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on. And if this individual got a sister, people say, well, it was again, it's the right son. That engagement with the sister is nothing. Anybody could marry her. In fact, no one can marry her. Perhaps the first girl is not in possession. The second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be possession, so she was meal. And therefore, people will be careful with the system. And the Gemara tells us this is how halacha takes place. By shidduch, but there's a shidduch. In other words, then we can say that the father agreed to it. He spoke about it, it's discussed. According to Mula, the Gemara says, A girl who gets engaged without her father's consent doesn't need a get, it doesn't need a deal, it's a big fat zero. And either Shad is talking about emotional, or some say even he was talking about even in the case of a shidduch. Is that we found that she got engaged herself according to the law, must be said. Talking about it, in other words, she was already married once. Then, because she was married, she leaves her father's domain. The second time around, she got engaged herself. This time we find that the father sells his daughter who's an almana. How's that possible? He's talking about that he sold her as an alma, and her master married her. So he had some sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not really as if he married her off and never received anything, and therefore he's able halachically to sell her after she was already married. Oisai, have a wonderful day.
Expected his forever prize payment to arrive, as it always did. $160,000 direct deposit. But the money never came. $260,000. April Publishers Clearinghouse filed for bankruptcy. You know, hang on, wait for me. Somebody please give me a heads up.
Kiddushin Daf Mem Hey. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-Minute Daf. We're talking about a case where Hannah accepted Kiddushin from her husband without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this husband passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she would fall the Yibo. So the halacha is that she is required to do Chalitza, because perhaps her father agreed to this, and then with the right that she falls the Yibo even though it's only Erusin. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a Chalutza is only also in the Rabbana, and if somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say, Yavam, we're married, everybody knows Kiddushin is good Kiddushin. And we'll explain. Because if this Yavam goes ahead and gives this Kana, the original Kana, is her a ring, that's called the Maimon. It's Kiddushin only in the Rabbana, and because we require that anybody can do signature. That becomes a problem. Now people think, hey, they were married with their rights, so why did they have to give her a get? It's possible to give the rights of the father. It's also possible that he's not married at all, because there's no connection, because the father didn't agree. Therefore, we require her to do deal. That really shows it's probably only for a bar. So people that's new for me. I've not seen that. A lot of people say, well, that if the Yavam got engaged to this kind of sister, instead of thinking it's nothing because he's married to the first one and he can't be married to the sisters, say, you know what? Maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all, and therefore she's an Ishasish, and no one will marry her. According to Rabbi, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, the father had a discussion. My son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. My daughter is a possibility that a father sees his daughter gets consent and he's happy with it because Havlamesa can do Havlamesa Varmala. But a boy has always been dying. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case that a father marries off his son to somebody else's daughter, you don't even need to get. Another halacha, if somebody gives a young girl without the father's consent, these are a bundle of vegetables in Kaddish. According to everybody, it's not a Kedusha. That's a bizarre. If he's been Kaddish in a marketplace, it's bizarre. The Gemara tells us a story. There was a couple that had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter, who was a Kana, to marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, my relatives are the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father was Mavater. He agreed to his wife, okay, let her marry your relatives. Let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was Mavater. So Rava says, this particular case, because they made a big party, nobody wants to party like that. So therefore, the Kedusha is not good. Abai says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, She'er Yisrael Yasu Abba. Jews don't lie like that. And they'll never intentionally agreed to it behind his wife's back. We know that marriage has two stages. Kiddushin, if the father agreed to the Kiddushin, to stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she married the chassan without her father's consent. According to everybody, if she dies, the chassan doesn't get married. It stays in its proper place, goes to the father. However, there's machlokes whether she could eat meanwhile until the father comes back. If she eats truma, if she marries a klai, because with the rice she eats truma anyways once she's eaten. Or perhaps we have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, he'll disagree to this marriage and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present and he doesn't say anything, he sees his daughter getting married, according to everyone, you don't eat. He doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he's angry. Other men say no, she could eat. Why? The fact that he's quiet, he shows proves that he's okay with it. So what if even the Kiddushin, the first part, against the father's will, and he's here, he's watching it. The Buddha says the opposite. Now the Buddha says she couldn't. Because nobody's going to be quiet two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's after his supposed. It's as if he agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day. Kiddushin Daf Vav, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-Minute Daf. We're kind of got engaged without her father's dad, without her father's consent. But machlokes from Asi and Rav, whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted, but her father didn't. According to Rav Asi, she could not renege. According to Rav, she could. You want to solve, maybe we could bring a right from the pot. The law is that if somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want it. So, isn't it similar to our case? Because over here we don't have the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see that she could be moichel. Right or wrong? No, it's not a right. So you can say, like we always learned in Seder, that we're talking about that the man didn't have das or Kiddushin. You don't want to marry her. And even if you say that it was the Shem Kiddushin, the Nes Kiddushin, or you can another Kiddushin because he didn't have the father's consent. And now we're in a brand new mission. If a person uses a lashon, he says, takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says, is actually the Torah Zoo. And then she eats the date, and then he gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavuot, it's a good Kiddushin. What machlokes? What exactly is this? What Rav and Shmuel told at the beginning of the mission, where a person says a double lashon, skachli kazoo, skachli kazoo, breaks it up very strongly with the word skachli statue. And the Kiddushin, even though she's eating something, so she has an immediate satisfaction and not, nevertheless, there's no Kiddushin with less than a shavuot. According to Rabbi, he's talking about the end of the Kiddushin. He doesn't say sketchy, but rather he says sketchy v'zum. All of things together. Shavuot Pruta then is a Kiddushin. And the Kiddush is that if she eats it right away, then you need, the last date should have a Shavuot Pruta. And from here the Gemara says, we see a number of things. First of all, we see if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a Kiddushin with a milva with a loan, because over here, you see, it doesn't work unless then you can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. If, in addition to the forgiveness of the loan, there's a pruta, so a guy forgives this woman $1 million, but he gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta, her das is on the pruta, and it's a good Kiddushin. What if the Kiddushin is not? What happened to everything he gave her to begin with? All the dates that he gave her? Does she have to pay them back? Yes. Because if it was about Hana, it would be a good Kedushin. But obviously, it's only a Bilva, and that's why she has to. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, I read the Kedush, he gives her money. Now, everybody knows he can't get married to his sister. So what is he trying to do here? According to Rav, she has to return the money because all he's doing is he's trying to give her a dozen. He wanted her to watch it. He figured it doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, it's a pure gift. She doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say here's a gift, and he said it in a funny lesson, he doesn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. Halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great, he gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is that the kohen must return the flour. The Gemara wonders why. What does he return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because we're concerned that the kohen is going to fall on a trap. He's going to forget. He's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is higher and more challah. And he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without being mafresh challah. And it's teva. Also, the right needed. Another pshat is no kohen makes such a mistake. The concern is that Yisrael makes this. Yisrael thing was fine. He's mafresh challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. Kohen agrees to take from flour. You could take from flour, but the truth is no. Rashis arisei seichel. Challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things where it goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of some ice from that flour that he gave. Why did he have to give it back to Yisrael? We see something similar when a person takes truma from a pot that has preparation, which is with the rice of chayv and truma on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, just put it in truma with the rice. Or if he say he should take truma, even though he took truma, he should go ahead and take truma again, like as if he took truma from a non-perforated pot or perforated. It's different. And pots is different than what it says because when you have two pots, the person understands that he made a mistake here. There's one that's high, one that's low. When it's one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy. He's not going to want to take truma. In the case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So over there we say, Yachzor and Yitron, we should take a second truma. But in fact, the rice, the first truma was with truma. Rabbi Rothschild have a wonderful and also a beautiful yad. Kedushin Daf, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Today's Daf is just an incredible Daf. Very, very big stories and a lot of great stuff. When it comes to Yudav Aim, the Torah gives us two psukim. One about covet, one about fear and honor. When the pasuk talks about kibud, the father comes before the mother, and the reason is because typically a son gives more honor to a mother. She speaks sweeter to them, nicer to them. So the Torah has to say no. You covet the father first. When it comes to Yira, the mother comes first. Because typically, the father teaches the son. The Torah says more Yira. A father and mother who are married, then the son should be the father, because the mother also has a gift to have the father. The divorce, the covenant is equal. Gemara tells us that initially when Baruch Hu said Anochi Hashem, the Ummah Sa'ilam, he said, what is this? But then when Baruch Hu said covenant of equal, they realized that Hashem wants us to be covenant parents, and that's the same idea for covenant him. He wasn't in it for himself. Gemara tells us there's so much to learn from the non-Jew Gama Ben Sina, the famous story. Chachamim came to purchase an extremely expensive jewel worth 600,000 golden coins. And because Gama Ben Sina, his father Sina, was sleeping on a pillow with the key, just away from his father, and he lost the Yadra. A year later, he had a Parah Aduma, red heifer. We realized this is no coincidence. Baruch was paying him back. So he don't come up. He came to purchase. He said, I could ask for any amount of money. There's only one like this in the entire world. But I'm only going to ask what I lost last year. The Lord tells us some of it, didn't have the few street of this is how we ask it. So he does. He had a few. And there's a concept. God will have a super voice of shame. The person who has commanded by the appeal to do a mitzvah, his sachar is greater than a person that doesn't have a seal. Because the pressure to do the mitzvah actually prevents him from doing mitzvahs. So we that have that deal, we have a bigger mitzvah, we have a bigger obligation to do time. Rabbi Yosef, later on in his life, became blind. He was upset with this because he thought that he'd get more schar because he's not up to Yosef. Then he realized that he gets less schar. He said, "I'll make a big yant for Rabbanan if they're able to switch around the halach a little bit." Rabbi Yosef, when he heard his mother coming from a distance, he would stand up. He said, "I'm standing up for the Shekhinah." What does a person could feed his father a very expensive bird, but it takes him out of Olam Hazeh, it takes him out of Olam Haba. And the reason is because when he gave it to his father says, "How do you afford it?" Says Rashi, he says, "Keep on eating, don't bother with it." And that kind of those words they take away from the mitzvah. On the flip side, if he tells his father, "Here, deal with this, do some hard work. I want you to work on the rechaim, on the milk." So somebody standing on the side would say, "Wait, that's not Kibbutz Aveim." In fact, it is. In this case, because what you didn't see is that the soldiers came to take the father, and he said, "I'll go instead of you. You, dad, he's son of my book." Avimi had 5 sons who were smoking the world. Yet when Avimi's father came to the door, Avimi ran. He wouldn't allow his sons to do Kibbutz Aveim. He wanted to do it. One time, his father said, "Get the water." By the time he got back, his father fell asleep. He stood over him in a bent position, full of fear and covet, waiting for his father to get up. And that's when the Lord gave him a beautiful shot. Mizmor also, as Rashi explains, shouldn't be a Mizmor that is
we have 16 million euros. 16,160.
Sometimes when things are destroyed, it's a yontif. Hashem is saying,
Never mind. You're a smart.
Stone, not on a human being.
Is it euros or euros?
When a father and mother want to give the child, the Lord tells us to fathers,
Euros or euros? Euros, okay, euros.
Wholeheartedly, the father might have some.
Anyways, wait, is this actually real?
Story about his husband. His mother was going to get to bed. Going off board, and left to
do I at least get the Guinness Book of World Record plaque?
That's not even half of what business.
Calling Mr. Beast.
A real test would be if she took his money, destroyed it, put it in the ocean. Don't say a word. Yohanan says, so much is without a name. Severe Abraham. Praiseworthy is a person that was born without parents. That's how humble it is. The Chas Shalom Abraham. He himself
Hey Jim, I'm streaming. I want to ask you a quick question. Okay, I'm in the middle. I'm going like 10 seconds. Someone broke a record. Well, you're talking about the guys that for streamers? Yes. Yeah, I donated $10,000 to it because I thought what they were doing was really cool. But technically, they didn't do it in a single stream like we did, so they broke a different record. Oh, so we're good. Yeah, we're still good. Okay, all right, Jimmy, get back to shooting. Bye. Wait, before you go, wait, did you get the thing I sent you? Wait, you sent me something? Yeah, in the mail. Did you get my TV? Oh, shit. Okay, let me
Well, father died.
Oh, shit. Okay, all right, man. All right, thanks, bro. All right. He got me a package on the stream.
So,
I mean, what is it?
Says,
what do you guys think it is? Okay, hold on.
Garbage. It's garbage. That's what it is. Hey, Jimmy. You loser douche.
How's everybody doing? Malacha is like the Mandama that says that when you do Kibbutz Aveim, you don't have to use your own money, use your parents' money. However, if you have to stop working in order to do Kibbutz Aveim, you must do so even though it's going to cost you at the end. Prevent yourself from made money. If your father decides to throw his own wallet and waste money, throw the wallet in the ocean, even if you're the Irish, you're going to inherit this, you're not allowed to say it. But Una, he was mindful of his own covet to his son, and he tested it by stripping his clothing on the son. He wanted to see if the son is going to be upset in the class. Gemara tells us that you're permitted to give your own son Meiser Ani. That's the Meiser 10% of what's left over from his clothing. So Meiser is on years 3 and 6, you give it to the Ani. So if your son is poor, you're permitted to give him from the Meiser Ani. But to your own father, or something to his father, you're not allowed to give it unless he has nothing else. Because it's not nice to give your father Meiser Ani. When a father makes a mistake in halacha, you have to tell him the pasuk in the Torah that says this and this, and people understand by himself that he made a mistake. Halacha is like this: that if you have two things in front of you, you have a mitzvah of, let's say, burying a mace, you have to do that at 8. If it's a mitzvah that can be done to somebody else, let's go to a value, let somebody else do that mitzvah, do that at 8. Otherwise, the other mitzvah is first because you and your father both have to control the mitzvah. Not only is the father's loyal on his covet, it's good for healing. And he's loyal on his covet. Rava agrees that even a Talmud Chacham, because Talmud Chacham, here is considered his own Torah. Yeah, that is Hashem's Torah. The pasuk also, the second pasuk of Tehillim, the Seirasa Yehege Yom V'Layla. Your own Torah shall learn day and night. So therefore, I think that Torah, as long as it's not a Kedusha to the Torah, that can be one for ourselves. Yeah, Rav himself, when his son got married, he went around the wedding and he was pouring everybody in the time. And he was upset. He was not feeling, I'm not very right, that didn't stand up for him. Yes, he belittled himself, and he was saying, I don't want covet, but he expected them to show at least the hint of covet by standing up slightly off your chair, just to show that they're not good on his godless. His machlokes by the Nasi of Klal Yisrael, the head of Klal Yisrael, the head of the Sanhedrin. Machlokes is whether he learned from a Ravino, and a Ravino was a human being, he went and he put himself down by feeding the malachim, which he didn't know they were malachim, it was Arabs. Or did we learn from the Baruch himself, who every single day sits at our table, gives us sustenance, and he's putting himself down to him. So, according to everybody, a king is not only what must covet, but a Nasi is what must covet. The king says, you have to have fear of the king, because he's not letting one. The sugya of standing up for Zakir, if they say the fucking, according to Tanakama, since it doesn't say fucking Badarta twice, so it's mashma, it's one. He's a Zakir, he's a Zakir, and a fucking. He's an older person, and also coming fucking. According to Rizak, since it doesn't say may save a Zakir, it's mashma that he's also a Yannick and a fucking. In other words, even a younger person who's a fucking understand. 40. You see, when you look Seva means every old person. So we have a 3 million machlokes. In other words, a person who's not a father, who just happens to be an older person over 70, according to this, you will put this up for him. Oisai, have a wonderful day.
Anywhere else. All the emotional support we need as a college. Join us all season long as we ride the roller coaster of this. Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search the Solid Verbal College. Listen, you don't just love college.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Gimel. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Down. Today is Erev Rosh Hashanah, and I'd like to take this opportunity to give everybody a bracha. It should be a year of simchas, of health, gesund, nachas from our children, shalom bayis, arnosa bereva, a year of getting close to the Rebbeinu Shalom, a year of learning Torah and not missing a day of Torah. And I really hope you have it in your heart, down for me on Rosh Hashanah, to have arichas yom, be able to continue giving shiurim. As we were discussing yesterday, the three shitas when it comes to standing up for an older person, we'll make it simpler. The Torah says the word seva and the word zakah. So according to Tanna Kama, you need both. You need that the person should be an older person over 70 and also Talmud Chacham. Otherwise, you don't have to stand up for him. So if you have a young Talmud Chacham, you don't stand up for him. Beisai clearly says, no, they're independent. If he's old, even if he's not Talmud Chacham, you stand up for him. And if he's Talmud Chacham, even if you're old, you stand up for him. This says a tremendous hidden. If Zakin is a Russia, you stand up for him. He's a Zakin. When he's young, you also stand up for him. And guess what? Gemara Haskins, like Nisi ben Yehuda, he stands up for a Russia. Gemara says it's a comparison between Hitler and just like Hitler doesn't have to start kiss, you don't have to come out of pocket. So too, when it comes to chemo, in other words, you don't have to stop work when a partner walks by, because we learn a person who's actually working doesn't stand up for Talmud Chacham, but he does stand up for those who are coming to Yerushalayim with their first fruit before him, and he asks them how they're doing, because Chaviva mitzvah b'shaitan, when you do a mitzvah, you're more cautious than Talmud Chacham. Another pshat the Gemara says is we don't want to discourage those who are bringing the fruit to Yerushalayim. We want them to come next year and have a great feeling, so let them feel good. Rashi says this in our community. Pshatim is, what if the person's very cautious? He's going to come next year anyway. So you don't have to just say Shalom Aleichem to them and everything. But if the pshat is, the mitzvah is more cautious than you do. In a Beis America, it's a bathroom, a bathhouse, you don't stand up. But the outer rooms that people are clothed in, you do stand up for Talmud Chacham. The rest of the whole story, Shimon was in the Beis America, stand up for him. No rayas is the Gemara exactly where we're standing. It's possible inside room, and his father said maybe they're thinking of learning. Rebbe said, what he meant is somebody is very involved in learning all day, even when he goes to the Beis America, sometimes he can't control his mind and he's thinking and learning. Torah says, be a racer. You should have fear about this world, because Baruch knows what's going on in your mind. Don't play games. Don't close your eyes as the Talmud Chacham is coming into your field, into the Daled Amos, and as it comes to the Daled Amos, I don't see it. My eyes are closed. Hashem knows that you're playing games, and they'll try to get it out of you. You stand up for your Rabbi Mubon, your permanent Rebbe, when he's in Daled Amos, the Av Bezdin, as far as your eye can see. Sit down after Daled Amos. When it comes to Nasi, you have to wait until he sits down and says, "What you oil?" The Lord tells us you only stand up for your Rebbe twice, once in the morning, once in the evening, because even for Hakadosh Baruch Hu, you only see Shema twice. Nevertheless, the Talmud Chacham should be careful not to make people stand up for him. In fact, if the Talmud Chacham goes out of his way, make sure they don't stand up for him, he'll get Arichas Yamim. But if you're a Talmud Chacham and you don't stand up for your Rebbe, you're considered a Russia, you don't have Arichas Yamim, and you forget the learning. Abaye would be upset if you curse those who were learning Torah and say, "Oh, I don't stand up for my Rebbe because I'm learning Torah." Get cursed for that. The people from Muslim Chasio, they were so used to living in Muhammad that they didn't even put on a head covering when they walked home to Muhammad. We also would give honor and stand up for a non-Jew because both elderly non-Jew went through a lot in his life and realized that Nisim would give old man his hand and brought him to the Shtiach. Rav Nachman would send his officers. Rav Nachman said, if not for my Torah, I would be just another actor in the marketplace. Therefore, it doesn't fit somebody that learns Torah to help the non-Jew. I'll let my officers respond. But what has a son? If the son is the father's Rebbe, does the son stand up for the father? Does the father stand up for the son? What has a son? In fact, Shmuel told the Rabbi Yehuda, you should stand up for your father. But on the other side, his father's Rabbi Cheskel. He's a big time, so maybe Shmuel stand up for him. Maybe everybody should stand up for him. The Gemara says that a coffin that's on an animal, there's two ways to look at it. You can say it's on a coffin is sitting. If you look at it as the animal standing, you have a look at somebody sitting. You have a look at somebody walking, and you have to stand up. So the Gemara says that somebody that's on an animal is like standing. You see this halacha by Eben Amadas. The Eben of a Mitzvah that has tzaras on it is with Kama Boel. It's in a room or under a tree. Everything under the tree comes to cover. But that's only the person holding the stone is sitting. The Mitzvah who's sitting. Also says you have to be in a sitting position. So see the idea. But even though the person is standing, the stone is considered standing. If the person is sitting, the stone is considered. So too, the person is on an animal, he goes by the animal. The animal standing, the person is considered standing. We all stand up for Sefer Torah. Why? Because we can have a Torah. There's no that learns from the Sefer Torah. Stand up for him, stand up for the Torah. From both sides, have a wonderful day and an unbelievable year.
Okay, no me extraña, ¿no? Sí, un castigo feo, lo demás castigo feo. Hacemos un litro de McDonald's, and let me say, and someone says, yeah, I'll put it together, maybe they're a friend. Now, they did it. Okay, so it's fine. Sometimes, when it's trying to do a little contact, I just in the room, something terribly obviously. Except in it, doesn't mean it's accept it because that is true. Like you see by Able, you're able. Any type of group, society, whether adults, not the only thing, also, can't do nothing. They don't do anything. They don't sustain. So, over here also, the other group says that the woman is obligated to every group of faith. If it's not body level, it doesn't have to be the time. Something doesn't have to do anything that they say. It has to be the time. It's not, it's not out of control. But, for that, now, where do you live? We live in South Philly. You know, that's the Philly. Philly is the right? It's Philly. First time of the and the second time of the the same way. You know, the ladies don't have to open up obligated to the title. What? Open up obligated is where it goes. Yeah, it's good. I don't think the whole thing is the Philly. The Philly is actually nice. You know, the job is and they said that. And rather than because that's not the level. Be careful. You know, they are obligated to something to say. That's not normal. That's not what. It is because not the thing that's not the like that is obligated. Not the woman is obligated to get. Also, not the obligated to come or action. So, the whole thing is the obligated over a mistake. It's not a good level. You don't get it higher than a mistake. I can just extra. Nothing to do. Don't think about it. I can gather it. That's proven. The obligation of the husband for his happy, something like the victim by a woman who is supporting one another, the obligation to open the church after the time. So, this is up to you, not the one who not the woman. And it's up to you, which are open by the woman, open by the woman. Okay, the way that talking, some listeners say, it's not a fun one. It's funny. Speaking of it, speaking of the video. So that's how we learn that some people listeners say are not a fun one, so only these and not the others. Or we learn it from feeling as we go up, so the feeling that only feeling is possible. Yeah. Or we learn it from feeling. Yeah. Feelings. I think that's the thing that's running normal. And the feeling says they're possible. Meaning, every listener say which are not as running normal, which are very long time, they are obligated to. Now, what the little word is an interesting thing. This is the video ladies are obligated. So now we have one mitzvah, which is not as running normal, is their kaya. Now we have another mitzvah that everyone agrees to. Is Moigo Abaye, Sudaboe, this is basically that not as running normal. Ladies are also obligated to that mitzvah. So now, they're not married. So now, that's the mitzvah. I say, they're not as running normal, they're obligated, so why isn't that mitzvah one step on the anywhere else? That's what the Gemara is telling you. That's the whole reason. They both together, because it's not considered to avoid that. Now we're moving to mitzvah loitas. And that's the mitzvah says they're obligated in every single mitzvah loitas that besides. What's the reason they're tired of loitas? So there's a rule in the Bible that people to let don't see the Bible, rather loitas. Later, as long as they're allowed, also for eating bread, eating the test, taking meditating, things like that. And also, anyone kills a woman, or that's kills a woman, and a lot of these things that happen to people. They want to, it's the right for free. They think it's right only if they're obligated to unkeep only. It's right dealing only because that's the only way they can live. And it's right, like, so, I would think that the similar concept for God, right, that's why. Now, with the other words, then you would going to show us that the halacha is only the way of people saving a beer. You're not allowed to save a beer only with the knife. You're not to something that's moving out or considered. You're allowed to save a beer considered or something that's pulled out the air. So that's why the Torah wrote the word payas extra to teach me that it's a full zera shalom. They don't think that the Bnei Ahaloi, which says by Tumah, goes only at the Tumah, it also goes on shaving, which is in the same concept. The Gemara says that we find a place, right? A lady or a son has a beard, so it's considered a beard. So what is it talking about? It's obviously not talking about They used to love shaving because she's allowed to shave it in whatever way she wants. If you want to talk about tumas and going, so there's a difference in halacha between tuma and nega, which is any other place in the body, on the head, where there's hair. So if she has a beard, it's considered like she has a beard, that being a tumas going, that has this unique halacha for a place with hair. Have a good event deal.
Kedushin Daf Lamed Vav. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-Minute Daf. Like the market sing the Toiva, the Shior, sitting here on Sunnah Gedalia. Hope it's a meaningful class for everybody. Because it is the Raisa of Farfa, which is if a person out of pain, losing a close relative or someone they know, rips out their hair from their head, they're over on the Isser Farfa. He comes up with a big position and says this Isser doesn't apply to women. Why does he say it? So you have a three-way machlokes. But those who say, well, it says in the plus the word banim. Banim refers to sons and not daughters. In fact, the Torah says Am Kodesh, the entire nation, holy nation, is referring to another Isser called Dida. Dida and Srita are very similar. You see they're the same. Dida is where a person takes a tool and rips his skin out of pain for the mace. And Srita is with his hand. Now, he holds that Dida is in the entire body. Everybody holds it's on the entire body, all skin, whereas part of only the head. So therefore, you remove that is since that doesn't apply to women. Abai and Rava have different people. Abai and Rava both say that the word banim is referred to the son, rather refers to children. It says they both say all of Klal Yisrael consider banim, regardless. We're going to get into it. So according to Abai, this is going to hold as Xer Shava from Karfa Hana. Now, without Xer Shava, you think that, as you see in the parasha, it says, hey, Aaron, it talks about the sons of Aaron. Does it refer to the entire parasha afterwards, including hey, and says about Karfa? Because without Xer Shava, I would say the Pasuk Gimel makes it great. A sister who's never married, that applies also to women. Women should bury a sister those that married. That's a positive. That's a say. Go ahead and bury them. So perhaps it's a hefsek. All the place has to come after that. So they are doesn't apply to Pasuk Gimel. Because you have Xer Shava, it does. According to Rava, this Xer Shava only teaches that Farfa is not just being in anything like the Pasuk says. It's referring to the entire head, all hair, the back, from the sides. And if a person rips out 5 different places of his head simultaneously, he's high 5 times. And it only applies to everybody here for a mace. Rava doesn't hold like a bite. He's learned the second Xer Shava from the extra day of Farfa.
Yo. What up, I'm the duck? How you living?
Good. Did you hear about that guy who got shot through the throat, I think, yesterday?
That was today, and yes, I heard about him.
What is your opinion on it? I think it's sad.
Yeah, I don't think it's good for anyone to die. How have you been, OmniDuck?
Good.
How did things go with your ex-girlfriend?
I forget.
You forget?
I'm currently doing something, so.
Okay, well, you do you,
I
big
don't think
dog.
it was well.
Okay,
I
dog.
don't think I got her yet.
All right, well, if you're doing other stuff, you're pretty much over her.
Yeah. I did meet on Discord yesterday.
And how?
Not well.
Okay.
Not well.
Well.
They called me a lot of words. I'm not gonna say here. I don't really know how to better put in an asshole.
Okay.
They also were using my name that was not the one I have right now. They used.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, just.
They knew me from a.
All right. Well, just ignore that person.
How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-Minute Daf. The Mishnah tells us that any mitzvah that's dependent on the land, on the karka, or on the growth that comes out of the land, like Shemitah, that's a mitzvah that only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Besides two mitzvahs, Arla and Isser, that have any benefit, any hana from foods that are less than 3 years old, and Kalayim that's putting together two of plants. See that those two things also apply here. The word Moshe means every single place. Therefore, the Isser of Kadosh, that is, that all grain that took place before the second day of Pesach is also bring the carbon oimer. And that Isser applies every single place, even a foot starts on the left. That's how most Shainim passing today. This applies to foot starts as well. Rabbi Shmuel says that the word Moshe means after you inherit Eretz Yisrael and you settle in Yerusha Yeshiva. Therefore, Yisrael in other words, according to what it says, the word Moshe. And some say that it applies also when the word Shia is by itself. Why? Because we learn from Purim and to make yourself a king. It's not considered biblically speaking. When you have one halach in the Torah, you take that one halach, you learn the entire Torah from that one halach. So when you have two psukim saying the same exact thing, the Torah is saying it's only these two places. However, each one of those places has its reason. There's a reason why the Torah said this and this. So now you can learn from it. So what's the reason? The person has hana, he needs satisfaction when he has fruit. Thing. Why wait for 14 years until you inherit their Yisrael? Divide up Eretz Yisrael. Does the Pasuk know? You wait for 14 years. I was there immediately when you come to Eretz Yisrael, you find the problem. There's also something on the flip side. I would also think that it's something that should do immediately when you go to Eretz Yisrael. A king leads the war. I need a leader. I need a general for the war. You know, you wait 14 years. That's why that an individual brings the suffering. You bring a carbon, and carbon is required. Oil, wine, the suffering, you bring wine. That only applies once he has Shiva. 14 years in that once you're Shiva, that the individual was already bringing the suffering to the midwife. So when the Torah says, so when you come in Eretz Yisrael, what's going on when I come to Eretz Yisrael? What changed? I already brought this up. Shiva means that when you have a Bomas Yachid, you have your own private Mizbech in your backyard. Come in Eretz Yisrael, what changed is now you start bringing this up on a private Baba, whereas the mitzvah is any mitzvah that's depending on the person, not on the person. Like Shabbos, Milah, etc. That you have to do all over the world. Zara sources spread out all over the world. Now it says, by Shabbos, teach us that this applies everywhere around the world, but that you don't need to do Yiddish Nerf and Kaddish. All other Yom Tov, Rosh Hashanah, Kippur, Sukkot, it's dependent on Bezos who will Kaddish them up in Yehuda. Once you know when there's Shachaydish, you know when Yachid is. It's our thing that maybe every Shabbos is dependent on Bezos. Oh, they switch it up. That's the problem with Kaddish, Yisrael, Shabbos.
He's invisible.
Oh, dear. Was today. Not only even though it says the halacha by because we have this idea of Moshe everywhere. Matzah bara, even though there's no perfect place out. Same reason. Now it says the word tiyah, like film, and then the kamar. Teach us that the supposed the mitzvah, supposed these two mitzvahs of kamar, which is the firstborn, you give sheep instead of the donkey, you have the tells that these two mitzvahs is why we reside from going to strong, one side, having a wonderful day. Kedushin Daf Lamed Ches, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. We're discussing the Isser of Chodesh, and that is all new grains, the 5 grains, they grew after the second day of Pesach, and even took after the second day of Pesach, is awesome to eat, even in nowadays, even if it's slaughtered. Until you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach. Once you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach, it becomes mutter. You can't bring the Omer, we don't have Pesach. So the second day of Pesach is mad. Where did the man go Omar that this Israel will start? Once Klai rolls in there to scroll, years after the Shiva. So why did they wait until the second day of Pesach? The answer is because they had plenty of blood. Unlasted them all the way from Zainodar, which was the last day that the Omer fell. That was the day that Moshe Rabbeinu only came from the Sukkot of Moshe. So they had this blood from Zainodar all the way to Zion, Esau. Moshe Rabbeinu said, "You can say Eretz Canaan without expired." And the Zion Esau, Israel obviously was already in the Eretz Yisrael. There's a total of 40 years that Israel had one. Because we're going to take into consideration the goods that they took out of Mitzrayim that had the flavor of Moshe Rabbeinu said, I'm 100 May of Esrim Shana Aloichem, I'm 120 years old today. That's the exact day. 40 that's the lifter that was born filled the years of Tzaddikim. We're there, Shimon. Shimon Bar Yochai, he says there are 3 mitzvahs that take place everywhere in their race. Chodesh, Arla, and Klai. It says the word of Moshe and Chodesh. Think of if Chodesh, which is an easier distance, you can bring a carbon oimer and water. You're allowed to feed the oimer, even before you bring the carbon oimer, you're allowed to feed that wheat, that grain to your animal. So certainly, lacking is Arla, which they are also Bahanoi, and we never have a head there when they're also. So certainly, they should be also for Arla, by the way, it's Isser, it's not an Isser oil. after 3 years, the street becomes mother according to Rashi. Shirbai Chay's son, Elazar, he argued on his father. And he says, Chodosh is moved with the slaughters, just like all the other mitzvahs that the minhag Israel started keeping it after they came to says with the scripture. Two halachas. The halacha of Ashmadas Kisavim. If you loan somebody money and Shemitah comes, he doesn't have to pay you back. Even according to Rebbe, that it only applies in a time for the Shemitah's karka. And Shloch Havadim, send off your slave. You have a slave, send them off. It's by Yovel. Even though the minhag of we're only the time when there is a Yovel in Eretz Yisrael. There's a Mishnah that says, anonymously, the Chodosh is also with the Eisel. And we learn that Orlok is a halacha of Mishra Sinai, although are those who argue
that's my fault.
Rather, it's something that Klai Yisrael said that lying is the Rabban. According to the Mandar of Orlok, the whole both, time and Orlok go. Therefore, when you have a suffix, is this Orlok? Is this Klai? The suffix in Eretz Yisrael is also Syria is full. Well, gets even better. When it comes to Orlok, as long as nobody sees him, the guy picking it and flying it, you're not allowed to pick it yourself. Voice side, having wonderful. Division of Love and Tess. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Minada. You have a sun garland. You're not sure 100% that this is a piece of garland, a fruit that grew the first 3 years of the tree. What everybody's supposed to be. Realize those who are not confident in Arla, who's large, but do something about it. They said it's also to make a suffix be a diet. In other words, you can't go deliberately pretend that it's a suffix given to somebody else to eat. Or it does us take a branch and put it to another tree physically. So that you get malchus, even a fruit large. This is
I might actually die from this.
Before they die out.
Okay.
And the reason is, he says it's just like Harbaugh, just like you can't put two animals together and create a third species. So too, you can't take two trees and put them together. It's the same. It's from before mathematics. The first is the word safa, your field. That's a field that was received from Shemayim. That's an Eretz Yisrael. The context is play at carrot. That's when you take seeds and plant it in a vineyard. That's also a food slaughter. What's awesome to Rabbana is only when you take 3 types of seeds. You take wheat, barley, and a grapeseed together, put them in the ground. That's also to the Rabbana. Why? In Chutz because that itself is also the Hanah in Eretz Yisrael. So we take it down a step. This that rock, famous Bala Zorah, the Yeshiva. Before his property Yeshiva was told me that he planted a garden of vegetables, and he planted them in individual rows. Why? So with the bubble. Well, don't say it's because he's putting different seeds together in Chutz La'aretz, but rather the reason is because he wanted to have a beautiful garden for his yeshiva, or for the shamish that his job was to pick the vegetables. Easy for him to find them. With this, our voice side, we finished half a shot. And right now, we're on to the second half of shot. It's a beautiful mission that got it done. The mission tells us. And we just read the simple words. It's difficult to understand, but that's why we have the Gemara. The mission tells us first one mitzvah. Shmuel is good for him. Shmuel is going to be good for him. And he's going to and he's going to have oil on my But the point is, the Gemara tells us, we're talking about an individual that he has 50% mitzvahs, 50% of days. And one extra mitzvah, now let's say it's 51%, whatever the percentage is, that tips the scale for the good. What about the famous mitzvahs that we say every day? These are very 5 special mitzvahs. To the point that the person is exactly 50-50. And on the side of the mitzvahs, one of those mitzvahs happens to be one of these 5 mitzvahs. Let's say kibbutz avei. So you know it's only 50-50, not 51%. 50-50, that mitzvah has the power to tip the scale in his favor. According to places, HaKadosh Baruch Hu considers him a tzaddik gadol, whereas in other mitzvahs, he's considered a Benoni, an average Jew. But there's a brisa, and the brisa says that whoever has more mitzvahs than Averos, he gets Yisurim, terrible punishments in this world. What does it mean? So according to Abai, the pshat is, he receives a Yom Tov. You call it any way you want, be it Yom Ra or Yom Tov. But the point is, that's a good thing, because it was bad for him, was for the bad, he receives his proper reward in Olam Haba. By getting rid of the bad in this world, you free yourself up for the good in the world to come, and vice versa. If Russia gets good in this world, that's a Yom Ra according to Abai, because he's actually, even though he's getting good, it's bad for him, because now Olam Haba, he won't have what he wants. According to Rava, the Brisa goes like Rabbi Yaakov. Yaakov is of the opinion that in this world you don't get awarded for mitzvahs. There's no schar of mitzvahs by the mitzvah. Why? Because he himself saw a story that forced him into this. He saw a father tell his son, go climb up the ladder to the tower and retrieve the chicks from that bird. Two mitzvahs that the bird says that he gets arichas. And on the way down, the son fell off the ladder and died. So he says it's impossible. It's not a steer to the puzzle. Shad is you get arichas yomim with the olam ha'emes. And the fact is that even with all this, if a person thinks to himself, he says, look, he can't be, if he's doing such a mitzvah, he won't even be able to be the harder in a desire. So how did he die? Must be olam ha'emes. Now, there's another issue. When a person does a mitzvah, he has to do a mitzvah, he shouldn't have any damage, it says, even on the way back. Over here, it's a little different because we're talking about a ladder that's a broken ladder used, and he shouldn't have been using that ladder. The Lord tells us, Achim, he's a Russia. He's a good mayor's Rebbe, he's a big gadol, but he went off. Why did he go off? So we learned different reasons. And Chagiga, I think it was, but the Gemara here tells us, because he saw this story, and he had the question, how is it possible that a son that's doing Kibbutz Avayim and Shul HaKan doesn't have a Rinas Yom? And immediately he went off. The Gemara says it's also possible that he saw this tons of Chutzpahs Hamid Purgim. Chutzpahs was the Purgim of Purgim. He repeated the whole prayer, and he said, how is it possible that somebody repeats the prayer during the meal, the Romans are going to kill him, and his tongue is on the ground, and pigs are dragging his tongue around and one of them. When a person doesn't do an Aveira, he has an opportunity to do an Aveira, and he watches himself when he doesn't do that Aveira. It's as if he performed the mitzvah, and not only that, he gets a special shmirah protection throughout the side, having wonderful things.
Donald Trump will give them the rest of his life in so-called chain events because this is a violent country. It is horrible what happened to Charlie Kirk. Let me be absolutely clear. This is not about anyone's politics, and I don't want to speculate on the motive.
How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8th Word tells us that if a person is faced with an Aveira, and controls himself, and doesn't do that Aveira, it is the greatest mitzvah a person to do is interaction. The greatest mitzvah. In fact, the Gemara brings 3 stories. One with Rabbi Hanina, the other with Rabbi Tzaddik, all 3 of them faced a situation where a woman invited them to do an Aveira. Rabbi Hanina jumped into a bathhouse, he pulled his Nazikim, and he was safe. Rabbi Tzaddik jumped into an oven in order not to be over that Aveira. The Hana actually jumped off the roof where Leonardo came and saved him. Because of Leonardo, the reason why they got into this deal of selling baskets to women, and it's because I'm poor. So Leonardo gave him money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing an Aveira, it's a tremendous thing. When a Baruch later on does these for such a person. The famous Mishnah, even Baruch Shalom of the person by myself, I think that's the above. The Gemara wonders why is it Shmuel Haken? One of the mitzvahs of the Mishnah. Shmuel Haken, as the Torah says, you get a Arichas Yomim, you get a Mazek, you get a Rabah. And the answer is because the Mishnah is only bringing things that you're good with the Rebbeinu Shalom and with your fellow Jews. You're doing Kibbutz Avayim, you're doing Milos Chesed, etc. Whereas Shmuel Haken is doing the Rebbeinu Shalom. The Gemara tells us that a mitzvah has dividends. Hashem pays according to the actual value of the mitzvah. Whereas in Avera, Hashem pays exactly as the Avera is. There's one exception. The person does an Avera where other people learn from him. He's an important person. But other people do that Avera because he did it. So now that Avera that he did has dividends. Other people are mimicking him, and therefore they'll receive a punishment for the dividends that he has. It says in the Pasuk that a mitzvah was mitzarev machshava l'maisa. A person thinks about doing a mitzvah, and then he has some sort of illness and he can't do it. Hashem will give him the tzachar. But in the Avera, typically speaking, a person thinks about doing an Avera and he doesn't do that Avera, he doesn't get an oynish unless it's one of the following exceptions. If he followed through his machshava, he had a machshava, then he did an Avera, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had a machshava of a zara, even though he didn't do that with the zara, as we had yesterday, he has an item. And also, if a person does the same Avera over and over, to the point where he comes to used to it, he thinks that it's mutter, as if it's mutter. So just thinking about that Avera, even though he didn't follow through, he receives God. The Gemara tells us it's better for a person to do that Avera in hiding, where he's not for Hashem, rather than to do it in public. A person controls the Yetzer, does that Avera in hiding, then that's a big slap in the face of Yaakov and Rebbeinu Shalom. Now he doesn't care of the Rebbeinu Shalom. According to Rabbi, it's referring to the Isser of looking at a rainbow. When it comes to Chil Hashem, the Baruch Hu doesn't wait. He doesn't let the person build up strength. So Baruch Hu takes care of the Avera very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, the person has 50% of Averas, 50% mitzvahs, then Baruch Hu will use that Avera of Chil Hashem and tip the scale in the wrong direction. You are going to say it's a person should view himself or the world as if they're 50. So anytime he does a mitzvah, he's tipping the scale for the world's favor. And if Chas v'Shalom does an Avera, he's tipping the scale in the wrong direction. A person feels bad for the mitzvahs that he's done in the past or the Averas that he's done. He erases those mitzvahs. He erases those tremendous yisod. A person goes his entire life doing mitzvahs. And the last minute he feels bad for everything that he did. That's erased. Brand new Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that a person who has these three things, he learns Chumash, he learns Mishnah, and he has their Teretz, he won't be choited so quickly. He won't sin that quickly. When a tzaddik has Yisroel, it's as if he's a tree that's in a Makom Tahara, where its branches go to a Makom Toma. And when you take off the branches from the Makom Toma, everything, the entire tree remains Makom Tahara. So this is Yisroel. A tzaddik complete Tahara, but he has a little bit of a problem, and a little bit of Toma. Hashem chops off that place so that it is covered. When it comes to Rishon, it's the opposite. They're completely in Tuma. They have a little bit of Tahara, so Hashem gets rid of their world, gives them some Sachar, so that when they come to Olam HaEmes, they don't have it. The Targum tells that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Mingu B'Gamru. The Rabbanim came together, and then came together, and they said, "I look like a Kiva." That's Torah is greater, because Torah brings a person to do mitzvahs, and therefore you have both. You have Talmud Torah and the mitzvah. Even if Torah came 40 years before Challah, 54 years before there was an Isra, 61 years Shemitah, and 103 years Yovel. That's Shabbat at the beginning. And when a person goes up to Shemayim, the first thing they take care of, the first business they take care of, is have you learned Torah? How much Torah? Why did you learn Torah? And the first Sachar they give him is for Torah. Why? Torah comes before Ma'aseh. The person doesn't have these three things, Mikra, Mishnah, their Torah, then he's not Na'ishu. He doesn't belong in this world. Just like a person who eats in the marketplace in public, similar to a dog or a boyside. Have a wonderful day.
to get at what really made the process so arduous. Begun Taking Penalty is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book at the same title. And on this show, we pull upon years of which to help unpack the story behind God's work from start to finish. We sift through innumerable news, many of them.
Also, la voice actor starting the second sentence of the routine. Ahí se me queda. So, the girl says, also, a person married a wife I've seen her before, taking her appearance during the and that's like to her after therefore, you should know that's supposed to send the actual. The woman doesn't have to start it. You're not going to do something in the appearance that you're bothering her. When you're happy, whatever appearance you're married with now, still in Mr. Said, she's married on their own instead of Another thing is the father can his daughter either on the daughter or the and this is one of these tonight. The father is able to carry off his daughter well. Wait for the minus 12 old enough to say I want to make the person is only dead, married her off, then now it's the reason to say that. You have to make it earlier. You may not be able to do it later. The marriage is allowed to marry her off. Now we're going to the next topic of how we stop it. How do we know? It says by the word Mishola, she is in the Shikah. So take the Mishola from the word. Say, God gave it us. And again, from the extra A, the Shikah. The word to go Shia, from the next, the word to Shikah twice. The word to the Shia, then the Shia, and that's how we know it. How do we know this? So heck, it's young and always stuff, whatever. The other way around, Pharaoh says also, if you can make a shliach by touch, like the woman, you can make a shliach, like the woman, it's almost very strong. It's not very strong. Except that they were based on the show of the history, so one person checks the other.
It has to be a baseball dog. It's not 15.
That's how we know it's touch. The girl said it together. From touch and from and you know, also, one answer is that the conflict is the God. That's the first issue to the first it's on two other things to say. Now, there's an opinion that one can't finish the note. Therefore, the church can't finish it. Yeah, positive, cool, we got nothing. You know, we just say, we just have a chance. Why? So, positive is nothing. When nothing is nothing. Yeah. Yourself. Not your sponsor, not your partner, not the person, but the second whatever they use, not the focus. But I did do about everything they got here, not now, when they would also care what the app one other thing. One of the 40 or one of the 50. That's what the person want to give. Also, okay, one short point about the different
Kedushin Dafman Bays, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. It's Erev Yom Kippur right now, just a few hours before Yom Kippur. I want to wish everybody a year of health, of the nachas, parasa, and all the best things, a year full of prayer. From Elvis Sugya of Shlichus. Shliach Shalom Kumaisa. A person sends an agent, the halacha is as if he himself is that action. According to Rabbi Rothschild, that learns from the pasuk in her Pesach, that the pasuk comes to say not the idea of shliach, but rather Israel could be yotzei for one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person kazayis. So how do you know the idea of shliach is only from korbanos? That's not a shulchan with the other korbanos. Learn it from V'yikul. It says it twice by her Pesach, the idea of shlichos. Now we know throughout shots. They made an evil set, they didn't mean nachar. I can't use this pasuk here because I already have another pasuk. Let me use it for something else, for other korbanos. The fact that the Torah says ish l'fi, he learns ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, you can have in mind, let me be zoich on this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But a couple cannot do something that says ish, an adult. Pasuk says that from each Shevet they appointed a nasi, a prince, take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezin can appoint an apotropos for each son. So let's say there's 3 brothers, father of Maran's sons. That appoints an apotropos for each one of the 3 boys. Divide up the inheritance, the Yerusha. Even though they intend for the good of that child that they represent, nevertheless it's possible that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if they made a mistake, they decide, in other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited from his mother previously a field. Now, the apotropos gave him from the father's field, he gave him in a different town. Now, even though it's the exact same value as his brother's field, it's not good because he wanted 2 fields to be close to each other. So it's a mistake in Ruchos inside. That's something that he could go back and annul. According to Nachman, he never annulled anything, even Ruchos. Why? Because the idea it came like Bezin Yachid. What power are you giving Bezin? Bezin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yet, if they made a mistake, it's value. They gave another person. So let's say the case was, you have somebody who borrowed money, and Bezin said he has to pay back, and he runs away. Bezin can take the lender's property, sell it off, and pay the lender. But if he made a mistake, it's a shtus, which is a 6th. Rabbi Rothschild himself says that sale is off. But he just said that Bezin has power. Well, that's because they made a mistake. By Yisayim, they didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. One of the Yisayim didn't like it. That's it. Brother says, that When best make a mistake, the sale or the division is good. It's a good division. It's high. Even if they made a mistake in more than a shtus, where typically, in a purchaser, you would annul the sale. Rabbi says that brothers divide up property, they have a halacha like a purchaser. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an object for more than a sixth of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to. And if it's more than a sixth, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, it's exactly what the halacha is. Besides, if one of the brothers sends an agent, then he could say, no, even if it's less than a shtos, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent, the 20 shit that people live out, I sent you, you're good for me, and not the Harvey. Another very interesting halacha is that anytime you divide up a property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even by a count, 100 stitches for a bag, a dozen eggs, then the mekach is bottled even less than a shtos. There's no mechila on something like that. Even in real estate, where typically there's no halacha something about. If you sold something with a measuring stick, you divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, you have to give back the card. Lord tells us halacha that ain't shliach l'dvarim. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to pay, because there's no shliach l'dvarim beira. There's a concept. Divrei harav, divrei talmud, divrei mishayu. When you're faced with a dilemma, Baruch says to do one thing, but somebody else comes to do the other thing. Of course, listen to Baruch. Therefore, the person doing this act, it's wrong. He has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions. One exception to the rule is mikila. If a person uses money from the Beis Hamikdash unknowingly, he's chayiv. He has to pay chayiv. If he sends a messenger to do it, then the messenger is not chayiv. The one that sent him is chayiv. So why don't we learn the whole part from Islam? Because it's not just Milah, it's somewhere else. It's Shlichus Yad as well. We'll explain what that is. But before we explain, what's the Yad Milah? And Shlichus Yad is Shnei Ksuvim. It's two Ksuvim that say the same thing as halacha. They Milad, you can't learn out to the rest of the time. What's Shlichus Yad? Shlichus Yad means that if I give not just somebody to watch, it becomes a shomer, a watcher, and he's called him Neva Aveda unless he uses that object without permission. Not only that, if he sends agent to use that object, then the shomer, the original shomer, he's responsible for Neva Aveda. So you see this idea, only two places, Megillah and Shlichus Yad. According to Bishami, so they say that you're chayiv in Shlichus Yad, the word devar, that you're chayiv even thinking about using that object. So now you can't use the Shlichus Yad at the same time. So they learn to be from here, and that is, if a person steals an animal, and he goes ahead and he shuts the animal, or he sells the animal, he's chayiv 4 times that animal, or 5 times the animal, depending if it's a sheep or not. But if he sends somebody to shech or to sell for him, he's chayiv, not the shaycha or the seller, and that's the second pasuk. But hey, Milavdim, Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day, have a very meaningful Yom Kippur. Be'ezer Hashem, we'll see you after Yom Kippur.
Try to catch me riding dirty. No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to keep your commuting and road trip experience.
I mean, I know it's hard, but it's just easier to just pay once they leave. And you don't have to deal with anything else.
Definitely, people, as everybody doing, welcome to the Shah. Since today we had Yom Kippur, have a super topic of the year. Your voice I in the middle of the sugya of Shalom Kavoisai. I appoint Shliach, an agent. He just fits right in as if I did it. The Gemara says, typically speaking, I cannot send somebody to do an affair, but there are exceptions. And one of them is Megillah, that we said yesterday. Today we're talking about Tichah Mukhir. And that is if a person steals a sheep or an ox, and then he goes ahead after he steals it, he sells it, or he shuts it, he's chayiv 4 or 5, depending if it's an ox, if it's 5, if it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. Halacha is that a person who sends a shliach, you shut this ox for me, the shaycha doesn't have to pay. The God has to pay. Why? Because it's just like Madura. When you sell something, you party to party. You need a person, you need a seller, so to buy trust. But here, the concept of yesh liach. Here is a case where I send a messenger and the sender has to eat. Shammai holds. Say a lashon and we have to explain it. When the person sends somebody, he hires a hitman to kill somebody. The one that hires is Chaim. What is it Chaim? So one shot is Shammai will hold that it sticks from above the echad umelamdim. Literally speaking, when we have two students that say the same halacha, but in this case, Shammai will hold it. Then the lamdim. You have Mikila, Yichad, two say the same halacha that Yesh the other barrier, and we learn from the rest of the barrier Yesh the barrier. There's another possible question, of course, that if you take with your karma, the oil, instead of shafting in the Beis Hamikdash, you shaft it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are the sender. Is not the sender is not chayav. The guy that does it is chayav. Why? Ain't clearly barrier. Something on this side, on the right side, and one person on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shammai won't learn from Shlichut because they don't directly work with it. What do they do with that? Say that when two people shaft the same animal, they hold on to the same knife, they shaft an animal outside of the same village, they're potter. Also, they say that shaygate items or a mistake is potter. You can also explain what Shammai says, is that, yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is higher. It's a special halach by murder. It says by David Abela, he said Uriah in the front line, and also Hanavi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder him. David Abela didn't murder him. Bush murdered him. There was a murder. According to Chachamim, David is not high at all, because Uriah was a murdered man. He used the lashon of Adoini, not to the king. In front of the king, he said Adoini, my master, somebody else. So with that alone, is high in Pisa, so David Abel is punished for killing Uriah. Another shot is that Shammai meant that if you hire somebody to kill somebody else, you hire. What does it mean hire? You should take Shomai. So what does Hill say? Putter, obviously not. Hill would say you're hire not for murder. You're hire for somebody else. Hire for Ramadan murder. Shammai says no. Get up to Shomai, they're going to non you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong. Lord tells us, even if you say that according to Shammai, each the environment, that if somebody sends a message to an agent to do something, it goes back to the sender. That would work in all the areas of the prayer, like Shabbos and Chazar, but not for Navera, like our rights in Chayla. Because we never found anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an Avera and somebody else pays for it. So there's a sheet of the Gemara that according to Beis Hillel, if somebody sends it, 3 people to be Mekadosh a woman, they cannot be used. This is a sugya of Shliach Naseh. And an agent who brings Kedusha to be Mekadosh a woman, flip into the day to testify, yes, this woman received Kedusha. Yes, this Malva was paid back by you, by myself. But a Shliach become an agent. There's another Shita in Beis Hillel that says no, that a Shliach could become an agent. We pass it. We know that Bissel, you always pass it. So either way you cut it, you have to say that Bissel holds Shliach Naseh, they said Shliach Naseh, and Rab also, who's obviously not going to argue on Bissel ever, or Shliach Naseh. Make your idea, the same halacha applies to Kiddushin, that Shliach becomes an aid, and the same halacha would apply by Mominus, by a Levin and Malvin. At the end of the day, there's a new concept that we haven't had in a while called Shvuah Assassins. And that is, in addition to the regular Shvuah, when a person admits a partial slice to make a Shvuah, even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make Shvuah Assassins. Therefore, an agent who brings the Malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave him the Malva, we don't believe him because he biased. Because if he would say that he gave it back to the Leiv, but the Leiv will invoke the Shvuah Assassins, and now the person doesn't want to make a Shvuah. He might be a Dana, but he never wants to make a Shvuah. He'll always say that he gave it to the Malva, and the Malva can invoke, cannot invoke the Shvuah Assassins. Therefore, biased, and now we don't trust him. Like Derech Haggav, Rashi says this comes from the halacha of Chermini al B'Kasim. And that is, a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells the store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them the salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So which one says I have nothing to do with you? The one that owes me is the boss. So they go to the boss, both of them make a shvur. The store owner and the employee make a shvur, and the boss has to pay both of them. Now it would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvur, and at the end of the day, the labor would have to pay. Chachamim hold by a get of a naira Rabbi, and that is, if there's a girl who's either a Tana, and even a naira who's between 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only engaged, not completely married, first stage of marriage, naira Rabbi. So Chachamim hold she could receive it. Yes? In addition to her father receiving the get for her, even though she's in her father's domain, she can still receive it. Rosh takes that a step further and says, just like we say, that she can receive again, she can also receive her kedusha, because kedusha, they're not the same. In Yatzav HaHaisa, whatever you do by again, you do by kedusha, whatever you do by kedusha, you do by again. Of course, Rabbi Rothschild knows there's a distinction between kedusha and kedusha. That by kedusha, Chacham will agree that the father can accept it. Why? Because this kedusha is out of the father's domain, and he doesn't allow the daughter to receive the kedusha. But any girl who's that young, isn't going back to her husband after a divorce, he can't divorce her. It's Mishal Chaver. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. Places hold that if the father gives the rental is coming back, that's considered Mishal Chaver of Gezeres, and it does work. Rabbi side have a wonderful day.
You can even have the opportunity to leave a comment for the most part on the Washington Post or any one of these major news sites. And then with the explosion of comment sections in social media and people making themselves available on social media, be it Twitter or any other social media platform, you had a
Kedushin Dafim Dalet, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Gemara. So in the middle of a machlokes, halacha is by get that if the father has a young daughter who's not and she's married, not only does he receive the get for her, but she can also receive it. And we had a machlokes yesterday, different halakhas. What about Kedushin? Rosh says Kedushin and marriage are the same, just like she receives the get. Kedushin, the Yatzav HaHaisa, Kedushin says the different. What if she's engaged? She received Kedushin, her father receives Kedushin, and then her husband or cousin dies without children. She becomes Yavama, she falls to the evil of the other girl. Goes one of the two, and wants to give her a ring. That's called Maimah, because it only is effective with the Rabbanon by Yavama. That you need the consent of the father. But if she's a Nara, she's already 12 years old, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why is it different? Because in the Raisa, she's a skuka. Skuka means she's a bond, she's attached to the Yavim somewhat. The Yavim is only fitting it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Even if you look like, yeah, the argument like we said before, the argument is that the girl cannot receive it. And she's dying to the status. Well, here will admit that the girl could receive the Bible because she's already sued. Some say that going to the family. A knight doesn't need the death of the father by Maimer because consider Maimer something that could be done even forcefully by partner. Why? Because it's read people that it's done forcefully. He compares Maimer to the regular active of evil. Just like the evil doesn't need the consent of the evil. So too, the act of Kedushin goes below the Rabbanon still to be done on partner. Some say on the other hand, no. The act of Maimer is like a regular act of Kedushin. A regular woman for that. With her consent. So too Maimer. The Gemara goes on to tell us that our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah, is based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have of that Rimbav. You see this machlokes, not a Rimbav, but it's very similar to the original machlokes. The person takes 5 collaterals from 5 persons, and he swears. Not that he swore to one person, he was found to be a liar, he has to bring the Hashem. Or maybe he swears to all 5, and he lies to them. Is it considered one shmua or 5? It's not like it's one for Shimon. In order for it to be considered 5 different shmuas, he has to say the word shmua l'cha, shmua l'cha, shmua l'cha. That's it. And according to Rabbi, as long as you say shmua all at the end, according to Hanakama, you say shmua at the beginning. I also now the person tells a woman, I want to be the Kaddish with this fruit. and I want to be touched with this fruit. So they're not mitzvahs. The value of the two of them are not mitzvahs. They said a lashon. So that would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. Or it tells us Reb Shimon, however, also holds a Reb Yehuda. You know what mentioned. Hold that a girl cannot receive kedusha by herself. Only the father receives kedusha for her. Now it says in our Mishnah, Ishmit Kaddish, Mashma from our Mishnah is only the ish, not the daughter. At the end of the day, the Lord tells us the halacha of this goes. How do we know this? Because Robin came out of the Yisrael and he said, in the Yisrael, everybody passing like a Mishnah, and the Yerushalayim stood up there, screamed like a crane. They're screaming, the Yatz of a Haisa, you have to compare Kedushin to Gerushin. Nobody cares. In other words, only the father receives the Kedushin, not the Gerushin. Or it goes on to tell us that when it comes to get a Nara, a girl who's 12 years old, is like the extension of the father's hand. She's not a chotzer, she's a yad. Why? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if the person, the girl, will be sleeping, hide up, and you watch it like you have by a slave. Obviously, the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chotzer. Must be she's accepting the get as a yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shtiyah. Because a hand doesn't have the ability to make a shtiyah. You need das to make a shtiyah. We have a sugya that we're going to go into tomorrow's daf. A minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged, became possessions on her own. So the Lord tells us, yet, was perhaps the father of this condition. And she also needs something called a meal. She needs to refuse this condition because maybe she didn't accept it. So she didn't accept the condition. Why did she have to? Or I'm sorry, the father didn't accept the condition. The answer is because this act of meal shows that it's not a real condition. It's only their opponent. And we want people to know that perhaps there's something going on here. And if this individual got engaged to her sister, people say, well, look, it was a get. That engagement to the sister is nothing. Anybody marry her. In fact, no one can marry her. Perhaps the first girl is not in possession, the second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be in possession, so she's real. Therefore, we need to be careful with the sister. And the Lord tells us this all alone about takes place. By shidduch, but there's a shidduch. In other words, then we can say that the father agreed to it. We spoke about it, discussed. Or the rule of the word says, a girl who gets engaged without the father consent, yes, it doesn't mean it's a big bad zero. And either shot is about no shidduch, or some say even who was talking about even in the case of a shidduch. We now found that she got engaged herself, according to the law, must be said. If we're talking about it, just sort of a chayah. In other words, she was already married once. Then, because she was married, she leaves her father to make it. The second time around, she got engaged herself. This that we find that a father sells his daughter as an almana. How's that possible? Because we're talking about that he sold her as an almana, and her master married her. So he had some sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not really as if he married her off and never received anything, and therefore he's able unlawfully to sell her after she was already married. Oisai, have a wonderful day.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network.
Keep Dushin, Dr. Hey, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Dive. We're talking about a case where Tano accepted Dushin from the Chassan without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this Chassan passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kedushin was a good Kedushin, then she would fall the Yibo. So the halacha is that she required to do chalitza, but perhaps her father agreed to this, and then with the Raisa she falls the Yibo, even though it's only heresy. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a chalutza is only also the Rabbana. And if somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say the Yavam would marry her, everybody knows that the Kedushin is good Kedushin. And we'll explain. Because if this Yavam goes ahead and gives Hannah, the original Hannah, gives her a ring, that's called the Maimon. It's Kiddushin only with the Rabbanan, and because we require that she gives her a get for that Maimon, that becomes a problem. Saying, hey, they were married with their rice, so why did they have to give her a get? And it's possible that the rice that the father agrees with. It's also possible that they're not married at all, that they have no connection because the father didn't agree with it. So therefore, we require her to do meal. That meal shows that there's a problem. Meal is only the Rabbanan. So people will be concerned and they'll think that if the Yavam engaged to this kind of sister, instead of thinking it's because he's married to the first one, and say, you know what, maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all. And therefore, she's an Ashes, and nobody will marry. According to Rabbi, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, two fathers had a discussion. I want my son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. My daughter, there's a possibility that a father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent, and he's happy with it because but a boy is always been dying. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case that a father marries off his son, somebody else's daughter, you don't even need to get. Another halacha, if somebody gives a young girl without the father's consent, these are a bundle of vegetables in Hadashah. According to everybody, it's not a Kedusha. That's a bizarre. If he's a Hadashah in a marketplace, it's a bizarre. The Gemara does this story. There was a couple that had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter to marry his relative. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relatives are the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father was about to greet his wife. Okay, let her marry your relative. Let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was Mekadesh. So Rava says, this particular case, when they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that. So therefore, the Kedusha is not good. Abai says, no matter what, mother told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family. She'eres Yisrael Yasu Abba. Jews don't lie like that. He'll never intentionally agree to it behind his wife's back. We know that marriage has two stages, Kedusha and Nisur. If the father agreed to the Kedusha, stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she married the husband without her father's consent. According to everybody, if she dies, the husband doesn't get inheritance. It stays in its proper place, goes to the father. However, there's machlokes whether she could eat meanwhile until the father comes back. If she eats truma, if she marries a kain, because the Rai says she eats truma anyways once she's engaged. Or perhaps you have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, he'll disagree to this marriage and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present, and he doesn't say anything, he sees his daughter getting married, according to Rabbanan, you don't eat. He doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he's angry. Other man says no, she can eat. Why? The fact that he's quiet shows proof that he's okay with it. But what if even the Kedushin, the first part, was against the father's will? And he's here, he's watching me. Rabbanan says the opposite. Now Rabbanan says she couldn't, because nobody's going to be quiet through two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's not very fuzzy. It's as if he's agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
But also within that, I'm sure like the difference that you had Florence with the game was always giving George all sorts of lip. That was unusual and for some people unacceptable in the 1970s.
Kiddush not involved. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Minute. We're kind of got engaged without our father's dad, without our father's consent. But the machlokes between between Rav Ashi and Rav whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it yet. According to Rav Ashi, she could not renege. According to Rav, she could. If you want to talk, maybe to bring a right from the father. The halacha is that if somebody produces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want. So this is similar to our case, because over here we don't have the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see that she could be moichel. It's a right and a right. No, it's not a right. Because we can say, like we always learned in Cheder, that we're talking about that the men didn't have das or kedusha. They don't want to marry. And even if you say that it was Hashem kedusha, it would be necessary to do another kedusha, or you can rent another kedusha, let's do another kedusha, because you didn't have the father's consent. And now we're in a gradual mission. If a person uses a lashon, says, takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says, "This catches the Torah zoo," and then she eats the date, and then he gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavar pruta, it's a good kedusha. We have machlokes. What exactly is this? What the Rabbi Shmuel is talking at the beginning of this, where a person says a double lashon, it's catching the zoo. He breaks it up very strongly with those words, it's catching. And the chiddush is that even though she's eating something that she has an immediate satisfaction enough, nevertheless, there's no kedusha with blessing of the According to Rav he's talking about the end of the kedusha. He doesn't say sketchy, but rather he says sketchy ubezu. All the things together. The shavar pruta, then is a kedusha. And the chiddush is that if she eats it right away, then you need the last date should have a shavar pruta. And from here, the Gemara says, we see a number. First of all, we see if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a kedushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, we see it doesn't work unless there's a full fruit at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. Yeah. In addition to the forgiveness of the loan, there's a pruta. So a guy forgives this woman $1 million. But he gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta. Her das is on the pruta, and it's a good kedusha. What if the kedusha is not hot? What happens to everything he gave her to begin with? All the things that he gave her, she has to pay them back? Yes, because if it was matana, she would be a good kedusha. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to give. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, "I read the kedush," he gives her money. Now, everybody knows he can't get married to your sister. So what is he trying to do with it? According to Rav, she has to return the money. Because all he's doing is he's trying to give her because he wanted her to watch and he figured if he doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, it's a pure gift, she doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say here's a gift and he said it in a funny lesson, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great, he gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is that the kohen must return the flour. The Gemara wonders why. What if he returns the flour? So the Gemara tells us because we're concerned that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget. He's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is higher and more challah. And he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without being married for challah. And it's never also their right. Another shot is no kohen won't make such a mistake. The concern is that Yisrael will make things. Yisrael will think that what he did was fine. He's married for challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. When he used to take from flour, you could take from flour. The truth is no. Gracious, I usually say challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things more goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just leave a little bit from some icers from that flour that he gave. Why did he give it back to Yisrael? We see something similar when a person takes it from a pot that has preparation, which is with the rice and high from some icers, on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is part of the some icers with the rice. Or if he say he should take truma Even though he's a truma, he should go ahead and take truma like as if he took truma from creative plasma. However, it's different. Like, pots is different than what it says because when you have two pots, like, first understands that he made a mistake here. So one that's high, one that's low. When it's one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy. He's not going to want to take food. In the case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So over there we say Yatzav Yitron should take a second truma. But in fact, when the rice, the first truma is the truma, Rabbi Isai have a wonderful and also beautiful Yatzav.
Feeling extremely unsettled.
City Council has asked the LAPD and other departments to report to council 30 days from now. The situation, analysis of staffing needs, and other issues. Salvage operations have continued at the port of Long Beach, where around 75 shipping containers sailed into the water on a ship called Mississippi. No injuries were reported when the large container tumbled into the water, and large containers are still tilting. Port Parkway, with the port of Long Beach, says it will take a while to clean it up. BC's Alex Stone reports investigators are looking at a possible balance involving the ballast inside the ship. 25 to 30 containers have been submerged. Officials say the port is operating again after suspending operations yesterday. The LAPD's have two investigations going involving bodies found in cars and separate tow yards. Investors have not yet identified the victim whose remains were found inside the Tesla registered with a singer known as David. Medical examiner says it is determined the highly decomposed remains belong to a woman with wavy black hair. She was wearing a suit top, black leggings, but they could not determine a race or even an eye color. BBC's Alex Stone reports that one body was found in Hollywood. The second first reported body was found in the back of a Honda in South LA. And Poland says it and NATO have held a joint Russian drones that violated Polish airspace. Poland and the Russian targets Ukraine not breaching. Has basically condemnation from European leaders over holding emergency meetings this morning in sunset meetings, calling it a deliberate provocation. BBC's Tom Sufi urged says top officials in Europe say it was the biggest violation of NATO airspace by Russia since the war in Ukraine began. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk wrote on social media last night the Polish airspace was violated by a large number of Russian drones. Those drones that posed a direct threat were shot down. Sunset weather from the Target tonight will close the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the upper 70s. Valleys, AB, and IE, low 70s and beaches. It's going to look pretty much the same on Friday. Right now, it is 69. Newport Beach, 71. In New York, 71. In Sugar Up, 70 in Burbank. There's some trash on the 101 in Hollywood. West LA, that's just after 405. Busy ride there, heading into downtown. Here's a main one. If you're on the 210 eastbound in Monrovia, that's the right lane. The crash has been second level. Plus causing a busy ride back into about Santa Bonita. Also on the 210 heading eastbound, this is in Topanga. It'll work zone from the Tuca Canyons there in Pennsylvania. And the two left leads are off west there until 6 in the morning inside of the 5 in Pyramid Lake. Missing the lobby. So they use the two right leads are going out until 6 a.m. And the 91 eastbound in Anaheim from 611 maximum Imperial Highway. They start to clear up right now for just a canyon. So the kind of is more staggered travel. It's Pedro Moreno. Albert 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One. September 18th and 20th at T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. Streaming live only at Hulu. Get yours while you still can. Las Vegas, sit down, refreshing content, lounge in a luxury van, are a non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. With accessories on ice skates, and you can visit MGMRewards.com for details.
Hey, talk about a double handicap. Jeez. Some of you just got scheming around town and then just kind of like a Roomba that moves once a month. You bring a lot to the table, I can tell. Like your own chair. And you have like an aura about you. I bet you out of every room that you go to, especially when you hit that thing in reverse and your taillights go off. Real big ditch coming through. Watch your tires, fellas. So when you go to the gynecologist, you go to a regular gynecologist, you go to like every. I did notice that you are a redhead. So I do want to ask, does the carpet match the rim that you got on? What's the protocol on that one? Stephanie Hawking, why don't you tell me that? What would you say is the hardest part about being a woman in a wheelchair? Besides having a parallel park, what would be the, I guess, second? So you are in a wheelchair. Yeah. And talk about a double handicap. Sheesh. So what do? You just have a ski loop around town? Is that what you do? Just kind of like a room that bleeds once a month? You bring a lot to the table. Like your own chair. And you have like an aura about you. I bet you out of every room that you go into, especially when you hit that thing in verse and your taillights go on. Real big bitch coming through. Watch your tires, fellas. So when you go to the gynecologist, you go to a regular gynecologist, you go to like I did notice that you are a redhead. So I do want to ask, does the carpet match the rim that you got on? What the protocol on that one? Stephanie Hawking, why don't you do that? What would you say is the hardest part about being a woman in a wheelchair? Besides having a parallel park, what would be the, I guess, second?
Hey everybody, it's Frank Del. Things are going great so far. Long before YouTube, I was in a high school drama group in 2003, 2004, and 2004, 2005. And I was in a movie for the high school drama group back in the day. A couple of years later, I started making YouTube videos of scenery, and I did the very first video myself on December 16, 2009. And I did the very first viral video myself on June 8, 2010. Severe earthquake warning for California, September 2010. It was on the comedy.
What the fuck is this? Shit.
Kedushin, Daf Lamed Ches, how's everybody doing?
screen or the silver screen, but I'm curious to know about your inspiration to pursue this craft. What were you watching growing up in Tulsa, Oklahoma? Besides you, I watched
Disparate collection of stuff, mostly that was available on television. Growing up in Oklahoma in the 70s, so Marx Brothers, W.C. Fields.
Bracha is Daf Samach Dalet. Yes, it's the last Daf of Mesechtas Bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment to finish the first Mesechta of Shas. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment.
What up, Red Homie?
Learn Mesechta Shabbos
How
from
you
beginning
living,
to end.
babe?
It's an amazing Mesechta. It's a very, very different style. You're going to love it. If you're not part of a shiur, you're looking for a shiur, you can check us out online. There are over 2,000 people that watch the shiur every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Ramat Yomi. We have an app, 8 Min Daf, and we are on Torah anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went into Yaakov, first Rabbi Yehuda spoke about the importance of taking the host, and then we had Rabbi Chemia, and Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the possibly decide Adoimi, it says don't despise Adoimi in the mitzvah. Why not? Here, they invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that Mitzrayim did to us. Yet we have to have a first time. So too says the Gemara, if you invited them into your home and you give them your food, your drinking, your money, certainly both will love you. As the son of Rabbi Yossi says, Uzzah touched the Aray, and he died. He tried to touch it, and David HaMelech was very scared. So he took the Aray and he put it in Aydad's house. What did Aydad do? He cleaned it off, he dusted it off once in a while. Yet the Torah says that Hashem gave him brachas. So certainly if you take care of the Talmid Chacham, feed him and give him drink, certainly Hakadosh Baruch Hu will pay you back. What bracha that Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave Aydad? That his wife Chamois, she had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had 6 tuplets. They had 6 children in one shot, for a total of 62. With Aydad's 8 children, had 62 outside. The Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force anything. For instance, the Gemara says Rabbi Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew Kol HaPerikula, knew all the prices. Rabbi was a baker part of it. He was very sharp. When they were looking for a Rosh Yeshiva, they decided we need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything. Wants to teach all of the Torah. They asked Rabbi Yosef be the Rosh Yeshiva and refused because the stargazers told him that he will die after being a Rosh Yeshiva for 2 years. So he pushed off. Rabbi was the Rosh Yeshiva for 22 years. Rabbi was Nifter. Rabbi Yosef took over for 2.5 years, and then he was Nifter. You see that not pushing it, taking things when they're supposed to come, you don't lose out. In fact, you even gain the half a year. The Gemara tells
there were other actors who would have been great in the role, but they didn't want to get that name with, and they just were worried that it was necessary. So I feel very lucky that he came to me.
You talked about the physicality of the role, which is required of playing a boxer. I understand that.
Bracha is not famous. Welcome to the 6,000 new subscribers who just joined us in the last few days.
Really, the fighting training was what got me there, because I was spending 5-6 days a week at the gym for several hours, a training session, and talking with a lot of guys, and also getting in the ring and sparring, and it just altered me in some really good ways for playing the role, just to think about psychological and physical strategies to winning a fight.
Let me get out of the way. Let's talk more about Bang Bang and how he's trying to go on this redemption with his grandson. Where do we pick up in the story?
We pick up in the street with a guy who's battling his past, he's battling alcoholism, he's lost his way, he's feeling no purpose, and he's by rage. And knows what he's going to do and where he's going to end up. And he's contemplating murdering a guy. And at this moment, his daughter shows up with his grandson and says, "Can we take care of him for a few weeks?" And that's what really sets the story in motion, because he decides that he's going to train his
grandson as a way not only of finding person, but also maybe exploiting his grandson and sections and stores from his past.
Where you headed today?
You don't need to start cooking. I've heard that. So, how'd you get the name Bang Bang? Punching people. If you're just tuning in, my guest right now is Tim Blake Nelson. Grammy Award winner Tim Blake Nelson, as a matter of fact, talking about his new movie Bang Bang, which hits select theaters in Los Angeles this Friday. More with that from Tim Blake Nelson in just a moment. It's later with Mo Kelly, KFI 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app and YouTube now. Over to Mark Bonner with KFI 24-hour newsroom. There's the latest. Never introduced him this death and fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk in a post-con activist called it disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. He recently hosted Kirk on his podcast and emphasized political violence must be rejected in every form across the U.S. The student shot two of his peers at suburban Denver High School before shooting himself at later night. And like things up, Spinal's happened soon and continues this theaters Friday. Speaking of theater, turn the volume up to 11. Now we're heading to a crash on the 210 in Monrovia. Heading eastbound just before Myrtle Avenue is marking the second lane of the left. We're seeing one car also marking the right lane. That's off the west back up to about Santa Anita Avenue. And as you make your way on the 110 northbound in South LA, right at Bergen Avenue, rush bar that's along the right shoulder of the freeway currently has the off-ramp blocked out. It's right to shut that out, slowing it down from 51st Street. And the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills seeing some traffic just after Lakeview. That clears up after Gypsum Canyon Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno. I'm Ann. It's Ty. Hello. And we're the Solid Purple College Football Podcast. Tune in for preview, recap, bits you won't hear anywhere else, and all the emotional support you need is college football. Join us all season long as we ride the roller coaster of this ridiculous sport. With your free iHeartRadio app, search the Solid Purple College Football Podcast. Listen now. We don't just love college football time. We
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
a few miles from glass spires in Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Footprints. In 2021 and 2022, the boards became a home to activists from all over the country.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's play.
Yes, ma'am. How was your day?
It was good. Busy, but it was good. Got one more day.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Okay. Come on, let's go. There you go. There we go. Good.
Nice bear.
Okay. Thank you.
Give it to me.
You got this.
No doubt.
Yay. Oops, bear.
Get it.
Come on, everybody. Right.
All right. Ooh, there you go. There we go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Get it.
Rabbi, good.
Oh. Give it to me. Oh, that was good. 9, get this.
Nope. Okay. You got it. Oh. Okay. Put that one down.
No doubt. Got it. I'll take it.
Yay, you win out.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. One more.
You got it.
Let's go. Yeah. I know. Anyway, come on, Rabbi.
Get it.
Yay. Right.
Get it.
Rabbi. Yay, another strike. Yay.
Word, girl. There you go.
Oh.
Oh, no. Get it. Oh. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Come on.
No doubt.
Yay.
Get it.
Yeah, good stuff.
Get it. Get it. Oh, what's up with this? How do I even get this? Get it. I'll take it.
Yay. It's in there. You win, I win, though. I still win.
I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah. Yay. Good
Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe practice in the daytime.
Sounds like a plan.
Alrighty, I see you tomorrow, God's willing.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet
God
dreams.
willing.
All these items together, the start shots and finish shots with Mashiach and Yair being made on me. I just like to take this opportunity to point out some of the and some of the reasons why people fall off of that video and what they could do to overcome that. The saying is, it's not about the dam, it's about the yogi. That the yogi provides an opportunity to learn every single day of the year, even on the Tisha B'Av, Yom Kippur, Shabbos, Sundays, vacations. That the yogi promises that you will become a better person, a better husband, a better wife, a better father or mother. That the yogi, as Rabbi Shapiro intended, unites all of Klal Yisrael. There's a special camaraderie between the people that come to share, and there's a special unification between you and the Tanoim and Amoraim, and especially between you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That the yogi shots that it encompasses all of Torah. You're not just learning halacha or agadot, but you're learning it all. As Places points out, the Gemara says, the person should spend a third of his days learning. The person says this means Gemara, which includes Mishnah, Torah, the being pursuing agadot, Kabbalah, every day will bring a new concept that if you haven't done that yogi, you probably never heard it before. When you travel, you'll see people learning on the plane in the airport. 90% of the time, those are people who are learning that yogi. There's nothing like starting off your day with a good Gemara, 45 minutes, an hour of Torah. And finally, when a person sets aside time to have a date with Rabbi Rothschild, that's an amazing connection that you make with the Rothschild. And now, some of the reasons why people fall off the bandwagon. People say, the Rabbi is way too quick. I don't retain much. I've been learning this. I don't remember what I learned last week. Or they'll say, I'm used to learn how we learn in yeshiva. Love this. This is not the proper way to learn Gemara. It's to learn it slow, with loveness. These are all valid points. I'm not going to get into whether you're supposed to learn like this, fast or slow. But the question is, what's the alternative? Are you learning every single day with Marisa? Are you learning on Friday? Are you learning on Shabbos? Are you learning on Sunday? If the answer is no, then this is for you. The other question you have to ask yourself is, if you learn all of Torah, you learn all of Shabbos, when are you going to do that? And finally, the Zohar says, we don't talk about it. If somebody can learn something in this world, when he gets up to Shemayim, will be able to do it. Baruch will explain it to me better. Go through all of Shabbos, even if you don't remember it. Even if you don't really understand it, Baruch will explain it to me better. But if you don't learn it, you're going to be learning fluently. The Noctis, Smoking, the higher discussion. If you didn't learn it, you're never invited into the share. And finally, one of the pitfalls that people have is when they miss a dot, inevitably you will miss a dot. There's sickness, there's symptoms, there's vacation. And a mistake that the Yitzhak makes people do is he says, you have to make it up. Don't go back this year, let's make this up first. Because I don't want to have a hole in my Gemara. is not successful. And that's a big mistake. Skip working this, go back to the shear, go back to where the body is holding, write down what you missed, and you'll make it up at a different time. But today, you must skip. Don't fall over that. And don't be a perfectionist when it comes to that idea. Don't say, well, I didn't finish the step, I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish 2,700 dollars, it's not the end of the world. Better to do that than not to do it at all. Jump in. The beginning of Shabbos. The Mishnah discusses Kriya Shema. Torah says when you shut the home from Bethel to the rising, say Kriya Shema twice a day. When you go to sleep, nighttime, and when you rise in the morning. And what is nighttime? The Mishnah and the Gemara read down 6 shitas. The shita in the Mishnah says, say something hard. And the Mishnah uses a Russian of when the Kohanim who are tongue, you go to the playbowl, the mikvah, and then after 6 o'clock, you're able to eat drugs. Until what point can you say Kriya Shema? The Lezer says, until the end of the first Mishmar of the Malachim, the night is divided into 3, so a third into the night. Chavam say until Kassas, halfway through the night. And Leo says, until Amud HaShachar, the dawn. In fact, the Gemara says, Chachamim agree with Gamliel that the time is Amud HaShachar. But you know, how do you say Solomon Avera in order to distance people from Avera? You made a siyag, you made a gather, and they said, you must say Kriya Shema before Kassas. The same halacha applies to Hekra Halacha Yevarim and to, in other words, when out of the Karbanas, the lips on the Mizbeach, and certain Karbanas that are only eaten for one day and a night, such as Chavis and Asham, the shear is until Hatzaris. If the real shear is until Amud HaShachar. The reason why our Mishnah starts with Kriya Shema of Meir and not Kriya Shema of Shachar is 2 reasons. Because the Torah says you will shut the house, you go to sleep, and then only afterwards you come back when you get up. Or because the Kriya Shema says I eat Erev first the night, and then I eat one during the day. As we mentioned before, can eat Truma after he's particle, after he takes the carbon, and even before he brings the carbon, because the Torah says, unlike the typical meaning of the possible body, it means when the sun comes up, there means when the sun goes down, the fire, and it takes like a carbon came, the day, the light is God. And now we'll go to the 6 Jesus that the Gemara brings down. Rabbi Rothschild says, the time of saying Kriya Shema is Shkia, that's when Shabbos comes in. Remember, the first Shita is slightly before Say Second Father, that's when the Kohanim are depending on the mikvah. Rishon says, Say Second Father, the middle Shita. That's when the Kohanim can eat the Truma. Tanina says, after Say Second Father, that's when 4 people sit down to eat. And Rabbi in the 2nd Shita says, when you eat Friday night, it's slightly after that, and Rabbi says that's the latest man. It's when people sit down to eat a weekday meal at night, having a wonderful day. We should be certain that we finish Shabbos together. Amazing. Is now Gimel. Tremendous amount of every single one of you who started Shas. You should be so able to stay on board, stick it out, and finish Shas in Yisrael Hashem. Welcome the over 1,500 new subscribers in the last 24 hours. That brings us up to 7,500 new subscribers in the last 4 days, I think it is. Our goal initially was to get to 10,000 new subscribers during the Sima Shas. We're almost there. With your help, just send out the link. Put it on your status, tell your friends about it. It'll make a tremendous Kiddush Hashem and a big difference. We learned in the Mishnah that according to Eliezer, he said Kriya Shema until Soy Hashmur Rishayna, until the end of the first Mishmar. There are 3 Mishmars according to one sheet on Shemayim that the Malachim say Shira, and when one Mishmar ends and the next one begins, that's when you can say Kriya Shema. The question is, divide the night into 3 equals to 4 hours each. So why did the Mishnah just say Kriya Shema until 4 hours? The answer is to teach us that the Mishmaris and Shemayim coinciding with the Mishmaris down here. We also have Mishmaris. For instance, the first Mishmar, you'll hear the donkey's neighing and making noise. The second, at the middle of the second Mishmar, you'll hear the dogs barking. And the beginning of the third mishmar, the babies wake up to nurse. And when a couple wakes up, the wife starts talking to her husband. For another shot, all three of these signs happen at the end of each mishmar. The end of the third mishmar is already daytime. I don't need a sign, but it's to tell you that if you're in a dark room and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants a nurse, you should know it's time to say three mishmar. He roars like a lion 3 times a day. And he says, wow to the nation that because of my son, I had to destroy my house, and I burned my echol, and I had to send place from the gods. Says Rabbi Yossi, I was once on the way, and I had a davening, so I went off the path, and I went to ruins, the Churban Achas Yerushalayim. And I know he waited for me by the door, and when I finished, I said, Shalom, and I said, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi Yomoyer. What are you doing here? He said, I had a davening. She davened, you can daven on the way, she davened, she looked Sarah. So as we're going to say, I learned 3 things. First of all, you don't go into a Churban. And if you're traveling, you daven on the way. And what do you daven? Tfilas Habineinu, Tfilas Sarah. And Eliyahu continued and asked him, what did you hear in the Churban? He said, I heard a voice that sounded like a pigeon cooing, and the pigeon was saying, or the voice was saying, like we just said, that I had to be machriv my house and burn my echol, and I had to be machriv by Israel. Says Eliyahu in the motion of a shvuah, a double shvuah, I swear to you, double. Rabbi Baruch says this every single day, 3 times when Rabbi Baruch sees lights from going to shows, and they say, Omni Yishmi Rabba, he bows his head, and he says, it's tired of Yosef that he sent by Israel if he goes. Why don't we go into a Churban to ruins? There are 3 reasons we want. First is Chashad, suspicion. And that's the reason if you're going with 2 people, they're not that good, they're cruising. So it's still a Chashad that a person will be the Zayna. People will say that it's with the Zayna. The second reason is Machperes, we're worried that the ruins will cave in. And that's the reason if you're going in with 2 kosher people, they don't have a Chashad. Finally, the third reason is Mazik and Shadim. If it's a brand new place and 2 people that are kosher, but it's in their place that the Mazikim like to hang out, it's still dangerous even though you have 2 people. Or you're just with one person, or you're by yourself, and you're in a field. So there's no women, there's no kashad. Yet, there's Mazikim. Rebbe says that the night consists of 4 mishmaros. In other words, 3 hours each. The Rabbi says, he woke up every night at Chatzos, and it says, I woke up 2 mishmaros before them. Now, if you hold that there are only 3 mishmaros in the night, and you all woke up in Chatzos, it's just in the middle of the night, that means there's only 1.5 mishmaros left. How do we reconcile this? Says the Gemara, because I was not saying that he woke up 6 hours to the end of the night, plus 2 hours was kings who sleep 2 hours of the day. Basically, he woke up 8 hours before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals 4 hours. In other words, there's 2 mishmaros that he woke up before the other. Yes, it's only 6 hours of nighttime, 1.5 mishmaros, whereas 8 hours before the kings, which equals 2 mishmaros and 4 hours each. But Rashi says you could call 1.5 mishmaros, 2 mishmaros. The Gemara says, in front of a dead person, you should not talk and learn, because it's like the rush. Since a dead person can't talk and learn, he'll feel bad. Unless you talk and learning, the dead person was machatish. Another chanting Gemara shouldn't talk any shluyah, say anything in front of the mace that still makes him feel bad, unless you're talking about the mace itself. There's a contradiction seemingly in the Psukim. One passage it says that the Ramal woke up at Chatzos. Other passage it says that he woke up before the night. The Gemara has 3 pshat. Either the Ramal was saying, I never slept as Chatzos, or he said that I was learning Torah up at the Chatzos, like a horse that dozes off, but he was learning in his dozing. And then from that point on, he would see this Gabri Karvi, he was strengthening himself like a lion. Or the pshat is, until Chatzos, he learned Torah, and then from Chatzos on, he basically Shiros. This is others. The word Nesha means when something goes away, when the night becomes day, or when the day becomes night. The Ramelach says, Chatzos Laila Akum. I'll wake up at Chatzos. So in other words, the Ramelach knew what Chatzos was, and on the other hand, it seems like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know what Chatzos was, because he says, Kak Chatzos time, he tells Pharaoh, it's not Chatzos. Almost at Chatzos. 4 pshatim in the Gemara. Either David HaMelech knew and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know, because David HaMelech had his heart, which told him exactly what Chatzos was. Or the Pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu also knew, just David HaMelech needed his Kinor in order to awaken him. The third Pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu knew what Chatzos was, and just worried that people will say Moshe Chadoik, he's lying, Moshe Rabbeinu, so that's why he said Chatzos, they don't catch him on his word. Or the Pshat is that Moshe Rabbeinu on the 13th of Nisan, he said, Chatzos, just like now, tomorrow, tomorrow, Bush Baruch Hu can take Israel out of Israel. By at least the Shach Gemara tells us, Chachmei Israel came into the Melech. It means one time they came in, every day they would come in by at least the Shach. But once they came in, and they said, we need Parnos to buy Israel. So the Melech, let them do business with each other. At the time, it's not enough. You fires everybody. She said, go out for war. He says, I have to go out for war. You ask that. In other words, the strategy of war you get from Abba, you ask for shus from the Sanhedrin. It also means you ask the Purim B'tumim, and Yoav led them to war, had a wonderful day.
So, just to go to any other
Rothschild is top salad. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. A few months back, when I found out that my sister-in-law got sick, that day I started a Houdah. Just recently, I promised her that for Spusa Refuah Shlema, I was trying to get 10,000 subscribers during the Sima Shas. In fact, today, Baruch Hashem, in your Spus, we achieved that mental occasion, and Shoshana Brazia Basilko should have Refuah Shlema. I'd also like to thank the over 1,500 people who viewed the regular 42-minute cheer. You can find that on YouTube. Search under Eli Stefanski or Mamet Shemesh Nafyomi and subscribe. Pasuk says in Tehillim, David HaMelech says, Shomer Nafshi Chassid Ani. David HaMelech tells HaKadosh Baruch Hu, don't you think I'm a chassid? Don't you think I'm a chassid compared to the other kids of the world who get up 3 hours into the day and I get up at Chatzos? Or the other kings, they sit around with their friends. Well, I act as a local rabbi. Afterwards, with my fingers, I get my hands bloody to make sure that women are covered to their husbands. I'm a chassid. I ask Mikiboshes, who's known as Ishboshes. The reason why it's called Mikiboshes is because he asks David HaMelech. David HaMelech asks the same questions, and he says, is this tar? Is this kosher? And he embarrasses him in halacha. He's not much better than David in halacha. But David HaMelech got his revenge, so to speak. When they had a son Daniel, he was called Kilov because he was able to embarrass Mikiboshes in halacha. It says in the famous pasuk, the word Ule has dots on top of it, Nekudos. David HaMelech wasn't sure that he would be Zoicha Olam Haba. And the reason is because he was worried perhaps he'll sin and he won't like him. As you see by Yaakov Avinu, even though Hashem promised him Shmira, protection, it says the pasuk by Yira Yaakov, he was worried. Why? Shema Yikra Lachem. We see that the Chet was worried. Ezra should have had the same kind of nisim of Kriyas Yamsov as Israel had the first time when they went into Israel. And the reason why he wasn't Zoif is because Gorah Lachem. According to Rabbi Eliezer, we know that Yeshachbava means when people go to sleep, the time that they go to bed, which is a 4-hour period from the time it turns dark until the end of Ashmur Shayim. According to Rabbi Eliezer, Yeshachbava doesn't mean when you go to bed, it means when you are sleeping, which means the entire night all the way till Amud HaShachar. Chachamim will read during Rabbi Eliezer. That's what the word Yeshachbava means. So they say that you can only say Kriya Shema Chatzos, that the distance a person from an concerned that a person will come home from work, a hard day on the field, will eat a little bit and say, let me take a little, and I'll fall asleep for the rest of the night, and that will be the peace. Why is the Gemara so strong with its language? It's chayiv nisa. Because sleep is very dangerous. You try to take a short nap, you fall asleep for the rest of the night. And another shot is you should know Myra is not Entonces, obligatory. Nada.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Zoot. How are you?
I don't want war anymore, but
Okay, well, welcome to the club.
the thought came to my head after Charlie Kirk getting shot today. I realized violence is just passing pain onto someone else. When you participate in violence, all you're doing is passing pain onto other people that creates more violence, and the cycle goes on.
Word, dog.
So if you start one war, you're just going to start more wars. Instead, if you end one war, you can end multiple wars.
Word, dog.
And so the key to ending war is stopping violence. And you got to stop passing pain on to other people.
Agreed, big dog.
And that's what it's so hard to live in a society where we can't give people and we disagree and we debate people instead of, okay, we have a disagreement with someone. Well, why don't we just forgive and get over it?
It's a good question. Are you ready to lose?
No. No, I gotta go.
Okay.
I don't have time.
All right. Well, are you gonna be? That Zoot is pro peace. That's good.
Pro peace. I'm anti-violence. I don't want to live in a violent world anymore.
Dog, neither do I. That's all you wanted to say?
Yeah, we should stop violence. We should stop things that are causing violence. We should stop medicating people then that are going to be violent. Violent. I didn't tell you, but I went to school with this kid, and he was diagnosed with ADHD and autism, and he got put on ADHD medication. He stopped taking the ADHD medication one day, and he hit me in the head, right, with a metal bottle, and I started bleeding because he hit my head against the locker with a metal bottle, slammed the locker on my head, and it hit me in the back with a metal bottle. And a letter from his mom, it's sorry, my son was off his ADHD medication today. I don't want to take that shit. Fuck that. If I take ADHD medication and that's what it does, if I don't take it, I don't want to take that shit.
No one's gonna force you, dog.
Yeah. Violence.
It's not the answer, dog. You're done walking your dog, okay?
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
shows overnight. Talking about not only Dancing with the Stars, 6-time Dancing with the Stars winner, but also his turn now as host of Extra, the entertainment zone. To that conversation, we'll have a lot more great stuff. Man lined up, I was talking to tomorrow. We're also doing some early groundwork for the Halloween soiree, second annual. Getting ready to run
conversation with that person while you can, while there's still an opportunity. And why not? Walter Koenig, Star Trek. I know somebody who's a friend, is a friend of his. They're all still with us. Our friend and Kate, remember. We should talk to him. He's still with us. I think he has not got no Georgia together. Same, but I think it's become kind of a pop culture. He started becoming a regular on Stern, and then he showed up in Heroes, and then has been in all sorts of things. I don't think Walter Koenig has really gotten that degree of love that he deserves. Fair point. Fair point. We have the bar room. Tiffany Hobbs, when we come back, game by game, 640. We're live everywhere. Los Angeles, Orange County, a controversial political figure assassinated. Or wrong life. The KFI 24-hour newsroom. Conservative actor has lost embassy. The conservative activist and media personality Charlie Kirk has been killed in Utah Valley University. He was shot during an event hosted by the organization he co-founded, Turning Point USA. This woman was in the crowd when a single shot rang out and struck Kirk in the neck. The FBI says a person of interest was taken into custody but released. The search for the gunman continues. Kirk was an outspoken advocate of President Trump who led a voter turnout after targeting young men. Turning Point was focused on engaging conservative youth. President Trump's called Kirk legendary and says he had the heart of the youth in the U.S. better than anyone. Been described as Trump's forceful, tapped into the political power of young people in this country. Start to massive movement of young people across this country through events very much like the one that he was hosting today in Utah. ABC's Mary Bruce reports the White House is sad, shocked, and outraged by the death of Kirk. The LA City Council's endorsed Governor Newsom's Proposition 50. Voters in November will consider the ballot measure officially known as the Election Winning Response Act. It will allow California to gerrymander its congressional districts in favor of Democrats. Councilor Hendrick Nazarian says it's needed to make sure there are enough Democrats to take out the Trump administration. This administration threatens our city, state, and our people with the very fabric of our nation. Newsom says Prop 50 is necessary because Texas gerrymandering its congressional districts to send more Republicans to Congress. Michael Monks, KFI News. Salvage operations have begun at the Port of Long Beach where about 75 shipping containers fell from a cargo ship. Between 25 and 30 unmarked goods sunk into the harbor. Port CEO Mario Cordero says it's fortunate no workers were injured. Sometimes people don't realize how dangerous this job is for working class. Here's an example of what could happen. Oh, thank God there was no injuries. Cargo ship had more than 2,000 shipping containers on board and was being unloaded. Dozens of them tumbled into the water. Some of the containers landed on a support boat below. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration from firing Federal Reserve Board Governor Lisa Cook. On Tuesday night, the judge ruled Cook Kane's position on the lawsuit against President Trump plays out. Cook had sued the president last month in an attempt to prevent the administration from acquiring her from the central bank. Commissioners say described legal allegations of mortgage fraud, which machine upsets the president wishes for the Fed. Cutting interest rates. The post from President Trump on social media says, "What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones?" Authorities say multiple Russian drones were shot down Wednesday over eastern Poland. Russia claimed they did not plan to hit any targets in Poland, but whether anything was hit or not, this is a major and dangerous by the Russians. ABC News chief global affairs anchor Margaret Bradley says no one was injured, but there is property damage. Southland weather for KFI cloudy tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow by the afternoon, with highs in the upper 70s, 80 in the valleys, 89 and low 70s at the beaches, and pretty much the same for Friday. Right now it's 70 in Orange, 70 in Boulevard, 70 in Sherman Oaks, 70 in Compton. It's 70 everywhere. No hit to a crash on the 110 in Wilmington. Right after there were bridges without a crash blocking the lane. Look, heading on eastbound after Walton Avenue. Stops blocking the second lane to the left, causing your driver to slow down a bit into Georgia Avenue. Checking back in on that earlier crash between 10 east just before Willow Avenue in Monrovia. That right
at T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Tickets still available at AXS.com.
Get yours while you still can.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Records, milestones, firsts, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports is on iHeartRadio.
What's happening, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's take a stay in sports history. September 11th. We'll start off today in 1985. The Rose of the Cincinnati Reds becomes the all-time hit leader with his 4,192nd hit Ty Cobb's record. Coincidentally, it's also the 57th anniversary of Ty Cobb's last game in the majors. In 1994, Andre Agassi wins the U.S. Open with a 3-set victory over Michael Stitch and becomes the first unseeded player to hit 5 seeded players in a Grand Slam and the first unseeded champion since Fred Stone in 1966. And today in 2011, Carolina's Cam Newton becomes the first rookie to throw for more than 400 yards in his NFL opener. 28-21 loss to Arizona. Newton, the number 1 draft pick, playing on the same field where he led Auburn to the BCS championship in January, completes 24 of 37 passes for 422 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. He also rushed for a touchdown.
Now you know. Today in sports history on iHeartRadio.
Lost basketball court open because the players kept dribbling.
Pedestrian, recording, roadworthy, but also the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the woman say when I dropped his son off at school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes. Make your kid laugh today on fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover and podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Katie Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon house. But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped. A dramatic carjacking. A high-speed police chase and a murderer's disturbing urge to kill. It just baffles me that anybody can just take someone's life.
Most evil person you've ever met.
Urge to Kill, a new podcast from KGW News and Felt Studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for you and podcasts, all in one.
Stories labeled book killing. Let's turn it over to Tiffany now to the bottom.
What a day. This viral load batch of stories hopefully will provide a bit of a reprieve for all of the really heaviness of today. We have some funny stories. We're going to start with a lighthearted story that's going to tug at your heartstrings in a good way. We have a trend, a stupid trend alert, of course. And again, hopefully this is a welcome distraction for a lot of the heavier news that's been talked about that we all obviously are aware of. We're going to start with a very common practice. When you train for a marathon, when you're a runner of any type, exercise in any way, I can even scale it back to just simple exercise, which I hope you do. Mo often stands here at the table and walks in play. Really good for you to exercise. Often people will have something in their earphones, AirPods to listen to motivate that sort of activity. Mo, when you are exercising out in the wild, do you listen to music? Do you listen to podcasts? Do you just listen to nature? What's up?
Usually music. It has to be something that I don't have to concentrate on.
Okay.
I don't want to have to listen for
content to digest or understand. No, just give me some workout music which allows me to motivate myself about some perceived wrong, about something that pissed me off years ago. So,
motivational music. Sing for me, I want something that gets me. In this case, there's a runner. Her name on social media is Macy Mexico, and she was running a marathon. She ran a marathon, not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination, and she decided that she needed something to motivate her. Instead of using music, Macy asked her friends and family to send her voice notes that she could then upload to some server, put it into her Apple AirPods, and replay while she ran this marathon. So instead of music, she had the voices of these people she loves so dearly cheering her on. I just want to say this is yet another example of crying over strangers on the internet, because when I listened to these little messages, I was just really taken by how earnest and genuine her friends and family were. Let's hear a few clips about that. It says you got it, you're almost done. Keep going, baby, we're so proud of you. She's running while listening. When I heard this, it legitimately choked me up. Even listening back right now, I'm just like, wow, can you imagine running any stretch, any sort of distance, and that's what you have in your ears, motivating you, pushing you along. Well, luckily for Macy, she did have that Mexico on social media, and she finished her marathon. What she said was record time. It was a half marathon, and she ran it in just over 2 hours, which was better than a previous time. She attributes that that success directly to these audio messages that were playing in her ears. So if you need some motivation, instead of listening to music, maybe ask your friends and family to send you some cute little audio clips. Next story also deals with audio, but it starts off in a different way. Have you ever heard of a flash mob? Well, did you? There you go. I'll wait for you. So flash mobs are these events that are orchestrated with crowds of people. They appear seemingly out of nowhere. It's all coordinated, choreographed. It could be a dance, it could be a song. People come together in chorus, more or less, and they perform whatever this art is, usually song or dance or both, at this public space, and others are invited in to participate. Well, in this case, it involves legendary band Queen. I love Queen. You love Queen. And Queen is now back onto iTunes top songs chart in America because their song, Bohemian Rhapsody, which is now at number 17, after it debuted on the iTunes top songs chart. Sits atop the chart because it was used in a flash mob that was posted by a man named Julian Cohen, who's known for live musical performances and live gatherings of performers and singers. This flash mob was recorded by numerous people and a professional videographer who then uploaded the footage all around social media. It was filmed in Paris on September 9th, so just yesterday, and a couple days ago, uploaded yesterday, and already in one day of being on YouTube, it's racked up more than 500,000 views, quickly approaching 1 million, and it's viral across multiple social media platforms. Here's a bit of that flash mob with all these singers and performers who came out of windows and doors in the middle of this Paris neighborhood.
Love those lyrics today.
It's a beautiful flash mob. It goes on for a few minutes. Did you hear these notes? If you're watching YouTube, it's live here on YouTube. It's very good. Again, we can lower it, Tony. It's gone viral across multiple social media platforms. Up until today, it was probably the most widely watched viral moment of the last few days. Obviously now being eclipsed by what happened to Charlie Kirk. But it is it's a beautiful visual. I highly encourage you to check it out. You can go to Google or YouTube and type in Bohemian Rhapsody Flash Mob and maybe go pop up.
No, I've actually some songs part of the jazz crowd. My mom's in the jazz crowd, so do you find it easy to be voice up that high? Yes, voice that high. Yeah. That's too easy. Okay. So you're saying it comes natural to you. It was some of the greatest singers of all time. He sang a falsetto. Never heard of someone like Smokey Robinson? Oh yeah, it was Smokey Robinson of KFI. I'll take that. I'll accept that. Including the latest on Smokey Robinson.
Terrible segue. Really quick. On the other side of the road, we come back with we have an year-old story that's back in the news. It has to do with being hit by something and then being charged for being the victim. And then the last story will end with the latest TikTok trend. And it can get you arrested. You probably shouldn't. And put on multiple lists. I'll tell you what it is when we come back. Take your hands out of there.
There is the latest from the KFI newsroom. We're just getting reports from KCAL that authorities are responding to a train derailment on Valley Boulevard in Pomona. No injuries reported. Yemen's Houthi rebels say Israeli airstrikes targeting the rebels in Yemen have killed at least 35 people and wounded over 130 others. And 3 former Fresno State basketball players have been banned by the NCAA following a gambling investigation that revealed they bet on games, including ones they played in. The NCAA says the violations involve Michael Robinson, Stephen Vasquez, and Jalen Weaver placing waivers on both college and pro sports, with at least one of them placing bets on his own team's performance. Now we got a stall on 134 in Griffith Park.
Right after Riverside Drive, the center of the virus, so watch out for intercepting storm towards Bergen. In Lancaster, at Avenue L, California, outside car crash, involving a semi on the right shoulder. Expect delays all the way from Atherton and on the 118 heading eastbound in Porter Ranch. There's a crash on the on-ramp front Porter Ranch Drive, so look out for that as well. What's Southern California's most accurate traffic reports? I'm Ashley Johnson.
One of the NFL season was wild. JJ McCarthy runs for a Vikings touchdown. The season lives on iHeartRadio. Advice and expert analysis. We got you covered. The official NFL podcast network. Games, data, local stations reaction live. The adrenaline is still pumping as weekend week 2. And we've got 24/7 coverage on everything you love about football. Just open the iHeartRadio app and search NFL to dive in.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. A few miles from the glass spires of Big Tower lies the South River Woods. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the world. I found this level worth fighting for. Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive forest treatment facility. You named Cops. There, in the forest, they built it differently. The forest occupational things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. Until one day,
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement collected in various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
got about 150 to 200 protesters still going to the officers now.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Look at free iHeart app and listen now.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from short. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished, this is over. They'll only stop gonna work. Jack, get rid of those guys.
Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. My co-host Mark Seal and I strip back Martial movie history and talk to never before heard from sources to get at what really made the contest so wondrous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story of The Godfather's birth from start to finish. He sifts through innumerable claims, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola, Robert Evans, James Bond,
Once you come to next successful actor, boys, you want to drive around a lot. Now, buddy, Martin, I got a call from these battery lines. It was busy to run in trouble.
Talia Shire,
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
and many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who was involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Your free iHeart app and listen. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Here we go. With viral stories, some are brand new, some might have a day that week, and then some, like this story, are a year old, even older at times. What happens is someone gets a hold of the story, uploads it to social media, and then it takes off and goes viral. That's what happened with the case of this story. It actually happened in November of last year, so almost a year ago, in which an ambulance led to a bicyclist in Oregon. Now, that collision produced a pretty significant injury for this bicyclist. It broke his nose. It also smashed his bike to smithereens, and he had significant cuts and bruises and scrapes and so on. Well, the ambulance actually stopped. Luckily, it wasn't a hit and run. That would have been really unfortunate. It stopped and tended to the man in the ambulance. It makes sense. Why wouldn't they do that? And they actually transported them to the nearest hospital. The man's name, William Hulsh, 71 years old. And after being transported to the hospital, he received all sorts of bandaging and, the regular care that in an event like this. And he also received a bill for about $1,800. Actually, $1,862 to be specific. Now, the bill came because the ambulance said, well, we transported you. When we transported anyone, you have to put that bill. The bicyclist, William Hulsh, his name is spelled really funky, Hoesch, Hulsh, said, no, I didn't really agree to be transported. I had no other way to get there. It's a responsibility for me, and in that case, you should incur the charges. There should be no charges. They went back and forth for a while with the ambulance company saying that they were not going to back down. Well, William Hulsh did in fact sue, not for the $1,862, but for $100,000 due to permanent injuries and expenses after going back and forth for a few months. settlement to William Koch, but the story has gone viral because people on the internet found this story and they shared it far and wide, and it's been all over social media.
Can I jump in? This is strange to me because I thought people knew about this. This is not unusual. When I got hit by a drunk driver and I was in Dance Street, the ambulance came and they said, Mr. Kelly, we think we need to take you to the hospital. They asked you, whether you're going to go. And I was in it, I was like, no, I think I'm okay. People around me, my fraternity brothers said, go. Police directed, they took me to the hospital. And like later, we got a bill for like $1,000. And it's like, wait a minute, I was the one who got hit by a drunk driver.
Right.
I didn't ask for the ambulance. You all asked me, to take me. It wasn't like it was required, and then I get a bill. So when I see this story, it's like, yeah, you have to be very clear. If the ambulance says, hey, do you think we should take you? Because they'll ask you, they won't demand most times. They'll ask you. And if you say yes, the bill is coming.
Well, I think in this case, and not to say or suggest that you're wrong at all, I think in this case, the settlement does in fact reflect some sort of culpability on the ambulance company's part, where that they decided that they would make it right. They would do good by William Roach and go ahead, or Hope Cheese, and go ahead and try and settle that bill. So $1,862 amounted to a lot more, absolutely a lot in legal bills, but that is the consequence, and it is a viral story a year later. Our last story is even the newest, stupidest TikTok trends, because we have no shortage of those, I think. This one can get you put on the registered sex offender list. There's a viral TikTok account featuring what appears to be public urination on Louisiana State University's campus. One TikTok account associated with either a visitor or a student at LA has amassed well over 20,000 likes and over 150,000 views, in which this person, who looks to be younger, perhaps a student, is urinating on a part of LSU's campus.
Who has never urinated publicly? Tell the truth.
What's the statute of limitations on it?
Put it this way. It's expired. What did you do like last week or something?
Moving along. It's not just at LSU. This is a collegiate trend in which it's happening on other campuses. University of Texas at San Antonio.
It happens on every college campus.
But not just this. Yes, but videoing, recording yourself, uploading it,
that's
sharing it on social media.
That part may not be happening.
That's the thing.
Itself is happening. It's happening right now on my Georgetown's campus right now.
It's happening right now in front of my building. But the difference is people are recording themselves, uploading it, shares and likes. They're going viral because they're hashtagging it with the trend, and schools are starting to respond by saying that this is destruction of property abuse, health hazards, faces property, violates university policy, and can be referred to campus police. And if you are doing those sorts of things and you get caught, you can be charged with that sort of indecency that could lead to public exposure and being on the registered sex offender list. Kids are doing this in pursuit of lives.
Thank goodness they didn't have camera phones and social media when I was in college, because everything they're doing, I was doing with the exception of photographing it, sharing it, and trying to get, likes and hearts for it.
The difference between them and us, though, is that age, no evidence.
No. Yeah, because I'm sure if there was social media back when I was in school, my judgment, absolutely. It's amazing that I'm not in jail right now. Not for all the stuff I did years ago.
The night's still young.
No, sexual limitations. I shouldn't be.
The night's still young.
I haven't murdered anyone, so the
night's still young.
I believe in you. I'm clear. I've already researched the stuff I've done. And it's great limitations. I haven't killed anyone, so I don't worry about one for life or anything. No, I'm good.
Psychologists say if you fantasize about harming someone, it's a healthy habit because it actually keeps you from committing the act that you're fantasizing about.
That's why my bar is so long.
There you go. And that's the viral load. You can catch me on Saturdays with Tiffany right here from 5 to 7 p.m.
What part? That's not how you fantasize about it. Just admit it.
Baby, baby. It's easy enough there.
I thought you were playing a recording of some castrati. That sounds fantastic.
Scaramouche.
Bottom of the news. Every time. Conservative political activist and media personality Charlie Kirk has been shot and killed at an event at Utah Valley University near Provo. According to the Deseret News in Salt Lake City, it happened during a Q&A session with students. Kirk was the co-founder and CEO of Turning Point USA, a conservative organization geared toward young people. He made frequent appearances on college campuses on behalf of conservative causes and led a voter turnout effort targeting young males. The father's facing manslaughter charges in Key Park, Windsor Hills, Ladera Heights.
Investigators say they found a child unresponsive in a car Tuesday afternoon near Chanton Drive and Laredo Way. Despite the life-saving efforts of deputies and firefighters, the child was pronounced dead. The child's age has not been released, but the father, Edwin Johnson, was arrested. Officials say he faces manslaughter and child neglect charges. Heather Booker, KFI News.
And a woman has been left bloody during a huge brawl among fans at Sunday's Rams-Texans game at SoFi Stadium. It went on for several minutes and started with an argument between two women. Witnesses say the men then got involved and several people started fighting in the upper deck during the fourth quarter. Video shows a woman in a Texans jersey with a bloody face. The person holding a toddler also appeared to get involved in the fight. 4 people were kicked out of the stadium, including a man and a woman in a Texans jersey. One does not wear a jersey. Southland weather from KFI, cloudy later, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the upper 70s, 80 in the valleys, 80 and 90, low 70s in the beaches. Not much different Friday. Right now it's 70 in Burbank, 69 in Orange, and we're off to a crash on the 14 in Lancaster.
They're taking back in on that crash on the 14th north at Avenue L. Multiple cars and a semi into Green Lake City. Actually, all lanes are closed until 4 tomorrow morning while they work to create this accident. And now you can expect some snow and major delays on the 16th East LA heading westbound after Atlantic. Traffic is definitely backing up in a hurry. And checking back on that crash for 118 eastbound on ramp from Border Ranch. That crash has been cleared. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Ashley Johnson.
Week 1 of the NFL season was wild. J.J. McCarthy runs for a Viking touchdown.
The new season lives on iHeartRadio.
Fantasy advice and expert analysis.
We got you covered. The official NFL podcast network.
Games.
You don't know who Tommy John says?
Just open the iHeartRadio app and search NFL to dive in. Honey, hugs with family. Over here, getting back to the moments we miss starts with Vitamin 4. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The journey of the past to spiritual enlightenment is personal. And join here on the Astro Podcast. It can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and death of her fellow Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Get ready because this is a Venus flytrap for your nano building.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app.
for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, where you want to listen, including in your home, with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Free now, iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. With their own drugs.
You say Krishma, it says in the Gemara, and then immediately you say Shemona Esrei, that goes according to Rabbi Rothschild. It says, we mentioned Yitzis Mitzrayim, you have to say Shemona Esrei immediately. Rashi explains beautifully that is because, first, praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Kaviyachol, you open HaKadosh Baruch Hu's heart, and once his heart is open, you can jump in and ask for your tzrachim and you say Shemona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says, you don't say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. The opposite. See, Shemona Esrei and then Kriya Shema. You make a sandwich. You wake up in the morning, you say Kriya Shema, then Shemona Esrei, then Shemona Esrei and Kriya Shema. In other words, it's Kriya Shema on both sides. Why? What's the shayla? The question is whether
history. People ask me about stand-up comedy. The main part of last guy was Kennison. He was the last original comedy voice.
It was amazing. By the way, Kennison, I didn't realize that you talk about Kennison in your book. Kennison, you used to perform with him. That was your hero when you were working in clubs.
Well, I was after him, but I got very lucky.
Just like
that much work in the United States.
Your friend says
you would work with him.
He was a liking to me and he took me into
the lady says it's a package.
It was crazy, dude. I mean,
that's crazy.
Did you get caught up in the whole drug scene with Kennison?
I watched. I couldn't believe how much he did. Kennison, Farley. I never thought they died because they seemed invulnerable.
Their constitution was, I mean, imagine they didn't do drugs for 100,000 years. They were like vampires.
But Kennison, because before he was famous, he had that expression. And so before he was famous, it was very shocking. One time we were out at an airport. The guy goes over to the last Captain Johnson. And Kennison goes, oh no, not that shot's a
You need Kennison in Canada because he can't get work in the United States. It's hard. That's when people go in as a guy to the place. He says they don't realize that a guy like Kennison had to work so good. And I'll tell you how brave this guy was. Everybody talks about Bill Hicks, that guy who go on stage and speak around. All multinational oil companies are bad, But Kennison, as the Mark his wife was at a comedy club, it's only happened to very few people on dates. Right. So Kennison goes, who's on a date here? Who's engaged? And then you go up and go, don't get married, look at his face. And so here he was.
As a stopover, it takes one stop. So basically, he has two flights.
Challenging everything they believe in, right to their face.
Right. He was
that's saying there is no God.
Right. When you work with a guy like that, and this is to explain this to me because you talk about this in the book. A guy like Kennison would get paid to clear the room. Why would they do that? Why would they pay to clear the room?
There's a great guy I served with. His name is Mark Brown. He owns clubs in Canada. And he's a great man. And he just do whatever you want. And his own act is crazy. And so he had this thing with Kennison where he said, if you want everybody in the room, everybody leaves, you get a bonus. So I always up there twice as hard to get every single person. But I thought that was funny.
So Kennison emptied the club.
And then that's how people, audience members, I guess they just have to be told, because once Rodney had him on, then everybody loved him. They were told that That's great. They didn't know. That's strange. By the way, people don't know this about you enough.
Baruch is not paid. I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in recent days. And it's very difficult for us to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it with bugging technology, and hopefully in the next few days, we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that the person should use his Yetzer Hara in a battle against the Yetzer Hara constantly. If that doesn't work, we're going to tell you that if you see that the Yetzer Hara is still not working, find yourself a death on yourself, the day of his death. So some people that people stop, all of the time, came down to wait for a regular appearance. And when the public, the excellent place, the evidence, the place, that later, the one who includes the word, Torah, and it's called Torah. That is one of the first things. After the Santi is a living in Surah, with the Rothschild. How do I get halacha? From Gemara. You cannot derive halacha from a Mishnah, rather from Gemara, and all these came from Moshe and Sinai. The Gemara discusses Kriyash Malamita. That Kriyash Malamita acts as a double-edged sword to kill away the Mazikim, and Rothschild says to get rid of Yisurim. Says Rabbi Rothschild, I don't need a puzzle for that. Every kid knows that the puzzle says if you do everything on the Torah tells you for a makrosh or something in Shem with a simulacha, Torah is something that gets rid of Yisurim. Since Rabbi Rothschild, if you don't learn the Torah Kasha, then Baruch Hu sends terrible Yisurim. So the Gemara says Baruch Hu doesn't act like a regular king. A regular person who gives a present to somebody, or he sells something, he's upset. Baruch Hu gave us the Torah, and he's excited about it. He says, if a person has Yisurim, and this is his sight for life, the person should introspect, should check to see what might have caused Yisurim. If he doesn't, if he can't figure it out, he should assume it's because he's not learning Torah about the Torah. And if not, you should understand that Yisurim Shalahava is a concept of Baruch is Yisurim in order to double your Sechar and Olam Haba. As Baruch says in the Gemara, he gives Yisurim to the people he loves. On one condition, that those people accepted the Ahava, and if they do, they'll be Zoycha for children and Arikas Yamim. The Machlokes, if Yisurim Shalahava is only in a situation where it doesn't create the Torah, one man knows it's only in a situation where it doesn't create Bittul Tefillah, but according to Rabbi Rothschild, even if it creates Bittul Torah and Bittul Tefillah, it's still considered Yisurim Shalahava. If a slave leaves his master when his master knocks out his tooth or his eye, certainly Yisurim, which take hold of the entire body, should give him a kapara. The Shemai says, and this is also a great example of life. Everything good. He struggle. He gave us the Torah, he gave us the strong, he gave us the If a person is involved in learning, or in Milos Kasadim, or Rahman Islam buries his children, the Gemara, husbandly, all of the areas of the day. The Rebbe says, Baruch Ras is considered a kapara of yet it's not considered Yisurim Shalahava. Those Yisurim, those Yisurim come, take away Kapara Aveda. Yisurim Shalahava doesn't mean that it comes to double its Shalahava. Make a question of the Gemara, we have somebody who has Saras, and there's a stone, has a lot of good stuff. That's considered not Yisurim Shalahava, but it's in Florida, in America, in Babel, if you have Saras, that's Yisurim Shalahava. The distinction you can make is if Yisurim are visible to others, if Saras is visible to others, that's not Yisurim Shalahava. If Saras is covered, it's Yisurim Shalahava. Famous Lashon of Rabbi Yochanan had 10 boys that were nifter, and he carried on himself a bone of one of his children, the last child that died, and he said, this is a reminder of the Surim of a Hava that Baruch Hu gave me Because Rabbi Yochanan was a tzaddik, he didn't have Yisurim that weren't Shalahava. The Gemara makes a distinction. If a person never has children, that's not Yisurim Shalahava. But if a person amongst them loses a child, that's Yisurim Shalahava. Here, Abba was sick, and Rabbi Yochanan went to visit him. Rabbi Yochanan asked him, "Are you happy with your Yisurim?" And he says, "No. I'd rather not have Yisurim, and I'd rather not have the Sachar." The explanation is because it causes too much to the Torah. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Give me your hand." He gave him his hand, and he healed it. Rabbi Yochanan himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because a person cannot take himself out of jail. Rabbi Yochanan said the same thing. He says, "I'd rather not have Yisurim, I'd rather not have the Sachar." And the Hebrew Abba took his hand and healed Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan once visited Rabbi Rothschild, who was also sick, and he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his sleeve, and it became light in the house. Rabbi Yochanan's skin shined. And he asked him, "Why are you crying? If you're crying about the Torah that you didn't accomplish, the famous concept, doesn't matter. The quantity, it's the quality that counts. And if you're crying because you don't have Karnot, so not everybody has shulchan tables. You have Torah, you should be happy with that." He says, "Rabbi Elazar, I'm crying about you, about your beautiful face, your beauty that one day is going to be buried." And he explained, because Rabbi Yochanan Marshal explains, Rabbi Yochanan was the last of the beautiful people that lasted from Truman of Ice. And that's the end of an era. So they both sat and they cried. Rav Huna, 400 of his barrels became vinegar. Chacham came to invite him, and he said, "Listen, you have to look into what you've done. There's a reason." And he said, "What you questioned me," and they told him they knew. Explained to Rishonim, they knew that he did something. They said, "What you questioned the Rabbi Rothschild, that he'll do something without a reason." You see from here, every Yisurim, all Yisurim that we have comes with Hashman. And he said, "I don't know. You tell me." And they said, "Well, perhaps you didn't pay your sharecropper." And he said, "Well, the sharecropper is a Ganav. He stole from me. That's why I didn't pay." And he said, "Nevertheless, even though he's a Ganav, if you steal from him, then you taste a little bit of your neighbor." She said, "Okay, I accept the money." He said, "I'll pay him back." And in fact, either all his 400 barrels became wine, or the price of vinegar became higher than wine. Abba Binyamin davened before he did any malacha and before he ate. And Rashi says a tremendous good before he learned Torah. This says, you don't understand what Rashi is saying. Of course, you can learn before davening. You should put your bed between north and south because the Shekhinah is facing east and west. And if you do so, you'll have bottom scharim, and the wife won't miscarry, have a wonderful day.
Bracha is that vav. We have the capacity to see Shadim. We'd be so scared that we wouldn't survive. They're all around us, and there are many of them, many more than us. In fact, each person has 1,000 Shadim on his right side and 10,000 Shadim on his left side. And you blame the Shadim for everything. The fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our knees are weak, that when we go to a shear, it feels as if it's crowded. It's all the Shadim that you can blame. If you want to see evidence of Shadim, you take ashes, you put it by your bed, and in the morning, you can see footprints that look like those of a chicken. If you want to see them, that's kind of dangerous, but you can if you take a black cat, female, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female eldest cat, you take the afterbirth, burn it with the ashes in your eyes, and then you see Shadim. Maybe try this trick, and it actually damaged him, and Chachamim had to daven for him to be healed. Abba Binyamin continues to say halachas, and he says that tefillah is heard only in a shul. It says, Shmaya elarina v'latefillah. The place that the rina, that the singing, there's where the davening should take place. The Baruch was found in a shul, and he comes towards the minyan. He actually comes before the minyan gets there. And Baruch was there when they're doing the Torah, when the Dayanim, the Torah is considered Torah.
The Shmuel was there when a Chavrusa is learning Torah. The Shmuel was even there when a person is learning by himself. The difference between a person learning by himself and a Chavrusa is that a Chavrusa, his schusim will be written down in a sefer that's for everybody to see. Yet, for an in his own private sefer, that's how places explain this. It says in the pasuk, "L'choshvei shmoi," famous Gemara, that if a person thinks about doing a mitzvah, he had a aynus and he couldn't do the mitzvah, he'll get schar as if he did the mitzvah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wears tefillin. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if Klal Yisrael gave me this one great shvach and said, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, I'm going to be Kamcho Yisrael Berachot Ba'aretz. What is that? One of the batim he has, Ki mi goy gadol, and the parasha Umi goy gadol. In the second bayis he says Ashrecha Yisrael, and the parasha Umi Kamcho. In the third bayis it says Oya Nisa Lekim, and in the fourth bayis it says L'titcha Elyon. If a person is used to coming to the shul and he doesn't show up, Baruch asks about it. He says, "Where's this guy?" If he finds out that it's because he went for bar mitzvah, the person will have light. If he finds out that he went for bar shus, even to make a parnasa, he won't have light. The Chofetz Chaim brings this Gemara, and the Chofetz Chaim says it's impossible. But Baruch tells a person that this is what a person is going to earn this year. Rosh Hashanah comes. Rosh Hashanah. It's impossible that if a person has time to go daven and to go learn, and he takes that time instead of learning, he goes and he earns a parnasa. It's impossible that Baruch Hu will take away from the earning that he's learned. In other words, he should stay and learn, and nothing will happen. He'll make the same amount of money. The Rebbe says if Baruch Hu comes to the shul and the meeting is not there yet, miyad koyes, he gets accepted immediately. The person has a permanent place. For his davening, then he's like a Rabbi, and it says that Ezra, Hashem will help him. And when he dies, they say, "Who's this Anav? Who's this Chassid? The child of Abraham." When you go towards the shul, you should run. But when you leave a shul, you don't run because it looks as if you're running away from shul. In fact, on Shabbos, when it's possible to run, you're allowed to run. It's encouraged to run to shul. The Gemara has a list of things that what we might perceive that you get schar for, it's in fact something else. When you go to shul and listen to speech, you don't really understand the speech. You get the schar not for listening to the Torah, but rather for walking to shul. The schar for arguing and learning is the schar that you get for the kircha, for the amilas and Torah that you get from coming up with the sword. The schar that you have going to a base of Havel to be Menachem Havel is not to talk. It's the opposite. Shkikusa is being quiet is what's preferred. When you fast, on a fast day, you think that the schar is for fasting. In fact, the schar is even greater when you give money to the poor person to break his fast. The schar of must be somebody saying a hesped is not in the speech that you give, but rather in the crying that you do. And the schar that you have for going to Chana is the schar for telling the chassid great things. If you daven in a shul, outside of the shul, according to Rashi, means opposite of Dar Kodesh, that wall, and your back is towards Dar Kodesh, considered a Rosh. Of course, it's a story that Eliyahu Navi met somebody that was down outside the shul, and his back is towards Dar Kodesh. He said, "Shouldn't you turn around?" And Eliyahu Navi took out his sword and he killed the person. It says the pasuk proves the things that people are used to, such as davening, and people disregard the davening. They don't treat it with proper respect. It says krum is a lashon of a bird. When a person is being supported by others, he has a certain pusha that his face turns to the color of his bird called krum. Not only that, he is midayin. He gave him a punishment with patient fire and water. The Gemara says you must be careful with all three tefillos. Mincha, you see that Eliyahu Navi used to answer during Mincha. By Ma'ariv it says Minchas Erev, and by Shachris it says Hashem Boiker Tishma Koilu. If you benefit from a wedding meal without creating simcha at the wedding, you're over on the 5 koilos that says the pasuk simcha, etc. Our Misameach Chasam Kala benefit from the 5 koilos that it says by Matan Torah. by Yikoilis Abraham. The continuation of Kosasim, it's a very long pasuk. It says that some say that to go to a wedding in Samech HaSimchal, it says if you brought a toilet, or you built one of the Yerushalayim, because that's also the continuation of the same pasuk. It says, if your friend says hello to you, you should try to say hello before your friend does. That's the pasuk. Back in Shalom, you should seek out peace. Now, if a friend says hello to you, you snub out, you don't say hello back. Gazlan. It's also a lot of you don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say hello, and somebody stole that ability from you, that other person is Gazlan. Bracha is Daf Zayin. What does he say? What does he say too? Gemara says itself. It's actually the same exact word as the famous song, just I saw Akush Baruch Hu. We Yoshev and he's sitting B'Omar Li, and he told me, Baruch, give me a bracha. Your mercy should overcome your anger. The Gemara is going to explain it. Baruch gets angry. And your mercy should overcome your midos. You should treat your children with mercy. And then and he shook his head in agreement. And Baruch Hu said a little differently. It says the same words. It just says, what do we learn from Rabbi Rothschild? That if Baruch Hu could ask a bracha from a basar adam, and he gave it to him and he agreed to it, so then any basar adam, even a hedyot, even a hedyot, a simple person can give you bracha and you enjoy it and benefit. We learn from Baruch Hu that you don't appease a person when he's still angry. You wait until he calms down. Baruch Hu said, wait until I'm not angry anymore. When does Baruch get angry? Every single day, for a split second, for a 16th of a second. The Gemara says it's 158,888. What? Which is a 16th of a second. Or the amount of time that it takes to say the word. And Bilam knew that second. Bilam wasn't that smart. His old donkey beat him in an argument, but he knew that split second. And when you know that split second, you can use it to curse somebody in the curse words. In fact, if Baruch Hu knew that Bilam was about to curse Klal Yisrael, so he didn't get mad those few days. Had he gotten angry those few days, Chas v'shalom, there wouldn't be anything left. Lord says a story. Yeshua ben Levi was upset at a certain stoop. He was bothering him. He wanted to kill him. What he did was he took a chicken and tied it to his bed. There's a simon. When the chicken's coat turns from red to white, that's the time that Yeshua gets upset. And he waited there, and he noticed that he fell asleep, and he realized that's a sign of Shemayim. You're not supposed to do such a thing. It says, "V'racham al kol ma'asav." Baruch Hu has responses even on the bad stuff. Baruch Hu gets angry when the kings of the world, they take off the crowns and they bow down to the sun. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within himself. It's not from outside. It's a lot better than if somebody would hit him and give him malchus. It says, Rish Lakish, it's better than 100 malchus. But it says the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu added 3 things, and he got all 3 things according to one man Omer. He asked that Klal Yisrael should have Shekhinah. He asked that Kilayim should not have Shekhinah. He also has to understand why is it that sometimes Tzaddik V'Ralo, this good guy, sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rosh of the Toivlot, the bad guy has a really good life, supposedly. And he's told that one shot is Tzaddik V'Ralo. We're talking about a Tzaddik that's not a Tzaddik Gomer. If it's a Tzaddik Gomer, you wouldn't have a bad life. What's the shot? Baruch Hu wants to give a person Yisurim so that the tzaddik who's not gomer should be gomer. Go to Gan Eden. And Russia, the third leg, Baruch Hu wants to erase all his schusim in this world, give him his schar in this world, so when it comes to the Olam Haba, he shouldn't have Gan Eden. Meir says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what you look like. Baruch Hu said, listen, I offered you by the snare, you didn't agree. Now that you want, I'm not interested. It says, the Gemara says, this is hard. That Moshe Rabbeinu covered his face. He was so committed that his face glowed. It's hard that Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful of Hashem, so humans were fearful of him. That you will be Geshes. It's hard that he didn't look at Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Baruch Hu showed him his achayra. What does achayra mean? Says the Gemara. He showed him the knot of the tefillin children. When Hakadosh Baruch Hu says something, he promises something, even if it's connected to a condition. If the condition doesn't happen, Hakadosh Baruch Hu still will fulfill his word. For instance, Baruch Hu said, "I want to kill all of Israel." And don't worry, Moshe Rabbeinu, I'll make you into a great nation. Then didn't kill Israel. Moshe Rabbeinu has the 6,000. Rabbi was the first one to call it Shlomo master, Adler. And when Daniel was saved, it was his merit of Abraham Avinu. Was one. The name Reuben legally. My son Reuben lost his Bechar to Yosef, yet he didn't. Not only that, he wasn't jealous. He tried to save Yosef by Tzleim Yodim. The name Rus comes to describe David HaMelech that would sing Shiros B'Sivachas Hakadosh Baruch Hu. In fact, you see that the name of a person has a tremendous effect. A kid who's rebellious is worse than the war of Gog and Magog with his parents. And the Gemara asks the question, when David HaMelech was running away from his own son Absalom, he should have been the worst thing in the world. Yet David HaMelech says, Israel David. He's saying a praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, should have been Kino David. David HaMelech was relieved, like a person paying off a big debt. It's upsetting, but it's a relief. He was relieved that HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him, you can have a rebellion from within your house, Mansur or Emet, it's going to rebel. He's relieved that it's his own son. His own son is not going to kill him. So, let's start off with the bad guys, with the Russia. So there are four ways. Either when it's Mila the Shemaya, it's Shem Shemayim, it's not a danger. Otherwise, it might be dangerous. Or if the Russian is not having a good time, it's not a good time for the Russian in his life. He's on the down. So on the down, you let it go after him. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But you're at Tzaddik Gomer. Tzaddik Gomer, go after him. The other thing is, even if he's not at Tzaddik Gomer, still go after Russia if it's not a good time for him. If a person sets a permanent seat in a shul, then his enemies fall from within him. In front of the Gemara says it's better to serve a Talmid Chacham than to learn Torah from him. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is that test. Today must be one of the highlights of my Daf Yomi career. I'm singing over the Gemara Tanya, Amr Mishmal ben Elisha, when suddenly one guy started singing the famous Avram Fried song, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together. It was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of a Geshmak Chevra, a fun, entertaining shiur, check us out on YouTube on the Melody Stefanski. Understand why there are close to 2,000 subscribers. The halacha is, if a person has an oinus, he's sick, and he can't make it to shul, and he can't gather 10 people to his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that they're davening in shul. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't turn down the tefillah of the tzibur of the rabbin. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, whoever learns Torah, does Milos Chasadim, and davens with a minyan, it's as if they redeem me and my children from within the nations. Rosh if there's a shul in a city and he doesn't go in, he's considered a bad man. Because of him, he creates galus for him and for his children. Rabbi Rothschild was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Babel, because it says in the possible man Yirbi Yemeitim that's referring to Israel. When he found that there were old people, he said it must be because they come to shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that gives arichas yom. Rav Chisda says one should not sit right by the door, the entrance of the shul, because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself 2 doors distance into the shul. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim for this pasuk. Al zois yispal kol chassid elecha. Every chassid, pious person, should daven for this. Le'eis. Let's say, right before he needs this thing, and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is, Rav Chanina says, is referring to looking for a wife. It says in the pasuk, Matzah Isha, Matzah Taif, the Matzah matches with. In fact, in Israel, they would ask, Matzah, after you married, now that you find out, the woman you married, is she a Matzah, Matzah Isha, Matzah Taif, is a good woman, or Umaytzani Marmi Mavis is a Isha? Rav Nosson says it's referring to Torah. You should ask for Torah, and you should ask for kfura, for burial. The Rabbi Rothschild says it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, the Gemara says there are 903 types of death. The worst one is askara. That's one is Mises and Shiko, like taking a hair out of milk. Askara is like taking thorns out of wool. It's very difficult. Ask for a good misa. Marzutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. The Gemara says, in fact, Marzutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rav Chisda. It says in the pasuk, Oyav Hashem Shari Tzion Mikol Mishkanei Yaakov. What does Hashem love the most? He loves Oyav Hashem Sha'orim Tzion Ba'alacha. He likes the places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls and Bati Medrash. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. When Abaye heard home, and go daven in shul. But then he changed it to where he would daven and learn in the same place. Rabbi and Rasi, they had 13 shuls in Feria, that they chose to daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, Miyosh Chavetz Hamikdash, Ein Le'Losh Baruch Hu Elo Dalet Amis Shel Halacha B'Levad. For the time the Churban Abayis and Baruch Hu only has 4 Amis of Halacha. So in other words, that's why Abaye also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned Halacha. That's why Kodesh Baruch Hu is. Gemara says somebody who has Yiras Shamayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns that just has Yiras Shamayim without earning a living. It says in the pasuk, Yagia Kafecha Soichel Ashrecha V'Toy. We learn Ashrecha B'Olam Hazeh V'Toy B'Lach B'Olam Haba. We're not Olam Hazeh. That one should live right next to his Rebbe. If he's subordinate to his Rebbe, if he accepts everything his Rebbe says, otherwise he decides to live next to your Rebbe. We see that didn't marry the daughter of Pari as long as his Rebbe Shimi Megaria was alive to live next to him. It says in the pasuk, "Va'ois ve'yichalu." Is that halacha that if the same Torah is open in shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul? Rabbi would leave the shul between Gabra and Gabra, between aliyahs. Rabbi asks, what about between psukim? If there's a pause, can you sneak out? And he remains with the teikum. Rabbi Shimon says, I turn my back to the same Torah and I learn they're doing what they want to do and I'm doing my thing. The halacha of Shnai Mikra Vecha Targum brings Arichas Yamin. You should say 2 psukim and 1 targum. What if there's no targum on the pasuk? Like a terrorist diva. Says Rashi, in that case, the Gemara says you should still say it, meaning you should say the pasuk 3 times, once instead of the targum. One should not wait until Yom Kippur to say Shnai Mikra Vecha Targum, because every Yom Kippur is the day that we eat. It's as if you're fasting, and do not say Shnai Mikra Vecha Targum earlier than the week that you need to say that. Yeshua Levi told his children, first of all, when you chef the bird, be careful that you chef all the breath in the veins, make sure that all the blood comes out. Be careful with the Talmud Chacham Azakin that had Torah, even though you forgot it now. Because of Just like they put the broken luchos into the aron, this person is a broken sefer Torah. Through, it might slip and cut your hand, or some of the blood will go into the food and it'll disgust everybody. You're not allowed to sit on a mito aramis. A bit of a goya. One shot is it's referring to going to sleep without saying Kriya Shema L'Amita. The other shot is Rav was telling us for Kohanim, do not marry a Geyores because you're a Kohen. It's awesome. And some say that it's a goya mamish. Why can't you sit on her bed? There's a story where a woman told him, a goya said, sit down. And he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And she lifted up the bed and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to blame him for his death. Lacha is, one should not go behind a shul. It looks as if you don't believe in the shul. Gemara says there's a number of conditions here. If a person is carrying something that is not trying to avoid the shul, he's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that he's Yerushalayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere, and if the shul has another door, then people will think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not a design to the shul. Rabbi Akiva loved three things about the nation of Moab: that they cut their meat. They don't cut their meat on a table, and they would kiss each other only on their hands because of germs. And when they discuss private things, they would go into a field so nobody else could hear. Rabbi Gamliel says, I like three things that the Parsim did. They had tznius in three areas: when they ate, when they went to the bathroom, and when they had relations. Nevertheless, the Parsim are ready to go with all the tznius. They're ready to go straight into Gehenna. The halacha is like Rabbi Gamliel in the Mishnah that you can say Kriya Shema all the way until Amud HaShachar. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai says that there's a possibility of saying Kriya Shema one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, if you say Kriya Shema right before Amud HaShachar and right after Amud HaShachar, the one after Amud HaShachar will count for the daytime, even though halachically right after Amud HaShachar is considered night. Since people get up then, Kriya Shema Shachars have a wonderful day. Racha is daf tes. Gemara tells us a story. The two Talmidim, they came home from a wedding drunk, and they didn't say Kriya Shema. They asked Rabbi Shimon Levi, the father of the Chassan, whether or not they could say Kriya Shema, even though it's the Netzach Ham. Rabbi Shimon Levi says, yes, we pass it like Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, that in a time of A'inus, like being drunk, you could say Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv all the way to the Netz. In fact, that's the halacha. You're supposed to say Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv up until Chatzos. If that doesn't work out, you have until Amud HaShachar. And only in the case of an A'inus, you can go until Netzach Ham. As in our Mishnah, we had that the sons of Rabbi Gamliel, they also went to the wedding, but they didn't have a A'inus. They didn't come home drunk. And they asked Rabbi Gamliel, did they say Kriya Shema? He said, yes, up until Amud HaShachar. Because they weren't sure whether or not Chachamim or the Rabbim argued with their father or not. They knew their father's shita, but they weren't sure if Chachamim agreed. And Rabbi Gamliel says, yes, Chachamim agree with me. The shir really is up until Amud HaShachar. Chachamim made it a kind of siyag, say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. The lesbian Azariah has it. It's very sharp. There's an extra word, hazeh. And he learns out that the time to eat Korban Pesach is only up until Chatzos, whereas Rabbi Akiva holds the time to eat Korban Pesach is all the way to the morning. Rabbi Akiva learns from the word chipazah. Chipazah, he holds, is the hastiness of Klal Yisrael. When did they leave the hastiness? In the morning, so therefore you can eat the Korban Pesach till the morning. Lezer holds that chipazah is referring to the Mitzrim. They were in a rush to get Klal Yisrael out. The Geula started by Chatzos, by Matas B'Chayers, they wanted Klal Yisrael out. In reality, Klal Yisrael only left the following morning. There's a pasuk that seemingly has a three-way contradiction. It says, Sham Tizbach Chesach Pesach. When do you Sham Tizbach? Bo'erev, which means in the afternoon. It says, K'boya Shemesh, as we learned, K'boya Shemesh, referring to Shkia. And the pasuk continues and says, Oye Tzeis Chamer Tzitray. When did Klal Yisrael leave Mitzrayim? In the morning. So which one is it? Is it afternoon, Shkia, or the morning? Says the Gemara. The pasuk is telling us three different things. Shchita of the Korban Pesach happens in the afternoon. Eating of the Korban Pesach occurs only after Shkia. Until what point can you eat the Korban Pesach? According to Yeshua, which is like Rabbi Akiva, you can eat it all the way to the morning. According to Rabbi Lazar, it's until Chatzos. Gemara now goes on to explain a few psukim. When Hakadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu to tell Klal Yisrael to borrow gold and silver from the Mitzrayim, the pasuk uses an interesting lashon. Daber no ba'oznei ba'am v'yishal. What's this no? I beg of you, please. Hakadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't want Avraham Avinu to come to me with kindness. I promised that the Mitzrayim will enslave Klal Yisrael, and that they did. But didn't happen. So therefore, I beg of you that you should beg of them that they should borrow gold and silver, so that Avraham Avinu doesn't have kindness. And Klal Yisrael said, we don't want to borrow. We want to leave. If we can leave, why should we wait until tomorrow? Let's leave right now. Vayashilum, with the mem at the end, says Rabbi means that it happened forcefully. What happened forcefully? One shita says that the Mitzrayim were forced to lend. Another shita says Klal Yisrael didn't want to borrow. They felt that it might be too heavy and they needed to run away from the Mitzrayim. The Mitzrayim might give chase. They wanted to go lighter. And therefore, they didn't want to borrow. So the Klal Yisrael was forced. But that's the Mitzrayim, says the Gemara, that once Klal Yisrael borrowed from the Mitzrayim, everything was desolate. It was as if it was a trap for an animal without a bait. Or by Inas, it was like Mitzulas Hayam, just like in the depths of the ocean. There are no fish. So the tribe had no values left. Eya Asher Eya. What's this double lashon? Which Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, come Klal Yisrael. That just like I was with them now, I'll be with them in the future dollars. So Klal Yisrael has enough on their head. Why should I tell them about future dollars? Does Rabbi Rothschild be right? Just tell them I'll be with them. What's the double lashon by Eliyahu? Aneni Hashem Aneni. They not to prove the Vivei Habal false, so he had them try to consume meat with fire from Shemayim. It didn't work. And then he begged Rabbi Rothschild, bring an ace, bring down fire from Shemayim and consume the meat. In fact, that's what happened. But Aneni the second time was, Klal Yisrael should think it's witchcraft. They should understand that it's Min Shemayim. Says the Mishnah, Kriyashma in the morning is said from when you could differentiate between Chelas and Lava. This is Chelas and Lava. That's one shot. We had the opportunity today, the owner of Silk Chelas came to our shir and gave us a live demonstration and lent this to me. The bar says that it's the Chelas is in the lava. It's a wool. It wasn't dyed from it. It didn't catch anything like this. When you can differentiate between the white and the blue, that's the shear. That's what you could say, Kriyashma. Rabbi Lezer says between Tchelas and Kerosene. Kerosene is a leaf. So when you can differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of Kriyashma. The same shear, the Gemara brings in another way. If you differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and a roy, which is a wild donkey, and Achayrim say it's when you can differentiate, when you can pick out your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 Amasorah. Up until what time can you say Kriyashma? One sheep is until Netzach Hama. That's the Lechatchila. We have to go even further. The Yeshua says until 3 hours. It's manios. In other words, you can divide the day into 4. The light, that's the Machlek the Gra, and the Magen Avraham. The Magen Avraham says you start from Avad Shachar. The Magen says you start from Netzach Hama. And that's when kings wake up 3 hours into the day. The Mishnah says, whoever reads Kriyashma past this time, at least there'll be time to look at the Raisa of people in the Torah. And he explains what's the Kiddush. He says because this person is saying about pet. The person beside he can't say about pet, but unless he gets Sachar. Ravuna says the halacha is that Kriyashma can be said the shear of picking out your friend 4 hours away. Rabbi says no, that's only in regard to tefillah. But Kriyashma is kivasikin. Vasikin means the type of a person that's a chassid. Chassid would say Kriyashma immediately before night. That Shemona Esrei right after night because it's reason like the mitzvahs. He wants to say Shemona Esrei the earliest possible time. You have to put Kriyashma right before, and therefore, for the time everything, you have to say Kriyashma at the last available moment, right before night. It says, how do we know this concept? It says, Yerucham Shemesh. You should have fear right when the sun comes out. That's Kriyashma Olaf Shemayim. Let's continue. It's talking about Mincha should not be said after Shkia. Rabbi Yochim said in the name of the people in Yerushalayim, Gula, right next to Tefillah, won't be damaged. What's damaged? The Gemara says, Why? Because he had a monetary loss. He had to bring a hadassah to the king. People pay money to see a king. You're supposed to see even Gentile kings to see the difference between a goy and a yid king. Rabbi Rothschild says Gemara, he was son of Tefillah, and he was happy the entire day. He had a smile on his face the whole day. Hashem supposed to tiftach that we say. Gemara in one shot says that you only see that in mincha, otherwise it's a test if you do it. More like we had in the beginning of the Sefta, that since Chachamim were Kivayed in the Tefillah is like part of the Shemona Esrei, like a Shkivein we said is part of the Gal Yisrael. Shemona Esrei is because of the 18 Kapitel Chnelim that David HaMelech had that correspond to the 18. Yilul Ratzon is in Kapitel Yud Tes, in the 19th. That's why we say Yilul Ratzon after Shemona Esrei and not before. Have a wonderful day. Baruch is not you. The Gemara tells us a story. The Rameir had really bad neighbors. So he died that they should die. Bruria's famous wife told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, you should get rid of all the chataim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is daven that they should do tshuva. In fact, he davened that they should do tshuva, and they were chayes of tshuva. A min once asked Bruria, how does the pasuk make sense? The Navi, Rani Akora Shalai Lada. Because she didn't give birth, she came out in a song, and she said, Shaita. Look at the end of the pasuk. Lost and loved by the Geula, there are going to be many more Christ from Yerushalayim than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children do. Rabbi explained to Amin, why is it that David HaMelech put the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, is the third parak in Tehillim, and the parak of him and Shaul is all the way at parak Nun Zayin. It shouldn't be the opposite. It's not in order of how it happened. So he told them, we believe in a concept called smuchen. When a pasuk is next to another pasuk or a parak is next to another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the parak Gog and Magog, which is parak Beis. If somebody might tell you, how is it possible that Gog is going to rebel against the Baruch Hu? I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Shimba Yochai explained the famous pasuk in Yeshus Chayim. He was from Chachma. This story has chesed al Shaina. Shlomo HaMelech wrote it about his father David, that he had Ruach HaKodesh later on in life about 5 times that he was in different worlds. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said Shira, he said a Baruch Hinavshi about it. When he came out and he gazed at the stars and the mazalas, he said another Baruch Hinavshi. And when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Hinavshi. Two shatan, either because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a piece, or you nurse not in the Makim Erba. And he said Shira when he had the falling of the Rishayim, and when he spoke about the day of death. Rishem Pazi says that it corresponds with HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Neshama, the 5 times. HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees it, but it's not seen. The Neshama sees it and is not seen. HaKadosh Baruch Hu feeds, mefarnes the whole world, the Neshama is mefarnes the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is pure, he's tar, so is the Neshama. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sits in the inner rooms, so does the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him should come and praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Baruch Hinavshi, it says, my innards. Because Baruch is not like the human being. If an artist paints a picture on the wall, he can't infuse it with life and in the neshama. Where Baruch not only can he infuse it, but he can infuse something within something. A baby that's within its mother can infuse it with life. As Chana said, ain't sur kelekenu, and we learn ain't sayer. There's no artist like our God. In other words, there's humans, and nobody can do anything similar. We learn meaning HaKadosh Baruch Hu outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist, usually his art outlives him. The Gemara tells us what happened, the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Navi. They didn't want to visit each other, that they had more honor, the other one should come to them. HaKadosh Baruch Hu made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick, and he told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him and he said, you're going to die, and you're not going to live, which is a double lashon. The Gemara explains, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have Olam Haba because you didn't do proof, you didn't get married. Because he said, because I saw Ruach HaKodesh that I'm going to have descendants that are not worthy. So Yeshayahu told him the famous line, the Hadi Kashu the Rahman. Why are you getting involved in the Rabbi Rothschild's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our two schusim will be zeicha that I won't have bad descendants. So he told him it's too late. So Chizkiah got upset. He said, even if a sharp sword is on your neck, you should never stop davening. And the Gemara tells us that immediately Chizkiah took the musar, he got up and went to the wall. What's the wall? The walls of his heart. He said within his heart. Or, lady says, he said something that has to do with a wall. He said, it's Isha Shunamis, with a story with Elisha, that Elisha did Chizah Mason to her son in the schos because she built him a wall, as the Gemara is going to discuss later. So my grandfather, Shlomo, he built the entire Beis Hamikdash, should I deserve a schos? Chizkiah told her, Baruch Hu, I did everything. What did he do? Says the Gemara, an amazing thing. He was soymach kukul of the tefillah. Lady says it means that he took the book of medicinal remedies and he buried it. As the Gemara says, Chizkiah did 6 things. 3 things the Rabbanan Chachamim agreed with, and 3 not. He buried the book of refuahs. He broke the copper snake that Moshe Rabbeinu made to heal people. People started doing avodah zarah to it. And when his father, the Rasha Achaz, died, he dragged his body in the streets on a bed of rope to show people that this is what happens when you do avodah zarah. Those 3 things Chacham agreed to. But what they didn't agree to, that when he plugged up the water of Bichan in order to thirst, to create that the soldiers in the Chayr shouldn't have water, they didn't agree to that. They said, let us Baruch Hu deal with it. When Chizkiah gave the doors of Beis Hamikdash, the golden doors, the Tzachar, they didn't agree to that. And when he did Ibur HaChodesh, he made an extra month of the year on the last day of Adar. They said that's not good because that last day could be Nisan, and because it could be Nisan, you don't do Ibur HaShan on that day. If somebody uses other people's schus when he dies, he says, Akash Baruch Hu answer me in the schus of my forefathers, like Moshe Rabbeinu did in the schus of Avraham, he's answered in his own schus. But Chizkiah used his own schus, and he said, answer me my schus, Asher Salach Lefanecha, etc. So they used the schus of David. Now going back to the story of Isha Shunamis and Elisha, she said, let's make him a wall. So Machlekes, where did she put Elisha? She put him in an open achsaga, and she had to build a wall to divide the achsaga. And then, what does Aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means in the attic. It means that she put him in the best of her houses. Or the pshat is she put him in the attic, and she had to build a roof. So why is it called a kir, a wall? Because it's kiru, is a lashon of roofing. It says that she put a bed, a table, a chair, a lamp. The Gemara says Elisha benefited from it. You're allowed to benefit from favors that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own suitcase. Wherever he went, he had all his belongings. Nobody could give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisha was a Kaddish. How did she know? She noticed that flies wouldn't land on his table. Another child is she noticed that his sheets were clean. They didn't have any carry on them. Whereas his Misharis, Gehazi, didn't have Kedusha. He grabbed her inappropriately. It says Gemara that if a person hosts the Talmid Chacham and gives from his own belongings to the Talmid Chacham, it's as if he was a makir of the Talmid. Gemara says 3 halachas in tefillah. First one is that you shouldn't stand in a high place when you daven. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to daven. You're supposed to put your feet together like we do during Shemona Esrei, and you're not supposed to eat and drink before davening. If you do, it's as if you have yaiva and then you try to be mamuk Shem Shema. Shmuel said that was like Yeshua. The Kriya Shema said until 3. The Brisa says that if you say Kriya Shema after this man, it's as if you were Mekayim Talmud Torah. But you say Kriya Shema 2 before and 1 after. Rav Chizkiah argued that. Rani said, the right bigger source than learning Torah, having wonderful. The pasuk says you must say Kriya Shema b'shach b'chol kamecha when people go to sleep and when people get up. Bishai take it a step further and they say just like when you go to sleep you're laying down. So when you say Kriya Shema shel Arvis you have to be in a laying position. When we say Kriya Shema shel Shachris you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the pasuk would say, they still say, wait a minute. You must say Kriya Shema even walking on the way. Walking is not laying down. And therefore, say still, you can say Kriya Shema when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. I agree that from the words of Shachbachok Mel, we can learn a big chiddush. Somebody that's Isaac a mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's puzzled from saying Kriya Shema. But the left of Chavaderech teaches us that not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a chassan who's tarred in his machshava, his mind is preoccupied, he's also puzzled from Kriya Shema since he's about to marry a psula. If he'd be marrying an almana, he's not occupied and therefore he's chayim. You need a combination of two things. You need to be preoccupied and it has to be with the mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his ship, it's sinking, that's not enough to give him a ptur from saying Kriya Shema because it's not a mitzvah. An Avel who's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and he's very bitzar, he's also chayiv in all mitzvahs, besides tefillin, because tefillin say peh, and since he has aver on his head and he's in bitzar, he's patur. Even though Beis Hillel used Uvelech Chavaderech to teach us this concept, and basic mitzvah you patur, nevertheless they learned the physical words of Chavaderech that it's talking about the person that's walking and not laying down. Gemara does a story. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah were together. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah was standing. When the time came to say Kriya Shema, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah decided to lay down like Bishamai. And Rabbi Shmuel, who was laying down, jumped up to say Kriya Shema. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah told him, "You remind me of a mashal. Somebody had a full beard, and he told him, look, your beard is beautiful." So he said, "Okay, let me cut it off." I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, I give you a compliment, and you're doing the opposite of what I'm doing. So he said, "No, I'm worried that people will see us and they'll say that the halacha is like Bishamai." What's the difference? Because they still say you could also lay down. But since you were standing and then you lay down, so it looks as if you're passing like Bishamai. So what is the halacha if you do like Bishamai? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're Yotzei. But according to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yotzei at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah, like Beis Hillel, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. If Beis Hillel, it's fine. Shammai say if you do like Beis Hillel, you're not Yotzei at all. So if you reverse that, you say if you do like Beis Shammai, Beis Hillel will hold you didn't do anything. And according to Rav Nachman Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you're chayiv misa. You see in the Mishnah, Rav Tarfon says, "I once put myself in danger in order to be Yotzei like Beis Shammai." I told him if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, Sheva Bayoim Hilalkicha, you should say 7 brachas, 7 birkas Kriya Shema. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriya Shema and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, Emes Emunah is a very long bracha, and Ashkivenu, compared to Emes Emunah, is considered short. Anytime Chachamim or masakin a long bracha or a short bracha that finishes with Baruch Hashem or doesn't finish, and you add or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we say in the morning, Yoitzer Oyer V'Or Choshev, we don't use the word Noiga because we want to say Choshev, which is darkness, which is Laila. We want to mention the night during the bracha, just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, where we say Galul Oyer B'Pnei Choshev, Choshev B'Nei Oyer. According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahava Rabbah, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Nusach Sfar. So it says, therefore, one should say Ahava Rabbah in the morning and Havas Olam at night. Like Nusach Ashkenaz, I guess, places were Chachmei Tzorefas Ashkenaz. Shmuel says halacha that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkus HaTorah. And if he said Kriya Shema with Birkus Kriya Shema, so Ahava Rabbah patters him from saying Birkus HaTorah. When do you say Birkus HaTorah? Machlokes. Rav Huda says you only say Birkus HaTorah and Torah Shebiksav if you learn Chumash, but not even a medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. Rav Huda says Yochanan says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Mishnah, and Rava says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Gemara, and Rashi says because that's the Iker Torah. This is great for Daf Yomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah because from that halach comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnah, and sometimes to add and take off words of a Mishnah. The story Metzur. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make on Birkas Torah? Last thing you do Torah. Rabbi Rothschild adds, higher no, and you finish off with a bracha. And Rabbi Nuna says, you say Asher Baruch Rabbanu Mikol Haaretz, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the three. Why? Because it gives a praise to Baruch Hu and a praise to Klal Yisrael and the Torah. And therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all three. After the Kohanim brought the carbon common in the morning and they salted the Ivarim, the Sgan Kohanim would announce, make one bracha. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Havarabba, and according to Rish Lakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, and they would say Shema V'Yishmayim V'Yomer, and then they would give three brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say Emes V'Yatziv, and they would say the bracha B'Avoyna, which is similar to Ritzei, just it ends up Shois Chanavoin or another bracha, and then they would say Birkas Kohanim. Rav Srika proved that you say Yotzer Ar and not Havarabba, because Rish Lakish says, from here you see that brachas are not ma'akim. In other words, if there's two brachas together and you one out of the two, you guys on that one. Similar, let's say for tefillin, say just a bracha on Shul Yad and on Shul Rosh, you only have one pair, or you can't put on the other one, you're yaitz. How does he prove it? The fact that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was yaitzer ar, then it's a great proof. Why? Because why did they say Havarabba? Havarabba you can say all night long. There's no zman for it. But if they said a Havarabba, there's no proof, because perhaps they said it when it was too early. The Yotzar is only when the light comes out. And maybe they said it wrong. The Gemara is Doichin, the Gemara says perhaps they said both brachas. But he meant to say that it's not ma'akim, that the Seder's not ma'akim. It's saying one before the other. It doesn't matter in what order. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dakvik Beit. Although in the Beis Hamikdash they would say Aser Sadibros, the Chorma was talking that outside of the Beis Hamikdash we shouldn't say Aser Sadibros because the meaning would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Kriya Shema and Aser Sadibros. Today, Aser Sadibros is so important that one should say it in private but not in public. There were 24 Mishmaros of Kohanim. Every week a different Mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming Mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing Mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, "Shiken Shmoy beBais Hazeh, Uyashken Beinechem Ahava VeAchva VeSholem Bereis." The Gemara goes through a series of questions regarding brachas. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris. He says Yotzer Ar, but he finishes off Hamarav Aravim. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Ma'ariv Aravim, and he finishes off Yotzer Ar. In both cases, he's Yotzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris he started off Yotzer Ar but he finished Hamarav Aravim, and in Ma'ariv he started off Ma'ariv Aravim and finished Yotzer Ar, he's not Yotzer. If a person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying Shahakal, and he finishes off the Gofen, he's Yotzer. What about Bracha Achrayna? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off Birkas Hamazon, but he finished off Mein Shalish, the Bracha Achrayna. He's Yotzer because even the Birkas Hamazon that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate him. But what happens, and this the Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying Hagafen, but he finished off Shahakal. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he would be Yotzer. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha achrayna, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with Birkas Hamazon, the Gemara remains in a suffix. Now the Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Kriya Shema, because according to Rav, since when it comes to Birkas Kriya Shema, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamarav Aravim, that's enough, that's a bracha in itself. According to Rabbi Rothschild, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamarav Aravim, or Yotzer Ar, it's not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from Birkas Kriya Shema, because Birkas Kriya Shema, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's Yotzer. A person does not say the Yatziv in the morning and the Emun at night, he's not yoytza the mitzvah of Kriya Shema Tikuna. Because it says in the pasuk, "L'hagid b'avik chazdecha v'murascha v'leilos," you have to give shvach to Baruch Hu in the morning and the evening. When you say Shema Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Atah, you bend your spine and your head down. All your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch Hu also, when you say Baruch Hu Es, Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, it would be like a snake. He'd pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. Essentially, made tshuva. We know we say Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpat. What if one forgets and says Hamelech HaKadosh or Melech Vayev Zako Mishpat? So according to Rabbah, and that's the halacha, he's not yoytza, and according to Rabbi Lazar, he's yoytza. If a person has the ability to daven for his friend and he doesn't daven for his friend, he's considered a sinner. If he has the ability to daven for Talmid Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick.
There he is. There he fucking is. How you living, pimp? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, can you give me 2 minutes so I can go to the bathroom?
No.
You can't?
Yeah, sure.
All right, please don't go.
Rabbi.
Alrighty, Zoop. How you living? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How are you?
Not too bad.
All right. Are you ready?
Rest in peace, Charlie Cup.
There you go. Did you know who he was before today?
Yeah. Did you?
Yeah, from the Republican National Committee, but like he spoke at the RNC. But I wasn't a follower. That's not really my political flavor. I mean,
I have a lot of things that I agree with, and some things I disagree with.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really know too much about him. Did you see the video?
Yep.
Oh man, that was gruesome.
The worst part is his kids and wife were there. That's the saddest part.
Right. Did they see it?
How would the stream time?
That's really sad.
He didn't die straight away, but he made it to the hospital, so he didn't die straight away.
I don't know. They got him pretty good. And then they don't know who did it?
There was someone in custody, but
Yeah, but they let that person go.
Sorry?
They let that person go.
They got someone in custody that just have not going to say announce who did it yet.
But they let that person go.
That was another person.
Oh, okay.
That was just some mentally ill guy. You know, Ben Shapiro was there as well, and he was meant to be speaking next.
I did not know that.
I fucked up. Well, no, I didn't. What do you think of that move?
I loved it. I feel like my
I consider it an obvious move for you.
I feel like my microphone is delayed. Does it sound delayed?
No. So, it's a bit of an echo.
Yeah, I mean that's because that other one's going.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro was at the event, and he was meant to talk after Charlie Kirk.
Shit's wild.
I feel like Ben Shapiro would have been a bigger target.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's interesting why they went after that guy and not Ben Shapiro.
Why would they go after Ben Shapiro?
Because he talks about the same shit.
To an extent. I mean, they're both known supporters of Israel, so.
Man, that was fucking gruesome video.
Why do you think he would have been a target to get shot?
Conservative speaker.
Sorry?
He's a conservative speaker, conservative leader.
Yeah. Did he ever say that he would run for president?
Oh, that I don't know. I mean, he was only 31, so he wasn't even old enough to run for president.
Yeah, but Mr. Bay said he would run for president. He was younger. I mean, Mr. Bass would make a terrible president. doesn't scare you that people today are still getting assassinated just today?
No.
Like, you don't really hear of this in the Western world. I mean, we had Trump nearly assassinated last year. It doesn't happen often.
Are you sure they have somebody in custody?
Announce it yet, though.
Who says?
Who says what?
That they have somebody in custody.
They have someone in custody. It's on the news. They're probably not going to report it in case it's like until they're 100% sure they're not going to report it in case it's mistaken identity.
Isn't that what happened with the other guy?
They never. The news reported this is the guy who got him. They said if you got onto Emerald, it was just like this is not the guy. It might be the guy. It was.
Look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck it is.
The rival?
Yeah, dog.
Sorry?
Yeah, it is. He keeps joining and leaving. Yo, are you going to keep joining and leaving? Is that cool?
Yep.
How are you?
Rabbi. I heal. You take damage. Do I have death penalty in Utah?
I don't know.
How many states in the US do have the death penalty?
I don't know. I mean, like California has it, but it's not used. Yo, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I know. What about Riser?
When was the last time someone in California was executed?
I think in the 70s.
Why so long?
We're a liberal state, and so executions have been something that the state doesn't like to do. I think there are like 500 people on death row. It had been the 90s when they did it, but it's been a long time. It hasn't been years.
Oh my God.
Fuck you, Zoot.
I wasn't even trying to win there.
Riser, can you hear us? Can you hear us, dog?
That was the biggest luck I've ever seen.
Okay, I'm gonna just refresh my browser. Maybe it's because it's on my end. What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Can you hear me? Yo, you can't hear me. Yo.
Seen the post.
Yo. There he is.
I don't really need to see some guy getting shot in the face.
Oh, it's not in the face.
Yeah, neck, area.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Like I said, shitty. Like they don't make it.
Okay.
This is why I took myself off. You never know, like assassinate you at a college giving a speech.
Right. I like Dr. Cold Space to be the only assassination.
Don't college speeches if you don't want to assassinate. You want to get assassinated.
I mean,
Isaac, are you?
Bomb harder than Zoot's comedy career.
A legend. He's a comedy legend.
I know. He's in the underground Australia bar.
Incorrect, but that's okay.
I'm not in Melbourne, you fucking idiot.
What's your nearest city? Is it Sydney or Melbourne? Or what's city?
What do you mean with my nearest city?
Don't force him to dox himself.
Yeah, where's your what city is the club at?
I'd like.
Riser, can I get in your head?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, it's Zoot's turn.
You're up and you're...
Zoot, go.
We've now lost the game.
Zoot. Zoot, what are you? Zoot, can you hear us?
Zoot.
What happened to you?
I just pressed accept.
Oh, I might have sent multiple things. Check your other one, Zoot. We'll pretend you got 10.
Hey, Rabbi.
Hey, Zoot, did you know I got...
There are only 2 cities. Did you know that there are only 2 cities in Australia?
That's incorrect.
There's 2 major ones. There's 3 major ones. Perth, if you count Perth, but on the east coast.
That's the west coast. Perth is the...
Isn't Perth a major city on like the west, north?
No, it's just the west coast.
Perth's the capital city, but it's like... The other one lives in Perth.
Aside from Honolulu, it's the largest major city in the world that's isolated.
That's not true.
No, it's definitely true.
That will be...
This round always fucks me.
Is it because you suck cock?
I don't know.
Riser, that was really bad.
Why am I out?
I intentionally didn't want to fucking do it.
Why did I quit?
You weren't gonna win anyway.
Rabbi won.
No, it's anyone.
No, this bitch is over, Riser. Riser, this bitch is over.
It's a warm-up game. It doesn't count.
Riser, when's the last time you watched the William Montgomery show?
I watched the most recent one with his brother.
I did too, dude. What did you think of it? Dude, you're doing really well. You did really, dude.
Get fucked.
13? I don't think I'm beating that.
I saw William Montgomery perform for the first time the other day.
Where? Adelaide?
No, I was watching Kill Tony. I never watched the Kill Tony before, but he was on the Kill Tony episode I watched.
Yes.
Oh, which Kill Tony did you watch?
The one with the blind guy.
Oh, that was this week.
No.
Yeah, that was Monday's
that
episode.
Was like 2 for...
Oh, he was on again.
So he used his golden ticket.
Yeah.
Was he good this week?
Yeah, he was pretty good. He's pretty funny.
Can you get 2 golden tickets?
No. I mean, I'm sure they could, but that doesn't really do anything. There was a guy, his name is Rick Diaz, and he bet his golden ticket up against another guy, and the deal was that if he lost, then he would lose his golden ticket like forever. He just what a shot. He just hated this other guy, and he ended up losing in Madison Square Garden, even though he definitely did not lose, but they just fucked him. It's because he lives in like Belgium or something, and he couldn't do the show regularly.
Oh, fuck. Speaking of fucking things, I just fucked things. I just gave prizes a home.
I appreciate that, dude. You did give me a roll.
Good news is I get it. I Rabbi.
Right where I wanted it.
Rabbi, you're gonna have security when you get famous?
Yep. You could be the security team. SEAL Team Zoo.
How many?
I don't think it's why it's the highest someone with Tourette's for your security team.
No, I want you with the finger on the trigger, baby.
If I was in the security team, I would give away your location because of my Tourette's.
Oh, I know you will.
That's a good idea.
I'm going to be live streaming my life, so that won't really matter. Look at this shot, folks.
Is it going the high IQ way? No, just the low.
There you go.
Back to the high.
Terrible.
Low
Terrible
IQ
shot.
way.
Terrible. There you go.
Oh, terrible.
Riser's putting this bitch in the water.
Fuck you. Fuck off. I just blocked your shots.
The good news is neither of you are going to get it in this next 2 shots.
There you go, Zoot. That's going to fuck him over.
Yep, Zoot's going to fuck me over. Yep.
You fucked yourself over. Oh, that was not a good shot. That was not a good shot for you.
Oh, stop.
Oh, Rabbi.
No, we're good. We're good. Zoot can win the hole right here.
No way. He's going to fuck you.
He's not going to, but he could.
Real time. Real time.
How many days away are we from AI robot Walmart greeters?
Dude, I've already seen.
Like
I saw a robot in Walmart like 6 years ago, and I took a video of it. It was a cleaning robot, and it was cleaning, and if you steal stuff, it was loss prevention, and I took a picture of it, and I've posted it to the internet before. It's like, it was a floor scrubber and a loss prevention. So it would go down the aisles, cleaning the floor, while simultaneously seeing if anybody's putting stuff in their pockets. It had cameras all over it.
Wow.
Yeah. So, in answer to your question, it's actually in Walmart. It's not in Walmart's best interest to replace the Walmart greeter. The reason why they even have that position is because they hire people who are old or have special needs, and they take insurance policies on them. And then when the people die, Walmart, if they die on the clock, Walmart gets money for that, and the families do not.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you can Google that. That's like a pretty famous thing in the United States.
So they literally have done the math, and they calculated that more people will die on the job at Walmart.
Yeah, it's a it's a 1 in 3 shot basically.
Yeah, I still pay 8 hours. It's a 1 in 3 guaranteed shot too. It's, as long as they're employed.
Yeah, I mean it's actually not 1 in 3. It's not quite 1 in 3. It's a little less than that, but
because of the breaks.
well, it's just they take the weekend off and stuff. Don't hit my ball,
right.
Zoot. Zoot, you fucked me.
Wait for this shot, fellas. You're never getting out of there. Fuck off. Oh, you piece of shit. Don't do it.
Hey, you ready for the low IQ shot?
Just block it. Just do a short one.
That was a dumb move.
Oh my God.
That wasn't even dumb of me. Rabbi is in the best position now. And he fucks it. Now Dude's in the best position.
Suit, you're a fucker. Fuck.
Now I'm in the best position.
I don't think anyone's going to score here. Maybe Zoot now.
Yeah, definitely me. Oh.
Oh.
You can get it in next shot.
No. Finger slip.
You can get that in.
No.
Rabbi.
I mathematically won the game.
That's incorrect.
You can't. This is probably the worst I would go first on.
That was rage bait.
This is probably the worst I would go first on.
Not when you're this high IQ.
Rabbi.
Yo, baby.
Wake and bait rather.
I know.
That's not. Oh, I got lucky.
Okay.
Collusion, folks.
I'm probably in the best position right now. If the hole is there,
Fuck.
Bye-bye. What the fuck was that shot about?
He knows that the hole is where I am. He's hedging his bets. Hit. Are you fucking kidding me?
That was the best move I could have made.
Okay. Rabbi.
Yo, baby.
Oh, what a shot. How's there no hold yet? Dude, I think it's right by Zoo. He just has to tap the green tree. Oh.
Yo, what up? How are you?
And I'm still in the best position out of anyone here.
Ow.
Welcome. How'd you find out about me?
Bye-bye.
Frank H. Berger. How'd you find out about me?
God told me about you.
Okay, that's cool. How's your day going?
Good. How's your day going?
Kicking ass, taking names. How old are you, if I may ask?
I'm 26. How old are you?
That's amazing. I'm 39. I'm just making sure you're an adult.
39?
Yep. Calm down, girl. So
39? Are you seriously?
100%, but these guys are in their 20s, so calm down.
Fuck. Why did I do that? God damn it. I'm a dumbass.
20s? You guys are in your 20s like me?
Yeah.
I literally gave both of you the win.
We're playing a game, so that's why.
It still fucks.
I don't know. Do you guys not?
Game.
Do you guys not? Do you want to play?
What game?
It's mini golf.
Mini golf. No, I don't want to play that.
Okay,
No.
that's cool.
Ow.
That's all right.
Mini golf. Wow.
Way too cool. I own you fools.
Okay,
Kirk subscriber.
that's right. So Frankie.
Who's that? Who is
He's
that?
in your profile picture.
Who are you talking to?
You. Kirk
Who?
picture.
I don't know who that is. Rabbi?
What up, girl?
Are you trolling? The dude in your profile picture is Charlie Kirk.
Who's?
You, Frank H. Berger.
That's who that is.
How do you not know that?
It was from a random PFP generator. So, is that really who that is?
I believe so. Looks exactly like.
Yeah, that's who that is.
That's interesting.
All right. Did you find out about me from
What are their
Socialize?
chances?
From what?
Socialize?
No.
Did you?
When did you change your profile picture? Is there a way you can check when someone changed their profile picture?
Who gives a flying fuck? Who gives a flying fuck? Frank H. Berger. Did you find out about me from Kick?
No, God told me about you in a dream.
Okay, that's amazing. All right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, Frank H. Berger?
I've been in here before. You've done this. Come on.
Okay. Well,
What the hell?
I don't memorize everybody. Okay, so you already know all about me.
All about you, yes.
Okay, amazing. Have you stalked me?
No.
Okay, well that's good. Riser, what'd you do with Zoot?
Zoot is just in his own little containment bubble. I don't know what he does or thinks.
Certainly. Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies?
Rabbi, how do you make money?
Slaying a dick like it's going out of style?
He pimps hard.
Whoa.
I've got a whole harem.
Whoa.
It's like a Ponzi scheme for the streets.
He has multiple fur coats that are purple, and when he's not streaming, he's walking the streets.
Word. All right, so Frank H. Berger.
Yeah.
So what are your hobbies?
What?
What are your hobbies?
Your mic's cutting out. I don't know what you're saying.
That's what I thought. Okay, I asked somebody this earlier, and they're like, it's fine. What are your hobbies?
One more time, I didn't hear you.
What are your hobbies?
What's he saying? Is he cutting out for anyone else?
No, hobbies. HOBBIES.
Oh, you're cutting out too. Something weird and crazy is going on here.
All right, well, refresh your screen or whatever. You know how to do it.
I don't know how to do it. Can you walk me through it?
Yeah, it's called refresh.
I don't know how to do it.
Are you on an app or are you on a browser?
He's definitely lying.
I'm on a tablet.
Okay, just close Discord, reopen it, and come back.
Can you walk me through how to do that? I'm sorry, this is my first week with an iPad.
Yeah, so does it have a button at the bottom?
On the bottom. Which
probably
is
just
the
the
bottom?
screen. Please swipe up.
Okay, so
Swipe up.
yeah.
No, it's the old one.
Okay, so it does have a button. So double click on the button, swipe up on Discord, reopen Discord.
Wait, now you're super loud. I double clicked on the button. Now you're loud. You're louder than you were before.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right, so for the 30th time, what are your hobbies, Frank H. Berger?
What'd you say?
What are your hobbies?
I don't know what you're saying.
Riser, what is this garbage?
I think she's just like trying to roll really awfully, I guess. I don't know.
Okay,
Yes, definitely.
excellent. Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies?
One more time. Just one more time.
Girl, Riser,
Her hobbies are trolling.
Riser, keep her entertained.
Bravo.
He left. He left. Where'd he go? Riser, where'd he go?
He literally joined Charlie Kirk because you're so annoying. So good job.
Who is that?
It's literally all over the internet. Do you have the internet or no?
No, I don't.
You don't have
What
the
is
internet?
it?
Go
Who is
install the internet and then go look at it.
I'm good. I don't think I need that stuff. I want to pollute my brain.
He is a Christian radical supremacist who got assassinated because he was belittling children at his college speeches, and one of them got upset that they're intellectually strong-willed.
What?
But now he's with George Floyd and a bunch of other fallen angels like that.
Yo, girl, did you
Ozzy
get...
Osbourne, dude. Do you know who Ozzy Osbourne is or no?
No, that was before my time.
Do you know who Malcolm Jamal Warner is?
Yes,
No shit, you do?
I do.
Frank H. Berger, you're amazing.
Well, thank you.
Do you know him from the
You have
Cosby?
to tell me twice.
Do you know him from the
Huh?
Cosby? Do you know him from the Cosby Show?
No.
How else do you know Malcolm Jamal Warner?
He did sound on Oprah.
Malcolm Jamal Warner did sound on Oprah?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, it looks like you're the number 2 Malcolm Jamal Warner. You just got owned.
Malcolm Jamal Warner. He didn't do sound for Oprah.
Yeah, he did.
No, they were in a documentary together.
He did sound for her show.
You're crazy, girl.
Crazy smart.
Yeah. No, he's from the Cosby Show. Did you ever watch the Cosby Show?
No.
Okay, you're missing out. All right. So, how was your day?
Do you like Bill Cosby?
I like the Cosby Show. I'm not a big fan of people who rape people
Why not?
because I'm big on consent.
How big?
Like, whenever I'm with a chick, I always make sure that I get it, and I want to make sure that everybody else gets it in the world.
When was the last time you were with a chick?
Oh, you're digging deep. Well, on the stream, right at the beginning. Word, girl. My body count, I lose track of 42. So I am not missing out on any action.
Damn, Rabbi got game.
Word, girl. All day, every day. Sideline to sideline.
God.
Word, girl.
Holy hell. Riser can't say the same.
Oh, no. Definitely not. And I just lose track of 42. It's higher than 42, but I lose track.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And I did this thing for like when I was a young man that I would not have sex with chicks, but I would get blown by them. And so if you include that, it's like hundreds. At least.
Holy hell. How do you find these women?
Well, college was a big part. And then I was a paid gigolo for some. So I would have sex with guys' wives for money, or chicks would just pay me to have sex with them.
Oh my god, do you still do that? Just wondering.
If you're interested.
Whoa.
Are you in the Los Angeles region?
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe we can hook this up.
Hell yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, you gotta know some things. I eat pussy like it's going out of style. That's the first thing. I always make sure a woman comes first. That's another thing. You're gonna need a towel. That's another thing. I a lot of times just like for jokes, well, have a woman keep track of how many orgasms she has, and I provide them until she like loses count. I like to use toys. Do you know what this is?
That's for your hair?
Girl, this is a womanizer. This goes over your clit and creates suction.
Oh, I'm trans.
Oh, you're trans? Well, okay.
Yeah, I'm trans.
You're really good trans.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, so do you have a clit?
No.
I don't think you're trans, but okay. That's cool.
Oh! Oh, interesting.
I mean, you can be whatever you want to be. Anyway, so yeah, basically that's a quick rundown. So Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies?
Did you say something? You cut out.
You're so funny. All right, that's cool. Riser.
I know I think her hobby is J-line.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's going out of fucking style.
Word. Hey, so Frank H. Berger, how do you like having a penis?
It's good. It's awesome. It's fun, and I like playing with it and smelling my ball sweat. What do you know about that, Rabbi?
Oh, dude! Not only do I do that, but I do it on camera.
Oh, do it, please.
Sure.
Oh my god! Yum! It smells delicious.
Yummy.
Amazing. That made my night.
I do what I can to help the world.
What a good guy.
So, how long have you been trans?
2 weeks.
Oh, that's great.
How long have you been trans?
According to the state of California, since 2023, when I became a woman, but I actually went to being non-binary in 2021.
Are you Jewish?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Israel or Palestine?
World peace, girl.
So Israel?
World peace.
Yeah, I think Israel's cool too.
Very well. Did you get your gender changed on your license?
No, I'm 2 weeks in.
All right, I did it 2 weeks in. Not only that, but I have it documented.
Oh my god.
Word, girl.
Jealous.
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, so you got your penis 2 weeks ago?
Huh?
You got your penis 2 weeks ago?
No, I've had this.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Excellent. So what are your hobbies?
Why do Jews like money so much?
Why not?
They're needy.
So it's being a normal person.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Money actually gives you the ability to buy things, which is
Shut up.
quite useful.
Shut up, Riser.
It can be from
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to a Jewish person, a real Jewish person.
Word, girl.
I'm Jewish too.
Oh, really? Prove it. Hop on cam. Let me see that nose.
I don't need to prove shit to you.
Right.
I'm Jewish.
Right.
As much as Charlie Kirk was Christian, that's how
Who is that? Who is that? You
I've
keep
told
bringing
you like
this
8
up.
times.
Really? I don't remember. When you talk, I just kind of block you out.
Same here, but
Aww.
with myself, I block my own self.
Frank H.
Oh.
Frank H. Burger. What kind of burgers do you like?
Tea burger, burger, pickle burger, lettuce burger, onion burger.
How about
burger.
what about mushroom burger?
No, asshole.
What's wrong with the mushroom burger?
Bad. It's bad. Hung is bad.
No. Don't you do psychedelics?
Well, yes, but not on my burger.
Okay, well, you said funk is bad, and that's what many psychedelics are.
No, something different.
Psilocybin?
Something far worse.
Psilocybin?
No.
You don't do psilocybin?
No.
LSD?
No. I'm clean.
You can still be clean and do those. All right, that's cool.
That's not true.
What?
LSD comes from ergot, which is rye bread, which is mold. Is that
Shut up. Shut up, Riser.
Frank H. Burger, what sports do you like?
Is Riser Dragoon, Rabbi?
Everybody's my goon.
I'm just asking a question if mold qualifies as fucking.
Rabbi, is this your goon?
Everybody's my goon.
Can I be your new goon? This goon sucks.
What does that even mean?
Henchman.
What does henchman mean?
Oh my god. Can I say the R word on here?
Yeah, that's not cool. Let's stay away from that. All right, so Frank H.
Okay, Rabbi.
Frank H.
Just because
Burger.
you're such an I'll listen to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you have lots of friends?
No, can you be my friend, please?
Yeah, if you tell me what your hobbies are.
What'd you say?
You're cute. Excellent. Where'd you get the little cat ears for your emoji or your avatar?
They come with everyone's Discord account. They're defaults.
Oh, that's amazing.
You could just get them in the profile option of your Discord client.
Wow, do you work for Discord? You know a lot about it.
No.
Okay, that's cool.
No, I don't.
All right, so what sports do you like?
No sports. None.
None?
None.
You don't like any sports?
Are you a sport? I like you.
Yeah, absolutely, I'm a sport.
You're a good sport.
Excellent. Dodgers or Angels?
Dodgers.
Good girl. Rams or Chargers?
Charger.
Ooh. Okay.
Charge my iPhone.
All right. Are you a Kings fan or a Ducks fan?
Oh, that's so cool.
Okay. Very well. So, are you excited about the Olympics?
Can you make duck noise?
Quack, quack.
Ooh, that was good.
Excellent. You like to go to Disneyland?
Never been.
You've never been to Disneyland?
No.
All right. Well, when I go viral, we'll go to Disneyland. How's that sound?
Yes.
Excellent. Have
Just
you?
me and you, not Riser, right?
Absolutely. Riser will hold down the fort. Okay.
I didn't even do anything to you. I don't know why you're throwing.
Shut up, Riser. Shut up.
Have you been to Magic Mountain? You're from LA and you've never been to Disneyland or Magic Mountain?
No.
What did you do? Like,
You hate me.
no, I just don't think you're from LA then.
Do you love me?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you kiss me?
Mm-hmm.
Closer.
Mm-hmm.
Come closer to the camera.
Calm down.
Closer, please.
Tell me
Robbie,
what your
please.
tell me what your hobbies are.
I'm feeling very unloved right now.
Well,
Feeling like Riser. Unloved.
how about you tell me what your hobbies are?
Singer.
Frank H. Berger, how'd you find out about me?
Singer.
Frank H. Berger.
Riser, can you sing?
Frank H. Berger, how did you find out about me?
God told me about you in a dream.
Was it a sexual dream?
No, I wish.
Same. All right.
Do you have lots of those?
Sometimes. Yeah, if I have nightly emissions sometimes that are just like really intense sex dreams, and then you have an orgasm. It's wild.
At 39, you have orgasms still?
Baby, I produce orgasms like McDonald's produces hamburgers.
Oh my god.
Word. All right. So, as a transgender male, is that correct? Is that what you are?
Trans woman, asshole.
Oh, you went from being a dude to being a woman?
Yes.
Oh, tight. I did the same. So you want to be lesbians?
Sure, what the hell?
Okay, excellent. Because I'm like the biggest lesbian on earth. So, watch out. All right. What's the H in Frank H. Berger stand for? Hobbies? To the
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Miss Robbie.
What are your plans for the weekend?
Probably gonna go to Disneyland.
Oh, and Magic Mountain.
No, I think I'll pass on that one.
Okay. You want to swing by my house? Pick me up. We'll do IRL streams at Disneyland.
Can you leave your room? Are you allowed to do that?
Leave my room all the time.
What?
I've done IRL streams at Disneyland. That's what I'm saying. I've done it before. We could do it again.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, you can do IRL streaming at Disneyland.
But are you allowed to leave your room, really?
Yep. It's more difficult for me because it's a lot of data. But for you, I would make a plan so that I could have super amount of data for a day or a week or whatever needed. And then we can ride the Teacups and It's a Small World and Tom Sawyer's Riverboat, all that fun stuff.
Can you buy my ticket, please?
I thought you were already going.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. Very well. Yeah, perhaps. All right. So you are going to Disneyland. What else are you doing?
Probably gonna eat butt after.
You're going to eat butt after?
Yeah.
You like to toss salads?
No. No, I don't.
Okay, well, what does eat butt mean?
Like, eat butt.
That's what tossing a salad is.
Oh, I thought you meant like a real salad.
No, it's a euphemism for licking a butthole.
Oh, okay, I see. Do you do that?
Do I eat ass?
Eat butt, yeah. Do you do that?
On the right MILF.
MILFs only?
Dog, MILFs are my jam.
Would you eat Razor's butt?
Not in a million fucking years.
Fuck
What
you.
the hell?
Actually, I guess I shouldn't be mad about that.
You want me to eat your ass, Riser? That's disgusting.
I don't know why I got offended by that. I retract my offense.
That's all right. I didn't know you felt that way about me, Riser.
I didn't know either until I heard what I said, and then I was like, "Oh, that sounds pretty gay, doesn't it?"
That's cool. All right.
But it's not gay because you're female. According to state companies.
That's true. Absolutely. All right. So Frank H. Berger, are you single?
It's complicated.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
Because you're trans. So let's see here. So you were a guy and now you're a girl. Did you have some guy in your life? Did you have some guy in your life?
Something of the sort.
All right. So you just get dick down every once in a while. I get you. She didn't.
I don't believe that she's a man. Or sorry, I don't believe that he's a woman. You're gonna have to post that on that wall.
Really?
Post a picture of your. Actually, it's so easy to fake. You have to stream yourself live, and then I can tell by the bone structure.
You just want to jerk off to me on cam. Not doing that, not falling for it.
No, you wish. I mean, if you were hot, but that's clearly not the case.
You'd do that to me if I was hot, really?
For sure. That's like when the internet was invented.
If you're actually hot, yeah, but you're not. So you don't have to worry about that.
Aww. That's so cute.
All right. So, you...
Turn on
Do you have a favorite movie?
Probably Cuties.
That's not a movie. That's a Netflix documentary on children, and that's disgusting.
What's my favorite?
Movie?
Yes.
That's not a movie. That's like a series.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
You know a lot about it, huh?
Isn't it a series? Isn't it a series that caused all kinds of controversy? Or is it a movie?
It's a movie.
Oh, okay. Okay, aside from that, because that's a weird movie to like, what like normal...
Why?
Because it's about children.
Okay, Frozen's about children.
Is it? I don't know. I've never seen Frozen. I haven't seen Cuties either.
We should watch Cuties together.
Yeah, that's not my
after
thing.
Disney.
That's not my thing. They made a Cuties about MILFs. I'm down though. So Frank.
Oh, okay.
So Frank H. Berger, in the future, after you have children, then you can be in my movie. We're gonna call it Maturities.
Okay, I'm down.
I can hear the excitement in your voice. Okay, so you like some weird movies. What TV shows do you like?
Probably Cuties if they turn it into a TV show.
Okay, but aside from that,
Don't really like any TV shows.
you don't.
Cuties would be really good if it was
Okay,
shut down.
that's enough of that. You don't like You don't like The Office?
What is that? You going to work?
It was a show on NBC that ran from like 2005 until 2013 or something like that. 2015 maybe. And then they came out with the Paper, which just debuted on NBC on Peacock last week.
I don't know anything about this.
Okay, do you know what Parks and Recreation is?
No, I don't.
Do you know what a television is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. But you just only watch Cuties?
Yeah, just over and over, and I stop it and pause and really admire the Cuties.
That's weird. All right.
It's not.
It definitely is. Okay.
It's a beautiful movie.
Quit that. All right. So, do you watch any sports on TV?
No.
Okay. So this guy it's a guy with whom you're complicated?
They don't really identify as any